Wu Menglan smilingly said, because Wu Lingxiao is sending him to his doom.
Even if he is fortunate enough to come back from the Sea of Constellations, he will no longer dare to return to suppressing Second Hall.
I don't mind putting up with him for now. If he comes back, then I will recruit him. The capability of this brat is undisputed.
Thriving 10,000 Manor needs someone like him, someone who can reclaim my reputation. Pang Rang's forehead creased with a frown as he said, Hallmaster, forgive me for being blunt, but do you really think he'll come back alive from the Sea of Constellations?
Wu Menglan shook her head in response, it's fine if he can't come back.
All of his options lead to death anyway, and we won't have anything to lose. Besides, this brat really does have some skills. You've seen how he charged into Thriving 10,000 Manor to kill Xiong Xiao too. That's both courageous and perceptive.
No one can guarantee that someone like him will never come back. Like I said, we won't have anything to lose.
I'll make an exception for him, so why not have him serve me just in case he comes back alive?
Pang Rang knew about the private competition between Wu Menglan and Wu Lingxiao.
He felt some disapproval for her intentions, but still managed to flatter her on the surface. Hallmaster is wise. When he flew back to the last ship, he left Miao Yi with only a sentence, go to your business. Afterward, he didn't stay, nor did he speak with Miao Yi face to face.
Pang Rang's silhouette immediately flashed, and he returned to his cabin atop the deck.
After being kept in suspense all this while, Miao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He then went to look for the steward of this ship and explained the task. When he finally made his way back to traversing Moon Palace's ship, he stood at the balcony and enjoyed the scenery of Su Jingdong and the others standing at the bow and bracing themselves from the heat of the blazing sun. A smile appeared on his face as he returned inside the house and opened the windows on all three sides. While embracing the soothing sea breeze, he tossed an orb of will into his mouth, sat on the couch with his legs crossed, and then continued his cultivation. The sun had set, allowing the bright moon and a sea of stars to fill the sky outside his window. The radiant moon rose above the sea, and one could easily become lost in reverie at the night scenery. The moonlight fell on Miao Yi's face, yet he had no mood to appreciate the beauty outside of his window when he was sitting cross-legged on the couch for his cultivation.
What a waste of a good room. The next day, Miao Yi revisited the other ships and looked for their respective stewards. While he collected the information they compiled on every cultivator, he asked them about the situation in their respective ships. When he returned to traversing Moon Palace's ship, he went to look for Wu Menglan again to report on the situation of every ship. Everything was fine on their side, but he kept the jade archives he'd collected secretly in his possession. He didn't hand them over to Wu Menglan. It was obvious that Wu Menglan did not want him to stay and chat for long. Miao Yi then returned to his room and took a glance at the people standing under the hot blazing sun at the bow. He quickly locked all the windows and doors afterward. He whipped up a plate of chilled fruits and placed it on the tea table before sitting leisurely on one of the side chairs. Miao Yi flipped his hand over and took a look at a jade archive. The jade archive had information about the members on this ship. He continued to examine the jade archive as he ate his fruits. Out of the 18,000 cultivators heading to the Sea of Constellation, Miao Yi had no confidence that he would be one of the 100 lucky survivors. Even if he had a set of second-grade transcendent artifacts, he still wasn't sure of his survival. However, he would not sit quietly and wait for his doom. Even if there were a tiny chance of survival, he would seize it no matter what. Even if there weren't a chance, he would create a chance and continue to survive. There was nothing wrong with being weak, but he thought that maybe he might not be the only weak cultivator in this ship. Even an ant would struggle for its life, so he believed that not a single person would be willing to send themselves to death. Without the support of the three major sects, it was natural for him to think of a way to establish ties with others in order to protect himself from harm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, Establishing Relations. Chapter 330, Establishing Relations. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Another Manor Head. Another Blue Lotus 9th grade. This one is at Blue Lotus 8th grade. Miao Yi was beginning to shudder in fear the more he looked at the jade archives in his hand. Based on this ship alone, the traversing Moon Palace had about 37 manor heads and 200 or so mountain chieftains participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Moreover, their cultivation bases were mostly excellent. Aside from his unfortunate self, the other mountain chieftains had cultivation bases that actually exceeded Blue Lotus 5th grade. There was no need to speculate any further. Their manor heads must have felt that the mountain chieftains threatened their positions, and so they applied underhanded tactics. The most frightening piece of information was the fact that there were 16 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators among the 2,000 people. They were only a step away from breaking through to the Red Lotus realm. As long as they could cross over that threshold, they could reach another terrifying realm. Nearly 1/5 of the participants had a cultivation base at Blue Lotus 5th grade. And that was just in the 5th earthly branch alone. What would the total be if he added all 12 branches together? How many would there be if he added all 6 nations to the equation? Miao Yi gasped. Would there be any chance of survival for those with a cultivation base at Blue Lotus 5th grade and below? There was nothing more to be said for a White Lotus cultivator such as himself. If he hadn't read it, he wouldn't have known. Now that he had seen the archive, he realized that South Edict Manor was indeed too small. The experts out there were as numerous as the stars in the sky. There's another unfortunate soul. Miao Yi suddenly exclaimed. He initially thought that he was the only White Lotus cultivator in the 5th earthly branch. Unexpectedly, he discovered that there was one more like him, and a woman at that. Moreover, her cultivation base was even lower than his. She was only at a White Lotus 5th grade cultivation. She wasn't born from any sect, and her name was Chi Shohong. There was a person even more unfortunate than him. Miao Yi suddenly regained a lot of composure in his heart. He then discreetly noted down the name Chi Shohong and her room number, preparing himself to go later and check what was going on. After all, he had the right to go to other ships and run around as he pleased. I can't have any from the 3 major sects. There are more people from suppressing 2nd Hall and suppressing 3rd Hall who've heard about me. It'll be difficult to control them, so I can't use them. Those with a sect background will only collaborate with their comrades. They won't work together in unison, so I can't use them either. Can I contact this manor head? He still has his subordinates. Maybe he will form a group with his subordinates? No, he might have been the one who personally enrolled them in the list of participants. It would be weird if they didn't hate him for that, so it's impossible for them to form a group with him. Even if they're willing to, this manor head will probably suspect his subordinates will use underhanded tactics on him. I can contact this guy. Miao Yi took each jade archive and began to cross out names. When he saw the disciples of the 3 major sects on one of the archives, he drew a line and removed them. He removed the ones from suppressing 2nd Hall and suppressing 3rd Hall too. He removed those with a school background as well. As such, he ended up excluding most of them. That left him with about 400 to 500 people that suited his criteria. However, this amount was already of immense strength to him. It was fine without the rest. Only those without support and wish to survive would huddle together and thus be easier to rope in. No one from the 3 major sects would bother with him even if he tried to rope them in. They were confident in their power, so even if they were to give him their attention, they would definitely prepare a huge list of conditions. Moreover, during a critical moment, they would ask him to make the first sacrifice to protect their own interests. The 3 major sections. If he hadn't read the documents, he wouldn't have known about 200 of their members were among the 2,000 participants in the entire fleet. They were indeed deserving of their reputation as the 3 major sects of the 5th earthly branch. And as expected, their forces were colossal.
No wonder Su Jingdong and the others were that confident. After looking over the candidate list of 2,000 people, he proceeded to weigh in his decision carefully. He analyzed the list for several days, and in between each day, he would take the time and give a courtesy call to Wu Menglan for a short time. Because of this matter, he had almost forgotten to feed the mounts of Su Jingdong and the others at the stable. For a moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. If he were to kill their mounts now, then he feared that it would be difficult for him to leave the ship without facing the consequences. He then quickly went down and settled that problem. After spending a few days to confirm the participants on the candidate list, Miao Yi finally opened the windows in his room and let out a sigh of relief. He saw that the 20 people still remained at the bow, bracing themselves against the heat of the scorching sun. He snorted at the sight and left his room. When he reached the ship's stern, he leaped down the boat once again and flew over the sea by riding on the waves. When he finally arrived at the ship belonging to Traversing Celestial Palace, he unexpectedly bumped into the ship's steward yet again. This steward immediately came forward and cupped his fist to greet him. "Brother Miao, are there any more instructions from the fleet commander?" "Haha, no. Fleet commander wishes for me to go around each ship every now and again. She doesn't want any accidents to happen before we reach the Sea of Constellations. Brother Hong, please run along. I will go around on my own, you don't need to accompany me." "Brother Miao, if you aren't in a rush, why don't you come to my room and have a drink? I brought along some fine wine with me when I boarded the ship." No need. I dare not disrupt the task that the commander entrusted to me. We will talk about it after I have finished this task. When I'm free, I'll come back and look for Brother Hong. I'll sample that wine then." After dismissing that steward, Miao Yi then entered the guest cabin and walked to the middle of the passageway. He observed the plate numbers hanging at the doors before he suddenly lit up and stopped at one of them. If he remembered it correctly, this was the room of that Blue Lotus 9th grade expert, and one of the people that he'd intended to establish a relationship with. It would be of great help to team up with such an expert in the Sea of Constellations. How could he miss this chance? Dong dong dong. Miao Yi quickly knocked on the door after looking at both ends of the passageway and determining that there was no one around for the moment. He heard footsteps coming from the inside, followed by the creaking of the door. The lustrous eyes of a slender middle-aged man scrutinized Miao Yi. "I don't recognize him. I don't think I've ever seen him on this ship before." He couldn't hold back from asking Miao Yi suspiciously, "Who are you?" He doesn't look that old, yet he's managed to acquire the cultivation base of Blue Lotus 9th grade. Evidently, he has a great future ahead of him. No wonder he incurred the envy of others, and so they sent him to the Sea of Constellations. Miao Yi muttered in his heart. He then smiled. "I am Steward Miao Yi of Traversing Moon Palace's ship. I came with orders from the fleet commander to visit the other ships. I was wondering if I could come in and have a few words with you, sir?" The other guy frowned, clearly a bit unwilling to let a mysterious person enter his own room. However, Miao Yi had orders from the fleet commander, so he could only step aside and say, "Please come in." Unexpectedly, as soon as Miao Yi came in, he quickly closed the door shut before turning back to the man and saying in transmission, "May I know if you are the Honorable Manor Head Zhao Fei?" The other party was stunned. Seeing that Miao Yi was speaking in transmission, he assumed that no one should overhear this discussion, so he replied in the same fashion and asked curiously, "Does Steward Miao know me?" Indeed, it was him. He hadn't walked into the wrong room. Miao Yi smiled. "Zhao Fei from White Cloud Manor of Traversing Celestial Palace. No schools nor sect, and born as a loose cultivator. Am I right?" Zhao Fei scrutinized Miao Yi for a moment before he continued, "Why is Steward Miao so knowledgeable about my background? A few days ago, when Fleet Commander asked for details from every cultivator in the ship, I was the middleman handling this task." "Oh." Zhao Fei suddenly understood and nodded. "What does Steward Miao need from Zhao Fei?" Miao Yi grinned. "I came because of Manor Head Zhao's safety in the Sea of Constellations."
May I sit down and talk with Manor Head Zhao for a moment? Zhao Fei's eyes lit up. He could more or less guess the real intention why Miao Yi had come, but he couldn't be certain of it. He then turned around and extended his arm. I have a simple and crude room, but if Steward Miao insists, please sit down and talk. Miao Yi cupped his fists as a gesture of gratitude. The room had only a bed, 2 chairs with a tea table, and nothing else. It couldn't compare to Miao Yi's luxurious room. They sat at the tea table. Zhao Fei was quite composed, as expected of a manor head. He had an expression of unrelenting tranquility as he waited for Miao Yi to state his purpose for coming over. Miao Yi did not beat around the bush and asked him directly, I'd like to know if Manor Head Zhao will be willing to team up with me in the Sea of Constellations? I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Steward Miao, Zhao Fei said calmly. I have already formed an alliance with the sect of the 3 founders. If Steward Miao feels that he will have difficulty in defending himself at the Sea of Constellations, I am willing to help by making a few recommendations for you. As expected, a manor head wasn't so simple. The moment he began to speak, he was already trying to find out Miao Yi's background. Miao Yi muttered in his heart, if I agree with his recommendation, then I might expose my lack of confidence. If that happens, then I will have to give up on recruiting him, but I understand Manor Head Zhao's kindness. Miao Yi chuckled. However, I think Manor Head Zhao is making a joke. A joke? Zhao Fei seemed surprised as he continued, why would Steward Miao say that? Manor Head Zhao, you said you have an alliance with the sect of the 3 founders. If that isn't a joke, then what is? Might I dare ask how Manor Head Zhao formed an alliance with the sect of the 3 founders? Naturally, with my cultivation base of Blue Lotus 9th grade. Perhaps Steward Miao thinks there are cultivators participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade with a cultivation base higher than mine? Can it be that my cultivation base isn't enough to be of great support to the sect of the 3 founders? The sect of the 3 founders is nothing more than a middle grade sect within the 5th earthly branch. It's not too much of a stretch to call them second-rate sects too. From my understanding of the situation, there are less than 50 disciples from the sect of the 3 founders throughout the entire fleet. Does Manor Head Zhao think these meager troops can make any difference in the Sea of Constellations? Luckily, I prepared beforehand, Miao Yi muttered in his heart. Can it be that Steward Miao has forgotten that the sect of the 3 founders has troops that don't belong within the administration and the fleet? Then what about it? Are you suggesting that their total number of troops can exceed more than 100 people? Zhao Fei replied with an O and asked, I wonder which sect Steward Miao comes from. And how many troops from your esteemed sect are participating in this crusade? I have no school nor sect. I am just like Manor Head Zhao, someone born as a loose cultivator. Then that's strange. I wonder how Steward Miao mustered the confidence to seek me out. Miao Yi proudly said, well, just by the fact that I've already formed a coalition with 200 people among the fleet. This includes 2 experts at the Blue Lotus 9th grade, and I still have 200 more waiting for me to recruit them. Manor Head Zhao is precisely one of them. Zhao Fei was shocked. Steward Miao isn't joking, right? Of course not. This is because I have an advantage that Manor Head Zhao does not have. In my hands, I have information relating to every cultivator in the fleet, and the fleet commander has tasked me with her orders, so I can freely go back and forth to any ship. Take for example how I'm able to sit here with Manor Head Zhao right now. I should let you know that everyone in my coalition is similar to Manor Head Zhao, weak on their own, a background without a sect, and with no way to retreat. Joining my coalition is nothing short of their only chance of survival. We can only fight in unity. Do you think I must accept Manor Head Zhao's recommendation to join the sect of the 3 founders? Let me be blunt. I fear Manor Head Zhao will understand it, too. Allying with the sect of the 3 founders is like asking a tiger for its skin. Once a dangerous situation arises, they will definitely push Manor Head Zhao into the front line first. Will you form an alliance with me and fight,
or will you die for the sake of the sect of the three founders? Does Manor Head Zhao still need to hesitate? Zhao Fei hesitated, but suddenly lifted his head and asked, Steward Miao might be acting on the fleet commander's orders, but you're actually going around and secretly establishing your network. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you? Or rather, is Steward Miao not afraid that the others will report you? Miao Yi chuckled. What's the benefit in reporting me? Will you be rewarded, or will you still be obligated to go to the Sea of Constellations to meet your doom? Moreover, I am the one greatest chance everyone has at survival. If it's Manor Head Zhao, will you still report me? Zhao Fei went silent, then asked again, May I ask Steward Miao what cultivation you have, and what position you possess among the officials? Miao Yi shamelessly boasted, I'm not that capable. Like Manor Head Zhao, I have the cultivation base of Blue Lotus 9th grade 2. Before I boarded the ship, I was the manor head of Changfeng Manor. Miao Yi didn't even know Changfeng Manor's location. He knew about Changfeng Cave, but what did that matter? Traversing Celestial Palace was located far away from traversing Moon Palace. Miao Yi didn't think that Zhao Fei could grasp the precise situation of the thousands of manors in the fifth earthly branch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, The Final Nail in the Coffin. Chapter 331, The Final Nail in the Coffin. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Most importantly, the other party didn't hold the same advantages that he did, and he couldn't run around every single ship as he did. Zhao Fei couldn't possibly run to traversing Moon Palace's ship and probe into his background. It was of no importance whether he was telling the truth or not. His little white lie was all for the greater good. Right now, the most important thing would be to gather up those who held no advantage. As long as everyone could stick together and fight against the tides of fate, so what if his lie was exposed? Miao Yi believed everyone would only feel thankful for him then, no one would hold a grudge against him. Once the group took form, it wouldn't be so easy to split up the people who decided to join forces. Everyone knew it was much more dangerous to be on their own. Zhao Fei was taken aback yet again. He never thought that the other person possessed a similar cultivation and position as himself, despite looking much younger. If he were to join forces with this guy, he couldn't help but ask. Just now, Steward Miao mentioned that there were 2 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators among the 200 people who have already joined forces. May I know if you included yourself as well? It was very easy to discern the truth behind something like cultivation. He didn't believe in the slightest that Miao Yi could lie to him regarding his cultivation. Miao shook his head. I didn't include myself. If you join us, we would have 4 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators, including myself. There are also plenty of 8th grade and 7th grade cultivators among us. Can Manor Head Zhao not see the direness of the situation? Is there a need to even hesitate? Zhao Fei slowly sucked in a breath of cold air. There would be 4 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators once he joined. Miao Yi was smiling as he exited the room. Zhao Fei had personally sent him out. Both men cupped their fists and bid one another farewell. As Zhao Fei stood by the door to see Miao Yi off, he watched him knocking on another person's door and enter inside. Afterward, his gaze shone with excitement and resolve. If they could form the coalition that Miao Yi spoke of, then it would be a highly substantial force. Mountain Chieftain Qiu. There is no need to doubt the strength of our coalition. Are you familiar with Manor Head Zhao Fei of White Cloud Manor? He is staying just a few rooms ahead of you. I know him. Manor Head Zhao's Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivation is much higher than yours, and he is also a member of our coalition. If you don't believe me, you can go ask him later on. Not long afterward, Miao Yi wore a smile on his face yet again as he exited the room, then proceeded to the next room. Discussing with and trying to recruit each person individually like this was a very tiresome matter, and truth be told, it was very straining on his nerves. No one could say that lying was something difficult to do.
However, it truly wasn't easy to generate something out of nothing. Alas, Miao Yi had to do it, and he had to do it all by himself, for no other reason than the fact that he would inevitably die if he were to fight on his own with no one to support him. Even if it was a dead end in front of him, he had to carve out a path of his own. He wanted to live for much longer than this. He firmly believed that his destiny was in his own hands, so he couldn't just sit around waiting for a miracle to fall on his lap. Only by daring to do the impossible would he be able to find a way out. As a man, how could he be afraid of a little pain? Fortunately, Miao Yi's coming was like the sweet advent of rain after a long drought to those restless participants who commanded no influence. No one wished to pass by such an opportunity, so it had been easy for Miao Yi to convince them. If he had to be completely honest, this was all within his expectations. Even an ant would try its best to survive. Who wouldn't want to live on? Nevertheless, he still had to discuss the matter with each person individually. At most he would be able to convince 20 to 30 people in a single day. After doing this consecutively for a few days, Miao Yi eventually came up to the room belonging to that Qi Xiuhong. He had arrived at the door of that White Lotus 5th grade female cultivator. As he stood in front of the door, he hesitated for a while. Was there a need for him to recruit a woman who was a mere White Lotus 5th grade cultivator? However, he still knocked on the door in the end. As soon as the door opened, Miao Yi's eyes fell upon a dainty and pretty little girl. She wore a plain yellow dress, her gaze slightly guarded as she looked curiously at him. When Qi Xiuhong heard the reason why Miao Yi had come, she was very surprised, and also a little happy with excitement. She felt like she had finally gotten a chance to survive this trial before her. She didn't know how she should thank him. Qi Xiuhong. To be honest with you, there are already 4 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators within our coalition, myself included. Even the one with the lowest cultivation was at least at Blue Lotus 1st grade. With your cultivation, truth be told, I was very hesitant when I stood outside your door just now. Miao Yi felt no shame in saying these words. After lying so much, it seemed like even he believed that he had a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivation. His tone wasn't doubtful in the least. Qi Xiuhong bit her lip, then nodded, I understand. However, since Steward Miao came here, it must mean that you are willing to give me a chance. I won't be able to guarantee anything else, but as long as you are willing to offer me this chance, I shall swear on my life that I will follow behind you, no matter what, my lord. This is not what I wanted to hear. I'm just curious why a White Lotus 5th grade female cultivator like yourself ended up going to the Sea of Constellations. I can see that you are not bad looking either. In the end, Qi Xiuhong gave a very inconceivable answer. She was sent here precisely because she looked pretty. It was because her manor head coveted her for her beauty and wanted to become dual cultivation partners with her. However, she rejected him. After trying to coax her time and again, her manor head grew furious with shame. However, considering they were both officials, it wouldn't be wise to rape her. He then tried to threaten her by saying he would draft her into the candidate list for the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. However, she remained unrelenting. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, her manor head really did enlist her into the list of participants for the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. The answer was as simple as that. After she boarded the ship, she didn't want to accept her fate so easily, so she looked for the other sex on the ship and hoped she could join them. But alas, her cultivation was too low. No one was willing to take on someone as burdensome as her. There were a few who gave her a verbal agreement, but the conditions were terrible. They wanted her to go to their rooms at night. It was evident what they were trying to imply. In the end, she decided to reject her final ray of hope. So that was the case. Miao Yi stood up and left. As he was walking off, he said, "Just follow me once we reach the Sea of Constellations." "Thank you, my lord." Qi Xiuhong was very excited as she sent Miao Yi off. After spending around 20 days recruiting others, Miao Yi had finally returned to the balcony of his room.
He sighed in relief as he watched the group of 20 people still standing firmly on the ship's bow, not daring to leave at all. Turbulent winds howled above the high seas as lightning streaked the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder rolling across the dark clouds. One thunderbolt after another roared angrily atop the mighty ocean. A heavy storm was brewing. Miao Yi shut his windows, then sat back down on the couch, crossed his legs and resumed his cultivation. Not long afterward, booming thunder could be heard outside as a terrible storm came ruthlessly crashing down. 1 month later. Nightfall. A streak of purple light stretched across the night sky and descended outside the cabin on the deck of the commanding ship. The light revealed itself to be an old man. He asked, "Is Hall Master Wu present?" The candles inside the cabin instantly lit up. The wooden doors opened, and Wu Menglan finally stepped outside. Upon seeing her guest, she cupped her fists, then stood aside as she invited him in, so our visitor turned out to be Advisor Lu. "Please come inside and have a seat." The old man called Advisor Lu nodded gently and followed her in. After the two took their seats within the cabin, they remained deep in discussion for about an hour before Advisor Lu took out a storage ring and placed it on the tea table. He said, "They have released the plans of the 6 nations. When the time comes, just act according to the instructions stated inside this ring. Kindly accept it, Hall Master Wu." Wu Menglan held the storage ring up and invoked her arts to examine its contents. She then nodded her head. With a flip of her hand, she took out a jade archive and wrote a document of approval. She imprinted her transcendent seal on the document and then handed it to the other party. Upon receiving the jade archive and after checking to make sure there were no mistakes, Advisor Lu stood up and said, "I have delivered the items, so I shall be taking my leave now." Standing up to see him off, Wu Menglan courteously invited him to stay longer. "It must have been an arduous journey for you, Advisor Lu. Why not stay and rest for tonight? I can have someone prepare a decent room for you. The palace lord has orders for me. I still need to rush to deliver the items to the other fleets." "This is far enough, Hall Master Wu." As soon as he stepped outside the cabin, Advisor Lu simply left a few words of parting before morphing into a purple light and shooting towards the darkness of the night sky. After she saw the purple light off, Wu Menglan went back into her cabin and shut the doors. She donned the storage ring on her finger, then took out a jade archive and examined its contents, gently nodding her head as she sank into deep thought. Daybreak, the next day. As usual, Miao Yi visited Wu Menglan and reported that everything was normal. After he concluded his report, he was about to take his leave. This was because Wu Menglan didn't want to be alone with a man like him for too long. At least that was how Miao Yi comforted himself after being chased away almost every single time. He couldn't always be thinking that she hated dealing with him and that was the reason she chased him out every time. That would dampen his mood. Unexpectedly, Wu Menglan placed her legs down from the couch and said, "No need to leave in such a hurry." Miao Yi felt taken aback. He was just about to turn around and leave. The door opened slightly, and a fragrance scent assaulted his nose. Wu Menglan had stepped out of her bedroom and passed him by, taking her seat in the main hall. Following behind her, Miao Yi asked, "What does Sister Meng need of me?" Wu Menglan pointed downwards and said, "Sit down and talk." It was rare to see her act so courteously towards him. Miao Yi was a little lost, but he didn't refrain from holding himself back. He did as she said and took a seat. "I'm about to let you in on some good news. Do you want to hear it?" Wu Menglan asked. What good news could there be for a participant of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? Miao Yi probed, "They cancelled the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade?" Wu Menglan rolled her eyes and sneered, "In your dreams. How could something that has gone on for tens of thousands of years be cancelled just like that?" Miao Yi sighed, "Then what good news could there be?" Wu Menglan answered, "The participants of this year's Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade are a little more fortunate than the previous ones. Aside from the reward of 100,000 orbs of Wu provided by each of the 6 nations, they also added on another prize to the pot. The first 100 survivors will not only obtain a share of the 600,000 orb of wills given out as a reward, but they can also become the manor head of any single manor belonging to their respective earthly branch. Furthermore, the individual rankings will determine each person's privilege to choose. As esteemed as the 6 sages were, each of them only had to fork out 100,000 low-grade orbs of will, which they would divide amongst 100 people. They were not ashamed in the least to think of taking out such a measly sum. Or so Miao Yi thought to himself. Of course, he understood that this was just a mere formality. The real prize was from killing the opposition and taking away their belongings. He said begrudgingly, "What sort of prize is this?" If people were allowed to give up on the opportunity to take part in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, I reckon they wouldn't even think of trying to win this prize. Not to mention, many were already manor heads in the first place. You can forget about giving up your participation rights, unless you have someone from the realm beyond heaven pulling strings on the outside for you. Otherwise, not even a palace lord can make any changes to the list of participants, which has already been reported and confirmed. It is unchangeable. Of course, it should be possible if an overlord steps out to help you. However, I suggest you cease your wishful thinking. One more prize is better than no prize at all. The right to choose where to serve as manor head means that regardless of how strong or weak your cultivation is, you can be promoted to manor head as long as you make it back alive. Furthermore, you are allowed to choose where you wish to take up the post. There are many manors with crystal coin mines within their territories. It is a tremendous fortune for a person to have. Don't tell me you're not even the slightest bit tempted? Miao Yi didn't feel tempted. He shook his head. I would still need to be alive to be able to enjoy such fortune. Without my life, all the prizes in the world are just dust in the wind. Wu Menglan narrowed her eyes. I feel like I've been spouting nonsense to you this whole time.
No, not at all.
Miao Yi let out a dry laugh. I am aware of Sister Meng's good intentions. May I ask why they decided to increase the prize for this particular session?
I don't know the full details myself. All I know is that the 6 sages have sent out their new disciples to participate as well.
To make the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade more exciting, they decided to increase the bounty in order to motivate the participants.
Miao Yi's expression twitched. There are members from the 6 sages' side participating as well? How would low-level grunts like us survive against that?
Who could win against them?
He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Sister Meng, what kind of prize is this? This is clearly the final nail in the coffin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 332, Arrival. Chapter 332, Arrival. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. There's no use complaining.
Wu Menglan sighed. Seeing as you've been calling me sister all this time, I will add another bonus for you. If you can come back alive, you're free to come to my suppressing third hall. I will allow you to be in charge of 2 manors. You won't be any worse than Yang Cheng. Still gritting his teeth, Miao Yi was startled by her words. He asked suspiciously, Are you serious?
Wu Menglan nodded, rest assured.
Your sister here has a better character than Hua Lingxiao.
I don't go back on my promises. As long as you come back alive to me, I won't disappoint you.
Initially, she hadn't planned on letting Miao Yi manage 2 manors, but after receiving the new rules and the subsequent increase in reward, she had to make some changes of her own. The survivors could take on the post of manor head in any location within their own earthly branch.
For example, Miao Yi would be able to pick any manor within the 5th earthly branch.
Naturally, he would pick a place with great prospects. Wu Menglan was afraid that the 10 normal manors under her command would not be able to attract Miao Yi, so she quickly decided to entice him by offering 2 instead. Even though the chances of Miao Yi returning alive were small, but if he could give an outstanding performance in the Sea of Constellations,
then giving him a manner or two was not out of the question. Miao Yi was curious as to why this woman was suddenly being so nice to him. He couldn't help asking, "Does Sister Meng think I can return alive from the Sea of Constellations?" Wu Menglan replied indifferently, "Don't overthink about something so far ahead. It's decided where you'll be competing within the Sea of Constellations. This time it will be held within the domain of the Western Constellations Master, the Western Star Sea. I suggest you start your preparations soon. We have less than a month before we reach our destination. The better you prepare, the higher your chances of survival." The Western Star Sea, domain of the Western Constellations Master? Miao Yi was stunned. The 4 Constellations Masters controlled the Sea of Constellations. Didn't he visit the Western Star Sea all those years ago? He almost broke out in a cold sweat from the thought. Why there of all places? I stirred up a major commotion back there, and it's the place where I made my fortune. If any of the demonic spirits manage to recognize me, I'll have a big problem on my hands. It'll be hard to avoid a joint attack from all those demons then. Sister Meng. Are the demonic spirits of the Western Star Sea participating as well? Miao Yi asked. More or less. But before that, the Yao cultivators within the Western Star Sea will probably be evacuated from the area. They will only return once the subjugation crusade is over. Even if there are participants, they'll only be second-grade Yao cultivators. Wu Menglan obviously had no interest in chatting with him for too long. After all, they weren't on the same level and had no similar interests to talk about. After she gave him a few simple instructions, she abruptly raised her voice with her transcendence arts, Pangrang. "Come over." Her loud voice echoed across the ocean, startling the people on each ship. Shortly after, a silhouette shot over from across the sky. Pangrang walked into the cabin, then cupped his fists and paid his respects to Wu Menglan. With a flip of her hand, Wu Menglan took out a golden bangle and a jade archive, then handed them over to Miao Yi. Receiving both items, Miao Yi asked in confusion, "What are these things for?" "Put this on your hand," said Wu Menglan, pointing to the golden bangle. Miao Yi did as she told and put it on his wrist. Wu Menglan then instructed, "Fasten it." Miao Yi fastened the latch on the golden bangle with a click. Then, Wu Menglan said, "Imbue the golden bangle with your transcendence seal." Miao Yi was a little puzzled, but he still followed her order. Once he imbued the golden bangle with his transcendence seal, it glowed with a golden radiance. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this?" "This is to prevent you all from escaping once you reach the Sea of Constellations." Wu Menglan said indifferently, "The 6 sages have already placed a large barrier around the Western Star Sea. The barrier will detect any cultivator that enters the Western Star Sea without permission, and they will be killed. This is to ensure the fairness of the subjugation crusade and prevent the participants from cheating by inviting experts to help them. Similarly, with this on, should the participants wish to escape from the Western Star Sea, they will immediately be discovered once they cross the border. Someone will then chase them down to put an end to them." Miao Yi was startled by her words, and he instinctively tried to take off the golden bangle. However, he discovered that he couldn't take it off at all. "Don't waste your energy," Wu Menglan remarked, "not even my cultivation can open it, much less yours. Not unless you chop off your own hand. The purpose of the subjugation crusade is to see who can obtain the most golden bangles from their opponents. This will be used to gauge their ranking." At seeing Miao Yi so frustrated, Pangrang finally revealed a mocking smile on his face. Miao Yi was fuming with rage. He felt like livestock being led to the slaughterhouse. His face tensed as he asked, "We still haven't reached the Sea of Constellations. Why have me put this on now? All of you will have to put it on. This is just to show you and Pangrang how to use it. I want you to go to every ship right now and distribute them. Have everyone put them on immediately. Everything you need is inside here." Wu Menglan tossed the storage ring she received last night over to Miao Yi.
She then turned to Pang Rang. "Advisor Pang, you will be in charge of supervising him.
Make sure everyone puts it on.
I will not tolerate failure."
Understood. Pang Rang cupped his fists and acknowledged the order. He then left, bringing Miao Yi with him.
Obviously, they had to start with this ship. Miao Yi called for someone to inform everyone on the ship to gather on the deck of the ship's bow.
20 people were standing on the bow at the front of the crowd.
Given all his pent-up anger, Miao Yi naturally wanted to take care of Su Jingdong and his group first. When he saw this group of people standing firmly in place, Pang Rang frowned.
"What are these people doing?"
Miao Yi bluntly explained right in front of Su Jingdong and the rest. "They upset the hallmaster, and their punishment is to stand here." Seeing how Miao Yi put it so bluntly, and with Wu Menglan on the ship no less, Pang Rang didn't doubt him at all.
He just scoffed at Su Jingdong and his group.
Since they had upset the hallmaster, he naturally had to show some support for her. In the end, he did manage to scare Su Jingdong and the rest. They didn't dare utter so much as a peep. With Pang Rang behind him, it made things much easier. Su Jingdong and the rest all put on the golden bangle handed to them and fastened it onto their wrists obediently. Pang Rang stared at each golden bangle and only shifted his gaze after seeing them shine with a golden light.
When the rest of Traversing Moon Palace arrived, they received the same treatment as well.
Each of them received a jade archive and a golden bangle for them to put on. Standing to the side, Pang Rang kept a vigilant eye the entire time to ensure nothing went wrong. Once they were done with Traversing Moon Palace's ship, Miao Yi and Pang Rang went to the next ship and proceeded with their task. After he distributed the golden bangles to all participating cultivators throughout the entire fleet, Miao Yi returned to his own room and examined the jade archive that Wu Menglan had given him. He discovered that it detailed the rules of this year's subjugation crusade. The major rules were exactly as Wu Menglan described, but she didn't mention a few of the minor ones, so he needed to read them in depth. The Jade Archive described the scale and boundary of the Western Star Sea in order to prevent the participants from venturing out unknowingly and getting themselves killed. On the map, there were over 10,000 islands, both big and small, within the waters of the Western Star Sea. They truly looked like the stars in the sky, which was probably where the name Sea of Constellations had come from. The map also showed where the cultivators of the 6 nations would disembark. They were assigned to various points across the Western Star Sea. There would be no interaction between the 6 nations during disembarkment, which also meant that there would be no danger when they reached the shore. Their fleet would be disembarking far away from the place that Miao Yi had visited the last time he'd been in the Sea of Constellations. He sighed in relief when he found out. The map highlighted one point in particular. It was the palace belonging to the Western Constellations master. This was also the place where the cultivators would gather in the end. Once the 180,000 participating cultivators has been reduced to a mere 100, the golden bangle on everyone's wrists would constantly shine with a golden light, reminding everyone that the battle was over. The remaining 100 participants could then stop fighting and head over to the Western Constellations Master's Palace to receive their prize. After that, they would escort the participants back to where they came from. And thus, this year's Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade would then officially come to a close. Given its long-standing infamy over the years, the cultivators on board became more and more restless as the fleet approached the Sea of Constellations. Many of them repeatedly read the rules of the subjugation crusade as though they could find one that would help them survive. It was hard for someone else to imagine the kind of immense pressure slowly building up inside them.
Miao Yi was equally nervous.
Out of 180,000 warriors of all kinds, only 100 would be able to survive.
He didn't know how many Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators there would be. Even if one's cultivation were at Blue Lotus 9th grade, they wouldn't be fully confident that they could survive either.
Miao Yi was frequently going to and fro all 10 ships and talking to the members of his alliance, telling them that they were the strongest force in the entire fleet.
This was to help ease everyone's tension. But alas, some things could not be avoided. What must come will eventually come to pass. The day that everyone was so nervous about had finally arrived. Many cultivators walked out of their rooms and gazed towards the blurry land on the distant horizon. Even Wu Menglan, with her purple dress fluttering in the wind, was standing on the roof of her cabin and gazing far off into the distance. She looked down towards the nervous bunch and slowly shook her head. She didn't know how many of these people would be able to come back alive. Maybe not even a single one of them could. Because the 6 sages had sent their own members to participate as well, the chances of a complete obliteration of the cultivators on this ship were rather high. As nervous as everyone else was, Miao Yi called out for 10 people. They were all members of his coalition. They proceeded to the stables in the lowest level of the ship and hastily changed the steeds of Su Jinggong and his group, which had been suffering over the past 3 months. Miao Yi wanted to avoid Su Jinggong and the rest noticing anything amiss later on. After they came out of the stables, Miao Yi dismissed the group and went up to the ship's bow. He said to Su Jinggong and his group, "Everyone, your punishment has ended." He turned and pointed to the deck with his lips. Su Jinggong and his group turned to see Wu Menglan standing on the rooftop. They all breathed a sigh of relief. With their cultivation, it hadn't been difficult to stand there for a few months, but it was still a torturous experience. It was precisely because the ocean weather was too temperamental. At times the sun would be blazing hot, and other times there would be a heavy storm. There were even times when there would be drastic changes in the weather in a single day. It was not a comfortable feeling at all. After exposing their faces, even the female disciples of the Jade Lady sect were darkly tanned. It had been a difficult journey indeed. Not a single one of them thanked Miao Yi. When they turned around to leave, they threw him a murderous gaze before quietly going their way. The long stretch of land before them was getting closer and closer. The fleet's formation changed from a serpent to that of a straight line. Wu Menglan's voice echoed above everyone's heads, "To all members of each ship, bring your steeds along and prepare to disembark. I don't wish to see a mess before we reach the shore. To all stewards, maintain the order on your respective ships." Everyone proceeded to the stables and brought out their steeds. For those that could not fit on the ship's bow, they stood on the stern instead. All of them looked tense, and not a single person said anything. Charcoal swaggered onto the balcony and stood there arrogantly. It looked like he was quite happy to be standing higher than the other dragon steeds. Beside him, Miao Yi looked towards Su Jinggong and his group. They were all seated on their dragon steeds and making preparations. It seemed like they still hadn't realized anything yet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Merits of the First Battle. Chapter 333, Merits of the First Battle. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Right before everyone's eyes was a shore as beautiful as though it had come out of a painting. The waves crashed rhythmically onto the clean, white sands of the beach, the winding shore as flawless as a jade belt. Further away were plains of uneven heights, and even further beyond that was a lush forest. Tall and mighty mountains stood past the majestic trees. It was hard to tell how tall they were, only that their long-standing summits were all but covered in white snow. From afar, the scenery looked like an assortment of ribbons of various colors. The 10 mighty ships approached, startling the seagulls on the shore into flying away. The animals crawling on the beach quickly ran towards the planes, stopping to peek at them from a safe distance. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 towering ships trembled and stirred up the waves as they came to a halt, one after another, atop the sands submerged under the sea. Because the ships extended much deeper into the sea, they were unable to reach the shore completely and stopped a few dozen meters away from the beach. Everyone on board the ship jolted briefly upon impact. Although the stretch of sand before them was very beautiful, everyone's eyes were brimming with vigilance. A man was standing on the beach. As soon as the ship stopped, he immediately flew over and landed next to Wu Menglan.
After they both verified each other's identities, they stood shoulder to shoulder. He was most likely the intermediary from the Sea of Constellations. A ball of fire suddenly appeared on the man's hand, which he then shot towards the shore, setting it ablaze. Everyone on the ship exchanged glances, unsure of what he was trying to do. The man's voice resounded across the sky, "Disembark immediately. We will kill all those that remain on the ship after the fire has been extinguished. No exceptions." The heavy silence instantly broke the moment the words left his tongue, and everyone was utterly startled. They didn't know how long that ball of fire could stay ablaze. A frenzy of activity ensued aboard all 10 ships as the participants scrambled onto their steeds, or at least, those who hadn't done so already. One after another, dragon steeds carrying cultivators on their backs leaped dozens of meters across the ocean surface and landed on the sandy beaches. As soon as the people on the bow disembarked, the crowd behind them quickly followed their lead. The cultivators from the back end of the ship hastily brought their dragon steeds to a gallop from the passageway of the guest cabins. One after another, they charged towards the ship's bow with their dragon steeds, then leaped over to the other side of the shore. In a few short moments, 2,000 cultivators aboard all 10 ships had alighted to the shore. The impact of the death threat was great indeed. Otherwise, there would surely be many who wished to stay longer on the ship and see how dangerous the situation was before doing anything else. As soon as they touched the ground, every single one of the cultivators brandished their weapons to avoid being run over by the ones behind them. They quickly backed away onto the plains once they landed, their eyes cautiously scanning their surroundings. Now that they were here in the infamous Sea of Constellations, no one dared to make any sudden movements. Suddenly, the plains had filled up with people armed to the teeth. Not many had revealed their transcendent artifacts back on the ship. But now, as long as they had one, they would equip it immediately, preparing to guard against any sudden attack at a moment's notice. There were treasures of varying quality amongst the crowd. But one thing was certain. There were many who, like Miao Yi, had used up their entire fortune to prepare for this journey into the Sea of Constellations. Standing on the balcony, Miao Yi jumped onto charcoal and leaped down to the deck. Bringing charcoal to a gallop, he then jumped off the ship's bow. He was the last person in the entire fleet to reach the shore. There was no helping it. Who asked him to stand on the balcony and show off? It was too late to try and cut in by the time everyone below him had started racing off. If he had jumped down, he would have definitely crashed into the frenzied crowd trying to get off the ship. The man standing beside Wu Menglan swept his cold gaze quickly across the shore and tallied the number of participants. As soon as Miao Yi landed on the shore, he realized something was amiss and quickly brought charcoal to a halt. Before him, there were 20 armed riders spread out in a semicircle, blocking his path forward. Every one of them revealed mocking expressions, they were either snickering or just laughing smugly. It was none other than Su Jinggong and his party. Given the size of the Western Star Sea, it would be hard to find Miao Yi again once everyone separated. As such, they couldn't possibly allow Miao Yi to escape. They had to stop him here and now, and deal with him. Wu Menglan was still standing on the balcony at the top of the ship, her eyebrows creased as she noticed Miao Yi's predicament. However, as soon as the participants aboard the ship touched down on the Sea of Constellations, they were out of her hands. She had no right to interfere. If she did, it would be an infringement of the rules. If she did, they'd most likely punish her immediately. Still teetering next to the shore, the 2,000 participants noticed something was amiss as well, and they cast their gazes over. Zhao Fei and the others who had already allied with Miao Yi were a little unnerved by the 3 major sects and the equipment they wore. They didn't dare go over to support him. Miao Yi's gaze quickly swept across his surroundings and came into contact with Zhao Fei and the rest. His expression turned cold when he saw that none of the members of his coalition were stepping forth to help. However, he knew what they were afraid of. After all, they couldn't be sure whether he'd really managed to recruit so many members. If it was a lie, and they ran out now and offended the 3 major sects, they would undoubtedly be courting death.
Miao Yi flexed his arms as clumps of black mist erupted out of his storage bangle and enveloped his entire body. Everyone watched as the black mist suddenly compressed itself. And then, there stood a dragon steed on the desolate plains, wrapped from head to toe in fearsome armor, stomping its hooves and kicking up dust. Its rider garbed himself similarly in an equally imposing set of armor. As the black mist dissipated, the inversed scale spear appeared in his hands, its sharp tip tilted towards the ground. The dragon steed's armor, the rider's armor, as well as the spear in his hands were all pure black. The only whiteness found was that of the cold expression on the rider's face. Both man and steed stood firmly in place, with a spear at the ready. Their killing intent was overwhelming as they stared at the people ahead surrounding them in a semicircle. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. To think that he had a set of crystalline obsidian armor. How much would that even cost? They were all wondering whether or not the armor had been entirely refined using second-grade Yao cores. If so, then that would make it a complete second-grade armor set. For many in the crowd, it was a first for them even to see a dragon steed donning a crystalline obsidian set of armor. After all, quite a number of the participants didn't even have a single artifact on them. This sight in front of them was a little too extravagant for those present. Standing in the crowd, Shi Xiuhong, who didn't even own a single transcendence artifact, was ecstatic at the sight. She didn't think that Miao Yi could be so powerful. It seemed like the chances of her survival would be considerably higher if she went along with him. Nonetheless, she couldn't help feeling a little worried when she saw the combined forces of the three major sections. Standing on the balcony at the top of the ship, Wu Menglan was momentarily dazed as Miao Yi had given her a big surprise. If that really were a complete second-grade armor set, then it would have been difficult to put together, even for her. It looks like this brat is well prepared. Wu Menglan mumbled to herself. She shifted her gaze towards the disciples of the three major sects from the other ships. Seeing the greed in their eyes, it didn't take her long to realize the trouble Miao Yi had just gotten himself into. Looking at the random assortment of first-grade transcendence artifacts they wore, then turning to see the ones Miao Yi possessed, Su Jinggong and his group were almost drooling. It would be good if they could kill him now and obtain any one of his transcendence artifacts. It would also be a great help to them on their expedition in the Sea of Constellations. The vicious killing intent in their eyes grew even more fervent. They were less likely to let Miao Yi go now. Suddenly, the roars of a dragon erupted across the shore. Miao Yi raised his spear towards the crowd and asked in an icy tone, "Why are you stopping me?" Pointing his scimitar at Miao Yi, Li Yaoqi sneered. "Miao Yi, you little rascal. Do you still remember Wu Lu's death back in Chanfeng Cave? Elder Wu has since then ordered me to chop off your dirty head." As expected, they wouldn't let him go no matter what. With an emotionless expression on his face, Miao Yi kept calm. However, beneath him, Charcoal was already restlessly kicking his hooves, a bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. It seemed like every time he could feel Miao Yi's killing intent, his thirst for battle would come surging forth. However, Miao Yi forced down that burning desire inside Charcoal. He pointed his spear towards Su Jinggong and Wan Yanhua, asking coldly, "You two wish to kill me too?" Su Jinggong snickered. "You little rascal. After you cast down all my fellow Sword Deviate sect disciples back in Mount Kangxi, did you not think this day would come? Why waste your breath on him? Whoever kills him shall obtain his transcendent artifacts." Before Wan Yanhua could say anything, her senior auntie behind her scoffed as she charged ahead on her dragon steed. Her forehead shone with the mark of a Blue Lotus 5th-grade cultivator, and she waved the 9-jointed whip in her hand at Miao Yi. As soon as Miao Yi raised his spear, Charcoal instantly shot out like an arrow. His acceleration took everyone by surprise. It can run so fast even with armor on. What powerful leg strength! Charcoal moved swiftly, but Miao Yi's spear didn't lag behind either. He swung his spear like a pole, a stark contrast from the way he usually wielded it. It instantly clashed together with Wan Yanhua's senior auntie,
and as he struck down, a dragon's roar echoed from the tip of the spear. The spear emitted a dim blue hue, revealing its nature as a second-grade transcendent artifact before everyone's eyes. Wan Yenoa's senior auntie's nine-jointed whip was also a second-grade transcendent artifact. She'd heard long before that Miao Yi was only a white lotus cultivator. As a blue lotus fifth-grade cultivator, she wasn't intimidated. She pulled on her nine-jointed whip with both hands to block Miao Yi's spear, intending to disarm Miao Yi first and take away a second-grade transcendent artifact for herself. Clank! Their weapons clashed with a sharp, ringing noise, and Wan Yenoa's senior auntie widened her eyes, as though she was utterly terrified. When her nine-jointed whip clashed with the opponent's spear, she realized that something was wrong. She'd absorbed the brunt of Miao Yi's strike, but her steed couldn't take it. Its hooves weakened, and it collapsed to the ground. With such a large opening, she suddenly found her chest embedded with the sharp tip of a black spear. Wan Yenoa's senior auntie looked at Miao Yi in disbelief. As she felt the intense pain seeping through her chest, she noticed that he'd lifted her body up, away from the dragon steed that collapsed on the ground. Harumph! Charcoal neighed as he raised his two front hooves and came to a sudden stop. Miao Yi sat on his back, bloodied spear in hand, fresh from his recent kill. With a flick of his spear, he tossed Wan Yenoa's senior auntie up in the air. Everyone was astonished by his ability to kill with one strike. Stabbing down with his spear, Miao Yi nailed the loser to the ground as Charcoal brought his hooves down. He pulled out the blood-soaked tip of the spear and hooked it through the nine-jointed whip in Wan Yenoa's senior auntie's hands. Miao Yi raised his hand and immediately sucked the second-grade transcendent artifact into his storage ring. In an instant, he'd managed to obtain a second-grade transcendent artifact. Simultaneously, he chopped off Wan Yenoa's senior auntie's wrist with his spear. The lopped-off hand landed in his grasp, and he took both the golden bangle and storage ring and stored them away. This act established the first person to steal a golden bangle among the cultivators of the fifth earthly branch who had reached the shores of the Sea of Constellations. The speed was unbelievably fast, and it had happened in the blink of an eye. Miao Yi's expression immediately turned cold. With a flick of his spear, he tossed the bloody corpse of Wan Yenoa's senior auntie back over to her comrades. Wan Yenhua was still in a daze when the body landed in front of her. All the disciples of the Jade Lady sect cried, "Senior auntie!" Their beautiful faces twisted with sorrow. The dragon steed that had collapsed on the ground also got up and ran towards Wan Yenoa's senior auntie's body. Its eyes showed signs of grief as it stood beside her. What ferocity! Many in the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they speculated Miao Yi's actual cultivation. His opponent was a Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivator wielding a second grade transcendence artifact, yet she couldn't even withstand a single blow. Even her steed's legs weren't strong enough and fell under its weight. His skill with the spear was even more astonishing if he could cut down a Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivator with a single strike and steal her artifact. He was absolutely too ferocious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, A Spear and a Steed. Chapter 334, A Spear and a Steed. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Pang Rang flew over to Wu Menglan's side and slowly turned his head towards her. He had always treated Miao Yi with disdain, but now he exchanged looks of shock with Wu Menglan. He couldn't hide his surprise. This one strike of Miao Yi's had proven that Xiong Xiao hadn't died unjustly at his hand. What cultivation did Miao Yi have exactly? How could a White Lotus cultivator even overwhelm a dragon steed with the residual force of a single strike? Even a Blue Lotus cultivator wielding a second-grade transcendence artifact and leveraging a dragon steed's momentum might not be able to achieve such a thing. It was common knowledge that a dragon steed's leg strength was virtually unmatched for those below the Red Lotus realm. Not unless the dragon steed was targeted directly and killed. Wu Menglan looked back at Miao Yi, who seethed with killing intent in his ominous black armor. Her eyes shone with interest. It seems like this kid really has a chance of making it back alive. If I could recruit him, I'll be sure to rest easy knowing he's guarding my domain. Pang Rang gently nodded. No wonder Hall Master viewed this kid in a new light. He does indeed possess traits worth recruiting. In the crowd, Zhao Fei and the others' eyes lit up as well, their confidence instantly surging. If Miao Yi was so terrifying, then his coalition had great potential indeed. Miao Yi is right here. Who dares to fight me? Miao Yi bellowed as he pointed his blood-soaked spear towards the people blocking his way. The mouths of all 20 of them twitched. They didn't expect Miao Yi to be so terrifyingly ferocious that he could bring a dragon steed down to its knees with a single strike and with the residual force from his blow no less. They were truly confounded. Everyone, gather together. We'll strike him simultaneously. Su Jingdong exchanged glances with Li Yaoqi. They then raised their hands as one and shouted. All 20 of them grouped up as soon as they heard the order. However, there was no need for them to strike simultaneously at all. Before they could even mount an attack, Miao Yi had raised his spear, and beneath him, Charcoal was already charging forth once more at full speed. Those who get in my way shall die. Miao Yi bellowed angrily. He was taking the initiative to attack the group before they could react. How bold! About 2,000 people were staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. Sword formation! Su Jingdong shouted as he launched his attack together with almost 10 of his fellow disciples behind him. In the next second, dozens of flying swords shot out and rained down together, all aiming to kill the man charging forward with spear in hand, Miao Yi. Kill! Li Yaoqi and Wan Yanhua shouted at their respective groups. Both disciples from the School of Imperial Beasts and the Jade Lady sect immediately charged behind them, ready to mount a joint attack. However, Li Yaoqi and Wan Yanhua were rather intimidated by Miao Yi's might. He had killed Wan Yanhua's senior auntie in a single strike, so they were a little afraid of charging in front. Kill! Miao Yi bellowed as he readied his spear. Charcoal charged ahead with his head lowered, and both his and Miao Yi's armor started glowing with a blue light. Both man and steed unfalteringly charged straight ahead as they faced the raining torrent of flying swords. Gasp! Everyone's eyes widened. It really was a complete set of second-grade transcendent artifacts. A series of ringing sounds resounded as the glowing inverse-scale spear in Miao Yi's hand struck forth, with every strike carrying the force of a dragon. Its might was fearsome, and its course nigh untraceable. Its wielder possessed an extraordinary spear art indeed. Within a second, he deflected all the flying swords coming at him. He carried an aura that gave the impression that so long as he had a spear in hand, he was undefeatable. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What an impressive spear art! Wu Minglan's eyes shone once again. This kid must truly be gifted if he can still distinguish himself even while under Yang Qing's brilliance. Indeed, he is quite unique. Little did she know that if it weren't for his second-grade spear artifact, Miao Yi would barely have been able to defend himself against the onslaught of flying swords from so many Sword Deviate sect Blue Lotus disciples. After all, Yao Ruoxian's expert artisanal skills when it came to transcendence artifacts had allowed the inversed scale spear to dissipate 20% of the opponent's force. Not to mention, most of their flying swords were only first-grade transcendence artifacts. And since they were remotely controlled, they wouldn't have the support of their wielder's cultivation, thus severely reducing their strength. How could they expect to stop Miao Yi directly while he had his second-grade inversed scale spear in hand? As long as he could withstand the pressure coming from the rain of swords, why should Miao Yi fear a few dozen flying swords coming at him when he had once faced tens of thousands of tyrant fish in the deep ocean? If their attacks had come from all sides, maybe he would feel slightly threatened. But they wouldn't be able to break past Miao Yi's spear if they only came at him from a single direction. In the next second, the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts and Jade Lady sect proceeded to surround Miao Yi from both sides as they charged at him on their dragon steeds. As soon as he broke past the rain of swords, Miao Yi immediately changed his spear attack. He made large movements with his long spear, a stark contrast from how a person would normally wield it, and randomly smashed it around like a giant hammer. One disciple from the school of imperial beasts took the first charge forward. As he swung his blade, his expression immediately went pale. His eyes gazed down at the steed beneath him, feeling that something was terribly amiss. Bang! The dragon steed instantly crashed to the ground and almost sent him flying. Both parties passed each other in an instant. Without so much as a backward glance, the inversed scale spear in Miao Yi's hands instantly changed its course and pierced the back of the other person's waist. The spear moved with the fluidity of a river as it instantly dealt a killing blow. The other party fell while crying out in agony. Miao Yi quickly pulled out the sharp, bloody, tri-edged tip of his spear, and he swung it towards the scimitar and the nine-jointed whip attacking him from both sides. He didn't seem to base his spear movements on a particular technique. He was just randomly swinging it around and recklessly smashing the opponent's attacks. Clank, clank, clank! A series of ringing sounds echoed forth. Gasp! The crowd watching the battle all sucked in a breath of cold air. He was truly too ferocious. As though he was cleaving through the ocean's waves, Miao Yi broke past at least a dozen Blue Lotus cultivators head-on. One man was fighting with nothing but his spear and his steed. He was fighting alone by every definition of the term. Regardless of who he fought against, all fell under his spear. Not a single dragon steed could withstand a blow from Miao Yi. This was too terrifying. Not to mention, Miao Yi's indomitable spear art had everyone watching in awe. Who would dare challenge him after this? Even the intermediary standing beside Wu Menglan couldn't help revealing an expression of shock. He gasped, "I've never seen a Blue Lotus cultivator with such a frightening display of attack power. To be able to overwhelm a dragon steed's leg strength. Astonishing! I can't believe there are still such vicious generals among the Blue Lotus cultivators of the Celestial Nation's fifth earthly branch. I fear that no one beneath the Red Lotus realm can match his strength. Not unless one uses a powerful transcendence artifact to suppress him." Even he believed that Miao Yi was an elite Blue Lotus cultivator. Wu Menglan wanted to tell him that Miao Yi was just a White Lotus cultivator. However, he was so overwhelmingly powerful right now. Not to mention he was definitely using a soul-concealing paste or something similar on his forehead to hide his cultivation. Even she didn't know what to make of the situation right now, and how she should respond to the intermediary. She mumbled to herself, "I didn't think this kid would be so strong. Luckily, Huo Lingxiao sent him to the Sea of Constellations. Otherwise, I doubt anyone in my thriving 10,000 manor could stop him. He'd surely give them constant headaches." Pang Rang was a little taken aback as well. It might be understandable for one dragon steed to be weak in the legs, but for so many to be unable to withstand a single blow from Miao Yi? That was truly too overwhelming. Watching from the crowd, Zhao Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. He was also a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator, but he believed that he himself couldn't overpower all those dragon steeds the way Miao Yi did. What strength! Shi Xiuhong was looking on with stars in her eyes, full of admiration as she watched Miao Yi. She definitely had a much bigger chance of survival if she followed behind someone like him. Those recruited by Miao Yi were all looking on with excitement. The two parties passed each other at blinding speeds. Even after knocking everyone off their steeds, Miao Yi didn't have the time to kill every one of them. However, the last person was a little unfortunate, as he just so happened to come across Miao Yi right when he had the opportunity to strike. Miao Yi attacked once again without a backward glance as he pierced the back of his opponent's head, causing blood and brain matter to gush forth. This poor soul was none other than Li Yaoqi, who'd been hiding in the back the whole time. He was the last person to cross blades with Miao Yi, who killed him with a single strike. His eyes widened as the blow sent him flying off his already collapsing dragon steed. With her dragon steed on the ground, Wan Yanhua witnessed Li Yaoqi's miserable state with utter terror. She hastily tried to scramble away, afraid that the soul-reaping spear would come for her from behind as well. She couldn't care less about being a jade lady right now. Her image was not as important as her survival. Truth be told, she wasn't the only one who looked pitiful. Everyone who had crossed blades with Miao Yi had either died swiftly or were knocked off their horses in a single blow. They were all in a sorry state. Practically none of them could withstand a single blow from Miao Yi. All the fallen dragon steeds struggled to get back up as though Miao Yi's attack had impacted them heavily. Miao Yi didn't turn around and chase after those that fell either. Instead, he charged straight to the rear end, where Su Jinggong and his group were mounting another attack with their flying swords. All of the Sword Deviate sect disciples were completely terrified and tried to scramble away. Miao Yi's attacks were too devastating. Who could stand against such an assault? Attack! Kill him! Holding his sword with both hands, Su Jinggong had lost his composure as he ordered his fellow disciples to charge ahead. His words fell on deaf ears. When faced with Miao Yi, who was filled with an imposing aura and bursting with killing intent, Su Jinggong immediately turned around and ran away as soon as he gave the order. His fellow disciples weren't any slower either. The disciples of the esteemed number 1 sect in the 5th earthly branch, the Sword Deviate sect, instantly gave up the fight and ran away. None of them dared to fight against Miao Yi anymore. The sight was too shocking for the audience. They were all disciples of the number 1 sect in the 5th earthly branch. Wretched Su! Don't try to run. I'll have your life. Miao Yi shouted as he raised his spear and chased after Su Jinggong. The steed of the one running away could barely even hope to match Charcoal's speed. Furthermore, there was a special reason why it was so slow. Su Jinggong and the rest all wondered why their steeds were performing so poorly today. Listening to the sounds coming from behind him, Su Jinggong turned around and almost jumped out of his skin. In the blink of an eye, Miao Yi had almost caught up to him, with his spear at the ready. Su Jinggong hastily shouted, "Fellow disciples of the Sword Deviate sect, assist me!" He didn't even need to shout. These were fellow disciples of the Sword Deviate sect within the Traversing Moon Palace's domain, and to see them lose so terribly, even those from the other palaces felt ashamed as well. If they didn't offer their assistance now, how could they expect to join hands with one another and overcome their obstacles in the future? Among all the troops that had disembarked from each ship, all the Sword Deviate sect disciples could be seen charging out on their steeds. One person, in particular an old man with a Blue Lotus 9th grade mark on his forehead, swiftly charged out and shouted, "Don't try to run, you little rascal. I, Wang Tianluan, shall face you." Miao Yi turned his head to look and cursed under his breath. To think it was a Blue Lotus 9th grade expert. Miao Yi himself couldn't be more clear as to how exactly he managed to defeat Su Jinggong and the rest just now. The Sword Deviate sect disciples were not the only ones stepping up to fight. The disciples of the Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts all came charging out as well. In an instant, more than 200 Blue Lotus cultivators were rushing at him. Miao Yi was dumbfounded to see another Blue Lotus 9th grade expert, only this time from the Jade Lady sect. Similarly, the cultivators charging in front for the School of Imperial Beasts were all between Blue Lotus 7th grade to 8th grade. Aboard the ship, Wu Menglan laughed bitterly. This kid just riled up the hornet's nest. I'm not sure if he can survive this. Seeing such a group of people rushing at him to assist Su Jinggong and the rest, Miao Yi didn't dare to give chase any longer. Beneath him, Charcoal quickly turned away and charged past the encirclement. He ran in circles around the desolate plains, causing over 200 disciples of the 3 major sects to chase after him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Who has the larger force? Chapter 335, Who has the larger force? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Why did Miao Yi have to lead the disciples of the 3 major sects around in circles? Because he was good at doing this, and because Charcoal's speed was top tier among dragon steeds. He could catch up to others, but others could not catch up to him. The sound of galloping hooves resounded across the desolate plains. With his spear at the ready, Miao Yi charged in front. He constantly looked behind him or to the side. 200 steeds were chasing after him relentlessly. "Don't try to run, you little rascal. Do you dare fight me to the death?" Pursuing from behind, the Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator called Wang Tianluan shouted incessantly at him. With over 200 people supporting him from the back, he was absolutely arrogant. "Don't try to run, you little rascal." The 200 supporters echoed his words. As he galloped away, Miao Yi turned around and pointed to the back with his spear. "You mangy old fool. I'll let you all be cocky for now. Don't you dare run away next time. Cowardly little rascal. Why don't you take a look at who's running away now? Stop and fight me to the death if you have the guts." Wang Tianluan guffawed arrogantly. He wanted to take back the honor that the Sword Deviate sect had lost earlier on. Miao Yi couldn't hope to match these people. The most logical option was to make use of Charcoal's speed and run away immediately. However, he couldn't run, not now. If he did, all the preparations he'd made on the ship would be for naught. There were certain risks he had to take, some sacrifices he had to make. He needed to protect his honor right now as well. He couldn't let everyone believe that he was running away. He turned around and shouted, "Wait until I've dealt with a few people I need to kill. Then, it'll be your turn, you mangy old fool." He said these words to prove to the crowd that he, Miao Yi, wasn't scared of these people. Everyone watching nearby looked on as Miao Yi circled around and then led over 200 disciples of the three major sects back to where he started. Wan Yanhua and her group revealed twisted expressions when they saw Miao Yi come back in full force. They had just gotten their steeds back up and were still in their original spot. They were almost scared out of their skin. With Miao Yi in the middle, they couldn't group up with the main forces. All they could do was immediately turn their steeds around and run away. However, their steeds were but empty shells. Earlier aboard the ship, Miao Yi had their steeds methodically weakened over the span of 3 months. They couldn't compare with Charcoal's speed. Even if they were at their peak performance, they wouldn't have been able to, much less now. The dragon roared again as Miao Yi swung the inversed scales spear in his hand. Beneath him, Charcoal raised his speed up a notch as well. Previously, he had been maintaining a constant speed to allow the troops of the three major sects to bunch up behind him, but now he was slowly pulling his distance away from the 200 riders behind him. At the same time, he quickly closed in on Wan Yanhua and her group. Those cultivators watching the battle couldn't help revealing astonished expressions. This steed has such powerful leg strength. It can run so fast even while wearing such heavy armor. With this speed, it could send cultivators beneath the Red Lotus realm halfway to the grave. No wonder its owner spared no effort to protect it with a complete set of second-grade armor. Not only is he frighteningly powerful, but he's also donned on a complete set of second-grade transcendent artifacts and has a steed with such astonishing speed. This is practically a perfect setup. Observing the battle from the ship, Wu Menglan gently shook her head inside. She never expected a steed so prone to lying on its belly and sleeping could be so fast. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Miao Yi bellowed, already striking with his inversed scale spear. The school of Imperial Beast's disciple that he'd caught up with hastily turned around and tried to block it with his scimitar. Bang! A loud noise echoed forth, and the dragon steed neighed in agony as it collapsed. It was knocked down once more by Miao Yi's spear. Now, both the one giving chase and the ones running away were charging in the same direction, but at a much slower speed than at their earlier confrontation. Previously, Miao Yi could only knock them off as fast as possible. He didn't have the luxury to kill them. Now that he was the one chasing after them, things were completely different. Not to mention, Wan Yanhua and her group were severely disadvantaged when they turned their backs on Miao Yi. Given the situation where they could quickly trade blows, it was easy to imagine what would happen once their dragon steeds lost their balance. The school of Imperial Beast's disciple had already experienced having his steed knocked down once. As soon as Miao Yi knocked his body off his already collapsing dragon steed, he quickly stepped on its back and leaped upwards to try to escape his predicament. Miao Yi wore an emotionless expression on his face as he quickly moved past the falling dragon steed. He quickly twirled his spear around and slashed through the air. His opponent had barely hastened to jump off when the sharp spear tip cleaved through his waist, his body erupting in a bloody burst. Ah! He screamed in agony as both halves of his body flung apart. Miao Yi charged past the rain of blood, terrifying the people running in front, their faces turning as white as snow. Bang! Miao Yi caught up with another person and again hammered down his spear. He sent another rider flying off his steed. Using the momentum, Miao Yi stabbed his spear into the opponent's back, then flicked him off. His scream echoed back to the main troops chasing Miao Yi from behind. Bang! He knocked yet another off his steed. Miao Yi's spear blurred with a quick flick. The next moment, another person was screaming in agony as he was sent flying off. Bang! A dragon steed neighed in agony as it fell. Then came another scream. In the blink of an eye, Miao Yi had already chased and killed 8 people in quick succession. Both his steed and his spear were equally fast. Every time he struck, his opponents were sent flying off their steeds, right before screaming out in pain. Furthermore, Miao Yi's massacre continued as though he wasn't being chased around by over 200 cultivators. Whether it was the people chasing after Miao Yi from behind or the observing bystanders, they were all getting goosebumps from the sight. He had killed off so many Blue Lotus cultivators, and not a single one of them could withstand a blow from Miao Yi. He was actually killing off Blue Lotus cultivators as easily as if he were slicing up vegetables. It was truly too frightening. Within the crowd, Zhao Fei and the others were burning with excitement. It was such a horrific sight, but they were fully absorbed, ecstatic even. Originally, they were full of worry and restlessness as they came to the Sea of Constellations. Now it felt as though they had found a cornerstone for their confidence. Observing the battle from the ship, Wu Menglan continued to shake her head. Miao Yi had thoroughly impressed her. If she had the chance, she absolutely had to recruit him. Seeing the trail of corpses left under his feet as he chased after Miao Yi, Wang Tianluan bellowed towards Miao Yi's silhouette from afar, "You little rascal! Where is the honor in bullying the weak? Your opponent is right here. Do you dare fight me to the death?" To say Miao Yi was bullying the weak was a little far-fetched. However, Wang Tianluan was already treating Miao Yi as a top-tier expert within the Blue Lotus realm. Miao Yi turned around and scoffed, "What a joke! You mangy old fool! I'll go and take your pitiful life later on." He faced forward. There were only 2 people left still running away from him, and one of them was Wan Yanhua. Miao Yi shouted, "Vile woman! I'll have your life!" Bang! As her dragon steed collapsed, Wan Yanhua shrieked in agony, blood gushing out the back of her chest. Then, Miao Yi dragged his spear across the ground, causing Wan Yanhua's body to tumble around in a bloody mess. Tossing aside the battered and bloody Wan Yanhua, Miao Yi was just about to kill the last person. However, his opponent made a smart choice in the midst of his predicament. He abandoned the one thing that cultivators relied on to survive in battle, his dragon steed. He jumped up from his dragon steed and threw himself to the side. Normally, if he did something like this, it would spell death as soon as his opponent turned around. However, there was a 200-strong army currently on Miao Yi's tail. Miao Yi passed him by in an instant, but couldn't possibly turn back and give chase as a result. He had actually managed to escape death just like that. Chasing after Miao Yi from behind, Wang Tianluan and his forces tensed up as charcoal made a sudden large turn. They thought that Miao Yi was about to meet them head-on in battle. Could this bastard be this confident in his abilities? He dares to fight alone against so many of us? Wang Tianluan and his forces immediately steeled themselves.
Everyone, strike together. Don't say Wang Tianluan had yet to finish rallying his forces before he suddenly fell silent. He watched as Miao Yi suddenly changed his course again and broke to the sides. With nothing but a spear in his steed, he charged straight towards Su Jingdong and his party in the distance. The forces who were pursuing Miao Yi in a straight line found their formation in disarray and quickly altered their course to give chase. At first, Su Jingdong and his party had chased after Miao Yi alongside the main forces. However, their steeds were terribly slow. After Miao Yi led them along in 2 full circles, there was now some distance between them and the main forces. Now, when they saw Miao Yi coming after them again, they were immediately scared out of their wits and didn't know where to run. They saw how that one person managed to escape from Miao Yi's spear just now. Although his experience would make a good reference, they couldn't just up and leave their steeds right now. How would that be different from digging their own graves? Miao Yi would just catch up to them and send them to their deaths with a thrust of his spear. Spread out. Su Jingdong had grown more quick-witted as well amidst the life-threatening situation and formed a good strategy. However, the situation he was most worried about had still presented itself. As he feared, Miao Yi was only going after him. Clearly, it didn't matter if the others managed to run away. He just wanted to kill Su Jingdong. Utterly terrified, Su Jingdong suddenly changed his course and led his dragon steed towards the sea. As soon as he reached it, he immediately dived under and managed to disappear into the deep waters instantly. As he chased him all the way to the sea, Miao Yi was a little speechless at Su Jingdong's actions. Chasing behind Miao Yi with a large number of troops in tow, Wang Tianluan bellowed, "Cowardly little rascal! Where do you think you're running off to now? Hurry up and fight me to the death!" Charcoal quickly changed his course and avoided clashing head-on with the forces chasing them from behind. Instead, he continued to lead them in circles. Miao Yi turned his head around and shouted, "Why wouldn't I fight you to the death? You old fool! Have your men step aside and face me in battle alone if you dare? If you can survive 3 strikes from my spear, I will spare your miserable life." This was not Miao Yi boasting. This was Miao Yi unwilling to lose in spirit despite losing in strength. After all, anyone could see the strength his opponents carried with their large numbers. It was definitely a disadvantage to face off against 200 people on his own. Seeing him this confident, Wang Tianluan became a little hesitant. It was truly too horrifying how Miao Yi had massacred the others as if he were chopping up vegetables. Wang Tianluan didn't dare respond, and only shouted, "Stop trying to run, you little rascal!" As he ran in front, Miao Yi shouted back, "Shameless old coot! Your bravery merely hinges on the advantage you have from your superior numbers. Do you really think I am alone? Since you want to compare who has the greater number on their side, I will grant you that." Still running away at full speed, Miao Yi suddenly took out from his storage ring a beautiful piece of red cloth embellished with a blue and green floral pattern. He hastily tied it on his arm, then charged towards the onlookers in the distance. As he raised his arm, he shouted, "Where is the Red Scarves Alliance? When is a better time for you to fight than now?" The crowd watching the battle from a distance suddenly looked around and noticed quite a number of people beside them were scurrying about. Even Wu Menglan and those observing the battle from the ship cast their gazes over. Within the crowd, Qi Xiuhong was the first to flash out the red cloth adorned with a blue and green floral pattern and tied it around her wrist. Raising a silver spear, she charged out of the crowd on her steed. She was not the only one. After her, there were dozens, then hundreds of cultivators wearing the same red cloth on their wrists and charging out of the crowd. The people wearing the red cloth on their wrist all looked at each other and glanced at the red cloth they were all wearing. Miao Yi had initially obtained these pieces of red cloth from the Sea of Constellations. He procured the beautiful fabrics after killing Madame Wu Hua. He didn't know what they were made of and had overlooked them all this while. This time, because many of his recruits were not aware of the others' identities, there came a need for them to differentiate friend from foe. Seeing as these pieces of cloth were rather unique and not so easy to duplicate,
Miao Yi tore off a piece for every person he recruited in order to achieve that distinction. This made it easy for them to recognize one another once they assembled. Seeing that there were indeed a few hundred of them charging out from all across the crowd, everyone realized that Miao Yi had not been lying to them at all. They were all brimming with vigor, not to mention, with Miao Yi's awe-inspiring performance in fighting solo against the three major sects, no one had any doubts anymore. Revealing the mark of Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator on his forehead, Zhao Fei was among the first to charge out. He waved his spear and shouted, "Fret not, Alliance Master. Zhao Fei is here to offer you his assistance." The second person with the mark of a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator shining on his forehead quickly followed suit. "Worry not, Alliance Master. Wang Yuetian is here as well." Those who were unaffiliated were already quite astonished to see two Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators charging out. Little did they expect a third Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator would charge forth as well. His hoarse voice echoed as he shouted, "How dare you try to bully our Red Scarves Alliance with numbers? Sikong Wuwei is here as well." From the back, a bunch of Blue Lotus 8th grade, 7th grade, and 6th grade cultivators also charged out. They swiftly galloped forth on their dragon steeds, armed and ready to fight. Then, someone suddenly shouted, "Kill! Kill!" All those charging full speed on their dragon steeds immediately echoed that voice. Their voices reverberated across the wild plains as more than 400 riders came charging forth, the hooves of their steeds causing the ground to tremble as they galloped. Their forces were astonishing, and they were quickly advancing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Fierce Battle Against the Three Major Sects. Chapter 336, Fierce Battle Against the Three Major Sects. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Red Scarves Alliance? Alliance Master? Standing tall on the bow of the ship, Wu Menglan glanced towards the hundreds of riders coming to assist Miao Yi and was momentarily dazed. Miao Yi is their Alliance Master? She wondered if she'd misheard what they said. These people had all come from various places throughout the 10 palaces within the 5th earthly branch. And yet Miao Yi was able to call these people to arms just by raising his arm and shouting? This was no exaggeration, but a truth that she witnessed with her bare eyes. Miao Yi had indeed raised his arm and shouted, and immediately, hundreds of riders from all 10 palaces had rushed out to assist him. This was not Mount Kamingsi, and they were not ordinary cultivators. Almost all of them were Blue Lotus cultivators. And yet Miao Yi only needed to raise his arm and shout, and all of them had charged out to assist him with no hesitation whatsoever. As he galloped around, Charcoal suddenly raised his front hooves and came to a sudden stop, kicking up clouds of dust as he did. As his hooves came down, Miao Yi turned Charcoal around to face the enemy charging at him. With a wave of his inversed scale spear, the roars of a dragon resounded. He pointed it straight at Wang Tianluan, and shouted with a deep voice, "Kill! Kill!" The 400 riders galloping forth behind him shouted in agreement. Those watching the battle felt their blood boil with excitement at their high level of morale. The effects of the thunderous charging were highly contagious. Charcoal seemed to be very fond of savage atmospheres where he could charge into enemy lines and wreak havoc. His eyes grew fervent with excitement as he shook his head and swished his tail, and his hooves were restlessly kicking about. However, Miao Yi held him down and sat firmly on his back, maintaining a cold expression. He kept a steady hand on the inversed scale spear as he continued to point ahead. What he needed to do was to rally together the people behind him, and he'd done it. The 400 riders behind Miao Yi shouted as they charged forward like a raging river. When they came up to Miao Yi, who hadn't moved a single inch, they quickly separated and swerved around him, before regrouping once more. Their morale was at an all-time high as they advanced, the red cloth tied around their wrists fluttering in the wind. Miao Yi could hear that one particular rider behind him had fallen back from the group and hadn't charged ahead like the rest. He cautiously turned his head and at the same time,
pointed back with his spear. He then found Shi Shohong, in her light yellow dress, looking at him restlessly. With his spear in her face, she came to a stop right behind him. Her face was slightly reddened as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Here, her cultivation was truly too low. She didn't even have a single transcendence artifact of her own. Regardless of who she fought, they would probably kill her after a single confrontation. She would only be sending herself to her death if she charged ahead. Miao Yi could sympathize with her. He moved the spear away from her face and didn't say anything else as he turned back to look in front. Shi Shohong stood quietly behind him. Wang Tianluan and the 200 riders he led watched as a force double their own suddenly came charging towards them. Furthermore, the morale of this other force was evidently much higher than their own. The 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators charging in front were the most conspicuous of the bunch. There were quite a number of 6th to 8th grade cultivators behind them as well. They finally understood that Miao Yi hadn't been bluffing when he asked if they really believed that he was on his own. As it turned out, he really did possess a much bigger force than theirs. The disciples of the 3 major sects were utterly shocked, and evidently more than a little nervous. Wang Tianluan was even more surprised than the rest of them. After losing the advantage in numbers, they would suffer heavy losses if they clashed head-on with the enemy, ultimately failing to display the might of the 3 major sections. Just because they assumed Miao Yi was alone, they had acted too recklessly and fallen for his provocation. The sudden appearance of this peculiar army sent the troops into disarray. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was upon them. They no longer had enough time to either regroup or retreat. Truth be told, this was what a real battlefield in the cultivation realm was like. In battle, the use of strategy was highly important. This was what it meant to suffer an ambush. In his hastiness, all Wang Tianluan could do was fight back. He anxiously yelled, "Sword deviate sect disciples! Sword formation!" The 10 longswords strapped to his back shot out first before hundreds more followed suit. However, it did nothing to the enemy's momentum as they all used their weapons and transcendent artifacts to defend against the attack. A series of clanging sounds erupted. On Miao Yi's side, the ones charging in front were unharmed, mostly because they were all people with a high cultivation like Zhao Fei. Instead, at least a dozen of those in the middle instantly fell. Even if some of them had suffered non-lethal wounds, they would be stomped into a bloody pulp by the thunderous hooves that followed behind them. This was something unavoidable for a massive army charging towards the enemy line. All of the present cultivators had experienced something similar before. No one would be sad, nor would anyone sympathize. "Wang Tianluan, you old coot! How dare you use numbers to bully my Red Scarves alliance? I, Zhao Fei, am here. Now die!" Charging ahead of everyone else, Zhao Fei instantly reached the enemy line, furiously bellowing as he slashed down with his square sky-decorated halberd. This was such a great opportunity. After all, being a former manor head himself, how could he not notice that his troops already held the upper hand? How could he give the other party a chance to regroup? Naturally, he had to put everything at stake and charge forward to kill the enemy. Clang! A sharp ringing erupted as Wang Tianluan crossed his dual blades together and blocked the strike. The ground instantly cracked and crumbled under the weight of both their steeds. Clouds of dust were kicked up as their transcendence energy viciously rolled out. 2 men of equal strength had instantly locked themselves in a fierce battle where only one could walk out alive. The troops from both sides collided with one another like a raging river. Vile woman! Die! With a long axe in hand, Sikong Wuwei charged ferociously towards the female Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator from the Jade Lady sect and hacked at her head. Bang! The two instantly clashed together. Following behind Sikong Wuwei, Wang Yuetian thrust out with his spear and battled the female Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator together with Sikong Wuwei. Their transcendence energy collided fiercely with one another, kicking up clouds of dust. It would be difficult for those with a low cultivation to interfere in their battle.
Despite facing off against the combined attacks of two Blue Lotus 9th grade experts, the female cultivator handled herself well. She held each end of her 9-jointed whip-like dual batons, blocking the attacks while striking back. Furthermore, she had the protection of a 2nd grade armor artifact. Unexpectedly, a Blue Lotus 8th grade cultivator of the Red Scarves Alliance suddenly came charging at her from behind. As he passed her by, he found an opening and thrust downwards with his spear. It stabbed into the belly of the female cultivator's steed, and with a flick, the steed immediately collapsed from the pain. The attack took the female cultivator completely by surprise. As her body fell, she managed to raise her arms to block Wang Yuetian's spear, when Sikong Wuwei's axe came hacking at her from behind. Spurt! Fresh blood started gushing out. It had only been a moment's work to chop off the head of the Blue Lotus 9th grade expert from the Jade Lady sect. This was what large-scale battles were like. Regardless of how high your cultivation, a moment of carelessness could instantly spell death. All around you were hidden blades, just waiting to exploit an opportunity. It was very normal to die like this. Now, both sides had already begun clashing with one another. Dragon steeds neighed in pain and cultivators screamed in agony as 700 riders engaged in fierce battle. In such a chaotic battle, whatever flying swords or secret arts that one possessed were practically useless. All around, weapons would blindly fly about as dragon steeds charged at one another. It was every man for himself. No one dared to be careless for even a second and fought hard for their survival. Since both parties possessed a similar degree of strength, the advantage of having superior numbers revealed itself immediately. After all, one could not defend against 4 arms with just 2 fists. Not to mention, the experts of the 3 major sects, those with the highest attack potential, were held at bay by the enemy. The 3 major sects grew more nervous as the battle dragged on, feeling as if the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance was constantly around them, and that the Red Scarves Alliance had already surrounded them. After killing off the person with the highest cultivation in the Jade Lady sect, Sikong Wuwei and Wang Yuetian looked at the red cloth tied around each other's wrist. They then shared a glance and smiled at one another. Wang Yuetian suddenly pointed his spear towards the battle between Zhao Fei and Wang Tianluan. It seemed as though Zhao Fei was on the losing end and was having difficulty fighting against Wang Tianluan. The two of them immediately charged over, cutting down any enemy in their path and helping the other members of the Red Scarves Alliance along the way. After killing approximately 10 people, they finally reached Zhao Fei's side and surrounded Wang Tianluan. Zhao Fei was cursing under his breath when he suddenly saw 2 Blue Lotus 9th grade Alliance members coming to aid him. It instantly restored his confidence, and his attacks became more aggressive. The 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts surrounded Wang Tianluan and attacked. Under the heavy onslaught of spear, halberd, and axe, Wang Tianluan waved his dual blades around, trying to defend himself. He felt completely dismayed. In the past, these 3 had merely been a bunch of nobodies who cowered before the 3 major sections. But now, they were trying to send him to his death. Circling around on his steed, Sikong Wuwei made a sudden downward strike with his axe. Then, Wang Tianluan's steed neighed in agony as he chopped off one of its limbs. As his steed fell, Wang Tianluan leaped up, only to meet with Zhao Fei's square sky-decorated halberd from above. Wang Tianluan blocked it with his dual blades and found himself immediately pressed back down. Before he could even touch the ground, his armor artifact suffered a heavy blow to the back with a bang, causing his body to tremble. Even though he had a 2nd grade armor artifact to mitigate the lethal blow, his eyes instantly caught the dark silhouette of an axe sweeping towards him. He then felt his vision blurring as the world tilted on its axis. He watched as Sikong Wuwei's axe swept down beneath him, as well as a headless body garbed in an armor artifact, with hot blood spurting out of its neck. Then, he no longer felt anything. Ha ha! This is fun! Sikong Wuwei chortled as he raised his axe. Even though he hadn't done it alone, he had the pleasure of personally chopping off the heads of 2 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators from the 3 major sections. Normally, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to deal a killing blow to one of their members. As soon as he was done laughing, he realized that Wang Yuetian and Zhao Fei had already charged off and joined a different battle. Xikong Wuwei's joyful expression disappeared and was quickly replaced by a bloodthirsty one. He raised his axe and charged forward. Whenever he saw a disciple of the three major sects battling against the Red Scarves Alliance, his axe would immediately go straight for their heads. With the two most powerful experts of the three major sects killed, there was practically no one capable of stopping the three: Wang Yuetian, Zhao Fei, and Xikong Wuwei. Not to mention, they were not even the main attackers. All they did was charge around the battlefield assisting the other members of the Red Scarves Alliance. Since they were already involved in the fierce battle, how could the disciples of the three major sects be able to withstand against the ambush of such experts? Their casualties instantly skyrocketed, and the battle soon favored one side. After watching the battle anxiously, Miao Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. He should be safe from the threat of the three major sects from now on. His efforts had not been for naught. Sitting quietly on her steed behind him, Qi Shouhong pursed her lips and said nothing. The three major sects' greatest advantage for their expedition in the Sea of Constellations had been crushed just like that. They had suffered such a heavy blow before they had yet to achieve anything substantial. The other onlookers watched in awe. Even if there were survivors from the three major sects after this, they would probably need to lower themselves and take shelter elsewhere. They'd have to be at someone else's beck and call if they wished to survive in the Sea of Constellations. Everyone couldn't understand why Su Jingdong and his party had wanted to offend someone as powerful as Miao Yi. Wouldn't they just be digging their own graves, as well as that of the three major sects? After escaping into the sea, Su Jingdong finally showed his face by resurfacing next to the fleet of ships, believing that hiding near Wu Menglan's vicinity would be safer. However, just as he peeked his head out of the water to observe what was happening, he was left utterly bewildered. Not only had the disciples of the Sword Deviate sect almost been eradicated, but even those belonging to the Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts were finding themselves in a similar situation. How did this happen? Why did so many people show up to help that little rascal, Miao Yi? Wu Menglan raised an eyebrow as she observed the battle from the ship. They had yet to battle against the participants of the other 5 nations, and they were already fighting amongst themselves. Not to mention, it was a full-scale battle to the death. Since the 5th earthly branch had sent these people over, they naturally wished that they wouldn't come back empty-handed. Obviously, the 5th earthly branch had hoped that some of their participants could take a few spots among the 100 survivors of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Truth be told, the 3 major sects still had a few tricks up their sleeve. At the very least, when fighting the enemy, their methods would not draw shame upon the forces of the 5th earthly branch, and so the others would not belittle them. But in the end, before they could even display their tricks, they had suffered an ambush from their own fellow 5th earthly branch participants. The moment they stepped foot in the Sea of Constellations, those participants had almost completely eradicated their forces. He did something. That little rascal Miao Yi did something to our dragon steeds. Peeking out from the surface of the water, Su Jingdong mumbled to himself, apparently coming to a realization. Wu Menglan cast a sidewards glance at him. Then, she suddenly flew towards the side of the ship. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Sharing Life and Death for 9. Chapter 337, Sharing Life and Death for 9. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. From the way she acted, it seemed like she had something to ask Su Jingdong. The man who'd stood next to her turned his head as he watched Wu Menglan descend to the side of the ship. He transmitted his voiceover and warned, "Ho Master Wu, I believe you are aware of the rules. As soon as the participants have alighted from the ship and set foot in the Sea of Constellations, their fates are their own. I strongly advise you not to interfere." Wu Menglan gave a smile. Of course I know. I'm not going to interfere.
I only have something I wish to ask him."
The man fell silent. Wu Menglan cast a long glance at Su Jingdong, who was still swimming in the sea. Even though she didn't know his name, she recognized him as one of the people Miao Yi had previously brought to see her.
She transmitted her voiceover and asked, "You mentioned that Miao Yi did something to your steeds?"
She didn't notice exactly how Miao Yi had sabotaged the steeds of Su Jingdong and his party.
They could run and jump just fine.
However, with so many of them collapsing as soon as they clashed with Miao Yi, she found it rather suspicious as well. As soon as he heard the transmission, Su Jingdong immediately returned to his senses. He turned his head and saw Wu Menglan standing above him on the side of the ship, her purple dress fluttering about. He replied with a distraught voice, "He must have done something. Even though I've never traded blows with him myself, I asked someone who did. I wanted to know how Miao Yi became so powerful that we couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. That person told me that it wasn't because we couldn't withstand it, it was just that the moment both parties invoked their transcendence arts and traded blows, our dragon steeds weren't able to withstand the impact. It was like we were sitting on a trap and just suddenly fell in. There was no way to fight back. And earlier on, I clearly felt that my dragon steed was unable to unleash its full speed and that its performance had drastically worsened. I originally thought that being in the Sea of Constellations triggered certain changes, but when I saw everyone else's steeds, they didn't seem as affected. The more I think about it, the more I'm sure that that brat did something to our dragon steeds." Wu Menglan asked in response, "How could you not notice that someone was sabotaging your own dragon steeds when you were on the same ship for several months?"
Su Jingdong replied in frustration, "That's where the problem started.
Hallmaster punished us and had us stand on the ship's bow for 3 months. During that time, Miao Yi was the one who took care of our mounts."
Wu Menglan was shocked. "When have I ever made you stand on the ship's bow for 3 months?
We clearly heard Hallmaster say that we were to continue standing back then." Su Jingdong widened his eyes. He then reported what happened at the time. When she heard the whole story, Wu Menglan abruptly turned her head and looked at Miao Yi, who was watching the battle.
She couldn't help but scoff, "Well played, brat.
And here I was wondering how you suddenly became so powerful.
To think you were bold enough to mess with me?
You dared to pull the wool over my eyes even when your pitiful little life was within my grasp.
Clearly, you take me for a fool. What impudence!" Miao Yi seemed to have sensed something.
He turned to see Wu Menglan standing at the side of the ship, and Su Jingdong floating in the sea below her. His eyes narrowed, and charcoal hastily turned around beneath him. Wielding the inversed scale spear at an angle behind his back, Miao Yi instantly shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow. As he approached the sea, charcoal abruptly leaped up into the air. Riding on his back, Miao Yi waved his spear and slashed through the wind. Using charcoal's momentum as leverage, he launched a fierce strike at the surface of the water. Su Jingdong's expression drastically changed, and he hurriedly dived underwater, swimming away to hide at the bottom of the ship.
Bang!
Something seemed to explode on the sea's surface as a pillar of water erupted dozens of meters upwards into the sky. An invisible barrier appeared in front of Wu Menglan and shielded her from the ensuing downpour. Charcoal made a few quick turns in the water as Miao Yi scanned the surface, spear at the ready. As he surveyed their surroundings with his transcendence arts, he noticed Su Jingdong had already left the bottom of the ship and was hastily diving deeper into the ocean depths.
Then, Wu Menglan suddenly transmitted her cold questioning voice into Miao Yi's ears. "Miao Yi, how dare you sabotage their mounts back on the ship?"
Miao Yi lifted his head and replied, "Su Jingdong has a grudge against me."
"You need not listen to his nonsense, Sister Meng."
Anger was evident in Wu Menglan's tone as she said, "Miao Yi, I see you're getting sick of living.
How dare you trick me, Sister Meng is exaggerating.
I have been very respectful to you all this time. How could I deceive you? It will be hard to predict my fate on this journey of mine into the Sea of Constellations, so I shall take my leave now." Miao Yi gave her a light smile as he cupped his fists with his spear in hand. Then, Charcoal dashed out of the water and went ashore, carrying Miao Yi away. Wu Menglan was outraged. Even though Miao Yi's tone was polite, what he was trying to imply was clear as day. So what if I tricked you? I don't even know if I'll survive the Sea of Constellations. As if you'd dare do anything to me now that I'm here. She really wanted to kill Miao Yi with her own hands right now. Yet, she truly wasn't bold enough to interfere with whatever was going to happen here. At this moment, it was clear who the victor of the all-out battle between the Red Scarves Alliance and the three major sects was. The three major sects suffered a crushing defeat. With around 30 people remaining, they would not be able to overturn the situation. They no longer tried to engage in battle, and merely fought tooth and nail out of the encirclement just to run for their lives. The massive Red Scarves Alliance immediately chased after the ones that escaped. Sitting on his dragon steed with his spear in hand, Miao Yi scanned his surroundings and noticed there were still quite a number of people present. He didn't know what they were planning, so he immediately invoked his transcendence arts and shouted, "Stop running after the fallen enemy," and quickly returned to clean up the battlefield. At the front of the charge, Zhao Fei and the others immediately led their troops back and began collecting the spoils of the battle. The onlookers watched on greedily as they did so. There were so many transcendence artifacts scattered around the area. Keep an eye out on each other. Anyone who dares to embezzle the items shall face execution. Miao Yi warned sternly. He led Qi Xiuhong over, then cast his gaze towards Zhao Fei, Wang Wutian, and Xikong Wuwei. The three of them acknowledged his order. They were the ones with the highest cultivation all around and had been the ones with the most kills. Once the dust has settled, they were sure to be the ones most heavily rewarded. As such, they did not wish to see someone else steal what was rightfully theirs. They immediately raised their weapons and patrolled the area on their mounts. At the same time, they called a few people over and had them keep a watchful eye on the troops as well. Dusk had already fallen. A group of people was tossing around the corpses and picking up the scattered weapons and transcendent artifacts on the ground. They would take the storage rings as well as the armor artifacts still worn on the corpses. Under the red, blood-like hue of the sunset, Miao Yi sat firmly on his dragon steed, a steady grip on his spear, while Qi Xiuhong waited quietly behind him. Miao Yi swept a gaze across the troops and tallied the numbers. He estimated that their forces suffered a loss of around 50 people or so. The remaining troops barely reached a total of 400 people. Furthermore, a majority of them suffered from various wounds. Finally, they finished gathering all the spoils of the battle. The troops also assembled in a rather disorderly manner. They had only just rallied together after all. Without a proper chain of command, it was understandable that they were a little disorganized. However, everyone was in good spirits. As soon as they'd stepped foot into the Sea of Constellations, they had routed the forces of the three major sections. It was a pleasing thought to be had and even a little unbelievable. Normally, they wouldn't have dared to offend the three major sections. Zhao Fei and the other two delivered the spoils of battle before Miao Yi. Then, Zhao Fei cupped his fists and reported, "Alliance Master. We have killed 206 people, and have lost 53 of our own." Miao Yi nodded quietly. He sighed in his heart. The three major sects are true to their name indeed. Even with an ambush like this, we still lost over 50 people. If we continue to bump into enemies as difficult to deal with as the three major sects, I fear we will not be able to survive. Xikong Wuwei was a dark-skinned man with two bulging eyes, a messy beard, and a thin stature. And yet of all things, his weapon of choice was that of a crude, long axe. He smiled, "Alliance Master. Everything is here." Miao Yi opened the bag and took a look. He noticed that the number of storage rings alone had already exceeded 500. There were sure to be plenty of items inside. For this 10-year expedition within the Sea of Constellations, everyone had clearly come as well prepared as possible. Miao Yi casually tossed the bag over to Qi Xiuhong, then turned to the crowd and said, "It's best that we don't stay here for too long. Let us first find a safe place to rest. Then, we can discuss the rewards." Zhao Fei and the other two nodded in agreement. There were still plenty of people keeping a close eye on them. It was indeed unwise to stay for too long. Everyone couldn't help glancing at Qi Shouhong. Those who didn't know better would naturally assume that this beautiful woman was Miao Yi's lover. Otherwise, how could he let her take care of such a large amount of treasure? Everyone told themselves that they needed to be more respectful when dealing with this woman in the future. Qi Shouhong looked gratefully at Miao Yi. She knew that he was doing this to take care of her. Miao Yi looked at the crowd. He knew that the only reason he could fool these people into forming an alliance was because they all didn't want to die. Despite knowing they had a slim chance of being one of the 100 survivors, they still carried the hope that they'd be able to survive this ordeal. Just like Miao Yi. Red Scarves Alliance. Miao Yi suddenly raised his spear and shouted. In the end, there will only be 100 survivors. Merely 100. I don't know how far we'll go, nor do I know how many of us will survive until the end. Maybe none of us will. I myself don't have much hope that I can survive this either. But I know that if we work together, we'll be able to live longer. I'm also aware that even if we manage to survive to the end, we will eventually become enemies. Because out of 180,000 cultivators, only 100 can live. Thus, in the next 10 years in the Sea of Constellations, I won't wish for us to survive to the very end together, I will only hope that we can share our lives and deaths for the next 9 years. In the final year, we shall return to being enemies once more. Even though it was rather unprecedented to use this type of speech to boost morale, it reached everyone's hearts and eased much of the tension they all felt. At the same time, it ensured that everyone knew clearly that for the next 9 years, they could rely on one another for help. Sikong Wu Wei immediately broke out in laughter. He turned towards the crowd, then raised his axe and shouted, Red Scarves Alliance. 10 years in the Sea of Constellations, we shall only share life and death for 9. In the final year, it's back to being enemies for us. This immediately roused the crowd as everyone raised their arms and loudly repeated, Red Scarves Alliance. 10 years in the Sea of Constellations, we shall only share life and death for 9. In the final year, it's back to being enemies for us. Their shouts continued endlessly. The onlookers exchanged glances with one another. The words of the Red Scarves Alliance had clearly struck a chord with them. Many of them looked uncertain, feeling a sudden urge to join the Red Scarves Alliance. As she slowly walked to the ship's bow, Wu Menglan watched as Miao Yi roused the troops and rallied them together. Even though she was angry, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Regardless of what Miao Yi had done aboard the ship and how he'd managed to bring so many people together, there was one thing she couldn't refute. The scene before her now was a testament to Miao Yi's capabilities. It was not sheer luck that this kid had managed to come this far. With his hands still up in the air, Miao Yi felt his ears twitching slightly. He quickly turned to look at Wu Menglan standing aboard the ship. She transmitted her voice into his ears, Miao Yi. The 3 major sects are not as simple as you'd imagine. With this incident, you have firmly established a vendetta between you and the 3 major sections. They will be sure to seek revenge. You must know that the real experts of the 3 major sects do not come from the administration. The 5th Earthly Branch has chosen to send people over to participate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, so naturally, they won't wish to see that none of their members are among the 100 survivors in the end. Those who came from the system were all enlisted from the bottom up, whereas the participants sent by the various major sects reported directly to the Overlord. Even if it were just to protect their honor as the 3 major sects, they would surely have sent their highly capable disciples over, and bestow upon them powerful transcendence artifacts to help them obtain a ranking in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. This is the case for all the respective earthly branches of every nation. Miao Yi looked at her in gratitude as he transmitted his voice, Thanks for the advice, Sister Meng. If I make it back alive, I will come and thank you again. Wu Menglan gave him a light smile. Little brother. Take care of yourself. Let's go. Beneath the sunset, Miao Yi suddenly raised his spear and shouted. He turned around and quickly led his troops away. Qi Xiuhong followed closely by his side as the massive army galloped towards the verdant forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Western Constellations Palace. Chapter 338, Western Constellations Palace. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Everyone else watched as the Red Scarves Alliance dove into the maze-like forest. Night soon fell, and the remaining 1,000 people left on the desolate plains immediately scurried about. Regardless of whichever palace or manor they belonged to, all the disciples of the various sects would party up with members of their respective schools. Those who were older and had a higher cultivation would take the lead. Everyone grouped up together and relied on each other for support. A large sect would have dozens of people in a group, whereas a small one would only have a few members. Soon, over 1,200 people divided themselves into more than 60 different groups. Senior Uncle. Didn't the Zhao Fei say he would follow our sect of the three founders? A few dozen green-robed individuals had gathered together. A middle-aged man asked the question towards a white-haired old man. These people were the disciples of the sect of the three founders that Zhao Fei had mentioned to Miao Yi before. The white-haired old man was called Yan Beihong, and he was also a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator. Water flows downwards, man struggles upwards. He has found a better place to serve, so naturally, he wouldn't lower himself by grouping up with us, Yan Beihong scoffed. He was displeased that Zhao Fei didn't keep his word, but lacked the nerve to do anything to him. The reason was simple. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that Zhao Fei had already become one of the pillars of the Red Scarves Alliance. Their forces were strong and mighty. With just a few dozen people in their party, there was no reason for the Red Scarves Alliance to care about the sect of the three founders, much less fear them. Especially that terrifying alliance master of theirs. He'd managed to crush the three major sects in a single breath. How much more of a threat could the sect of the three founders be? Since they couldn't afford to offend him, there was no need for them to go seeking trouble. Hoofbeats resounded within their vicinity. Another disciple of the sect of the three founders shouted, "Senior Uncle! Look!" They saw small sects of various sizes charging towards a certain direction, one after another. They were heading in the same direction that the Red Scarves Alliance left. It seemed like they were chasing after the Red Scarves Alliance. "Do they wish to submit to the Red Scarves Alliance?" one of them mumbled. Yan Beihong's eyes shone as he suddenly spoke to his fellow disciples. Among the 180,000 cultivators of the Six Nations, not only do the large sects hold the advantage in numbers, but they're full of experts as well. Even if we could regroup with the disciples that the school personally sent over, there are only a few dozen people in our sect of the three founders. It will be very difficult for us to gain a steady foothold in the Sea of Constellations. I wish to submit to the Red Scarves Alliance. What do you all think? Senior Uncle. I was thinking the same thing. Since Senior Uncle has decided, we shall naturally follow your plan. But I think the schools chasing after the Red Scarves Alliance are having the same thoughts as well, Senior Uncle. Even though it wasn't nice to hear that a sect was submitting to a different group, this was a matter concerning life and death. Naturally, there would be people who would try to coax and reassert the rationality of the idea. However, some expressed their doubts as well. I wonder whether the Red Scarves Alliance will even accept us. Yan Beihong explained, there are so many dangers within the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Don't tell me that the Red Scarves Alliance master will complain about gaining an extra helping hand? Someone else pointed out, why don't we contact the other schools and form an alliance instead? Yan Beihong shook his head, each school has their own agenda to follow. We wouldn't be at ease if we formed an alliance. If this were possible, someone would have done it by now. We wouldn't even have a chance. By contrast, I'm not sure if any of you have noticed, but that Red Scarves Alliance is full of cultivators like Zhao Fei, they lack a background of a school. So even if he recruited them, it's not much of a concern. Not to mention, the motto of the Red Scarves Alliance made it very clear. 10 years in the Sea of Constellations, they would only desire to share life and death for 9. In the final year, they'll all revert back to being enemies. There's nothing wrong in submitting to them now. Even if the day comes when we go back to being enemies, our sect of the 3 founders will still be as one, so we'll still hold an advantage even within the Red Scarves Alliance. Many thought to themselves, the question is how many of us can survive till the end and still act as one? Where is the so-called advantage in that? However, it was true that they were just a small force right now. Everyone wished to live another day and hoped to survive, so naturally, no one objected. They all exchanged glances, then cupped their fists and shouted in unison, "We shall follow as senior uncle, senior granduncle, commands." Yan Beihong nodded and waved his hand, "Let's go, Ot." Under Yan Beichuan's lead, the sect of the 3 founders galloped away towards the direction that the Red Scarves Alliance had disappeared off to. One after another, the troops on the desolate plains headed towards the same direction. Some chose a different path after all, not everyone shared the same ideas. Aboard the ship, Wu Menglan watched the troops run off to the same direction and muttered, "Are they going to submit to the Red Scarves Alliance?" The intermediary came down from the balcony and approached Wu Menglan with a smile. "This Red Scarves Alliance is rather interesting. I hope I'll see their forces in the Western Constellations Palace in the end." "Hall Master Wu. Let us finish our official business then." Wu Menglan turned around and nodded. Both parties signed a document detailing the successful delivery of the participants and bid their farewells. Wu Menglan and Pang Rang quickly flew off. A red light suddenly shot out from the intermediary's sleeves and instantly destroyed the 10 large ships. He then withdrew his Transcendence artifact and flew off into the distance. Countless wooden planks floated on the surface of the sea. With a swishing sound, Su Jingdong resurfaced, and with light steps, landed back on the shore. His eyes were full of grief when he saw the corpses of those from the 3 major sects all over the place. There were still plenty of dragon steeds unwilling to leave their owner's side. Su Jingdong mounted one and departed alone. Atop the vast, turquoise ocean was a certain location, its mighty reefs towering thousands of feet tall, spread out unevenly over the clear, jade ocean like a forest. At the same time, it resembled the massive fangs found in a monster's mouth. The water that flowed between the reefs were either still and quiet or raging and turbulent. The color of the water was either a clear blue or a dark black. Within these waters, sometimes sharks could be seen swimming around with their dorsal fins peeking out of the surface. Other times, some unknown claw-like object could be seen moving around. It was a horrifying sight. Normal people wouldn't even be able to get close to this place at all. At the peak of a mountain tens of thousands of feet high, the scenery was entirely different. Lush, verdant forests plastered the area as flowers blossomed in all their splendor. It looked like spring all year round, as though they were unaffected by the weather conditions. Lofty trees surrounded a massive palace, its pavilions spread out at uneven heights, as dozens of horned pythons slithered about. They had an extremely keen sense of hearing and would turn their heads whenever they noticed signs of movement. Their red eyes gleamed dangerously as they stuck out their red tongues. This place was the Western Constellations Palace, one of the 4 divine palaces belonging to one of the 4 constellations masters of the Sea of Constellations. It was the divine palace of the Western Constellations master, Fu Qing. Near the gates of the palace, within one of the subsidiary halls, there was a giant golden astrolabe. This astrolabe was a transcendence artifact refined back when the 6 sages had first established the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, and the 4 constellations masters held it for safekeeping. They took turns to guard it, and since this year the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was held in the Western Star Sea, they placed the astrolabe here. 2 horned pythons slithered about the hall, carrying with them a fishy stench. At times, they would coil up around one of the pillars, causing many visitors to crease their brows. But alas, the Western Constellation's master intended to creep them out in the first place, so it wouldn't do them any good to chase these snakes away. Everyone knew that Fu Qing was displeased that they were carrying out the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade in the Western Starsea. Truth be told, no one would be happy to host such a bloody affair on their own property. If Yao Sage Jihuan hadn't pressured him, Fu Qing would definitely kick out all the people from the hall and leave them to fend for themselves. Why should he even bother providing a hall for them? Ever since all 18 people had arrived in the hall, no one had caught sight of Fu Qing. Even if they wanted to go and pay their respects, he refused to grant them an audience, and simply said that he was in closed-door cultivation. He wouldn't even show his face to the people sent over by Ji Huan, and merely instructed them to look for his subordinates if they had any problems. Ji Huan's subordinates weren't offended at all and simply returned obediently. From this, it was evident what extraordinary existences the 4 constellations masters of the Sea of Constellations were. The 4 of them were the mighty demonic behemoths after all. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years they had been cultivating. They were in existence even older than the 6 sages themselves. Unless the 6 sages personally stepped out, Fu Qing really didn't need to give face to anyone else. Most importantly, even if he didn't give face, no one would be offended by it. Anyone that dared to challenge his authority was welcome to try. There was a good reason why the Sea of Constellations inflicted such terror in the cultivation realm. The 4 constellations masters were called as such because they were the original owners of this place. It wasn't a simple thing to chase them out. The 6 sages had each sent 3 people over to observe the battle for this year's Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. The ones sent over this time were a little different from normal. They were mostly people who were relatively close to the 6 sages themselves. It was because the nature of this year's subjugation crusade was a little different than normal. The new generation under the 6 sages was also participating, and so the subjugation crusade quickly became a platform for their respective disciples to gauge their own strengths. As such, the 180,000 cultivators in the subjugation crusade this year had become mere sideshows. These new participants were the main performance. This was done to ensure the fairness of the subjugation crusade. But to be more accurate, everyone was simply afraid of sabotage, which was why the 6 sages had all sent over their trusted aides to oversee the situation. The respective overseers of the 6 nations each stood at one side of the astrolabe. The astrolabe displayed a holographic map of the Western Sea, and the overseers were looking at the glowing dots scattered on it. Most of the dots were white, but 6, in particular, were an eye-catching red. These 6 red dots were the participants that the 6 nations were truly concerned about. The other white dots were probably nothing but weeds in their eyes. One of the Devil Nation overseers was the Devil Sage Yun Outyan's youngest son, Yun Guang. It was because Yun Guang's son, or the Devil Sage's grandson, was participating in the crusade this time. Yun Guang looked very much like his father, and his countenance carried a dominating aura. Crossing his hands behind his back, he swept a sharp gaze at the astrolabe. 2 people were standing behind Yun Guang, one of which Miao Yi was slightly familiar with. It was the man who had taken Luo Shuangfei away, Sirzhua. One of the Buddha Nation overseers was the Buddha sage Tson Lei's subordinate, Grandmaster Qi Jia. The old monk was bald and had 2 long, snow-white eyebrows which extended all the way to his chest. His face possessed a gentle bearing, and despite being old and thin, he seemed to brim with vigor. His eyes shone with energy, but at the same time, were deep and mysterious. He garbed himself in monk's robes which were as white as snow, with a black satin cloth hanging across his sides. The black satin cloth was adorned with an elaborate branching pattern of a golden cloud design, giving him a regal and kind appearance. Grandmaster Qi Jia's disciple was a participant as well, but he was not the main representative. He was merely here to assist the Buddha sage's direct disciple. It was only because Grandmaster Qi Jia's disciple was also participating that the Buddha sage had him oversee the situation. One of the overseers of the Yao nation was the Yao sage Ji Huan's daughter, Ji Nini. The main representative that they sent over was her son. as a mother, she had to personally come and give her support. One of the overseers of the Ghost Nation was the ghost sage Situ Zhao's disciple, He Yun. The main representative was his son. One of the overseers of the Boundless Nation was the Tao sage Feng Beichen's disciple, Hua Yu. The main participant representing their nation was his disciple. From the Celestial Nation, the Celestial Sage Mu Fan Jian had sent 2 disciples over. One was called Tang Jun, and the other was the highly renowned beauty in the cultivation realm, Fairy Hongchen. The latter had requested to come because she had a close relationship with their main representative, who was another disciple of the Celestial Sage. The girl was just as famed for her beauty as Fairy Hongchen, Fairy Yu Yao. The reason why the 6 sages sent their members over to participate was because of Fairy Yu Yao. Fu Manjun originally wanted to let Fairy Yu Yao participate as a form of training. Then, when the other 5 sages heard of this, they were completely amused. They were all people with too much free time on their hands, so they immediately decided to take part as well. Although it was just a game to them, it was a disaster for the other 180,000 cultivators participating in the crusade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, A Decisive Murderer. Chapter 339, A Decisive Murderer. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. A battle has already started over there. As he swept a sharp gaze across the astrolabe, Yun Guang suddenly pointed to the spot just in front of Tang Jun. Everyone cast their gazes over and saw a cluster of bright dots in front of Tang Jun that were flickering vigorously. This was a sign that some of the people who disembarked had already begun crossing blades. Yun Guang asked, Tang Jun, these are troops from your celestial nation, right? Which earthly branch are they from? Tang Jun invoked his transcendence arts over the astrolabe. He immediately hid away the other locations on the western star sea as he zoomed in on the area with the glimmering lights and projected it over the entire astrolabe. The cluster of dots instantly spread out into 2,000 individual ones. They were all clearly visible now. The voluptuous Ji Nini giggled. That should be the disembarkation point for the troops of the Celestial Nation's 5th earthly branch. From the looks of it, quite a number of people are battling. Yun Guang chuckled. Interesting. A preemptive strike, I see. Behind him, Zhuan Nanchuan's gaze was darting across the astrolabe. Tang Jun's expression slowly darkened, he was clearly a little displeased. They had just disembarked at the Sea of Constellations and wouldn't be bumping into the cultivators from the other 5 nations for the time being. And yet, the troops of the Celestial Nation had already begun killing one another. If all of their troops perished because of this, how would they be able to face off against the other 5 nations after this? Everyone stared at it for a while and watched as white dots of light began to disappear. Soon, over 200 dots had completely disappeared. Shrouded in a deathly aura, He Yun snickered. How decisive. More than 200 have died already. Amit Ba. Grandmaster Qi Jie clapped his palms together and prayed. Tang Jun had a blank look on his face and simply kept quiet. In order to ensure fairness, the troops under the 6 nations had timed their departure schedules properly to arrive around the same time. Half a day later, the intermediaries who were sent to ensure the successful delivery of the participants returned and handed over the confirmation documents. These intermediaries were all members of the Western Constellations Palace. Eventually, the person responsible for receiving the forces of the Celestial Nation's 5th earthly branch delivered by Wu Menglan returned. As he was about to leave, Tang Jun suddenly asked, Hold on, what exactly happened to the participants of my 5th earthly branch? Why did they start killing each other as soon as they alighted? The man was startled. But he quickly gave a smile. As a member of the Western Constellations Palace, he had no reason to fear the overseers sent by the 6 sages. His tone was neither too humble nor too overbearing as he replied, this incident started from the three major sects of the fifth earthly branch. As soon as the troops alighted, the disciples of the three major sects from the traversing moon palace immediately surrounded a man called Miao Yi.
Miao Yi?
Standing quietly behind Tang Jun all this while, Fairy Hong Chen's eyes suddenly shone, and she accidentally interrupted the man, causing many to cast their gazes towards her.
Tang Jun turned around and asked, "Does junior sister know this person?"
Fairy Hong Chen regained her composure, then shook her head.
"I don't.
I just find it peculiar that someone would dare stand against the three major sects on their own."
Tang Jun gave her a long look, but he cast his suspicions aside after thinking it through.
This junior sister of his had a cold personality and didn't like making friends, much less with a no-name little brat. He turned back and said, "Please continue." The man smiled as he continued, "That Miao Yi is quite impressive indeed.
I've never seen a Blue Lotus cultivator as powerful as him.
More than 20 people from the three major sects surrounded him, and yet he single-handedly triumphed against them and almost massacred the entire group.
None of them could even withstand a single blow.
He was even capable of knocking down dragon steeds with the residual force of his strikes, and with just one blow, no less." Then, all the disciples of the three major sects from the 12 palaces of the fifth earthly branch sought to crush this common enemy.
Over 200 of them tried to kill him.
Then out of nowhere, this Miao Yi suddenly rallied together a Red Scarves alliance. After everyone heard the story, Yun Guang chuckled, "It is indeed quite rare to see a Blue Lotus cultivator capable of matching the endurance of a dragon steed with brute strength. And to be able to recruit so many of those with no background and bring them together shows that he's quite capable as well. I wonder how long he'll last." Behind him, Zhuan Nanchuan's eyebrows creased heavily.
Miao Yi?
When he first heard this name, Grandmaster Qi Jia raised a white eyebrow. His unruly disciple, who had a mind filled with thoughts of betraying the school, would always mention this name to him, so much so that he felt as if his ears would develop calluses. However, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. That person shouldn't be the same as the one he'd heard about. That person's status was lowly, and he couldn't even cultivate, much less possess such strength. There were plenty of people with the same name in this world. This should only be an example of that. Fairy Hong Chen's breathtaking face, whose beauty could overthrow nations, remained expressionless. However, she secretly grasped her hands in a tight grip as her delicate fingers lay intertwined over her abdomen. As soon as that man finished his story and departed, Tang Jun turned back and invoked his transcendence arts over the astrolabe again. The astrolabe glowed as it zoomed out of the previous image and presented the entire map of the Western Star Sea to everyone once more. In the blink of an eye, that earlier discussion about Miao Yi was cast to the back of everyone's minds. It was because a minor character like this was truly not worth their attention. Even if it were someone with the rank of a hall master, the people present probably wouldn't be too concerned either.
Tang Jun had only asked because he wanted to understand the situation.
Miao Yi led his troops across the desolate plains, past the verdant forest filled with lofty trees, and up to the snowy peaks of the mighty mountains. Snow billowed down as the frosty wind howled. Night had already fallen when Miao Yi had everyone come to a stop. They could all hear something moving, so they opened their transcendence vision and cast their gazes down the mountain, finding a bunch of people following them from behind.
Why are they still following us?
If they don't stop, our mounts will eventually collapse from fatigue. Zhao Fei gazed towards the foot of the mountain. We have already crushed the three major sections.
Could they be hoping to seek vengeance for them? Sikong Wu Wei chuckled, seek vengeance for the three major sects? As if they'd be so kind.
My guess is that they desire the treasures we earned and plan on joining hands to steal them away.
Wang Yuetian looked at Miao Yi and remarked, Alliance Master. Regardless of what they're plotting, we should be ready, just in case.
Miao Yi kept quiet as all three looked at him. After the previous battle, everyone had already accepted him as the Alliance Master. They were not only impressed by his combat strength but his intellect as well. If he hadn't drawn the attention of the three major sects,
the Red Scarves Alliance wouldn't have caught them unprepared and wouldn't have been as successful in their ambush. If they had clashed with the three major sects while at their peak performance, the Red Scarves Alliance might not have been able to gain much of an advantage. After crossing blades with the three major sects, everyone became aware that their strength was not just for show. The Sword Deviate sect aside, both the School of Imperial Beasts and the Jade Lady sect didn't even get to use a single one of their unique skills. It was purely because the Red Scarves Alliance had managed to catch them unprepared that they were able to launch a preemptive strike and triumph against them. Otherwise, if they'd waited for the School of Imperial Beasts to summon those nasty creatures of theirs, the Red Scarves Alliance would have found themselves in a tight spot. Miao Yi scanned the topology around the area before he pointed down and said, "The other party outnumbers us heavily. We won't be able to win. We need to make use of the height advantage here. If they're really plotting something against us, we shall trigger an avalanche. With the avalanche behind us, we will rush down at full speed. Stop for nothing and don't engage in battle with anyone. Just kill as many as you can." He raised his hand and pointed to a mound at the foot of the mountain. "Focus on charging down. Once we're at the foot of the mountain, we shall regroup at that spot. If the other party suffers heavy losses, we shall strike back in full force and kill them all. The rewards from that will surely be bountiful. If we can't deal a mighty blow to the other party, we will circle around the foot of the mountain and ascend from a different location. By then, I believe they'll have to think twice if they wish to continue chasing after us. Unless they wish to experience a second avalanche." As the three of them listened, they looked around at the pockets of ice and snow that had built up over countless years and couldn't help but feel a foreboding chill. If they really triggered an avalanche, then the sheer might of it would be akin to 10,000 volts of lightning. If they charged down with such a terrifying force behind them, how many of those down below would be able to withstand it? They would surely perish with a single stroke. The only problem was that even their own troops would have to avoid being crushed under the avalanche while they were running away. If they were any slower, the massive force of the avalanche would definitely squash them all. This was nothing short of fighting while putting their lives on the line. But then again, this was a great move. The people down below numbered almost 1,000, whereas they were only 400. If they didn't use the terrain to their advantage, they wouldn't be able to win. The three of them were thoroughly impressed by Miao Yi, but at the same time, they concluded that this alliance master of theirs was a ruthless man. In order to win, he was not only ruthless to the enemy, but to his own forces as well. It was reassuring to follow behind someone like this, but they just didn't know whether this would end up a blessing or a curse. Those afraid to battle and only know how to hide in the backlands will naturally be the first to die to the avalanche. If you charge ahead with courage, then with the dragon steed's speed as well as the downward momentum, it should be possible to outrun the avalanche. Go and make the arrangements. Execute those who don't comply. Miao Yi seemed to have guessed everyone's doubts, but he was intent on following through with his plan. He'd issued the command in an irrefutable tone. The three acknowledged his orders and quickly made the necessary arrangements as Miao Yi instructed. As the troops got into their positions, all of them looked at Miao Yi like he was some kind of monster. After all, he was gambling with their lives. And at the same time, they were in awe. This alliance master was a ruthless man who should never be offended. As he watched the troops ready themselves, Miao Yi suddenly turned around to Qi Shouhong, who'd been behind him this whole time, and said, "Don't panic later on. Just follow closely behind me, and you'll be fine." Understood. Qi Shouhong nodded. She felt conflicted as she gazed at Miao Yi's back. This alliance master is a very decisive person. He truly is someone who will kill another without hesitation. As soon as their group finished preparations and assembled into formation, with their riders ready to charge down at a moment's notice, the troops situated a few hundred meters away seemed to have noticed that something was amiss. They all stopped and stared at the forces above them. They tried not to show any signs of hostility, as though afraid to cause a misunderstanding. Miao Yi creased his eyebrows, unsure of what the other party was plotting. He turned his head and said, "Sikong Wu Wei. Bring a couple of people with you to go and ask what's going on. If you notice anything wrong, send us a signal immediately. We will rush down straight away and save you." He already had a second-grade mountain-cleaving talisman in his hands. If they were to bump into a strong opponent later, he would immediately use it to cut open a path. Everyone tensed up at his words. You, and you. Follow me." With his long axe raised, Sikong Wu Wei called out a few people, then galloped downwards. The forces at the top were ready. At the bottom, Sikong Wu Wei had brought several people with him and met up with the forces down below. After a short discussion, it didn't seem like they were hostile. Then, Sikong Wu Wei brought a few people back with him. Once they were only 100 meters away, Sikong Wu Wei had them stop and ordered the others to keep an eye on them. Then, he came back alone to report his findings. "Alliance Master. They said they wished to submit to our Red Scarves Alliance. I'm afraid they might be lying. For now, I've brought a few of them over. Do you wish to talk to them or kill them?" Everyone immediately exchanged glances. The disciples of those large sects have always treated everyone else with contempt just because they had the backing of a school. But now they wish to submit to our Red Scarves Alliance. Miao Yi mulled it over for a while, then nodded. "It is naturally a good thing that they're willing to submit to us. Let those people come over." "Hold on." Wan Yuetian called for Sikong Wu Wei to stop. Then, he cupped his fists towards Miao Yi. "Alliance Master. Disciples from a school will always form groups of their own. If anything happens, the first thing they'll do is group together amongst themselves. If they join our Red Scarves Alliance, I fear that they will try to wrest control over our forces. This will not be to our benefit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 340, Mark of Fealty. Chapter 340, Mark of Fealty. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. As soon as the words left Wan Yuetian's mouth, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei both nodded in agreement and looked towards Miao Yi. They all hoped he would change his mind. Miao Yi could hear a series of mumbling behind him as well. As he turned around, he saw everyone nodding their heads. Clearly, they also shared Wang Yuetian's opinion. These people still had an aversion towards the large sects in their minds. After battling the three major sects, everyone saw how much force they wielded. They didn't need to rely on the other sects to advance. The Red Scarves Alliance had already become their sole means of support within the Sea of Constellations. At the very least, they wouldn't betray one another, because everyone had no other alternative for survival. However, if they allowed the people from those sects and schools to join in, it was a cause for worry. Miao Yi was pleased that everyone had this mentality of protecting the interests of the Red Scarves Alliance, but he felt that their disinclinations still restrained them. How long could they survive in the Sea of Constellations with just their numbers? Obviously, the greater the force, the better. He was not afraid of having too many members, he was afraid they wouldn't have enough. He was confident in himself, so he wasn't afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it. "Are you scared of them?" Miao Yi asked in a somber tone. Wang Yuetian bounced his question back, "Alliance Master. Didn't you choose from the start not to ally with those belonging to the sects precisely because you had the same concerns as we do? That was then, and this is now. If we hadn't displayed our strength, do you think they would even care who we are? Now, things are different. They are the ones who wish to submit to us." Miao Yi raised his hand and pointed downwards. He asked, "Who can tell me how many sects these people belong to?" Zhao Fei answered, "At least a few dozen." "Indeed. A few dozen sections. If they could form an alliance of their own, why would they need to rely on us? It shows that there is no trust between them. We are a force of 400. Let me ask you, What other sect would be able to match our strength on their own? Miao Yi pointed downwards and asked, why is everyone so lacking in confidence? With just our numbers, how difficult would it be to survive in the Sea of Constellations for the next 9 years? I'm not afraid that we have too many people, I'm afraid we won't have enough. We will let them join us, and whoever dares to betray our interests shall simply face execution. We don't need to fear them. The crowd remains silent. Is it that easy to kill? Miao Yi asserted, I know what I'm doing. I won't let the situation that everyone's worried about arise. Sikong Wu Wei, bring their respective representatives over to talk to me. Tell them this: all who are sincere about joining can come up, but he also had to make preparations of his own. After all, there were numerous experts out of the 1,000 people down there. He gave orders to have them leave their steeds behind. Then once they were up here, even if they had any ulterior motives, they wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. At least they wouldn't be able to chase after him and his troops. Sikong Wu Wei cast a glance at everyone else, and seeing as no one was against it, he cupped his fists and acknowledged his order. He turned around and left on his dragon steed while carrying his long axe. After a short while, he brought around 40 people over to their side. The group walked up, and as soon as they saw Miao Yi, they cupped their fists and paid their respects. Among them, Yan Beihong of the sect of the three founders saw Zhao Fei and even cupped his fists with a smile. Little brother Zhao. Zhao Fei forced a smile and returned the greeting, evidently feeling a little awkward. Dressed in armor with a spear in hand, Miao Yi swept his gaze over the group as he sat on his dragon steed, and noticed there were only around 40 representatives present. This didn't align with the names list in his hands. He speculated that a number of them didn't share the same opinion and went on a different path, which explained their absence. This made sense seeing as there were barely 1,000 of them down there. Otherwise, there should be at least 200 more people. Miao Yi cut straight to the chase and asked, why do you wish to join our Red Scarves Alliance? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, don't expect to return alive. With a simple wave of his spear, the 400 people behind him instantly moved and surrounded the representatives as though they might charge at them at the drop of a hat. It was a blatant threat. All these people without their steeds were instantly flustered. The people looking up from the foot of the mountain were equally startled as well. Yan Beihong forced a smile and said, we came solely because of one line from the Alliance Master. Miao Yi laughed. Oh? May I know which line of mine had such influence for all of you to wish to submit yourselves to us? Yan Beihong replied, Red Scarves Alliance. 10 years in the Sea of Constellations, we shall only share life and death for 9. In the final year, it's back to being enemies for us. Those of us from the sect of the three founders have come willingly to submit to you precisely because of these words of yours, Alliance Master. He turned around and added, I believe everyone else is here for the same reason as well. All the representatives nodded their heads as if they had rehearsed the entire thing. That's right. We are willing to work alongside the Red Scarves Alliance in order to survive the Sea of Constellations. Work alongside the Red Scarves Alliance? Miao Yi's gaze turned cold as he said, I believe there is something wrong with what you've all said. You are not working alongside my Red Scarves Alliance, you will be joining it and become a member. There are some things I must let you all know firsthand. Once you join my Red Scarves Alliance, you will be a full-fledged member. As long as the Red Scarves Alliance exists in the Sea of Constellations, I suggest that every one of you forget about your identities as a sect member for the time being. Forget about working for the benefit of your individual sects, and focus on the overall benefit of the Red Scarves Alliance. I will not allow any sect member to form their own circles. Once you join, I will consider your groups immediately disbanded. The representatives were taken aback once more. They all looked at one another, and once they seemed to have reached an agreement, they cupped their fists and replied, we are willing to comply with the Alliance Master's orders. Don't be so hasty to agree. Miao Yi waved his hand and smiled, let me make one other thing clear.
I know that there are still many of your fellow disciples who are not part of the administration participating in this crusade and that they're waiting to meet up with all of you. However, once you join the Red Scarves Alliance, you will not be allowed to act on your own. We will not change our course for the interest of your sections. That is why I suggest for everyone to put the matter of meeting up with your fellow disciples aside for now. If you are able to agree to these terms, the Red Scarves Alliance will welcome you with open arms. If not, you are free to leave. Everyone's faces darkened. Is he trying to strip away the autonomy of the various sects completely? They're just a bunch of bastards with no background to speak of, yet they're audacious enough to think of holding full authority over the sects and have them work under their thumb. However, these people had lost their steeds. Against the 400 people surrounding them from all sides with watchful gazes, they didn't dare to speak against this affront. A Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator called Lu Siping cupped his fists and said, "May I ask the Alliance Master what we should do if we bump into our fellow disciples? Are we not allowed to meet them as well? If this is the case, then I'm afraid I must decline. Even if I manage to survive the Sea of Constellations in the end, I fear I will not be able to answer to my school." Miao Yi smiled, "I am not such a stubborn man. If we bump into the other members of your sect, and if we can recruit them into our Red Scarves Alliance and gain an extra helping hand, we will naturally welcome them. If not, we won't hold you down either. We will, of course, let you leave together with your fellow disciples." This was more acceptable. Many nodded in agreement as their expressions relaxed slightly. "Everyone. These are my terms. If you are willing to adhere to them, you are free to stay. If not, please leave." Miao Yi told them all as he swept his gaze across. Then, he raised his hand and had his troops open a path down the mountain for them. One of them cupped his fists decisively, "Farewell." They then immediately turned around and left. To some of the more prideful representatives, they had already given face to the Red Scarves Alliance by offering to join them. And yet it came with so many restrictions. Who did they think they were? Around 10 people left because of this. Yan Beihong was evidently not very pleased with the verdict either and was also among those that departed. Now, around 30 representatives remained. Miao Yi looked at the people descending the mountain and scoffed. Then, he turned to face the remaining 30 and began asking about them. After his questioning, he discovered that within the names list of all the cultivators aboard the ship, 6 out of the 16 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts now stood before him, not including Zhao Fei and the other 2. They were Lu Siping, Yu Baixing, Fei Din, Jia Zifeng, Dong Quan, and Hu Ziyuan. That left 7 other Blue Lotus 9th grade experts. It seemed as though 4 of them had already taken their troops and headed elsewhere from the beach. Lu Siping and the rest could vouch for this as well. They had confirmed this when they met the others during the hike up the mountain. It did seem as though there were 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts among the people that descended the mountain earlier. This was in accordance with the names list in Miao Yi's hands. The remaining 30 people each gave a list of their respective forces. There were around 600, almost 700 of them in total. Miao Yi smiled as he asked, "I believe that my conditions must seem quite harsh to everyone. Why do you still wish to join the Red Scarves Alliance?" The others exchanged glances. Lu Siping smiled. "We are in unknown territory, and our future is an equally difficult subject of question. We will only be able to survive longer by working together. And only by surviving longer will we have a hope of leaving the Sea of Constellations alive. Otherwise, everything is but a pipe dream." He was implying that they sought the unity attained by the Red Scarves Alliance. Jia Zifeng smiled and added, "Strict as they were, the Alliance Master's conditions were all for the sake of the Red Scarves Alliance." Beside him, Hu Ziyuan continued, "Since the Alliance Master cares so much for the Red Scarves Alliance, once we join in, the Alliance Master's concerns for the Red Scarves Alliance will apply to us as well. So why shouldn't we combine our forces?" The 30 representatives looked at one another and smiled. It seemed they all shared the same thoughts.
Miao Yi immediately burst into laughter. He pointed at the crowd as he shook his head and said, "My conditions were harsh because I didn't want a rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. I needed to force those with ulterior motives to back away of their own volition. As the saying goes, it is better to be without than to have something of inferior quality. Indeed, we are in unknown territory. And it is no lie that our days and nights are a subject of question. If we don't work together, then as a disorderly group, how can we hope to survive? Now, it seems like I was overthinking things. I can see that all of you understand this point very well. Alliance Master thinks too highly of us." Lu Siping and the rest smiled and cupped their fists. Regardless if they were being truthful or not, at the very least they acted as if they sincerely wished to serve right now. Zhao Fei and the other two exchanged glances. They realized they had been overthinking things. Even though the Alliance Master seemed young, he was an intelligent man who clearly knew where his boundaries were. They looked at Miao Yi with admiration. With the uncertainty of the road ahead, everyone did need to rely on such a strong leader. Miao Yi wiped the smile off his face and asked, "Does everyone know what I'm planning to do after this?" Lu Siping cupped his fists. "This matter concerns our futures as well. Naturally, we wish to know." Miao Yi scanned his surroundings before his gaze fell upon them once again. He said in a somber tone, "This is the place where we disembarked from, as shown on the map of the Western Star Sea we received. We can also see the areas where the other earthly branches have touched ground on. If we wish to, we can head straight for them. At the same time, they could attempt to come to us as well. Even if one does not wish to harm a tiger, it will still bear its fangs. We need to prepare ourselves. That's why we shouldn't stay here for too long." Everyone nodded in agreement. Miao Yi continued, "I wish to bring everyone away from this place. We shall take advantage of the fact that the forces from the other earthly branches have also just disembarked, as well as the distance between us, and then find a secluded spot to hide for a few years. It's best if we can hide for the next 10 years until the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade is over. I think everyone doesn't wish to risk their lives for the hollow title of the top 100 survivors either. It's perfectly fine to return empty-handed. But if we can't hide for that long, that's fine as well. Once the various forces have had their strengths reduced from all the fighting, our Red Scarves Alliance will once again display the might that we have stored away for so long. I simply doubt that anyone would be able to withstand the charge of a 1,000-strong army. What do you all think?" Alliance Master is wise. "This is a brilliant plan." Lu Siping and the rest complimented. Even Zhao Fei and the rest nodded in agreement as their eyes brightened. However, Miao Yi said with some reluctance, "If we wish to hide away from the public eye for a few years, we need to make ample preparations. Naturally, the more resources we have, the better," he said as he pointed downwards. Then, everyone followed his gaze. "These 300 people are not of the same mind as us. We would be enemies if we were to meet them again. How could we not eliminate such a potential threat? I wish to take the resources they have in preparation for us to use when we are hiding. However, many of the brothers behind me suffered heavy wounds before when we battled the 3 major sections. Even though we wish to take their resources, we lack the strength to do so. Would everyone be so kind as to eliminate this potential threat and retrieve the resources they possess for the sake of our Red Scarves Alliance?" Miao Yi asked politely. Lu Siping and the rest exchanged glances. In the end, all he wanted was for them to submit a mark of fealty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Splitting the Loot. Chapter 341, Splitting the Loot. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. He wanted them all to fight as soon as they joined. They all felt quite conflicted. Even though the Alliance Master was beating around the bush, his words couldn't have been any clearer. Since those 300 were unwilling to join the Red Scarves Alliance,
it meant that they were enemies and must be eliminated. Furthermore, if Lu Siping and the rest didn't go and deal with those people, it would prove that they were insincere in their wish to join the Red Scarves Alliance. Then, they would also be branded as enemies of the Red Scarves Alliance. From the looks of things, it was unlikely that they would be able to leave unscathed if they declined the Alliance Master's request. Zhao Fei and the rest exchanged glances and kept quiet. The Alliance Master had a better grasp of the situation than they did, and didn't need them to chime in. Amidst the falling snow, all 400 troops of the Red Scarves Alliance suddenly turned eerily quiet. Their doubts were instantly dispelled by Miao Yi's words. They kept a watchful gaze on Lu Siping and the rest. So long as Miao Yi said the word, they would immediately pounce on them without hesitation. Right now, they will not be on guard against you. Use the element of surprise and your superior numbers to deal them a swift and lethal strike. You will definitely be able to triumph over them in a single stroke. I dare say there is hardly any difficulty in that. With an indifferent expression, Miao Yi then reminded them, if all of you are unwilling to even do such a simple task, how can I believe that you all are sincere in joining my Red Scarves Alliance? How will I be able to trust that you will follow my orders once you join? He had already made it very clear, that's right. I want you all to submit a mark of fealty. After Lu Siping and the rest had a short discussion among themselves, they came to agree that the task indeed wasn't very difficult, as Miao Yi said. Even if they fought with them head-on, they wouldn't at a disadvantage either, much less with a sudden ambush. After they all came to an agreement, they cupped their fists and said, "We acknowledge the Alliance Master's orders." Miao Yi looked down towards Yan Beihong and the others who had already returned to their own forces, then said, "Time is of the essence. Don't let them escape." Lu Siping and the rest immediately descended the mountain. By the time they caught up, Yan Beihong and the rest had already explained the situation to their fellow disciples and were about to leave. As he watched the situation unfold down below, Miao Yi issued a command, "Follow our original plan and prepare to trigger the avalanche. If Lu Siping and the others will not make their move, we will eliminate them as well in one fell swoop." Behind him, Shi Xiuhong trembled slightly when she heard this. Understood. For the first time, Zhao Fei and the rest cupped their fists and acknowledged the order wholeheartedly. They had come to understand that Miao Yi's every action was truly for the sake of everyone in the Red Scarves Alliance. Now, they were truly ready to serve. After becoming more earnest in following Miao Yi's commands, the speed at which Zhao Fei and the rest made their preparations was significantly faster as well. Down the mountain, Yan Beihong and the rest had just led their troops a short distance away when they heard a commotion coming from behind them. When they turned to look, they saw Lu Siping and the rest leading their troops down at a moderate pace as well. Yan Beihong couldn't help shouting, "Brother Lu! Didn't you all agree to the terms of the Red Scarves Alliance? Why have you returned? The Red Scarves Alliance comes with too many restrictions. It is too unbearable. We might as well look to other alternatives." Lu Siping replied. Yan Beihong had everyone come to a stop with a wave of his hand. Together with 10 other representatives from the various sects, he turned back and began approaching Lu Siping's group. "That little rascal is clearly trying to make things difficult for us, Brother Lu. We just had a short discussion earlier. Why must we heed another's commands? Why can't we just form an alliance of our own?" With a raise of Lu Siping's hand, the people behind him came to a stop as well. Slightly amused, he asked, "Might I ask who would give the orders then, once the alliance is formed?" Yan Beihong immediately replied in earnest, "We can slowly come to an agreement on that. If everyone doesn't mind, I am willing to take up the mantle and work for the benefit of everyone." Working for the benefit of everyone is a lie. The truth is you just want to be the Alliance Master, thought Lu Siping, but just gave a nod and said, "I doubt we will be able to come to an agreement no matter how much we discuss. I don't have anything against Brother Yan becoming the Alliance Master. But let me ask you this, if we were to suffer an enemy attack, would Brother Yan be willing to let the disciples from the sect of the 3 founders be at the head of the charge?"
After he said those words, one of the disciples from the sect of the three founders behind Yan Beihong already began shouting, "The Alliance Master himself belongs to the sect of the three founders." To have him command his fellow disciples to take the front charge, what logic is this? Of course everyone has to follow the orders of the Alliance Master. Yan Beihong turned around and glared at that disciple, indicating that he should keep his mouth shut. Turning back, he smiled and said, "Brother Lu, rest assured, I will not let any of the sects suffer like that. I definitely won't dictate the decisions on my own. When the time comes, we can all reach a consensus together." You want to discuss when the enemy is already upon us? I fear it will be too late by the time we come to a consensus, if any at all. Our forces would already be engulfed in chaos before we could even get to an agreement on anything. How can we survive in the sea of constellations like that? Lu Siping mocked. Slightly displeased, Yan Beihong said, "If Brother Lu has a better idea, then do share with us." "As a matter of fact, I do. It's to kill you." With a sudden shout, Lu Siping suddenly thrusted with his spear. As though it was a signal for the attack, the moment he struck, 600 troops behind him immediately charged down. Using the height to their advantage, they rushed down and instantly engaged in a chaotic melee. Yan Beihong reacted quickly and managed to defend himself just in time, blocking Lu Siping's thrust before launching a swift counterattack of his own. As both sides engaged in fierce combat, Yan Beihong bellowed, "Lu Siping, you and I have no ill will between us. I even courteously extended my hand to you. Why did you choose to launch an ambush against me? By my Alliance Master's orders, I am here to kill the enemy." Lu Siping bluntly replied with the truth. His barrage continued without letting up. Soon, another Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator, Yu Baixing, joined the fray and both of them started to corner Yan Beihong. Whilst anxiously defending himself, Yan Beihong repeatedly cursed, "Bastards! How dare you set me up?" Meanwhile, Jia Zifeng and Fei Dian had already taken down another Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator in mere moments with the help of two other Blue Lotus 8th grade cultivators from their respective sections. As soon as they finished, both parties nodded at one another. Fei Dian led one of his fellow disciples over to Lu Siping and Yu Baixing's side, while Jia Zifeng and one of his fellow disciples rushed to Dong Quan and Hu Ziyuan's side, where they were battling another Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator. How could Yan Beihong defend against the joint attack from 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts and 1 Blue Lotus 8th grade expert? He couldn't even run away. His armor artifact flashed with blue light as it endured blow after blow for him. Then, his dragon steed neighed in agony as it collapsed. Just as Yan Beihong wanted to leap up, Lu Siping pierced his thigh with his spear and pinned him down. Bastard Yan Beihong was cursing when he was suddenly interrupted by the dimming blue light of his armor artifact after enduring countless attacks, and his head being abruptly chopped off. Once they were done, they all immediately looked towards Jia Zifeng's battle only to find that it was already over. The other party had already charged into the surrounding melee. They quickly followed suit, taking lives wherever they went. Their killing potential was no joke. With Yan Beihong and the other experts gone, there was no one who could keep these superior fighters at bay. Like wolves diving into a pack of sheep, Lu Siping and the rest charged into the fray. It was easy to imagine what would happen when 6 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts went into an all-out offensive. The only things that could be heard were the agonized screams of the enemy. Standing in the blistering wind and snow, Miao Yi and the rest looked on coldly as the battle unfolded. The one-sided fight didn't last very long. Lu Siping and the rest even went so far as to personally chase after the remnants that managed to escape and put an end to them. As the final screams died and gave way to the stillness of night, Lu Siping and the rest returned and immediately began cleaning up the battlefield. After retrieving the spoils of war, Lu Siping and the rest came back up the mountain and stopped several dozen meters away from Miao Yi and his forces. Lu Siping and the rest dismounted from their steeds and carried a large bag over, revealing a large pile of storage rings inside as they offered it up to Miao Yi. "There are no survivors. We have accomplished our mission." "Good. Miao Yi received the bag and tossed it over to Qi Shouhong. Then, he turned to Zhao Fei and the rest. The sects have already shown their sincerity. They wish to partake in our fates for the next 9 years. What say you? Lu Siping and the rest raised their heads to the crowd. They finally understood that the reason Miao Yi wanted them to submit a mark of fealty was so that he could convince the rest. Zhao Fei and the rest cupped their fists. We acknowledge the Alliance Master's command. Miao Yi immediately turned back to Lu Siping and ordered him to list down all the surviving members of each sect. Then, he commanded the other representatives to tally their forces. There were over 50 casualties in this battle. As Miao Yi read through each jade archive delivered to him, he concluded that the number of troops had decreased from almost 700 to around 620 people. Everything was quiet under the wind and snow. Miao Yi turned to everyone and tallied together the list of names of these 600 new members and the original 400. He raised his head and said, "We cannot operate as a headless snake. A disorderly organization will only invite ruin in the sea of constellations." Dong Quan. Present. Dong Quan stepped forward. "By my decree, you shall be the captain of the Red Scarves Alliance's 1st Division." Miao Yi issued his first command as the Alliance Master of the Red Scarves Alliance. Dong Quan acknowledges. "Those whose names I call out shall be members of the 1st Division from now on. You will heed Captain Dong's commands." Miao Yi then quickly listed out 150 names. There were both sect members as well as the original members of the Red Scarves Alliance. Those who were called out then gathered behind Dong Quan. Dong Quan was ecstatic. This was a much larger force than that of his own sect. Wang Yuetian. Present. From now on, you will be the captain of the 2nd Division. Everyone was divided into their own groups in quick succession. Dong Quan became the 1st Division captain, Wang Yuetian the 2nd Division captain, Hu Ziyuan the 3rd Division captain, Jia Zifeng the 4th Division captain, Fei Dian the 5th Division captain, and lastly, Yu Baixing the 6th Division captain. Each of the 6 Blue Lotus 9th grade captains commanded a force of 150 people. As for the remaining 130 people, they became the Red Scarves Alliance's Enforcer Division because their cultivations were rather high. They were personally led by Miao Yi, and managed by the 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, and Lu Siping. The 3 of them were dubbed the Elder Enforcers and became Miao Yi's trusted aides. Qi Shouhong was not bequeathed with any title. Needless to say, her cultivation was much too low to survive in the sea of constellations. She already considered herself fortunate that Miao Yi was willing to let her stay, and was satisfied with just doing menial chores for him. Miao Yi then ordered each captain to divide their own troops into 10 subdivisions and allowed them to choose a suitable leader for each of them. He didn't interfere with their choices and instead, spent time tallying the rewards from the previous 2 battles with Zhao Fei and the others. The Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade heavily emphasized the importance of the golden bangle on everyone's wrists. It was the whole purpose of the Subjugation Crusade. After tallying everything, the total number of golden bangles came up to almost 700. There couldn't be so many from just the enemy numbers. Clearly, they retrieved some of the golden bangles from their dead allies as well. This was inevitable. They couldn't just leave them be. Miao Yi didn't take more for himself as a sign of equality and took the same amount as the other Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators such as Zhao Fei and the rest. Each of them kept 10 for themselves. Since even the Alliance Master himself took so little, Zhao Fei and the rest wouldn't have any reason to complain. With approximately 500 pieces remaining, there wouldn't be enough to distribute equally to the other 1,000 members either. As such, one was given to each member of the Enforcer Division, and the rest were handed to the 6th Division captains to be rewarded to their members for their deeds. In contrast, there was a surplus of transcendent artifacts. Just 2nd grade transcendent artifacts alone exceeded an amount of 170. The amount of 1st grade transcendent artifacts were even more staggering in amount, exceeding the number of fatalities to reach an approximate total of 800 pieces.
Needless to say, Miao Yi and the 9 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts first picked out a few outstanding pieces among the 2nd grade transcendent artifacts for themselves. It wouldn't be wise to take too many. The rest were given to the Enforcer Division to be rewarded to their members according to their performance.
Sikong Wu couldn't stop grinning.
Normally, it was hard enough to find a 2nd grade transcendent artifact, but in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, with all these cultivators throwing all their fortune on treasures to increase their chances of survival, there was bound to be a whole lot of the good stuff. I say, Alliance Master, our forces are strong and mighty. We should just stop hiding and focus on looting the other forces within the Sea of Constellations. Once we survive the subjugation crusade, we can bring home a pile of treasures to sell to the Chamber of Commerce. When the time comes, what couldn't we possibly buy, said Sikong Wu with a chuckle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 342, Splitting the Loot, 2. Chapter 342, Splitting the Loot, 2. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy.
When everyone heard the reckless things he was saying, their hands stopped as they turned to look at him.
Great idea, said Miao Yi, clapping his hand on his thigh. Sikong Wu's eyes instantly brightened. Zhao Fei and the rest were staring at Miao Yi in disbelief, thinking, you can't be serious, right?
We all know how measly our strength is.
Our ultimate goal isn't to make a fortune, nor are we aiming to be the top 100 survivors. We just want to stay alive as long as we can. Then, Miao Yi pointed at Sikong Wu and hollered, Sikong Wu.
We will give you our full support.
Go ahead and do it. You can go alone, and we won't take anything you manage to plunder. You can keep it yourself. If you die, we will definitely avenge you when we get the chance.
Sikong Wu was dumbfounded. He gave a dry laugh, then kept his mouth shut and ceased his delusions.
Zhao Fei and the rest laughed out loud.
They had almost jumped in surprise. The tension within their hearts eased up when they realized Miao Yi was just messing around with the fool.
Sikong Wu was embarrassed from the laughter and became enraged. Pointing at Lu Siping, he shouted, What are you laughing at?
If you guys had made any other move earlier, the Alliance Master ordered us to trigger an avalanche and charge over to kill you all. I might have even chopped off your heads already, and you still have the gall to laugh at me?
Lu Siping and the rest instantly froze, losing all desire to laugh. Trigger an avalanche?
They scanned their surroundings and couldn't help feeling a foreboding chill when they finally realized it. If they hadn't made their move on Yan Beihong earlier on, the Red Scarves Alliance already had a plan on how to deal with the whole lot of them in a single stroke, and such a vicious plan at that. Everyone felt a little conflicted as they stared at Miao Yi. He gave a dry cough and said, Everyone belongs to one big family now. Don't say such hurtful things. We mustn't stay here too long. Hurry up and finish whatever you are doing. Everyone went back to sorting out the orbs of will within the storage rings.
Miao Yi's brows creased when he saw the total amount of the orbs of will.
There were only about 10,000 low-grade orbs of will. With over 1,000 of them, even if it was divided equally, each person wouldn't even be able to get 10 low-grade orbs of will.
We killed so many.
Some were even manor heads and mountain chieftains.
Why are there so little orbs of will? Said Miao Yi, eyeing the crowd suspiciously.
He couldn't help wondering if one of them pocketed some for themselves while they were cleaning up the battlefield. His gaze made everyone understand that he wanted answers. In order to make sure everything was fair, he barely touched anything and would always immediately toss them over to Qi Xiuhong for safekeeping.
Under everyone's watchful gazes, Qi Xiuhong wouldn't be able to do anything even if she wanted to.
If there was a problem, then that could only mean that it happened during the time they were cleaning up the battlefield.
Miao Yi would not tolerate such dishonorable deeds. He would definitely deal with the culprit if he found out someone did it. He didn't mind killing off 1 or 2 people as a warning.
Seeing the iciness in his gaze, Zhao Fei laughed bitterly, Alliance Master.
You may be mistaken. This situation is understandable.
I am a manor head myself, but for this journey into the Sea of Constellations, I traded off almost all of my orbs of will.
You could say that I practically spent my entire fortune.
Yet, all I managed to obtain in the end were a pair of wrist guards. After all, once you enter the Sea of Constellations, your cultivation is not as important as staying alive. By the time I left, I only had several hundred orbs of will on me. Usually, the lower-ranking officials wouldn't be able to stock up as much either, so they are probably even more worse off than I am.
It's true.
The others nodded in agreement, clearly in a similar predicament themselves.
Miao Yi was startled, but after giving it some thought, he had to agree as well. He was in a similar predicament himself, after all.
Back then, he almost expended his entire fortune just to gain even the slightest bit of protection. It was only that his pockets were much deeper than those of the average person. He sighed. Ultimately, all we did was help the chambers of commerce of the 6 nations earn some profit.
Lu Siping sighed, indeed.
Every time there is a Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, that is the time when the chambers of commerce of each nation makes the most money. It might seem like a hefty sum for each of the 6 sages to offer 100,000 low-grade orbs of will as a reward, but the truth is the Chamber of Commerce would earn so much more. I've heard that the reward isn't even given out by the 6 sages themselves, but by the Chamber of Commerce working under them. But
Sikong Wu Wei cursed, here we are sending ourselves to our deaths while they're earning a fortune off of it. Damn it all. And they didn't even have to spend a single dime for it. To think they even had the face to offer a mere 10,000 low-grade orbs of will. However, everyone could only complain amongst themselves. Normally, they might not even dare mention it. But there was no helping it, because the rules of the game were set up by the other party after all.
No one dared to take too many of the orbs of will. If they took even just a little bit more, the others might not even get a single orb, and that would look really bad. So after tallying the numbers, they divided it equally among their members and each person managed to take just a few orbs of will.
The total amount of crystal coins was equally paltry.
Just like with the orbs of will, when would they be able to use crystal coins once they were in the Sea of Constellations? Obviously they had to invest in their own survival. If they could trade it off for something to protect themselves, they would have done so without hesitation.
After tallying the amount, it was also divided equally among everyone, with each person getting a measly amount of crystal coins.
In contrast, the total amount of Yao cores, Yin cores, inner cores and the like were a little beyond everyone's expectations. There were over 10,000 gradeless cores and 5,000 first-grade cores, but not a single one was second grade or above.
Everyone understood why immediately.
This was a necessity for the Sea of Constellations. They had to use these to replenish the energy within their transcendent artifacts.
Miao Yi and the others needed these cores as well.
To them now, besides high-grade transcendent artifacts, items like Yao cores were the most useful. The more transcendent artifacts one possessed and the higher the grade, the more Yao cores they would need to replenish its energy. With Miao Yi getting first pick, the 10 leaders of the alliance didn't hold back and each took 200 first-grade cores for themselves. They gave the rest to the others to divide among themselves.
As for the pile of storage rings, Miao Yi and the others didn't take a single one.
They couldn't superpose these on one another, so it would just be a hassle to keep it on them. There was no point in having 10 fingers full of rings either. Thus, Miao Yi and the others gave the storage rings to their subordinates. After all, they were not short of fingers. Then there was a whole bunch of miscellaneous items and daily necessities inside the storage rings. After they sorted everything together, they needed over 20 storage rings just to store them all. These rings were given to the members of the Enforcer Division to carry. After everything was sorted out, Miao Yi took out 2 empty storage rings and handed them to Qi Shouhong.
Qi Shouhong didn't have a single transcendent artifact on her.
Even her silver spear was something she had scraped together.
She didn't have a single storage ring either.
The person that had sent her here to the Sea of Constellations was utter scum. Even Miao Yi couldn't bear to watch and decided to take her in out of pity. It was nothing much for the Alliance Master himself to give away a storage ring or two, since the strongest group of people in the Alliance didn't want them either. Receiving the items, Shi Xiuhong forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Alliance Master. You have yet to accomplish anything. Our brothers have fought with their lives on the line to obtain these items, so I can't simply reward you as I please," said Miao Yi. "I understand," Shi Xiuhong said, lowering her head. It was fortunate enough that these people were willing to let her stay when she couldn't even offer the slightest bit of help. How could she hope for anything more? Having 2 storage rings was enough. She had never even felt what it was like to have a storage ring of her own in her many years cultivating. If she was given a second chance, she wouldn't have chosen the path of cultivation. She would much rather be a normal human, get married and have a family of her own. If she hadn't been accepted into the administration simply because of her beauty, she would probably still be a loose cultivator right now. In the midst of carrying a pile of items with them to hand out to their subordinates, the 6 captains exchanged glances. Then, Dong Quan took out a first-grade spear artifact and presented it before Qi Xiuhong. "This is a small gift from the brothers of the 1st Division. Please accept it, Auntie." When he did this, Wang Yuetian quickly followed suit and took out a first-grade armor artifact. "Auntie, this is a small gift from the brothers of the 2nd Division. This is a small gift from the brothers of the 3rd Division." The 6 captains were able to read the situation well and didn't pick out 2 of the same kind to give to her. Soon, they had presented Qi Xiuhong with a complete set of transcendent artifacts. However, the title of Auntie didn't sit well with her. It more or less meant that they assumed she was Miao Yi's woman. Qi Xiuhong's face was flushed with embarrassment as she waved her hands to indicate that she couldn't accept their gifts. Beside her, Miao Yi said, "Now that you're here in the Sea of Constellations, I suggest you put your dignity aside for the moment. There is nothing more important than your own life. If you are able to return alive, nothing can defeat you. Since the brothers are offering these items to you, you may as well accept them." When she heard him, Qi Xiuhong bit her lip, then accepted everyone's gifts, softly replying with, "Thank you." To someone who wasn't relatively thick-skinned, it was hard for them to accept such gifts. The 6 captains noticed the embarrassment on her face, and snuck a glance at Miao Yi. They didn't say much and just chuckled as they turned around to leave. Soon afterwards, with the addition of a massive pile of treasures to their arsenal, everyone's equipment was taken up a notch. Many of them now had a complete set of battle armor. Even though it was mostly pieced together from random scraps of 2nd grade and 1st grade transcendent artifacts, it was better than having none at all. After everyone was done with their preparations, the previously disorganized group had now become disciplined and orderly. Under the wind and snow, with the map of the Western Star Sea in their hands, the leaders of the Alliance assembled together and discussed on a location to hide themselves. Then, Miao Yi ordered Sikong Wuwei to lead a small group from the Enforcer Division to scout the road ahead while the rest of the troops followed behind on their mounts. Then they began crossing the giant snowy mountain. Under the vast, starry night sky, and atop the mighty ocean, the Western Constellations Palace was as quiet as ever. Standing before the astrolabe, He Yun laughed in a maniacal voice, "Tang Jun, the forces of your 5th earthly branch are rather fascinating. A few hundred more have died in such a short span of time. Almost 700 have already kicked the bucket out of the original 2,000. As for the rest, I think they'll probably die too before the forces of my ghost nation can even reach them. Well, this works out too. It won't disrupt the harmony between us then." Tang Jun had a dark expression on his face as he stared at the astrolabe. However, he replied mockingly, "You think too highly of your own forces. What's really fascinating is how something that's neither ghost nor human like you is able to have a son. Are you sure he's your son? I seem to have heard that he's not related to you." "What did you say?" He Yun barked. His eyes began glowing with a green sheen and the entire hall was instantly filled with a dark ghostly aura. The horned pythons coiled up on the pillars immediately stuck their tongues out.
Yun Guan was instantly amused. This Tang Jun had a pretty nasty tongue.
The other person had just mocked him a little, and Tang Jun immediately shot back with a personal attack.
Yun Guang couldn't help asking in jest, "Tang Jun, how do you know whether his son is related to him or not? Do I hear a pinch of jealousy in your tone?"
"That's right.
I seem to have heard you are quite familiar with that ghost woman?" His tongue was clearly much nastier than Tang Jun's.
Tang Jun merely shrugged his shoulders and chuckled, as though admitting to it.
"Bullshit," roared He Yun.
He pointed at Yun Guang and shouted, "I'll rip off that dirty tongue of yours."
Yun Guang cast a sidewards glance at him and scoffed, "I'd like to see you try. Do you think that I won't cut your head off and use it as a chamber pot?"
Seeing both parties about to throw it down, a white silhouette abruptly flew over. The benevolent Grandmaster Qi Jie stood between both sides and clapped his palms together.
Amit Ba.
Both of you, please do not forget that we are in Fu Qing's Constellations Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 343, Extra Incentive. Chapter 343, Extra Incentive. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy.
After Fu Qing's name was mentioned, Yun Guang and He Yun huffed at each other and turned their heads away, deciding to put the matter to rest. If they really incurred Fu Qing's wrath, neither of them would get off easy.
"You two can continue bickering. I'm going back to rest. Bai Li, watch over things here."
Acting like an innocent bystander, Tang Jun gave an order to the old man behind him and left with hands behind his back. The Western Constellations Palace had arranged accommodations for them beforehand. Fairy Hongchen suddenly walked up to the astrolabe and said in a sweet voice, "Bai Li,
you should go and rest too. I'll keep watch on things here."
The old man didn't argue and nodded to her as he left. The other representatives from the six sages started retreating back to their quarters as well, until Yun Guan was the only one left. With his hands behind his back, he circled over to Fairy Hong Chen's side. He stared at her enchanting face and chuckled, "Hong Chen,
you shouldn't be too picky when it comes to men. I have always treated women kindly. You should consider me." Fairy Hong Chen remained quiet and aloof.
Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the astrolabe, undisturbed by the voice beside her. Forget turning to look at him, she didn't even cast a sidewards glance at Yun Guang and completely ignored him. Losing interest, Yun Guang laughed dryly before turning to the two entourage he had brought with him and said, "One of you stay here and keep watch.
I'll be heading back to rest." Zhuan Nanchun voted to stay.
When there were only 6 people left in the ancillary hall, Fairy Hong Chen suddenly waved her sleeve over the astrolabe, then zoomed in on one point in particular, projecting it over the astrolabe. Zhuan Nanchun cast his gaze over as well. Over 1,000 people rode through the night for hours on end before reaching another seaside. To allow the dragon steeds to reserve their strength in case there was any trouble, and to take advantage of the time before all the cultivators of the 6 nations spread out too far, Miao Yi had everyone chop down trees and build rafts. The troops immediately dove into the forest behind them. Under the night sky, trees began getting chopped down. The logs were then fastened together using vines, creating wooden rafts before being tossed onto the ocean. With a large group of cultivators doing this, the task was accomplished at a breakneck pace.
In less than an hour, about 300 wooden rafts were thrown onto the sea.
The cultivators invoked their arts to steer the rafts against the waves, with over 1,000 cultivators swiftly sailing across the vast ocean. Above the ocean, the night sky was illuminated by a brilliant moon, the cool, glimmering light of the stars further adding to its splendor. Sitting atop of charcoal, Miao Yi gazed at the night sky. He felt a little forlorn deep down. In the past, he never thought the day would come when he would command a force numbering over 1,000, much less with most of them being Blue Lotus cultivators. He didn't know how they would react if they found out he was merely a White Lotus cultivator. Would they lose faith and no longer acknowledge me then? Perhaps. They all drifted across the ocean for a full 5 days, circling around islands whenever they came across one, until they finally reached the island they decided would be their hiding place. This island was neither too big, nor too small. At least among the countless other islands visible on the map of the Western Star Sea, it was rather inconspicuous. Everyone was in no hurry to go ashore. Miao Yi ordered 2 captains to bring their forces and scout the area. After half a day, both teams came back and reported that they didn't discover anyone else on the island. Only then did Miao Yi order everyone to destroy the rafts and go ashore. Everyone roamed the island. After having a basic understanding of the terrain, they chose a giant gorge within the mountains as their hiding place. After releasing the dragon steeds into the valley, some of them started carving out caves along the rocky mountainside. There was a waterfall within the canyon, so they wouldn't need to worry about water for their daily needs. The surroundings were quiet and peaceful as well. Forget 10 years, it wouldn't be a problem for them to hide here for the next 100 years. Once the preparations were finished, the leaders all heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at one another. Standing alongside the others on the edge of a cliff, Miao Yi sighed, even the 6 sages have sent participants over. We shouldn't dream of taking a spot in the top 100 survivors and should just focus on staying alive. Let's hope we will be able to hide until the Sea of Constellation Subjugation Crusade ends. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was their desire as well. To ensure security, Miao Yi had everyone spread out over the island and take turns keeping watch on a rotation system every day. After their forces were finally settled down, Qi Xiuhuang decided to stay with Miao Yi, and opened up a small cave right along the path to Miao Yi's cave. She also slowly began to accustom herself to having the others call her auntie. She took it upon herself to manage Miao Yi's daily chores and began taking care of menial tasks for him. Given her cultivation wasn't on par with the others of the Red Scarves Alliance, she couldn't participate in battle, so she couldn't be independent. She could only do whatever was possible for her in order to continue staying in the alliance. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Regardless of how much happened outside, the forces that had been hiding within the canyon were living a secluded life of cultivation, completely cut off from the outside world. They weren't bothered by any outsiders either. It seemed as though the situation had turned out as everyone had expected from the beginning. Over the year, their previously tensed nerves slowly eased and there was no trouble among them either. They all got along, only intent on surviving for these 10 years. As for the matter of taking a spot in the rankings and becoming a manor head, everyone merely joked about it. Before, they hadn't known that the 6 sages had sent representatives over to participate as well. They only found out when Miao Yi told them. Everyone instantly felt a chill run down their spines when they heard it, and no longer dreamt of the impossible. One stormy night as he was cultivating, Miao Yi was startled by the violent tempest. He got down from his stone seat and walked over to the entrance of the cave. The winds outside howled furiously as he cast his gaze downwards at a violent stream of water. Seeing as there was still some distance before the flood could reach the cave where the dragon steeds were hidden at, he sighed in relief. The sound of the thunder was deafening. Miao Yi raised his head and looked into the distance. He couldn't help thinking about Qian and Shui back in Mount Comingxi. He reminisced of what it was like to be in their warm embrace, and wondered about the current situation in Mount Comingxi. Now that he was gone, those subordinates of his surely wouldn't just stay put. He was worried if the 2 girls were doing all right. As for his little brother and little sister, he was no longer too worried about them. He missed Qian and Shui more than he missed his 2 younger siblings. Ever since he found out that the person who took his little brother away was probably another strong cultivator, and realized that both his younger siblings were faring well now, Miao Yi began to live for his own sake. He knew that if his cultivation was not high enough, it would be pointless to reunite with his little brother and little sister. A useless big brother like him wouldn't be able to help them at all, and might even drag them down.
That was why he had to live on, so that one day he could stand tall in front of his little brother and little sister, and not just be a burden to them. Alliance Master. What are you thinking about? Having heard his footsteps, Shi Xiuhong had come out as well. She had been standing behind him for a while when she heard him sigh, and couldn't help herself from asking that question. The two had already lived together in the cave for over a year. They were no longer as unfamiliar with one another as they initially were. A thunderous blast resounded as Miao Yi turned his head to look. With the sudden brightness from the lightning, his gaze fell upon Shi Xiuhong's beautiful face. Miao Yi was just thinking about being wrapped in Xian'er and Shui'er's warm embrace, so the sight of her beauty before him tugged at his heartstrings. He very naturally extended his hand and touched her face, then slowly slid it down towards her elegant neck. Alliance Master. What do you think you're doing? Startled, Shi Xiuhong reached out and grabbed Miao Yi's wrist, gazing at him fearfully. Yet at the same time, she felt a little conflicted. They had lived together in the cave for so long. It would be difficult not to develop some feelings of attraction. Even if they didn't, they were sure to feel some kind of affection for each other. At the very least, they wouldn't act distant to one another. Miao Yi smiled. You should know what I'm planning to do. Rest assured. I won't force you. If you don't want to, that's fine. Still gripping his wrist, Shi Xiuhong's hand trembled slightly. She didn't think it would be appropriate to do it, but in the end, for some reason, her grip slowly loosened. Maybe it was the effects of the storm outside that caused a woman like her to want a shoulder to lean on. Under the raging tempest, one would either hide restlessly, or simply find it difficult to stay still. Miao Yi grabbed onto her falling wrist with his other hand, and immediately pulled her into his embrace. Her body was soft and carried a gentle fragrance. Then, Miao Yi lifted her up and carried her back to his cave with large strides. He placed her down on the couch, and slowly undressed her. Soon afterwards, a slender, fair-skinned figure was revealed before him, while a set of jade-like limbs were shyly covering the sensual parts. To a man, they would not feel anything if they have not experienced intercourse with a woman. But once they did, they would have a low tolerance towards such temptations. As such, Miao Yi's hands moved deftly and with incredible familiarity. The wind continued to howl outside. Between the sound of booming thunder, the aching cries of a woman could be heard, followed by soft moans of pleasure. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The most chaotic period of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was over. These past 3 years had the highest death rates of participants. It was always like this during the early stages of the subjugation crusade. Out of the 180,000 participants, almost 120,000 cultivators had perished, only 30% was left. As for the ones remaining, they were either searching for prey to fulfill their obligations, or hiding themselves away like Miao Yi and the rest. There were plenty of people who had the same idea as Miao Yi and his group. In fact, they were the majority of the participants. Western Constellations Palace, the people clustered around the astrolabe had obviously had an idea of what was going on. On the projection of the Western Star Sea, the ones moving about the most were the 6 red dots, accompanied by a few white ones. Meanwhile, most of the other white dots remained fixed in their current positions. Since the Western Star Sea was so wide, if one were to go into hiding, it would be incredibly difficult to track them down even if there were plenty of people vying for the top 100 places. The number of deaths in the subjugation crusade was getting less and less. Not a single white dot had disappeared in the past 10 days. The crowd around the astrolabe were losing their patience. Ji Mimi pointed at a red dot and scoffed, "How dare they make my son run around so much? Do these bastards think they can escape just by hiding like cowards?" He Yun waved his hand over the astrolabe and zoomed in on a certain spot. He pointed at it and said, "Have a look at this. This place is the worst. There are over 1,000 people cooped up together. It seems like they have been hiding here for at least 2 years with no one disturbing them at all. What do they think they're doing? Are they here in the Sea of Constellations to participate in the subjugation crusade, or to cultivate? Whose forces are these? The participants were constantly running around the Western Star Sea, and since everyone couldn't keep watch on the astrolabe all the time, it became hard to identify whose forces belonged to whom at first glance. They were afraid that they would end up scolding their own side. Among the crowd, only Fairy Hongchen and Zhua Nanchun had kept a watchful eye on the movements of this group of people the entire time. Even though they hadn't moved for 3 years, the two of them couldn't be clearer that these people were the troops of the Celestial Nation's fifth earthly branch who began killing one another the moment they alighted. When both of them saw how these people had behaved right upon reaching the Sea of Constellations, they thought these people were going to be a troublesome bunch. Surprisingly, they didn't cause another incident at all since then. Over 1,000 people went into hiding and actually managed to live in peace for a few years. However, Fairy Hongchen and Zhua Nanchun kept quiet and didn't make any mention of them. Yin Guang said, "If this keeps up, forget 10 years, the subjugation crusade won't even finish in 100. It's time to give them a little something extra to motivate them." The majority nodded in agreement. Yin Guang waved his hand. "Someone list down the positions of all the participants and send it to all of them." Soon afterwards, dozens of red lights shot out from the Western Constellations Palace and headed towards various locations within the Western Star Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, No Escaping Fate. Chapter 344, No Escaping Fate. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. Within the deep gorge, Miao Yi was seated cross-legged on his stone couch cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the howl of onrushing wind from outside, followed by a loud booming noise. Startled, Miao Yi quickly rushed to the entrance of the cave. Similarly, many heads popped out from the neighboring caves as well. They found a jade archive firmly embedded in what was originally a giant boulder along the mountainside. Zhao Fei rushed over and retrieved the jade archive. When he read its contents, his expression instantly twisted in dismay. "What does it say?" asked Lu Siping as he rushed over to his side. Zhao Fei didn't reply. He simply handed the jade archive over to him. When Lu Siping read it, his expression immediately darkened as well. This was the same for everyone that came over and read the jade archive. Damn it all! Sikong Wu Wei cursed aloud. Shi Xiuhong and Miao Yi came over as well. From the looks of things, she still appeared to be her usual self. It was difficult to tell that she had a physical relationship with Miao Yi. Ever since that night, Miao Yi would occasionally invite her to bed, and she never rejected nor resisted. But after putting her clothes back on, everything went back to normal, as if nothing had ever happened between them. Then she would just go on with her daily chores. Miao Yi wanted to get closer to her, but she wanted to keep him at arm's length. This situation made him quite speechless. "What does it say?" Miao Yi asked. The jade archive was then handed to him. After reading it, his expression contorted as well. Inscribed on the jade archive was a map of the Western Star Sea. The one they were given from the beginning only had the point of disembarkation for all the earthly branches marked, whereas this one highlighted everyone's current positions. The gorge that the Red Scarves Alliance was hiding in was listed within as well. This was clearly not a prank. Since the other party could find this place and hand this over to them, they obviously knew they had been hiding here. There was something else written on the Jade Archive. They were not the only ones to receive the Jade Archive. All the other forces had received them as well. Furthermore, depending on the situation, the current location of every force would be updated without a set schedule. This would go on until the final 100 survivors have been decided, meaning no one could dream of hiding this out. Everyone finally understood why it was always only 100 people who would survive the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade and return in the end. "They're forcing us to our deaths!" Miao Yi roared furiously. "Alliance Master! What should we do now? Zhao Fei asked. We mustn't stay here for long. However, from the looks of things, it will be the same no matter where we go. As such, it is not yet imperative that we leave. We have already become familiar with the lay of this island, so how can we not use this to our advantage? Not to mention, our 1,000-strong army is not just for show. Whoever tries to take our lives must make sure that theirs are equally hard to take. We will adapt to the situation as we see fit. This is our home turf. Miao Yi cast a sharp gaze to the crowd as he said this. Then, he abruptly turned to Dong Quan and ordered, Dong Quan, have the 1st Division cut down trees and start constructing rafts right now. Once you're finished, hide them between the reefs on the southern end of the island. Make sure they are properly hidden. If we encounter a strong enemy we cannot face, that will be our quickest route of escape. Do not fail me. Understood. Dong Quan cupped his fists and acknowledged the order. Then, he called for his 1st Division troops and rushed out of the gorge. Wang Yuetian. Spread the 2nd Division out across the island. Have them make a report immediately if they find any enemies approaching. Understood. Wang Yuetian acknowledged the order. Then, he assembled his forces and hurriedly began making preparations. Everyone's gaze followed Miao Yi's finger as he pointed to the stream in the center of the gorge. Then, his hand followed the river's course to stop on the waterfall at the end of the gorge. Assemble the troops and follow me upstream past the waterfall, to the lake at the peak of the mountain. No one knew what he was planning, but they had all seen his capabilities and knew that he wouldn't give orders without a purpose. They immediately acknowledged his orders. Soon after all the forces were assembled, they followed after Miao Yi and rushed out of the gorge. Following the river's course, they charged up the valley as they headed towards the peak of the island situated 30 miles off. Their forces rushed through the forest and finally reached the mountaintop. What lay before them was a tranquil scene of quiet serenity. At the peak of the mountain was a giant lake, with the clear blue sky reflected off its surface as though a cerulean jewel was peacefully lying between heaven and earth. By the lakeside, wildflowers blossomed spectacularly. No one knew how this lake had been formed. Over the years, everyone would often come here. They discovered that no matter rain or shine, the water level of the lake would remain the same all year long. It would not elevate or fall at all. Across the crystalline surface, various creatures could be seen swimming about. However, no one was in the mood to admire the beauty of the lake. Miao Yi pointed to various points around the lake and ordered, dig up 18 canals along the perimeter of the lake. If we encounter a small force with our numbers, we need not fear them. But if we are attacked by a larger force, we shall lure them into the canals and open the floodgates to give them a nice long soak. After that, it will only take half the effort to kill them. Everyone was overjoyed. This was truly a great plan. Even though it was a little unscrupulous, it was better than losing their lives. Their hiding place had been revealed, so they worked with haste and immediately executed the Alliance Master's orders. And with such a great plan for their survival, everyone was brimming with vigor. No one dared to slack off since the matter concerned their survival. Nobody was concerned whether or not such a beautiful place would be damaged. With so many Blue Lotus cultivators working together, the speed of the works was phenomenal. In just half a day, 18 canals were built alongside the lake on the mountaintop. After circling the perimeter on charcoal, Miao Yi ordered for boulders to place beside the opening of the canals, to stop the flow of water so that they could reuse the strategy again. If they could rely on this lake to fight against strong enemies, they would naturally try to stay here for some time, so they needed to make ample preparations. It wouldn't be too late to leave the island once they were no longer able to make use of this strategy. All the Blue Lotus cultivators were covered in dirt and mud like common porters. They gathered boulders from within the mountain and strapped them onto the backs of their dragon steeds, making use of the strength of their legs to carry the boulders up to the peak. Once preparations were complete, they dug out caves around the peak of the mountain to stay in.
They had given up on hiding within the gorge and decided to stand guard along the peak in preparation for battle. Western Constellation's palace. He-yun was laughing maniacally as he stood before the astrolabe. Once the jade archives pinpointing everyone's locations were distributed, the specks of light across the astrolabe were immediately startled. Clearly, the participants knew they could no longer hide and were busy running for their lives. It would be hard for others to imagine the difficulty and hardships they were experiencing as they lived every day in worry and fear. The rate at which the white dots disappeared started increasing again. Even though it wasn't as high as the beginning, for every white dot that disappeared, it meant that another cultivator had died within the sea of constellations. "They've finally started moving again," said He-yun, giving vile cackle. His gaze fell upon the red dot that was his son's. He could clearly see that he was hunting those white dots, as all the white dots that approached this red one were quickly disappearing one after another. Not all of them. Garbed in black Taoist robes, Huayu, Tao sage Fengbeichen's disciple, pointed towards a particular location. "These 1,000 are still cooped up in this area." With the map covering such a large area, it was hard to show the movements of these specks of light within a small radius, even if there were over 1,000 of them. Fairy Hongchen and Zhuo Nanchun had noticed this long ago, since that they had been watching this area the entire time. They just hadn't mentioned anything about it. Holding his hands behind his back, Yun Guang chuckled. "It seems like they're quite confident because of their large numbers." He-yun's eyes glowed with a green sheen as he said, "This is a nice juicy slab of meat. Whoever manages to reach this area first and take these people down will be able to obtain 1,000 golden bangles in one fell swoop. Their ranking will surely skyrocket." Everyone nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. There were 180,000 cultivators. Even if the top 100 survivors all had an equal score, they would still only need to gather 1,800 golden bangles. They wouldn't need too many to guarantee a place in the top 100. Thus, whoever managed to obtain the 1,000 golden bangles here would definitely soar through the ranks. To those participants representing the 6 sages, the placement of their rankings represented the 6 sages' honor. So they would definitely have their hearts set on this place. However, the people here could only yearn for it from where they stood. They couldn't inform their representatives to charge straight for it. They still had to maintain proper decorum. They couldn't just cheat in the sea of constellations because they were sent by the 6 sages. If they really did that, the name of the 6 sages would be tarnished. If that happened, regardless of how powerful the 6 sages were, if they didn't give others even the slightest of chance for survival when they were already at the brink of death, chaos would surely erupt across the land. Then, they could kiss goodbye to organizing any more Sea of Constellations subjugation crusades in the future. Tang Jun pointed at a red, his tone carrying hostility as he said, "Yun Guang, your son is running quite fast. Did he receive someone's instruction to intentionally target the forces of my celestial nation?" Even Yin Guang himself was a little puzzled when he saw this, much less Tang Jun. Ever since his son touched ground, he immediately led several men straight for the disembarkation points of the celestial nation's forces. He was practically the fastest to reach the area where the first battle in the Western Star Sea had broke out, the disembarkation point of the celestial nation's 5th earthly branch. After that, he was running around the areas where the celestial nation's forces had disembarked from. He was clearly going on a full-out hunt against the celestial nation's forces. It was hard not to believe that his son had a vendetta against the celestial nation's forces. Then, he started running around the entire Western Star Sea like a mad dog, killing all he met. Then again, on the entire map of the Western Star Sea, no one had been running around more than his son was. It was like he wasn't even tired at all. Yin Guang coughed dryly and said, "Tang Jun, don't speak nonsense if you don't have any proof. My son is clearly running around the entire Western Star Sea. How can you say that he is intentionally targeting your celestial nation's forces? There's no helping it if they bumped into one another." He-yun interrupted, "The truth is right before you. Even a blind man can see it. Tang Jun, someone is taking you for a fool. Yun Guang raised an eyebrow and changed the subject.
He mocked, something that isn't even a human or a ghost, and yet he's still able to have a son. How fascinating. You didn't so happen to have someone else help you, did you? Tang Jun, I hear you're quite familiar with that ghost woman? Again with the cheap shots. He Yun was instantly enraged. He pointed at Yun Guang and bellowed, I'll rip your dirty tongue off. Yun Guang narrowed his eyes and said, I'd like to see you try. Tang Jun scoffed. How could he not see that both of them were trying to provoke him? He kept quiet and watched as the two of them argued. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, one's fate could not be escaped. A group of riders rushed to the peak of the mountain and reported to Miao Yi, Alliance Master. There is a group of about 100 approaching us from the sea. Miao Yi immediately assembled the troops. He left several behind to guard the site, and led the remaining 700 down the mountain. They immediately split into three and set up an ambush at the gorge where they had hidden themselves in previously. Regardless of who the other party were, if they managed to find this place, it meant that they saw the indicator on the Jade Archive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Mystic Yin Mirror Artifact. Chapter 345, Mystic Yin Mirror Artifact. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Waves crashed onto the shores of the beach as 110 riders approached on wooden rafts. Before they had even reached the shore, they were already leaping up from their wooden rafts to land on the beach. Under the blazing sun, their leader could be seen wearing a silver mask with only 2 holes, his nose completely hidden from sight. Behind the holes of his mask, a frightening pair of eyes scanned the surroundings. The troops behind him wore steel masks as well. Not a single one of them exposed the slightest bit of skin. They were even wearing gloves on their hands. As soon as these riders came ashore, it was clear that a ghastly aura surrounded their bodies. The strangest part about them was their dragon steeds. At first glance, they looked almost the same as a normal dragon steed, only much thinner. However, if one looked closely enough, one would notice that the biggest difference between these dragon steeds and normal ones were their eyes, which were a grayish-white, with no visible pupils. All 110 of these dragon steeds had white eyes. They also lacked the vigor that a normal dragon steed possessed. When they stood still, they resembled statues. According to the indicator on the Jade Archive, this should be the island. I wonder if they're still here, mused the silver-masked person, giggling. He looked around, then turned back and said, regardless, we should still be careful. I want 2 riders to go scout the path ahead. 2 riders immediately shot out from behind him and dived into the forest before them. From far away, hidden in the dark, Miao Yi creased his brows when he saw the other party acting so cautiously. It would likely be difficult to ambush them. To boost morale, he'd personally led 20 troops over to lure in the enemy. But by the looks of things, they were the ones who needed to make the first move. Raising his hand, Miao Yi said, "Get rid of those 2 scouts first." Attack! 20 riders immediately charged out of the mountain to kill the 2 scouts. They could not afford to let the other party know of their ambush. By the seaside, the silver-masked man narrowed his eyes at the troops that suddenly appeared in the distance. Wu! He abruptly pulled back his head and howled. The 2 scouts immediately backed away and swiftly rushed back to their main forces. Then, all 110 riders immediately shifted into an attack formation. After Miao Yi and his troops had charged all the way to the edge of the forest, they were able to see the formation of the troops by the beach. They were instantly taken aback by this scene. Miao Yi swiftly raised his spear and had everyone stop by the edge of the forest. Undead dragon steeds. Behind Miao Yi, someone gasped in surprise. Miao Yi was no longer the greenhorn he once was when he first entered the cultivation realm. He obviously knew what an undead dragon steed was at this point. Undead dragon steeds were made by transforming normal dragon steeds into zombies and usually ridden by ghost cultivators. It didn't mean that the average ghost cultivator was unable to ride a normal dragon steed. The yin energy on a ghost cultivator's body was simply too heavy, and not even a spirit beast with tremendous amounts of stamina like a dragon steed could withstand it for long. It would be fine for a ghost cultivator to ride a normal dragon steed for a few days, but any longer than that and the yin energy would start to corrode the dragon steed's body, gradually decreasing its speed. It would surely die within half a month. Meanwhile, zombified dragon steeds were stronger than normal dragon steeds as well. These undead dragon steeds were not afraid of pain. Even if someone made thousands of cuts on their bodies, it was pointless. Unless you pierced their hearts or chopped off their heads, they could not be killed. Another unique trait of theirs was that other cultivators could not ride them. Only ghost cultivators could ride on undead dragon steeds. Needless to say, the troops before Miao Yi were all ghost cultivators. Miao Yi had fought only once against a ghost cultivator back then in the Mystic Arts Temple. He hadn't encountered another ghost cultivator since then. It was his first time seeing so many of them. The ghost cultivators nominated to participate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade were obviously not something the ghost woman in the Mystic Arts Temple could compare to. What Miao Yi found even more astonishing was that almost all 110 of these ghost cultivators had fully equipped themselves with second-grade transcendent artifacts. Only some of them still carried first-grade transcendent artifacts. For a group of people who'd taken the initiative to go around hunting for prey and survived this long, they'd obviously taken quite a number of powerful treasures from their enemies to replace their inferior ones. State your identities, ghost cultivators. Why have you come to my territory? Miao Yi raised his spear and shouted. What a joke! Since when did the Western Star Sea become your domain? So what if we're in your territory? The silver-masked man scoffed. I am Quan Lianqiu of the Yin Congregate sect. If you and your troops dismount and submit to us, I shall spare your lives. No one believed his words. Someone who could go around the Sea of Constellations looking for trouble was definitely not one for kindness. Miao Yi quickly turned around and with a wave of his spear, shouted, the enemy's forces outnumber us. We cannot defeat them. Retreat! Since I'm already here, do you think you can run? Quan Lianqiu gave an odd laugh, then with a wave of his hand, he took out a black-colored bronze mirror. The front of the mirror displayed its reflective surface. Engraved on the sides and the back were depictions of hundreds of skeletons. It was a rather horrific sight to behold. The bronze mirror in his hand began to glow with a blue light and emitted hissing sounds. Then, a cloud of black smoke abruptly shot out from the mirror. In mere moments, it extended beyond 100 meters and enveloped the forest in front of it, covering a surface area of several dozen feet. Miao Yi and his troops had barely turned around to retreat when they suddenly felt a cold, piercing chill. The black smoke immediately enveloped them. They couldn't even defend against it because of the smoke's formless substance. Miao Yi tried to defend himself by invoking his arts and waving his spear around, but he soon felt his consciousness fading as his body quickly began to freeze. This ghastly yin energy was astonishingly powerful. With the last of his consciousness, Miao Yi cursed. As the Alliance Master, it was dangerous for him to be charging in front all the time. The problem was that his cultivation was not up to par, yet he couldn't just sit in the back the whole time. How would his fellow Alliance members look at him then? He initially believed that it wouldn't be risky to lure the enemy, and since he wouldn't need to clash head-on with the enemy, he figured he could lead the troops on this mission as their Alliance Master. Even if he didn't fight after that, it wouldn't look too bad for him. Little did he expect that he'd bump into someone so vicious right from the start. With just a single transcendent artifact, the opponent had defeated them all. He'd been too careless this time, and now he was paying the price. After the cold, black smoke gushed out in its entirety, it quickly retracted back into the bronze mirror with a whoosh. Under the shade of the forest, Miao Yi and his troops sat utterly paralyzed on their mounts. Even their dragon steeds stood fixed in their positions.
Their bodies were covered in white frost and completely frozen in place. The forest around them was also covered in snow. In places where the sun shone, the snow turned to black mist and disappeared. A trail of snow extended across the forest. Wherever the cold yin aura touched, so long as it was not under the sun, it would be covered in white snow. Holding the bronze mirror in his hand, Kuang Lianqiu burst out laughing. Do you honestly think a bunch of vermin like yourselves can escape my mystic yin mirror? Go! Turn them into the undead and retrieve their yin cores. To help ensure fairness in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, the usage of third-grade transcendent artifacts were not permitted. Otherwise, the majority of participants wouldn't be able to compete as few could afford a third-grade transcendent artifact in the first place. This mystic yin mirror of his was already at a relatively high tier even among second-grade transcendent artifacts. A normal second-grade transcendent artifact, which had little else besides killing potential, couldn't compare at all. Even though it was still within the boundaries of a second-grade transcendent artifact, after taking into account its special effects, it could be considered a pseudo-third-grade transcendent artifact. The mirror had a large amount of yin aura stored within. The rules of the game were fixed, but that didn't mean the participants had to adhere to them. They could exploit loopholes if there were any to be found. If the usage of third-grade transcendent artifacts were permitted, his incongregate sect had an even more powerful transcendent artifact at hand. While he laughed, full of conceit, he failed to notice the immediate repulsion of the yin aura as soon as it approached the art source within Miao Yi's body. Inside his art source, specks of starlight glimmered and soon spread outwards. It emitted a beautiful radiance as it swiftly circulated throughout Miao Yi's body like a typhoon, repelling the yin aura that corroded him. It carried an indomitable blaze of holiness, as though it had come from a divine presence from across the vast galaxy. What? Kuang Lianqiu suddenly gasped when he saw that the frost on Miao Yi's body had almost instantaneously vanished. Regaining consciousness, Miao Yi immediately realized that earlier attack bore similarities to the effects carried by the tiny mantids. He thanked his good fortune and hastily invoked his arts to save Charcoal. He couldn't save the rest in time as the enemy was already charging over from behind. Charcoal was still in a daze when Miao Yi urged him into a full gallop, and they made a hasty retreat. He was able to dispel the yin aura of my mystic yin mirror. Is it possible he holds some kind of treasure? Kuang Lianqiu clicked his tongue in wonder, then raised his hand and shouted, after him. All 110 steeds, himself included, immediately rushed after Miao Yi, disregarding the other 20 riders still frozen in place. The Jade Archive sent by the Western Constellations Palace didn't highlight how many were hiding in this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so daring in their pursuit. As he ran for his life, Miao Yi would occasionally turn back to look at the enemy and felt both depressed and happy at the same time. He was happy because, at this rate, he would lure the enemy into the ambush without fail. But he also felt troubled from knowing that the opposing transcendent artifact was too powerful. That single transcendent artifact could fight against an entire group of cultivators in one go. Even if the hidden troops launched a joint attack, they might not even be able to win against it. After considering his options, Miao Yi steeled himself and came to a decision. He was the only one who could counter the yin aura of that mirror artifact. If he didn't step up and fight, the small group of cultivators might just force his entire army to retreat in shame. It seemed like he had to put his life on the line this time. As he charged in front and led the enemy into the ambush, Miao Yi turned his head for one last look. Then, he brought Charcoal to a sudden halt and turned to face the enemy. Kill! Miao Yi raised his spear and shouted out the signal to begin the attack. A large number of riders immediately charged out from behind him. Another large group of troops appeared along both sides of the mountain as well. Taken aback, Kuang Lianqiu and his troops hastily came to a stop. They didn't expect to find such a large force hiding out here. However, Kuang Lianqiu immediately readied the mystic yin mirror in his hands, and a mocking grin could be seen in his eyes. He hadn't expected there to be this many cultivators hiding out here.
Once he took care of them all and robbed them of their golden bangles, his position among the top 100 was all but assured. I want you all to take on those on the side. Leave this area to me. Kuang Lianqiu commanded arrogantly. His fellow disciples acknowledged the order because they knew he had the qualifications to be arrogant. It was precisely due to the mystic Yin mirror in his hands. He could handle even 2,000 men single-handedly, much less 200. With a spear in hand, Miao Yi brought charcoal to a full gallop and charged in front of the troops as he shouted for blood. With two teams beside him, they charged together in an arrowhead formation. Alliance Master, you don't need to fight personally. Just leave this to me and Lu Siping. Sikong Wuwei laughed as he rode by Miao Yi's side with Lu Siping. Their enemies had practically equipped themselves from head to toe with second-grade transcendent artifacts. If he managed to steal them, he would strike gold yet again. This bastard was such a kleptomaniac that Miao Yi wondered if he'd originally come from the same place as Luo Xuanfei. The both of you won't be able to handle it, Miao Yi remarked, charging in front with a spear at the ready. He was headed straight for Kuang Lianqiu. Alliance Master, don't you think you're underestimating me a bit? Before Sikong Wuwei could finish, he was left dumbfounded. He watched as the silver-masked man raised a bronze mirror glowing with a blue light. Then, a cold, piercing black mist erupted from the glass and enveloped his surroundings. Before it even hit him, the chill already caused him to tremble and instantly shut him up mid-brag, replacing his previously boastful expression with that of surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, A Risky Plunder. Chapter 346, A Risky Plunder. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. The cold, piercing black mist rolled out like waves. The chill not only affected the body, but caused the soul to quiver as well. It was devastatingly powerful. Seeing his attack was effective, Kuang Lianqiu burst out laughing. He waved the mystic Yin mirror in his hand at the troops charging towards him. Once he was done dealing with them, he would quickly eliminate the ones coming from the sides as well. After being frozen, the sudden drop in momentum caused Sikong Wuwei and the others to immediately collapse together with their steeds. Of about 200 men, not a single one escaped as they crashed to the ground and lay there frozen stiff. Both them and their mounts were covered in white frost, with black mist rising from their bodies as the frost slowly dissipated under the sun. It was a peculiar sight to behold. However, there was one man who was not afraid of the devastating chill coming from the Yin aura. Both his body and his steed shone with a brilliant blue radiance as they continued charging towards Kuang Lianqiu. This man was none other than Miao Yi. Having expected this, Miao Yi had activated his art source beforehand and shielded both charcoal and himself with it. Kuang Lianqiu was taken aback. He knew that Miao Yi could nullify the Yin aura, but he managed to freeze Miao Yi before. Why did it not have any effect this time? The opponent instantly closed the distance. Kuang Lianqiu could no longer afford to be concerned about the large number of troops that had begun clashing with his fellow disciples beside him. The Yin aura gushed out from the mystic Yin mirror and billowed towards Miao Yi. Although it was the middle of the day, it still left a trail of frost on the ground. As Miao Yi charged forward with his spear at the ready, he freed his other hand and released a succession of white lights. 10 first-grade mountain-cleaving talismans shot out randomly in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions could be heard. Kuang Lianqiu attacked while keeping one hand on the mystic Yin mirror. Wielding his spear with the other, he deflected the explosions of white light. He withstood the brunt of the explosion from the first-grade mountain-cleaving talismans and shielded his body from damage with his strong cultivation. Such low-level talisman seals were not enough to harm him. Boom! Suddenly, a blue light erupted among the white ones. Kuang Lianqiu felt his ears ringing from the noise. Even the spear in his hand was almost knocked away by the shockwave. A second-grade mountain-cleaving talisman. Huang Lianqiu immediately realized he had been tricked. His enemy had intentionally thrown out a bunch of first-grade mountain-cleaving talismans to fool him. The real attack was from the second-grade mountain-cleaving talisman that came after. No, wait. The real attack has yet to come. After being shaken by the mighty explosion, Huang Lianqiu had yet to steady himself when he was suddenly caught by surprise once again. Another blue light shot towards him and exploded right before his eyes. This time, the sound of the explosion was not as deafening as the first, nor was it as devastating. However, the figure of an ox shrouded in blue light instantly charged over and swiftly pinned him down. A second-grade paralysis talisman. Huang Lianqiu was utterly dumbstruck. It was his first time clashing with someone like this. The opponent didn't even know what his cultivation was, nor had they traded blows directly. Yet, he was casually tossing out so many talisman seals to suppress him. Did his opponent possess such a terrifying amount of talisman seals that he could afford to use it so wastefully? Still caught in the binding of the blue ox silhouette, Huang Lianqiu struggled with all his might to try and break free. If he relied on his cultivation alone, it would have taken him some time to escape the shackles of a second-grade paralysis talisman. However, the armor artifacts on his body started emitting a blue light. With the combined might of several second-grade transcendent artifacts, he swiftly bent the blue ox silhouette, restraining him out of shape. Bang! The figure of the blue ox erupted and the effect of the paralysis was instantly lifted. However, this was what Miao Yi had been waiting for all along. He didn't mind spending all those talisman seals in order to gain this bit of time. One man, one steed, one spear. Miao Yi closed in on his opponent in an instant. As it wasn't likely he could break past his opponent's second-grade armor artifact in such a direct confrontation, he targeted the small opening made by this slight delay. His spear swiftly streaked over like a shooting star, a dragon's roar erupting as he struck. Having just escaped his bindings, Huang Lianqiu was almost scared out of his skin and swung his spear to defend himself. However, the oncoming spear moved like black lightning as it scraped against the shaft of his spear. Then, he felt a sudden pain from his neck. Alarmed, he couldn't help thinking, what terrifying spear art. When his spear struck Huang Lianqiu's neck, Miao Yi freed one hand and unsheathed the sword artifact by his waist. It emitted a gray light as it chopped down on Huang Lianqiu's arm. As he cut down, he didn't have time for extra movements and simply sucked the severed arm along with the Mysticine mirror and his sword artifact into his storage ring. He completed a series of movements with no hesitation or delay whatsoever. This mirror artifact was too powerful. Miao Yi couldn't let it fall into the hands of the other ghost cultivators, otherwise his gamble on spending all those talisman seals in one go would have been for naught. The same methods may not work twice in a row. The severed arm, Mysticine mirror and his sword artifact was inside the storage ring now. And after flicking Huang Lianqiu's head off, Miao Yi quickly placed both hands on his spear and launched a counterattack. As soon as they saw Huang Lianqiu defeated, a few of the ghost cultivators behind him attacked Miao Yi in a frenzy, anxious to take the Mysticine mirror back. As Charcoal charged forward, he almost collapsed, but quickly propped himself up and spun about to avoid confronting the enemy. Draconic roars echoed from Miao Yi's spear as he struck out anxiously. His spear danced like a dragon, blocking the joint attack of multiple opponents and mitigating the impact of their blows at the same time. A flurry of clanging sounds rang out. Miao Yi's arms felt numb from the impact. If the inversed scale spear hadn't been able to mitigate 20% of the impact, it would already have been knocked away by his opponents already. He could feel that his opponent's cultivations were higher than his by more than a few levels. If his opponents were not wielding second-grade transcendent artifacts, Miao Yi would have been able to hold his ground. However, they were in fact wielding them. And with their superior cultivations, the outcome of the fight was imaginable. His arms were already completely numb and he no longer had any way of fighting back. It was difficult to even swing his spear, let alone make any significant counterattacks. All he could do was try his best to protect his vitals.
Within a few moments, he and Charcoal had received multiple spear strikes. The armor artifact protecting them had several frightening dents beaten into them, and they felt like their organs were being tossed around inside their bodies. Pooh! The mouthful of blood that Miao Yi wanted to keep from coughing out ultimately made its way out. He had been holding it back, but under the onslaught of these heavy strikes, he couldn't help vomiting it out in the end. Harumph! Charcoal neighed in agony as well, then dashed with all his might, relying on his strong legs to escape the frenzied attacks as he carried Miao Yi away. After suffering such heavy blows, Miao Yi was almost thrown off of Charcoal's back. The difference in strength between him and his opponents was too wide. His opponents could basically kill him with a single blow. Miao Yi had only managed to stay on Charcoal by holding onto the stirrups of Charcoal's armor for dear life, and using them to support himself. Both him and Charcoal had to thank Yao Ruoxian for their armor sets. If it didn't have the effect of mitigating impact within itself, they might not have been able to escape their predicament. It was also fortunate that they were second-grade armor artifacts. If they were first-grade armor artifacts instead, Miao Yi and Charcoal would have surely been crushed from the heavy strikes together with their armor artifacts. This was the case back when Miao Yi had his first-grade armor artifact. His helmet had been promptly destroyed with a single strike from Zhang Diqing's flying sword, being crushed almost instantly. Charcoal ran like the wind as the blue radiance of the second-grade armor artifact on both him and Miao Yi swiftly dimmed from the attacks. Fret not, Alliance Master. Realizing the situation was bad, Dong Quan and Wang Yuetian immediately rushed down with their steeds. They came up behind Miao Yi as he ran and blocked the frenzied assault of his pursuers. The Red Scarves Alliance possessed the larger force in the first place, so the battle immediately favored one side. They didn't have any problem sending a few people over when they saw Miao Yi on the losing end. Yu Baixing immediately led another group of riders over and swiftly eliminated the ghost cultivators who were ganging up on Miao Yi. After seeing Miao Yi safe from harm, they dived back into the surrounding battlefield. Without the support of Kuang Lianqiu and his Mysticine Mirror, the 500-strong army dominated the group of 100 as easily as slicing up vegetables. It didn't take long before they vanquished all the ghost cultivators. The others were cleaning up the battlefield while Wang Yuetian and the other leaders galloped towards a cliff in the distance. There, Miao Yi was quietly sitting alone on his dragon steed. As they approached him, they could see the extensive damage on his armor and couldn't help feeling a little alarmed. Alliance Master. Are you all right? A few of them asked. Pu. Miao Yi originally wanted to say that he was fine, but with the damage he suffered, his body couldn't keep up and he spat out another mouthful of blood as soon as he opened his mouth. The rest of them were startled. They jumped down of their dragon steeds to help him. However, Miao Yi raised a hand and stopped them. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Miao Yi felt much better and found it easier to breathe now. Even though his face was still pale, he said, "What a powerful transcendent artifact. Even I almost lost my life to it. Fortunately, after risking life and limb, and suffering such heavy wounds, I managed to kill the enemy in the end. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous for our Red Scarves Alliance. There were times when one needed to defend one's honor, otherwise the consequences would be severe." He did not say that he was wounded so heavily because his cultivation was low, but explained that he had only failed to defend against his opponents because he was already injured by the transcendent artifact, and that he had risked his life to kill the enemy only because of the threat he posed to the Red Scarves Alliance. If he could, he wanted to act like he was completely fine. However, his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. He was unable to suppress the blood in his chest and ultimately couldn't help spitting it out. No one doubted him at all. Even if Miao Yi hadn't explained himself, they wouldn't have questioned him at all. It was because that transcendent artifact was truly too powerful. When they charged in from both sides for the ambush, they saw the catastrophic effects of Kuang Lianqiu's transcendent artifact and watched as Sikong Wuwei and the rest had fallen to the ground. To defeat almost 200 cultivators in the blink of an eye, they were all shocked by it. It would be terrible if the fight had gone on that way. Regardless of how large a force they were, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance of victory. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, the Alliance Master had withstood the dreadful might of that transcendent artifact and braved the dangerous situation, killing the artifact holder and stealing the artifact in one fell swoop. Thus, the predicament of the Red Scarves Alliance was resolved. In the eyes of the group, they had only managed to turn this battle around because of Miao Yi. Normal cultivators would not be able to resist such a powerful transcendent artifact. As cultivators who were equal in strength to them, Xikong Wu Wei and the rest were living examples of that. To them, it was understandable for Miao Yi to suffer wounds. If he were completely fine instead, then that would make him too much of a monster. What's more, to be able to escape even whilst suffering so many attacks was a clear sign of his cultivation to begin with. If his cultivation wasn't high, he would have been knocked off his steed a long time ago. Of course, they did not know that this was mostly attributed to the armor artifacts refined by Yao Ruoxian. If the attacks had landed directly on Miao Yi's body, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure them. They couldn't help being more impressed by Miao Yi as they thought back to how he had massacred the disciples of the three major sects as easily as chopping up vegetables when they had just alighted. Then to earlier on, when Miao Yi had single-handedly turned the tides of the battle by killing the enemy and stealing that powerful artifact of his. They lauded the Alliance Master in their hearts. He was truly beyond impressive. Only, the group turned to Xikong Wu Wei and the rest, who were frozen on the ground. They couldn't help feeling a little depressed after losing so many in a single battle. Miao Yi knew what they were thinking about. As he panted for air, he said, "Don't worry. It might be difficult to say what will happen once some time has passed, but I have already found a way to dispel the effects of that transcendent artifact when I fought against it earlier. I should be able to help Xikong Wu Wei and the rest recover. Go and finish up what you all need to do. Let me rest for a bit first." Since he put it that way, they all gave him the benefit of the doubt and took their leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Unequal Distribution. Chapter 347, Unequal Distribution. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. After the rest had stepped down, Miao Yi raised a hand to his face, allowing specks of stardust to flow out from his storage bangle and into his lungs. A cool, refreshing feeling quickly spread throughout his body and started to mend his wounds. He could feel the stardust quickly repairing his wounds. As expected of the divine panacea of the cultivation realm. The reason he was so sneaky about it was not that he didn't trust everyone else, but because in this place of carnage, the glorious star immortal herb was a treasure even more heavily sought after than any transcendent artifact. It was a remedy for all ailments that everybody desperately needed. If he could help it, he wouldn't choose to show it. Otherwise, he might attract some nasty trouble. After absorbing plenty of stardust to recover, Miao Yi flexed his arms as his and Charcoal's armor immediately morphed into a black mist, enveloping them both. Then, he tossed out over a dozen first-grade Yao cores for his armor artifact to absorb and replenish its energy. Using the cover of the mist to his advantage, he blew specks of stardust into Charcoal's nose. This one had suffered heavy wounds as well from the fight just now. The black mist enshrouding them compressed itself and reverted back to its armor form, and by then all the dents had already been repaired. On the battlefield, black smoke rose from the corpses of the ghost cultivators as they slowly turned to ash under the sun. Brimming with energy once again, Charcoal galloped over to Xikong Wu Wei and the rest. Miao Yi jumped down and invoked his arts to first dispel the coldine aura within Xikong Wu Wei's body, before proceeding to Lu Siping. Xikong Wu Wei groaned as he slowly regained consciousness. Zhao Fei and the rest soon came over and helped him up. "Xikong, how do you feel?" asked Zhao Fei. "That son of a bitch. What kind of shitty item is that?" I was completely frozen stiff. For a second there, I thought I was going to die from the chill.
What happened to those ghost cultivators? We vanquished them all already. Are you serious? You are all able to withstand the effects of that transcendent artifact? We have the Alliance Master to thank for that. He risked life and limb to single-handedly kill the ghost cultivator wielding that artifact. They recounted the situation and at the same time, told Sikong Wuwei that Miao Yi was the one who saved him. Sikong Wuwei turned around and watched as the others and their mounts slowly got back to their feet after Miao Yi invoked his arts to save them. He clicked his tongue in astonishment. As expected of the Alliance Master. To think he was able to triumph over such a powerful transcendent artifact. After Miao Yi saved the troops in that area, he swiftly dashed back to the beach. There were still people there waiting to be saved by him. If he took too long, he might not be able to rescue them. Everyone was afraid he would meet some kind of mishap after being so heavily injured and followed closely behind him. When they came to the beach and saw the 20 people frozen on their dragon steeds, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, the Alliance Master was the one who took the initiative to lure the enemy in. If they were in his place instead, they might not have been able to escape. After saving everyone, they all returned and met up with the troops who were cleaning up the battlefield. Then, they retreated back to the lake at the mountaintop together. Qi Xiuhong was startled when she saw Miao Yi returning with a trace of blood on the corner of his lips. She instantly knew that he was wounded and rushed over, her face full of worry as she wanted to ask what happened. Miao Yi waved his hand and suggested that explanations would come later. There were more pressing matters to attend to now. Everyone gathered around and began dividing the loot. They made a quick tally of their numbers. In this battle, they had the superior numbers. It was a few hundred of them against a mere 100, several people fought against one person at a time, but still, their Red Scarves Alliance had about 30 casualties. Their numbers, which were originally over 1,000, had now fallen below that. It was because their opponents had almost fully equipped themselves with second-grade transcendent artifacts, and none of them had been pushovers. It had not been as easy a battle as they thought it would be. However, the spoils of war were equally bountiful. They already found several second-grade transcendent artifacts on a single ghost cultivator. Once they had taken everything into account, the number of second-grade transcendent artifacts came up to about 800. There were almost 900 golden bangles as well. It was easy to imagine how many cultivators had died at the hands of these ghost cultivators on the Western Star Sea. There was also a huge pile of first-grade transcendent artifacts and Yao cores. And as usual, the number of orbs of will were pitifully low. Miao Yi only took 200 first-grade Yao cores and 10 golden bangles. He told the crowd, "I already possess a transcendent artifact. Piece together a set of second-grade transcendent artifacts for Qi Xiuhong. I don't want the rest. You can all divide them amongst yourselves." Qi Xiuhong wanted to decline, but the words caught in her throat. When she saw Miao Yi cast a glance at her and slowly shake his head, she decided to keep quiet. Even though Qi Xiuhong wanted to keep some distance from Miao Yi, they had slept together after all, and more than once. They would still live together after this and would definitely continue sleeping together as well. She couldn't treat it as if nothing had happened between them. Miao Yi's words made it clear that the Mysticine mirror would belong to him. Anyone would have selfish desires. Several people in the crowd thought to themselves, "That single transcendent artifact of yours is equal to 100 treasures. If I had it, I wouldn't need the other treasures either." Everyone witnessed the might of the Mysticine mirror. With such a powerful transcendent artifact, their chances of survival in the sea of constellations would surely skyrocket. No one wouldn't want it. However, the reality before them was clear. There was only one Mysticine mirror, and only one person could have it. They couldn't share it with everyone. Miao Yi was the one who had taken it upon himself to kill the enemy and steal the mirror. Not to mention, he was the Alliance Master. Besides Miao Yi, no one else in the entire Red Scarves Alliance had the right to take this treasure for himself.
If it were in the hands of another, there would undoubtedly be discord within the Red Scarves Alliance. In spite of this, they held back their objections, even though none of them truly agreed with it. It was because the might of the Mysticine Mirror was too overwhelming. Everyone coveted it. As long as one possessed some strength, why wouldn't one try to obtain it? Many of them already had a plan. Once the situation became unmanageable, they might be able to fight for a fair method to decide who would obtain the Mysticine Mirror. They didn't even mind drawing straws because then they would still have a chance to obtain the mirror. It was fine even if they failed to acquire it in the end. They just couldn't give it up so easily. Miao Yi swept a cold gaze across the crowd and scoffed to himself, as I thought, it's hard to stay loyal when such temptation lies right before you. If I hadn't risked my life this time, do any of you think you'd still have the chance to split the loot right now? Not to mention, he'd earned this Mysticine Mirror and had no reason to hand it out. Miao Yi finally realized how shameless these people could be. Sikong Wu Wei knew what everyone else was thinking. He immediately readied his long axe and slowly brought his dragon steed before Miao Yi. He chuckled at the crowd and said with an air of nonchalance, "There is only one of this transcendent artifact. We can't split it. What's more, the Alliance Master himself was the one who managed to steal it away. Obviously, it should go to him." I don't have any objections against the Alliance Master's words, and with this, I shall be the first one to accede. Come on, you all should stop being so wishy-washy. Consider this matter settled. The way he was waving about that long axe of his so boastfully gave everyone the impression anyone who dares to oppose will first have to go through me. Zhao Fei immediately nodded in agreement, I agree. He then moved his dragon steed to stand beside Sikong Wu Wei. The other leaders all exchanged glances. Seeing how the situation was escalating, even though Qi Xiuhuang didn't know what had happened, she could see that it was because the loot was not being equally divided. It seemed like Miao Yi had obtained a treasure that everyone coveted. Qi Xiuhuang could sense an encroaching danger. The unequal distribution of treasures was the easiest way for internal conflict to rise within an organization. Countless people had died because of this. Sikong Wu Wei scanned the crowd and seeing that they still did not wish to relent, began to feel incensed until he suddenly burst out in anger. Waving the long axe in his hand, he pointed at Lu Siping and bellowed, "You, surnamed Lu. I understand if the rest of them choose to keep quiet, but what are you playing coy for? I am a simple man and might not know much, but I do know how to repay an act of kindness. The Alliance Master was the one who just saved your pitiful life. Have you forgotten this already? Did you feed your conscience to the dogs? Sikong Wu Wei's words were too straightforward and didn't leave a shred of dignity for Lu Siping. After being reprimanded so, Lu Siping's face contorted. It was hard for him to swallow, but eventually, he cupped his fists and said, "I don't have any objections." "Sikong Wu Wei, you can't just put it simply like that," Dong Quan objected. He turned to the crowd and continued, "If we're going to talk about saving lives, then when the Alliance Master was in trouble just now, the other captains and I had fought to save him as well. If we are to follow Sikong Wu Wei's logic, then wouldn't that mean this transcendent artifact should be divided among us captains then?" Then he turned to Miao Yi with cupped fists and said, "Alliance Master. I mean no disrespect. That transcendent artifact wouldn't fall into my hands anyway since I don't have that kind of luck. I just mean to set things right. Our Red Scarves Alliance has to fight our enemies as one, so we should treat one another equally. I believe we should look for a fair method to resolve this." Truth be told, even if Dong Quan and the others hadn't come to his rescue just now, with charcoal speed, Miao Yi would have managed to escape as well. But he felt there was no need for him to dispute this. Miao Yi smiled and said, "Oh? What fair method do you have in mind? It might be a little too much to say that all who bore witness deserves a chance. So let's keep it simple. Such a powerful transcendent artifact will do more harm than good for those whose cultivations are not high enough anyway. I believe us Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators should still be able to protect ourselves. As the saying goes, opportunity should be given to those who are capable. I believe it is rather relevant in this situation.
So why don't the 10 of us draw straws to decide then? We'll leave everything up to fate.
The transcendent artifact shall go to whoever manages to draw the right straw.
The rest can only blame their luck and will not be allowed make any objections. Dong Quan turned back to the crowd and cupped his fists. Everyone! What do you think of my idea? Good idea.
This works.
This definitely works.
His fellow disciples, who were spread out in the crowd, immediately shouted in agreement.
This is a great idea.
Yu Baixing, Fei Dian, Jia Zifeng, Hu Ziyuan, and Wang Yuetian all nodded and voiced their agreement. Because he had already agreed to relent, it wouldn't be good for Lu Siping to suddenly change his mind. However, from the subtle reactions on his face, it was clear that this idea was to his liking as well.
As soon as these people nodded, their fellow disciples immediately shouted in agreement as well.
Of course, among those who didn't have the chance to participate, some shouted that they should all draw straws.
Why should it be just among the 10 of them?
However, no one paid heed to these voices.
Bullshit! Sikong Wu Wei barked. With a wave of his axe, he bellowed, insubordination. You'll all have to go through me first.
Zhao Fei brought out his square sky-decorated halberd as well and shouted, everyone!
Listen to me. This transcendent artifact can only go to one person in the end.
It is most suitable in the Alliance Master's hands.
If not, and it falls into the hands of someone from one of the sects, then that particular sect will assume that they possess an advantage over the others. In the face of benefit, they might even lay their hands on the people beside them. When that happens, the entire Red Scarves Alliance will fall into chaos. We will no longer be able to work together to survive until our 9 years are up. We mustn't let the greed of a few people ruin us all. Don't you all want to live for a few more years? Only by surviving until the end will we have the chance to leave the Sea of Constellations. Otherwise, everything is but a pipe dream. Why are you blabbering so much? Both of you, stand down. Miao Yi abruptly shouted. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei turned back to look at Miao Yi, confused as they thought, we're helping you out here. Why are you blaming us instead? Stand down. Miao Yi reminded them.
The two of them exchanged glances and were at a loss for words. In the end, they turned their dragon steeds around to stand behind Miao Yi. Dong Quan immediately cupped his fists and asked, so Alliance Master thinks Dong Quan's words are correct then,
Miao Yi replied indifferently, I think your words are bullshit.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 348, Secrets of the Mystic-Ine Mirror. Chapter 348, Secrets of the Mystic-Ine Mirror. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Dong Quan was wide-eyed and at a loss for words. He didn't think Miao Yi would be so straightforward and leave him without a shred of dignity. His expression darkened as he said, Why are you insulting me so, Alliance Master? Do you not agree to draw straws then? Was your talk of sharing life and death for 9 years all just a lie? You would prioritize your own benefit over the entire Red Scarves Alliance, The reason he tried to pressure Miao Yi using the Red Scarves Alliance was precisely because he wanted Miao Yi to think of the potential consequences. He wanted him to see which side was the bigger force so he wouldn't make the wrong judgment. His words were enough to spark anger in another. Sikong Wu Wei glared at Dong Quan, almost bursting out in rage. If Miao Yi hadn't told him to stand down earlier, he would have definitely cursed at Dong Quan. In contrast, Miao Yi seemed unfazed as he replied, What a glib tongue. I have no objections to drawing straws, but since you've been going on and on about the benefit of the entire Red Scarves Alliance, you made it seem like I'm the one at fault here. Dong Quan, since you are so considerate for everyone's well-being, then to prove that you have no ulterior motives, why don't you just give it up as Sikong Wu Wei did? Leave the matter of drawing straws to the others. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone. What do you think? Dong Quan's expression froze. Xikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei exchanged glances. They didn't think Miao Yi would really agree to hand out the transcendent artifact by drawing straws to decide. This works as well. Let's do as the Alliance Master says. Fei Dayan and the others quickly agreed. If they took Zhao Fei, Xikong Wuwei, Lu Siping, and Dong Quan out of the equation, then their chances of obtaining the transcendent artifact would be higher. As such, they obviously wouldn't object. Dong Quan's expression twisted as he realized that after all that talk, all he did was play the villain to benefit another. It was unacceptable. Furious from the embarrassment, he immediately replied, I can't make this decision on my own. I am merely acting on behalf of my fellow disciples when I draw straws. If I don't participate, I won't be able to give them a satisfactory answer. His fellow disciples immediately shouted, Participate! Participate! We won't agree to it if he doesn't. It was a good thing to have your fellow disciples' support. You could always use them to force a point. Xikong Wuwei was utterly furious. Zhao Fei felt conflicted as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He knew their allegiance was gone. They had vowed to share life and death for 9 years, but it had only been a little over 3, and a single transcendent artifact had already ruined them. There was no need for someone else to do it either. They were the ones who brought it upon themselves. Miao Yi sighed to himself as well. He was a little regretful of the decision he made now. Back then when Zhao Fei and the rest had objected to accepting these sect members, he was the one who stubbornly decided to recruit them into the Red Scarves Alliance. And now, a problem really did arise. But then again, if he didn't have their help, and if experts like Lu Siping didn't join the alliance, they would probably already be in deep trouble if they'd fought against those ghost cultivators with just their original forces. That was indeed the case. Quan Lianqiu could deal with half of them on his own, whereas the rest might not be a match for those ghost cultivators, who were all almost fully equipped with second-grade transcendent artifacts. Even if Miao Yi had been able to steal the transcendent artifact away, he would still end up retreating in shame. As for the rest, it was uncertain whether or not they would triumph as they did. It's pointless even if you shout. Miao Yi's expression remained indifferent as he continued, the truth is, you're all aware deep down that this transcendent artifact should rightfully belong to me. However, some of you are beguiled by greed and harbor unrealistic expectations. Fine then, since you want it so badly, I'll grant your wish. However, drawing straws would be too childish. I have a better idea. May I know what the Alliance Master has in mind? We are willing to listen, Dong Quan cupped his fists and asked. Even though your words were utter bullshit, I do agree with one thing though. That is, we should give opportunities to those who are capable. Miao Yi narrowed his eyes at Dong Quan. Before I came to the Sea of Constellations, I like to say this to my subordinates as well. Don't you all desire this transcendent artifact? He took out a sword artifact from his storage ring and sheathed it back into the scabbard by his waist. Then, he withdrew Quan Lianqiu's severed arm, which was still holding onto the Mysticine mirror. Miao Yi then rode charcoal onto a small hill and stood there. Everyone watched as Miao Yi ripped the severed arm off and simply tossed it aside, allowing it to vaporize into ashes under the sunlight. Holding the Mysticine mirror in one hand and holding the inversed scale spear in the other, Miao Yi raised the mirror artifact and said aloud, this transcendent artifact shall go to whoever is capable of obtaining it. Cut the crap if you don't have the skills. Isn't it too absurd to think of taking away the transcendent artifact I risked my life to obtain with just a few simple words? This matter isn't that complicated. I don't mind parting with this transcendent artifact either. If you desire this, feel free to challenge me for it. Whoever manages to take it away from me is free to keep it. Stop beating around the bush by blabbering on and on, but. Miao Yi pointed his spear at Dong Quan and shouted, I am still recovering from my wounds. Dong Quan, this will be your best shot at obtaining this transcendent artifact. Do you dare battle me? It would be a lie for Dong Quan to say he wasn't tempted to be the first to have such an opportunity before him. However, there was a good reason why Miao Yi was able to command such respect over the entire Red Scarves Alliance for the past few years. They were not back in their little system outside the Sea of Constellations where they had to do things by the book. There, the higher-ranked officials could always step over their subordinates. Here, the one with the bigger fist had the last say. Dong Quan himself saw how ruthless Miao Yi could be. Even if he was injured now, Dong Quan didn't dare to act rashly. There was a perplexed look on his face. The item was in Miao Yi's hands, and he was intent on using strength to decide and not by drawing straws. Dong Quan wouldn't be able to make a difference even if he was any better with words. Seeing Dong Quan was afraid to speak, Miao Yi ignored him and pointed his spear towards the others. What about you lot? This is the only chance any of you will get. You won't get another once it's gone. Everyone exchanged glances, but none of them answered. Dong Quan looked at the people beside him and transmitted his voiceover. Why don't we join forces and kill him? After that, we can draw straws to decide who the transcendent artifact should belong to. How about that? Everyone felt instantly tempted by the offer and began secretly communicating with one another via transmission. When he saw everyone exchange glances, Miao Yi could make a rough guess as to what was happening between them. He scoffed, "Those who wish to challenge me are free to come. But if any of you have any ulterior motives, I don't mind giving the might of this Mysticine mirror a try. When that happens, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship and starting a bloodbath." So that item is called the Mysticine mirror. All their plans instantly went up in smoke when he said this. Join hands to steal the transcendent artifact? They'd all borne witness to the might of the Mysticine mirror. Their plan was pointless no matter how many of them joined forces. They finally ceased their desires. Strength was truly the best way to solve an argument. No one said anything after that. After a brief pause, Miao Yi said plainly, "I think we've messed around long enough. Everyone, return and do what it is you're supposed to do. Let me be blunt. Should any of you dare to neglect his duties, don't blame me for being discourteous." He wouldn't let this matter rest so easily if he was his usual self. But in truth, he was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Not only had he not fully recovered from his wounds from their earlier battle, but he had also used up a great deal of transcendence energy to activate all his second-grade transcendent artifacts to engage in such a massive battle. With his cultivation base, there was no way he could battle again so soon. He wasn't confident that he could use the Mysticine mirror in his hands either. At the very least, he still didn't know how to operate it. To put it simply, he still didn't know how the tides of battle in the Sea of Constellations could shift in the future. It was better to have allies next to him than none at all. Not only did a large force act as a deterrent for other forces, but it could also be used to gather all sorts of information on the enemy so that he could make preparations beforehand. Some things couldn't be done by him alone. Since he put it that way, everyone thought that they had indeed messed around long enough. All they could do was treat the whole thing as a farce, that it had all been an unrealistic dream. Even though they weren't exactly satisfied, they could do little else besides go on with their tasks. Sikong Wu Wei burst out in laughter whereas Zhao Fei looked worried. Everyone's allegiance was already gone. Once he returned to his cave, Miao Yi turned and pulled on Shi Xiuhong's arm, whispering, "Be more careful from now on." Shi Xiuhong was no fool and knew what Miao Yi was reminding her about. She nodded, a worried expression hanging on her face as she then walked out the cave and kept watch by the entrance. She was relying on Miao Yi right now. Just this alone meant that if anything were to happen to Miao Yi, she would be in trouble as well. She had no choice but to be extra careful. After he took off his armor, Miao Yi quickly tossed an orb of will into his mouth and sat cross-legged as he began to recover his transcendence energy. Miao Yi's wounds and transcendence energy were only fully recovered to normal the next day.
The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to take out the Mystic-Yin mirror and examine it. He needed to know how to operate this transcendent artifact as soon as possible in order to face any problems that may arise. As soon as he imbued his transcendence energy into the Mystic-Yin mirror, Miao Yi was startled to find a large amount of Yin aura stored within. He didn't know where it had come from, but as soon as his transcendence energy came into contact with the Yin aura, he immediately felt dazed by the sudden feeling of chilliness. If Qi Xiuhong, who was at the entrance of the cave, could see what Miao Yi looked like now, she would definitely jump in fright. He was covered entirely with frost like a snowman. However, that layer of frost quickly evaporated. After he was back to normal, Miao Yi became more cautious as he invoked his arts to examine the mirror once again. He only managed to understand how to operate the Mystic-Yin mirror after an hour. Holding the mirror artifact in his hand, it glowed with a blue light before a cold, black Yin aura immediately spewed out from the glass and landed on the walls of the cave, instantly covering them in a thick layer of ice. However, as he invoked his arts to use the transcendent artifact, Miao Yi's expression changed. Then, the Yin aura that rushed out quickly retracted back into the mirror once more. As she was standing guard outside the cave, Qi Xiuhong abruptly turned her head when a blast of cold wind came from inside the cave, fluttering her dress. Her expression drastically changed when she felt the piercingly cold chill in the air. It was a little unbearable, and she wondered what was happening inside the cave. Once the biting coldness was gone, Qi Xiuhong rushed in to find the walls of the cave covered in layers of frost. It was like she had fallen inside a cave of ice. Then she saw the mirror artifact in Miao Yi's hand and speculated that he'd probably just used it. However, when she saw how pale Miao Yi was, she couldn't help asking, "Alliance Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Miao Yi shook his head and continued examining the transcendent artifact in his hands. Qi Xiuhong pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Then, she walked back out of the cave to stand guard. Inside the cave, Miao Yi sighed as he held onto the mirror artifact and felt both happy yet worried at the same time. He wondered how this transcendent artifact had been refined. Even though it didn't seem large, it contained a different dimension within, much like storage rings. At the same time, it was of a much higher grade since it could be shrouded and stored within a storage ring. By the looks of it, a large number of crystalline obsidians had probably been used to refine this item, and rightfully so. As a transcendent artifact that was able to house a separate dimension within, the amount of crystalline obsidians used to refine it was probably at a jaw-dropping amount. It had probably taken up over 50 second-grade Yao cores and various profound methods in order to create such a transcendent artifact. Which was to say that operating this transcendent artifact was equal to operating over 50 second-grade transcendent artifacts simultaneously. Miao Yi had only used it for a short while, and he could feel that almost half of the transcendence energy within his body had already been used up. With his cultivation base at the White Lotus 7th grade, he wouldn't be able to use this for long. Any longer than this and he would end up using all his transcendence energy. If that happened while he was fighting the enemy, he would eventually lose all means of resistance. Miao Yi couldn't help laughing when he thought about the expressions on Dong Quan and the rest. If his guess were correct, they wouldn't be able to use this transcendent artifact even if he had given it to them. They would suffer a terrible backlash as soon as they tried to activate it. This transcendent artifact had probably been made so that only ghost cultivators could wield it. Whereas Miao Yi was only able to operate it because the cultivation arts he practiced could counteract the corrosion effects of this Mystic-Yin mirror. However, with his cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to use it for long periods of time as his transcendence energy wouldn't be able to keep up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Plot. Chapter 349, Plot. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The air around the Red Scarves Alliance had become awkward. The subordinates all eyed the transcendent artifact the Alliance Master possessed but weren't bold enough to act on their desires due to the strength he wielded. On the other hand, the the Alliance Master was wary against his subordinates as well. It was easy to imagine how unpleasant the situation was. That said, the incident was not completely a bad thing. At least it had revealed the true colors of some people. After that, Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei moved next to Miao Yi's cave. They carved out 2 new caves, keeping Miao Yi's safe in the middle. Then Wang Yuetian joined in as well and carved out another cave along the sides, protecting Miao Yi together with the others. Miao Yi had Qi Xiuhuang prepare a few dishes and invited the 3 of them over. As soon as they sat down, Miao Yi smiled and asked, "Why are you doing this? Do you not desire that transcendent artifact?" The 3 of them knew what he meant. Zhao Fei smiled bitterly and replied, "It's not that I don't want it, but I know that it won't fall into my hands either way even if the Alliance Master chooses to give it up. I won't be able to win against the others since I don't have the background of a sect, nor do I have command of my own forces. I only mean to maintain the balance of the situation by keeping close to the Alliance Master. Together with these 2, we will protect you. By the looks of things, if the Red Scarves Alliance falls, those without a background like us will definitely be unable to survive in the Sea of Constellations. We will only end up as prey. Together with the Alliance Master, the 3 of us Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators will be able to maintain a balance within the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance. The others will not act rashly with us around. This way, the Red Scarves Alliance can still exist. All we can do for now is to stabilize the situation. Then, we can slowly find other alternatives. Forgive me for being blunt, but the allegiance of everyone in the Red Scarves Alliance is already gone, and I'm afraid it won't last much longer. If a new situation suddenly develops, it will surely crumble. Has the Alliance Master thought of where to go after this?" Miao Yi didn't reply to his question and merely shifted his gaze towards Xikong Wuwei. "What about you? Is it simply because I saved your life?" "Please stop mentioning that matter, Alliance Master. Now it seems like I owe you my life." Xikong Wuwei chuckled and continued, "I am a simple man. Unlike Zhao Fei, my reasons aren't as practical. I merely do what my heart tells me to. There is no other reason besides the fact that I just hate seeing those sect members act all haughty because they have the backing of many people." Miao Yi didn't press the matter and cast his gaze towards Wang Yuetian. Wang Yuetian understood and smiled. "I was the first person to object when the Alliance Master decided to recruit those sect members in the first place, but you were insistent, and now the situation has escalated thus far. Thinking back, the 3 of us were the ones who followed behind the Alliance Master right from the start. Since the 2 of them are this adamant, I obviously can't fall behind as well. It's just my luck that I'm also someone without a background." Miao Yi chuckled. He then raised his cup and said, "Cheers." They knocked their cups together when suddenly they heard the beating hooves of dragon steeds coming from outside. Everyone exchanged glances, then placed down their cups before rushing out the cave. Outside, one person jumped off his mount and reported, "Alliance Master. There is a group of 5 approaching us from the northern sea." "Only 5? Xikong Wuwei laughed, "This will be too easy." Zhao Fei said somberly, "Don't be careless. Since they're daring enough to recklessly wander around the Sea of Constellations with just 5 people, they surely possess something that they can rely on. If it's another item like the Mysticine Mirror, then it's still uncertain who'll have the last laugh." Zhao Fei speaks the truth. Miao Yi nodded in agreement. After their experience with Quan Lianxiu, he didn't dare to try another ambush. Not to mention, everyone's hearts were wavering right now. It was better to utilize the strategy they had prepared beforehand. Regardless of how many enemies there were, the chances of success would still be higher. There was no need for him to do something as risky as the last time. Miao Yi quickly commanded, "Gather the troops and send a few people to lure them over. If they turn out to be experts with special skills, then they shall face the surging waters of our peaceful lake." Soon, all the troops readied themselves for battle as they waited for the other party to approach. Qi Shouhong also donned a set of second-grade transcendent artifacts and waited behind Miao Yi. They hid in the forest as they waited. Little did they expect that the people they'd sent to bait the enemy would soon return with 5 others. They came up to the foot of the mountain and shouted, "Senior Uncle Lu, they're allies! Allies! It's Senior Uncle Zhao and the others!" Miao Yi and the others exchanged glances, whereas Lu Siping was already galloping down the mountain to receive them. He then offered his greetings as soon as he met up with the other party. The people at the top didn't know what they were talking about, but seeing how submissive Lu Siping was acting, it seemed like the other party was reproaching him. Soon, Lu Siping came back up on his own and rode over to Miao Yi. He cupped his fists and said, "Alliance Master. They are not our enemies. They are all the senior and junior brothers from my sect. I have already convinced them to join our Red Scarves Alliance. To avoid a misunderstanding, they are waiting down the mountain for an audience with you." Everyone exchanged glances. They'd all been worked up for nothing. Since they obviously didn't need to hide any longer, they stepped out to show themselves. Miao Yi nodded. "Since they are allies, let them come over." Lu Siping immediately shouted, "Senior Brother Zhao, come on over." Soon, the 5 riders at the foot of the mountain came up. Once they ascended, they scanned their surroundings and were startled by what they saw. Earlier at the foot of the mountain, they had heard Lu Siping explain the situation, but when they saw for themselves the number of people hiding here, they were still quite taken aback. The person in front was the senior brother Zhao whom Lu Siping had mentioned. His face was thin and gaunt, with a goatee under his chin. He wore a blank expression as he coldly sized Miao Yi up. "Senior brother. This is Alliance Master Miao Yi whom I mentioned to you. Alliance Master, this is my senior brother Zhao Lingtu. He is the one leading the team of participants dispatched directly by my sect." Lu Siping introduced both sides to one another. He didn't miss out the other 4 as well. Zhao Lingtu cupped his fists and said arrogantly, "I greet the Alliance Master. Since you have decided to join our Red Scarves Alliance, that makes you family. No need to be so courteous." Miao Yi cupped his fists as well. He then asked, "Since Brother Zhao was able to lead your fellow disciples across the Western Starsea, I trust you are someone capable. We have been hiding in this place for so long, so we don't know what it's like outside. Would Brother Zhao care to tell us what the current situation is like outside? The strong go around hunting for prey, while the weak flee for their lives. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there." Disinclined to speak further, Zhao Lingtu merely spat out a few words. It was no different than having said nothing at all. Miao Yi's smile disappeared when he saw how unsociable and arrogant the other party was acting. He turned his head towards Lu Siping and said plainly, "They must be tired after fleeing so much. Bring them somewhere that they can rest." He made use of the word flee as the other party had when he said the strong go around hunting for prey, while the weak flee for their lives, implying that they were weaklings who had fled for their lives. Since the other party was being so rude, he didn't have to act so graciously. With the hearts of everyone in the Red Scarves Alliance currently wavering, it was all the more reason for him not to show any signs of weakness before them. Otherwise, the situation could take a turn for the worse. Sikong Wu Wei chuckled when he heard Miao Yi's words. In contrast, Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples' expressions slowly darkened as they stared coldly at Miao Yi, a vicious aura around their bodies. It was easy to tell that they had killed a lot of people. Lu Siping hurriedly stepped forth to mediate the situation. "Senior brother must be tired. Please follow me. I'll bring all of you to a resting place." At the same time, he transmitted his voice, "Senior brother. It is not wise to offend this person." As he watched them depart, Miao Yi dispersed the troops with a wave of his hand. Then, he turned over to Sikong Wu Wei and transmitted his voice, "Have a few people keep an eye on them." Sikong Wu Wei nodded and took his leave. Lu Siping brought his senior and junior brothers back to his cave. Before he even sat down to take a breather, Zhao Lingtu asked, "Junior brother,
why did you stop me? The sect has bestowed the mountain suppressing hammer to me. With it by my side, I have killed many strong enemies throughout our journey. Are you actually afraid that I won't be able to win against him? Lu Siping immediately gasped in surprise. Senior brother, you brought the mountain suppressing hammer with you? How about it? Do you think I can fight against that alliance master? I'm not worried that senior brother will lose against him, but I am concerned about the number of his supporters. We shouldn't attempt to fight when it's obvious we will lose, Lu Siping explained, trying to help his senior brother save face. Then, he talked about Miao Yi's strength, starting from how he recruited everyone back on the ship and formed the alliance, to how he'd killed Blue Lotus cultivators as easily as slicing up vegetables right when they disembarked. Finally, he revealed the way Miao Yi had recently vanquished the ghost cultivator and stolen his artifact. Lu Siping cupped his fists. Even though the mountain-suppressing hammer is a powerful transcendent artifact, it cannot fight multiple opponents simultaneously. On the other hand, the mystic Yin mirror he carries is capable of contending against an entire army on its own. It is definitely not something you should make light of. That's why I would advise senior brother not to act rashly. How fortunate for him to obtain such a powerful transcendent artifact. Zhao Lingtu felt a twinge of jealousy as he narrowed his eyes and continued, if we can obtain such a transcendent artifact, our chances of placing within the top 100 will surely increase. Not only will we be able to win praise for our school and be heavily rewarded once we return, all of us will also be able to become manor heads. How can you just stand aside and watch such an opportunity pass you by, junior brother? I am fully aware of senior brother's intentions. However, let me ask you this, if the 1,000-strong army stationed here were to fight against us, will senior brother's mountain-suppressing hammer be able to oppose them? Zhao Lingtu hesitated. He continued in a somber tone, if I get the chance, I can use the mountain-suppressing hammer to pulverize that alliance master in a single stroke. However, once I use the mountain-suppressing hammer, I will be vulnerable in close-quarters combat. If I am surrounded by 1,000 troops, even with the mountain-suppressing hammer, I fear I won't be able to block them all. It will be a matter of time before I am defeated. He shifted his gaze, then asked, with junior brother's cultivation base, is there not a single person in the entire Red Scarves Alliance we can use to aid us? Lu Siping smiled bitterly and replied, I am just an elder enforcer within the Red Scarves Alliance. I don't have a lot of subordinates. Even if I did, aside from our fellow disciples, why would anyone else risk their lives for us? Someone beside him asked, Senior brother Lu, is there really no other way? His other senior and junior brothers also felt tempted by the idea of placing within the top 100 together. No one would willingly come all the way here just to die and help someone else to survive. We aren't completely out of ideas. At this moment, everyone's allegiance to the Red Scarves Alliance is wavering. Lu Siping explained how the Red Scarves Alliance had changed after Miao Yi obtained the Mystic Yin mirror. He then posed an idea, the Red Scarves Alliance takes advantage of the local terrain to fight against its enemies. Senior brother, you're the second batch of troops to arrive. There will surely be others after you. Since senior brother wields the mountain-suppressing hammer, you can use it to show off your might when we are under an enemy attack. His plan was not overly complicated. Once they encountered an enemy attack, Zhao Lingtu would use the mountain-suppressing hammer against the enemy. With that, he would display his might for the others to see that he possessed the means to fight against Miao Yi. Then, Lu Siping would secretly contact the others' forces and inform them that Zhao Lingtu wished to become the Red Scarves Alliance master. Once Zhao Lingtu killed Miao Yi, they would use the method of drawing straws that Dong Quan had mentioned to decide the ownership of the Mystic Yin mirror. As long as the others cooperated, it would work to Lu Siping's favor even if they stayed still. Once Zhao Lingtu killed Miao Yi and obtained the Mystic Yin mirror, even if the others came to regret their decision, what could they possibly do to him? What a brilliant plan! Zhao Lingtu praised, clapping his hands. He turned to his other junior brothers and smiled. Then we shall try not to reveal our hand by acting more respectfully to that alliance master for the time being. And when the opportunity presents itself, I will hammer him into a bloody pulp." His senior and junior brothers were overjoyed when they heard him. They thought about how they would all place within the top 100, becoming manor heads once they returned. They would then have control over 10 million followers, living a life of riches and beautiful women all within their reach. Not to mention, they would obtain a large number of orbs of wool every year without lifting a finger. It was a wonderful feeling to have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, looks impressive. Chapter 350, looks impressive. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Zhao Lingtu and his group were not the only ones fantasizing about becoming manor heads. Ba Wenjing, who was adrift on the vast ocean, was also one of them. On a wooden raft, Ba Wenjing was seated atop his dragon steed, as the blue waves pushed the raft forward. Garbed in grey Taoist robes, he had a face as white as jade and a beautiful complexion. He carried an air of elegance about him, and even though he looked very young, his cultivation was already at the Blue Lotus 9th grade. It was a given that he would be a little arrogant because of this. His fellow disciples steered the raft while he leisurely admired the vast blue ocean. Even though he wore Taoist robes, his face and bearing was elegant and attractive, similar to the pampered young masters of those wealthy families. He was surely popular with women. He was the most talented cultivator among his peers in the Boundless Nation's Azure Sea sect. To possess such a level of cultivation at his age, it wouldn't be wrong to say he was gifted in both appearance and strength. He also had a caring master helping him to foster his talent. And in his many years cultivating, he had yet to taste defeat from any of the opponents he faced. He was truly a person of outstanding talent. Many of his senior and junior sisters secretly harbored feelings of affection for him and desired to be his dual cultivation partner. Even that high and mighty daughter of the sect master would shower him with attention. Her intentions were nothing if not obvious. However, Ba Wenjing had high expectations for himself. There were only 10,000 disciples in the entire Azure Sea sect, and all his senior and junior sisters were simply too average-looking. Even the sect master's daughter herself was the same case. So what if he could become the sect master? He would still need to lower his head towards the officials. Furthermore, the number of people he could command would be at most a mere 10,000. Not to mention, the position itself came with plenty of other restrictions as well. A man must have ambition and accomplish great deeds in his life. When sober, he would lord over the realm, and when he was drunk, he would sleep upon the thighs of beautiful women. If Ba Wenjing decided to marry the sect master's daughter, wouldn't he be forced to live out his entire life in the tiny Azure Sea sect? Not to mention, how could the sect master's daughter possibly allow him to sleep with multiple women? Ba Wenjing's ambition was to one day wield command over hundreds of millions of followers, with all the realm's riches at the tips of his fingers, beautiful women at his beck and call, and mighty heroes bowing before him. If he could become a palace lord, then even the entire Azure Sea sect would have to submit to him, and so would countless other schools like it. He could cause these schools to tremble in fear with but a single word. What if he could become an overlord, or even replace the 6 sages one day? Ba Wenjing believed that this wasn't impossible for him. Thus, he came to the Sea of Constellations. Truth be told, with Ba Wenjing's talent for cultivation, he could have been a prime candidate for the sect to foster with great care. And with his master's status within the sect, he could have completely avoided going on this risky venture to the Sea of Constellations. But still, he had come. What's more, he'd chosen this path for himself. He bore within him a grand ambition and sought to compare himself against the champions of the realm. Whether he would live or die did not matter. Before his departure, the Azure Sea sect bestowed upon him the transcendent artifact, Spirit Illusion Greatsword. During his time in the Sea of Constellations,
As soon as he met up with the 50 fellow disciples behind him, they had yet to suffer a single casualty under his protection. With the spirit illusion greatsword by his side, he had vanquished no less than 500 opponents within the last few years. Most of the enemies encountered by the Azure Sea sect had essentially died by his hand alone. With a single greatsword in hand, hardly anyone could contend against him in the Western Star Sea. Ba Wenjing often sighed in disappointment because of this. At the same time, his ambition would grow stronger every time. He believed that becoming a manor head and commanding 10 million followers would be nothing but a starting point for him upon his return to the Boundless Nation. He would still have higher ranks to climb up to beyond that. Senior brother. The location highlighted on the map is right before us. Pointing ahead, a fellow disciple approached Ba Wenjing, who was getting lost in his thoughts. Ba Wenjing gazed into the distance and could begin to see a vague strip of land. With his long robes billowing in the wind, he sighed. Let's hope its inhabitants are still around, and this isn't another wild goose chase. I came to the Sea of Constellations in hopes of facing against the realm's mightiest champions. Even if I were to spill blood and lose my life in the process, at least I will have an answer to my ambition. Little did I expect that we'd find nothing but cowards who only knew how to hide and make us run ceaselessly. How disappointing. Behind him, a few of his followers looked on with contempt when they heard him. Many hated how he was always so full of himself. That said, they couldn't help feeling excited as well. They had indeed defeated every single enemy they'd faced on their journey, and they had yet to fail even once. Now all of them were equipped with a complete set of second-grade transcendent artifacts. Currently, only 3 years had passed. If they could endure the full 10 years, then it was likely Senior Ba wouldn't be the only one to place within the top 100. Everyone felt a feverish excitement just thinking about it. How could the strict, unbending rules and minimal cultivation resources of a sect compare to a manor head of the system, who commanded over 10 million followers? The Azure Sea sect disciples immediately invoked their arts to speed up the raft, and they soon reached the shore. Astride their mounts, they hurriedly galloped up the beach and cautiously scanned their surroundings. The sound of beating hooves suddenly came from the forest ahead. Everyone immediately readied their spears and stared at the forest before them. Ba Wenjing remained calm and graceful as he sat on his dragon steed, his expression blank. Suddenly, 10 riders appeared on the hill before them. As they stood atop the hill, the riders stared at the Azure Sea sect disciples. The person leading them was none other than the Red Scarves Alliance's 6th Division captain, Yan Beihong. He pointed at the group before him and shouted from a distance, "Who goes there?" Ba Wenjing smiled, "I am Ba Wenjing of the Boundless Nation's Azure Sea sect. To whom am I speaking to? Do you dare to fight me? We don't mean to become enemies with anyone and have been hiding peacefully in this place. Why do you choose to force our hand?" Yan Beihong asked angrily. Ba Wenjing laughed as he responded, "Don't you think your question is a little too laughable in this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade?" Seeing that the other party outnumbered their forces and were unwilling to let them go, Yan Beihong no longer hesitated. He simply said, "The enemy outnumbers us. We will not be able to win. Retreat," before turning around to run like the wind. 10 riders immediately followed after him. A bunch of cowards indeed. "After me." Ba Wenjing raised his spear and shouted. Everyone immediately followed after him. However, one of his fellow disciples beside him warned, "Senior brother Ba. The other party ran away as soon as they saw us. This feels suspicious, and I fear an ambush awaits us. I suggest we be extra careful about this. If we don't catch up to them soon, they might escape us and cross the seas." "So what if there's an ambush?" "I'm not afraid of such tricks. I'm only worried they won't fight me. The enemy will only step up to fight us if we make light of their forces. Junior brother, we only need to show that we are careless when in truth we are vigilant. Even if there's a scheme at hand, we have the spirit illusion greatsword to overcome it." There's no need to fear. Ba Wenjin was full of confidence and continued to lead everyone on the chase. At the heart of the island where the mountaintop lake was situated, a 1,000-strong army lay hidden within the forest. From a high vantage point, Miao Yi gazed into the distance and saw troops approaching from afar. In a somber tone, he said, "Since they are bold enough to pursue us so recklessly, they surely possess something that gives them that much confidence. Prepare to open the canals and trigger the flow of water." Understood. Zhao Fei acknowledged the order and was about to depart. Hold on. Suddenly, a voice called for Zhao Fei to stop. He halted in his tracks, and everyone turned to the source of the voice. Zhao Lingtu came over on his dragon steed and cupped his fists towards Miao Yi. Alliance Master. There are only 50 riders. We don't need to use such strong measures against them. My fellow disciples and I have yet to accomplish anything ever since we joined the Red Scarves Alliance, and it has plagued our thoughts all this while. Please allow us to vanquish the enemy and earn our place. These past few days, they had obediently abided by Miao Yi's commands. Additionally, they were also very respectful towards him. Miao Yi had tried probing them a few times, but they followed his every command without complaint. Since they were behaving so well, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Miao Yi's brows creased as he said, "It is highly likely our visitors are hostile. It is best to remain cautious. There is no need for you to take such a risk when we can easily triumph." Zhao Lingtu cupped his fists and replied, "Don't worry, Alliance Master. We are no pushovers." In an instant, Lu Siping also stepped forth with cupped fists. Alliance Master. The sect has bequeathed away for senior brother Zhao to protect himself. Indeed, just a few dozen steeds will not be a problem for senior brother Zhao. Miao Yi replied with a simple "oh." He also believed that Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples had their own methods for staying alive since they dared to venture around the Western Star Sea. Miao Yi wanted to see what sort of means they possessed so that he would know what to expect. And since they were so confident in themselves, he quickly nodded. Then go ahead and try. If it becomes too difficult, retreat immediately and lure the enemy into the canals. Understood. Zhao Lingtu acknowledged the order. He then quickly gathered his fellow disciples together to charge down the mountain. When Yu Baixing reached the foot of the mountain and saw Zhao Lingtu and his party charging over, he couldn't help feeling taken aback. This isn't right. This isn't how the plan is supposed to go. I've already lured the enemy here. Why are you acting on your own? He transmitted his voiceover and asked. Zhao Lingtu briefly explained what happened. He then smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother Yu. Just stand back and watch. I know how to deal with them." Both sides passed each other by. Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples positioned themselves in a straight line and blocked the path at the foot of the mountain. Now that he was at the foot of the mountain, Yu Baixing was no longer afraid since there was still a large army hiding behind him, ready to give support. He led his troops to the back and stopped. He then turned around to see what was going on. Zhao Lingtu rested his spear on the back of his dragon steed. Then, with a wave of his arm, a giant black metal hammer appeared in his hand. He pointed the hammer towards the troops approaching them and shouted, "Who goes there? Why are you trespassing on our territory? Quickly dismount from your steeds and surrender. Only then will we spare your lives." When he saw that there were only an additional 5 people on the enemy's side, Ba Wenjing raised his hand, and all 50 riders came to a sudden stop. He shouted, "Impudent! Observe my spirit illusion greatsword." The mark of a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator shone on his forehead as he waved his hand and a black greatsword hovered before him. The greatsword emitted a blue radiance and instantly multiplied into 10, then to 100, then 1,000. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 black greatswords hovered in mid-air, each of them shining with a blue radiance. This was an incredibly terrifying sight. Hiding at the mountaintop, Miao Yi and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air.
What sort of transcendent artifact is this? How can a Blue Lotus cultivator use so many second-grade transcendent artifacts simultaneously? Assisting his senior brother in battle, Lu Siping also widened his eyes at the sight and jumped up in terror. Even Zhao Lingtu, who had been so confident in himself, was utterly dismayed, let alone Lu Siping. How could his mountain-suppressing hammer possibly block so many transcendent artifacts at the same time? He would surely be diced up into minced meat. He instantly regretted not heeding Miao Yi's advice. But it was already too late even if he wanted to run. As Ba Wenjing pointed with his finger, 10,000 black greatswords, all shining with a blue radiance, immediately billowed over like a hurricane. Yu Baixing and his team looked deathly pale. They regretted staying to watch the battle. Now they would be dragged into this mess. Hiding at the mountaintop, Miao Yi and the rest could feel their hearts getting caught in their throats. Having lost the chance to run, Zhao Lingta had no choice but to fight with everything he had. The giant black metal hammer shone with a blue radiance and instantly expanded in size. In the blink of an eye, it became a 20-meter-tall hammer, its head with a circumference of at least 10 meters. The sight of a tiny Zhao Lingta holding onto such a massive hammer painted a funny picture, as though he was lifting a mountain. Miao Yi and the rest were staring wide-eyed in disbelief. The black greatsword was upon him like a typhoon. Zhao Lingta hastily hurled out his hammer in response. Even though the giant hammer was incredibly large, it flew out at a speed unbefitting of its size, creating a thunderous boom as it shot towards the encroaching typhoon. Its might was astonishing. The giant hammer crashed into the black greatsword typhoon, enveloping all in its path. Boom! A loud noise erupted across the sky as though a sudden bolt of lightning had crashed down. Then something happened that almost caused everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets. The storm of black greatswords suddenly disappeared. They saw as the giant hammer knocked away a black greatsword, its blue radiance quickly fading. Everyone finally understood. In truth, there was only one black greatsword. The rest were illusions, albeit rather frightening ones. They couldn't discern its nature even with their transcendence vision, as the artifact had the ability to conceal itself from that. Earlier on, everyone was taken aback by how a Blue Lotus cultivator could wield so many second-grade transcendent artifacts simultaneously, but now they finally knew the reason. Its appearance was the only thing that was impressive. However, this was a terrifying transcendent artifact indeed. It was indiscernible by transcendence vision. Once it struck, no one would be able to tell the difference between the real greatsword and the illusions, and would surely fall prey to the actual attack hiding at its core. It was truly a great artifact for murdering and pillaging others. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, The Might of the Mountain Suppressing Hammer. Chapter 351, The Might of the Mountain Suppressing Hammer. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. Zhao Lingtu had broken the illusion with a single throw of his hammer. The immense pressure was immediately gone. Even so, he was still a little dumbfounded. He had only thrown his hammer out to save his own life, but it actually managed to hit the true artifact hidden among the 10,000 illusions? Wasn't this a little too good to be true? The crowd all heaved a sigh of relief, especially Yu Baixing and the rest behind Zhao Lingtu. They had almost broken out in cold sweat. Only now did they feel that they had simply been paranoid. Since Zhao Lingtu dared to step up to the battlefield with just these numbers, he surely had a way. As the person controlling the spirit illusion greatsword, Ba Wenjing's expression took a turn for the worse. What sort of transcendent artifact is he wielding? How could it pinpoint the true body of the spirit illusion greatsword and strike it with such accuracy? This has never happened before. At the same time, he was awestruck by the incredible strength of the mountain-suppressing hammer. As the artifact wielder, Ba Wenjing had a psychic connection with the spirit illusion greatsword and knew that it was already in a terrible state. It was severely damaged after being struck by the enemy,
and a large portion of the energy stored within had been dispersed by the blunt force. Unless he could replenish its energy, there was no way he could use its ability again. However, he was now on the battlefield. The enemy would never give him time to replenish the artifact's energy. Bao Wenjing never expected the Spirit Illusion Greatsword that was undefeated throughout his journey in the Sea of Constellation would meet its match today. The enemy had overcome the Spirit Illusion Greatsword in a single stroke. However, the Spirit Illusion Greatsword was a rather powerful artifact in and of itself. Even though it suffered extensive damage in the process, it still managed to block the attack of the mountain-suppressing hammer. Afterwards, the Spirit Illusion Greatsword was knocked into the air, and the mountain-suppressing hammer swooped back to its wielder. When he saw the dimming light on the opponent's transcendent artifact, Zhao Lingtu knew his chance had come. As the giant hammer landed back in his hands, he grasped onto the shaft tightly and hurled it back out. Even though the size ratio between man and hammer seemed disproportionate, Zhao Lingtu hurled the hammer out with ease, as though he possessed a Herculean strength. Those with a discerning eye could see that this had nothing to do with how strong he was, it was the technique used to wield the mountain-suppressing hammer. The giant mountain-suppressing hammer released another resounding boom as it arced through the air. It charged straight towards Bao Wenjing with unbelievable speed, swirling through the air with a vicious momentum. In the blink of an eye, a giant shadow was falling from the sky, carrying with it the rumbling might of a vicious storm as though nothing could escape its fury. Before the hammer even landed, strong winds were already billowing and kicking up clouds of dust. The Azure Sea sect disciples quickly raised their heads, and caught sight of the giant hammer falling upon them. They were completely scared out of their wits, but it was simply too late for them to run. They all brandished their weapons and struck at the oncoming giant hammer in a last-ditch attempt to save themselves. However, such an attempt did little to save the situation. It was easy to imagine how much force was being carried behind such a large hammer traveling at such great speeds. Bang bang bang! The webbing of their hands ripped as their weapons were all knocked flying away. All they could do was stand and watch in utter horror as the giant hammer crashed down above their heads. The terror they felt was indescribable. With both his arms broken, the bones visibly protruding and blood gushing out from the terrible wounds, Bao Wenjing had fallen into despair. It was his first time feeling his very soul quaking with fear and experiencing such horror. He realized now how arrogant and self-centered he had been. He finally understood how laughable his dream of standing at the apex of all existence had been, realizing how worthless his graceful attitude and elegance was in the face of death. There were many who did not wish to join the Sea of Constellation's subjugation crusade. What made him think he would be stronger than everyone else, that he ended up signing up of his own volition? There were countless experts across the realm. He just hadn't met any of them yet. This was why he had become so arrogant. In the blink of an eye, the last vestiges of his despair and horror were enveloped by the massive hammer and smashed to a pulp as everything before him turned dark. Nay. Boom. The earth trembled and cracked. The screams of people and the neighs of the dragon steeds rang out for an instant before being silenced completely. Streams of blood immediately splattered out from under the hammer as it crashed down and lodged itself deep into the ground. Everyone felt chills when they saw the webbed cracks on the ground. Strong wind kicked up clouds of dust and almost blasted off the people around the hammer as they struggled to regain their balance. It was hard to describe the amount of fear in the eyes of the remaining Azure Sea sect disciples as they looked upon the sight of that mighty hammer. Who would still dare to fight? They immediately turned tail and ran. With a vicious smile on his face, Zhao Lingtu spread his palm. Then, the giant hammer that had been lodged deep into the ground immediately rose up and flew back to him. There were 5 bloody clumps of flesh within the hole formed in the ground. The flesh and blood of both humans and dragon steeds were mashed together. Even the armor artifacts had been crushed to dust. It was no longer possible to tell which of the bloody pancakes belonged to the elegant Bao Wenjing. One could only speculate based on their positions. Miao Yi and the other onlookers higher up the mountain couldn't keep their faces from twisting as they watched on.
The might of this hammer was a little too overwhelming. Why did it feel as though it was a little cruel to use this hammer to kill? What kind of psychopath refines such a transcendent artifact? Still trying to run, said Zhao Lingtu as he laughed aloud and gave chase along with his fellow disciples. Once more, he hurled the mighty hammer in his hand back out. A deep boom erupted through the sky once more. The fleeing Azure Sea-sect disciples twisted their heads in fear, only to find a black shadow enveloping their entire line of sight. Then, several more screams were heard before being abruptly silenced yet again. After flattening another pitiful group into bloody pancakes, the mountain-suppressing hammer rose back out from the ground and flew back into Zhao Lingtu's hands before being hurled back out the next instant as he charged forth on his dragon steed. The giant hammer flew all about the sky, constantly crashing into the ground. Hammering one at a time, the mountain-suppressing hammer would chase after its victims and pulverize them as though flattening dough. No one could withstand it for even a second. All who faced its might were pummeled into a bloody pulp without exception. The crowd of onlookers felt chills run down their spine as the scene unfolded before them. Even though they were far away, they could feel the heavy tremors coming from the soles of their feet. They didn't dare imagine what it would be like if they went up against the mountain-suppressing hammer. It took some time for everyone to calm their nerves. When they saw Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples returning, that giant hammer was gone and only the spirit illusion greatsword rested on Zhao Lingtu's hands now as he flipped it back and forth to examine it. He was clearly in a good mood after obtaining a transcendent artifact. Unfortunately, most of the energy within the spirit illusion greatsword had been dispersed by his hammer. It would take more than a few Yao cores to fully replenish the energy within a transcendent artifact like this. He would also have to spend some time figuring out how to wield it afterwards. Everyone in the mountain came out of hiding, while Yu Baixing and the others who were at the foot of the mountain were asked to gather up the spoils of the battle. As Zhao Lingtu brought his junior brothers up the mountain, everyone watched him with awe and admiration in their gazes. Holding onto the spirit illusion greatsword, he walked up to Miao Yi with cupped fists and said, reporting to the Alliance Master, "The enemies have all been vanquished. Zhao Lingtu has successfully completed his mission. Good work, Brother Zhao." Miao Yi couldn't help clicking his tongue as he praised, "It has truly been an eye-opening experience. Brother Zhao, you are virtually undefeatable as long as you have your hammer." Zhao Lingtu was different from the self-absorbed Bao Wenjing. He smiled bitterly and replied, "Alliance Master, you think too highly of me. I still don't know if I will be able to walk out of the Western Star Sea alive. I wouldn't dare think of myself as undefeatable. What sort of transcendent artifact is that hammer of yours, Brother Zhao? Its might is so overwhelming." Miao Yi couldn't help asking. Zhao Lingtu replied, "It is called the mountain-suppressing hammer. It was bestowed upon me by my sect prior to my departure. It is merely a second-grade transcendent artifact. To say its might is overwhelming is a bit of a stretch. There are countless other transcendent artifacts in the realm which possess even more astonishing might than the mountain-suppressing hammer." Miao Yi scanned the crowd and laughed. "All of us jumped in shock when we saw the ability of that Taoist spirit illusion greatsword. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to contend against it. However, with Brother Zhao's mountain-suppressing hammer, it was instantly forced back to its original form. This mountain-suppressing hammer is truly a great artifact." Everyone nodded in agreement with his words. "Please, you are just flattering me," said Zhao Lingtu, cupping his fists towards the crowd sheepishly. Everyone simply thought that he was being humble. However, they wouldn't have thought that Zhao Lingtu was truly feeling embarrassed, because he knew better than anyone else that he had only won this battle out of pure luck. One must know that it requires more than just brute force for a transcendent artifact to be unbeatable. There were many who won simply by pitting their strengths against their opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Lingtu's mountain-suppressing hammer was exactly one that was weak against Bao Wenjing's spirit illusion greatsword. When both parties revealed their transcendent artifacts, Zhao Lingtu knew he was going to lose this battle and almost completely despaired in fear.
However, since he knew it would be difficult to escape from such a transcendent artifact, he had no choice but to make a last-ditch attempt at survival. He never expected a miracle would happen when he hurled his hammer out and actually destroyed the illusion of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. If he couldn't break the illusion, he wouldn't be able to locate the true body of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword hiding within even with his Transcendence vision. If that happened, he would most definitely have lost. What's worse was that he might not even realize how he was defeated. After all, the illusion cast by the Spirit Illusion Greatsword could fool one's sense of sight and sound as it billowed like a violent hurricane. The real attack was completely indiscernible from the illusions. At first, even Zhao Lingtu himself couldn't understand how he had overcome the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. The onlookers all thought it was because his transcendent artifact was powerful enough to suppress the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. Only Zhao Lingtu himself knew that that wasn't the case at all. However, since he had been in the midst of battle, he couldn't spare time to think about the reason. Only after he had won the battle and obtained the Spirit Illusion Greatsword, did Zhao Lingtu ponder over the matter and realized how he managed to win. The only reason why the mountain-suppressing hammer was able to defeat the Spirit Illusion Greatsword was because it had a large enough surface area and its attack was capable of extending over a potentially wide zone. Simply by throwing his hammer out, with the large area it covered, Zhao Lingtu just so happened to land a lucky strike exactly where the true body of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword was hiding in. It was a complete coincidence. If his mountain-suppressing hammer had been any smaller, based on the situation earlier, he might not have had the fortune of landing a strike on the Spirit Illusion Greatsword's true body. If the Spirit Illusion Greatsword's true body had not been hiding within that area at the time, the one lying dead on the ground right now could be Zhao Lingtu instead. After he realized everything, Zhao Lingtu had felt a cold chill run down his spine. How was it possible that he actually managed to win that way? How fortunate was he? He had a little suspicion whether Ba Wenjing was such a terrible person that even the heavens found him annoying and used Zhao Lingtu's hand to vanquish him. In the end, Zhao Lingtu had won this battle simply because he was more fortunate than his opponent was. It was pure luck. Naturally, he didn't feel the need to explain the truth to everyone else. It was good enough to say a few modest words. His objective was to instill a certain degree of awe within the crowd after all. Alliance Master. What should we do with this Spirit Illusion Greatsword? With his hand on the Spirit Illusion Greatsword, Zhao Lingtu suddenly adopted a respectful and sycophantic tone and asked for Miao Yi's advice. Everyone's gazes instantly locked onto his hands. Who wouldn't want such a transcendent artifact? Miao Yi was a little speechless, thinking, would you even give it up if I ask you to? So why bother pretending? There is but one of this transcendent artifact. Furthermore, Brother Zhao was the one who obtained it after defeating a strong enemy. Naturally, it should go to him. Miao Yi had no choice but to reply in such a way. He had used the same logic to take the Mystic-ine mirror for himself earlier on. He couldn't be so shameless that he would deny that same claim to another right now. The other party had clearly used this logic to his advantage as well. Not to mention, he possessed the mountain-suppressing hammer. Everyone had borne witness to its might who would dare to steal the Spirit Illusion Greatsword away from him. Thank you, Alliance Master. Zhao Lingtu very naturally tucked the Spirit Illusion Greatsword away. His fellow disciples were equally proud and happy that their senior brother obtained another powerful transcendent artifact. This meant that they had a bigger chance of placing within the top 100. If they could successfully obtain the Mystic-ine mirror in Miao Yi's hands after this, that would be even better. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, Retreat is the only option. Chapter 352, Retreat is the only option. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Even though Ba Wenjing was a person of outstanding talent among his peers in the Azure Sea sect and possessed a bright future, it was something that mattered only to the Azure Sea sect. Outside of their group, no one would care who he was. This was especially true in the Sea of Constellations. Who even knew who this Bao Wenjing character was? Naturally, no one felt concerned whether he lived or died. They only cared about what he left behind after he perished. The spirit illusion greatsword had already fallen into Zhao Lingtu's hands. Everything else that Bao Wenjing had stolen in the Western Star Sea over the past few years, golden bangles, inner cores, orbs of will, transcendent artifacts and the like, were naturally divided among Miao Yi and the rest. No one pitied him. They would only resent him for not leaving enough valuables after he died. Just as everyone was happily splitting the loot, a rider approached from afar. A scout came and dismounted from his dragon steed, then reported, "Alliance Master. The Sword Deviate Sect, Jade Lady Sect, and the School of Imperial Beasts are approaching us from the sea as we speak." Everyone's gazes almost instantly fell on Miao Yi as soon they heard what the scout had said. When they had just disembarked from their fleet several years ago, Miao Yi was the one who'd almost massacred everyone from the three major sections. Now, his nemeses were almost upon him. Miao Yi's brows creased as he asked, "Are you sure they belong to the three major sects?" The scout replied, "Based on their attire, there should be no mistaking it." The participants from the Fifth Earthly Branch had all arrived on the same fleet of ships and had seen the uniforms of the three major sections. Since he had put it that way, there was definitely no mistaking it then. Miao Yi asked, "How many of them are there?" The scout replied, "There are about a dozen wooden rafts in total. I've tallied the numbers from afar, and I speculate that there are about 50 of them." Miao Yi asked in a somber tone, "Why would the three major sects show up together?" Back when they had just disembarked, the three major sects had only banded together because they'd all run afoul of Miao Yi, thereby making him their common enemy. Miao Yi was a little puzzled as to why they could still work together even now. Based on their numbers, he speculated that the group should comprise of those that managed to escape the culling during the disembarking of participants, as well as the disciples formally sent over by their respective sections. Otherwise, it was impossible to have so many of them, since most participants should be based within the administration. There would always be a limit on the number of participants. The scout replied, "I don't know the reason." Miao Yi could only concede. The scouts stationed around the island were only there to ward against an enemy ambush and would report to him as soon as they discovered any incoming hostile forces. They wouldn't have much information. "I can't believe they're coming here too." Beside Miao Yi, Zhao Lingtu creased his brows and muttered to himself. He continued, "I might have an idea as to why they're together." Miao Yi turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" The disembarkation point of the Fifth Earthly Branch's forces were situated next to that of the Yao Nation's forces. One time, we came across a large army of Yao cultivators. Back then, my junior brothers and I fought against them alongside the three major sects, and thus we stayed together for a little over a month. On one occasion, a Sword Deviate sect disciple told me that before their arrival to the Sea of Constellations, the Overlord had summoned all three sect masters of the three major sections. It was easy to imagine how fierce the competition must be for the forces of all 72 earthly branches across the 6 nations to place within the top 100. What the Overlord was trying to tell them was that he didn't wish to see the names of the 5th earthly branch's participants missing from the top 100 once the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was over. He wanted the three major sects to fulfill their responsibilities and live up to their names. I suspect this is why the three major sects are working together. Zhao Lingtu was observing Miao Yi's reaction as he spoke. He hadn't known of the grievances between Miao Yi and the three major sects before this and had only found out about it after arriving here and hearing it from Lu Siping. Now that the elites sent over by the three major sects to participate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade were upon them, he wanted to see whether or not Miao Yi was afraid. On the other hand, Miao Yi was quiet as he went into deep thought. From Zhao Lingtu's words, he remembered the gentle reminder that Wu Menglan had given him back when he'd just disembarked. She had told him that the true experts of the three major sects were not among those in the administration. The three major sects had to answer to the Overlord. This was in accordance to Zhao Lingtu's information. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. The Western Star Sea was incredibly vast, and with 180,000 participants, he believed he wouldn't be so unfortunate as to bump into them. Not to mention, he'd been looking for a place to hide at the time. As long as he could hide until the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade ended and make it back alive, the forces of the three major sects wouldn't dare act rashly towards someone belonging to the administration, regardless of how powerful they were. Little did Miao Yi expect that he'd be unable to hide it out and would still end up bumping into them. Since they were about to cross paths, Miao Yi obviously had to find out his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, so he asked, "Brother Zhao, what do you make of the strength of the three major sects? Can our forces contend against them?" Zhao Lingtu shook his head and said bluntly, "We won't. The number one disciple sent over by the Sword Deviate sect is called Gu Sanjiang. He is a Blue Lotus 9th grade expert and is seemingly the youngest and most talented out of them all. He wields the Thunderclap Sword Furnace bestowed upon him by the sect. Within the furnace lies 101 Thunderclap flying swords. I saw him use it against the Yao cultivators once. The swords shot out like lightning, slicing through normal 2nd grade transcendent artifacts like a knife through butter, and easily piercing through 2nd grade armor artifacts. In the blink of an eye, he butchered over 200 Yao cultivators as easily as tearing away a withered stump. None managed to survive. Its might was absolutely astonishing. Even if Gu Sanjiang were to come at us alone, I fear not many of us can contend against him." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard his words. The number one disciple of the Jade Lady sect is called Yi Xin. Possessing extraordinary beauty and a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivation, she is also the most talented out of all the Jade Lady sect disciples. She wields the Rui whip bestowed upon her by her sect. Next, the number one disciple of the School of Imperial Beasts is called Tan Lao. He is also a Blue Lotus 9th grade expert and is similar in status to the other two within his own sect. He equipped himself with an array of peculiar items. Furthermore, all three of them do not ride on dragon steeds, but instead on crystal-armored hurricane beasts, which are bred by the School of Imperial Beasts. Rumors say that if there were no limitations on flying mounts in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, the Sword Deviate sect and the Jade Lady sect had even planned to borrow spiritual beasts from the School of Imperial Beasts. Alliance Master, now that these three forces are joining hands, we won't be able to withstand them at all with just our forces alone. God damn it. Miao Yi cursed inwardly. If he were to bump into them later on, how could he possibly survive? Our Red Scarves Alliance holds the advantage in terms of location. If we trigger the floods, will we be able to deal a heavy blow to their forces? Miao Yi asked. It might work against any other opponent. But since the School of Imperial Beasts is among their forces as well, I fear it will inevitably fail. But why is that so? Everyone followed Zhao Lingtu's gaze as he suddenly looked upwards and saw several rainbow-colored birds circling above them. Miao Yi and the rest had never seen these types of creatures before in the years they lived here. The School of Imperial Beast Seeker birds are already here to scout for them. The School of Imperial Beasts will be able to see our every move. Do you think they will fall for our trap, Alliance Master? Zhao Lingtu asked. Beside him, Sikong Wuwei was outraged. We can't do this, we can't do that. Don't tell me you want us to sit and wait for death to come? Miao Yi said somberly, since that's the case, we mustn't stay here any longer. I suggest we gather our troops and leave. It'll save us a lot. He suddenly glanced at the smile on Zhao Lingtu's face. His expression held no trace of anxiety at all. Miao Yi couldn't help asking, does Brother Zhao have a better plan to deal with them? Zhao Lingtu chuckled, perhaps Alliance Master is unaware, but I know a thing or two about them from the time we stayed together. As long as we don't offend them, the three major sects will not harm our fifth earthly branch's forces. Let me reiterate my point. As the fifth earthly branch's overlord has given his orders, they have to fulfill their responsibilities as the three major sections. If they really were to eliminate all of the participants from the fifth earthly branch and unwittingly feed the arrogance of the other earthly branches, I am willing to bet that they will have a hard time answering to the Overlord afterwards.
That is why we should be fine.
However, I have heard that the Alliance Master bears a deep grievance with the three major sects, so I cannot guarantee that they will let you go.
As if they will let me go. Miao Yi glanced at the crowd and noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. Miao Yi understood in an instant.
Since they knew they were no match for the three major sects, it would be impossible for him to have them risk their lives and help him settle his personal vendetta. It has been my honor to share life and death with all of you for the past 3 years.
My grievance with the three major sects is mine alone. I will not drag you all into it. Miao Yi scanned the crowd and said, I trust everyone understands the situation we're in. The best thing I can do is leave. I just wish to say one thing, is there anyone who wishes to follow me and fulfill our promise of sharing life and death for 9 years?
The whole place was quiet.
No one said a peep.
Only Qi Xiuhong quietly brought her mount to stand behind him. Miao Yi turned to look at her and smiled. He had thought she wouldn't leave with him because she'd always kept her distance from him.
Ha ha.
I have long been bored of this stupid island.
Why not go for an adventure? Sikong Wu Wei revealed a nonchalant smile and brought his mount to stand behind Miao Yi as well. Zhao Fei seemed to ponder over something.
His brows creased as he turned to look at the crowd. He didn't say a word as he slowly brought his steed behind Miao Yi as well. His stance on the matter was clear.
Wang Yuetian's eyes brightened as he plainly said, count me in too?
He then urged his steed behind Miao Yi. Zhao Lingtu was confused as he never expected for 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts to still be willing to follow Miao Yi. The circumstances were obvious. If they followed Miao Yi, they would fall under the 3 major sects hit list as well. When he heard the 3 major sects were coming, Zhao Lingtu revealed the truth so that everyone would be too afraid to help Miao Yi, and Lu Siping wouldn't need to spend time to pull them together secretly. That way it would be easier for him to steal the artifact. Most importantly, once the 3 major sects were here, they wouldn't spare Zhao Lingtu the time to slowly look for the artifact before exacting their revenge on Miao Yi. That said, he was still puzzled as to why Sikong Wu Wei and the others had chosen to take Miao Yi's side. Granted, only 4 people were willing to follow Miao Yi. The rest of them kept quiet. Zhao Lingtu looked to his sides and felt reassured. So this is the Red Scarves Alliance that I created. Miao Yi swept his gaze across the crowd and chuckled. He could understand everyone's feelings. Sucking in a breath of air and repressing the conflicting emotions inside him, he cupped his fists towards the crowd. Take care, everyone. I shall hereby bid you all farewell. He was about to lead his group away when Zhao Lingtu suddenly said, wait. Miao Yi stopped and asked, does Brother Zhao still have something to say? His eyes quickly shrank in surprise when he saw Zhao Lingtu abruptly readying his black hammer. Sikong Wu Wei and the others instantly tensed up as they cautiously watched Zhao Lingtu's every move. Zhao Lingtu smiled, since the Alliance Master wishes to leave, we won't stop you. We don't wish to do something so heartless either. However, even though the 3 major sects won't harm us, the other forces might not be as merciful. It seems a little irresponsible for you to leave us just like that, Alliance Master. Don't you think you should leave us a little something to protect ourselves? Miao Yi asked slowly, what is it you want? I think that the Alliance Master should leave the Mysticine Mirror behind. If you are still in the Red Scarves Alliance, then we won't have any objections since the transcendent artifact will be able to serve its purpose for the benefit of the Alliance. However, things are different now that you're leaving. After all, everyone did put in their fair share to obtain the transcendent artifact. Many of our brothers even died for it. Don't you think it's a little irresponsible for you to take away the Mysticine Mirror and leave us to our fates just like that, Alliance Master? Zhao Lingtu asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 353, A Sudden Change. Chapter 353, A Sudden Change. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Even though his words didn't make sense, it sounded like it did. Logic was always determined by how one's words were phrased, and most importantly, from the audience's perspective. Miao Yi was unperturbed and maintained a blank expression as he asked, "You wish to have the Mystic-Ine mirror?" "I'm not the one who wants the Mystic-Ine mirror." Zhao Lingtu had obviously prepared his elegant speech beforehand. He raised his hand and pointed to the crowd, "Rather, all of us need the Mystic-Ine mirror to protect ourselves. Junior brother Lu told me that when they obtained the Mystic-Ine mirror, everyone had originally intended to draw straws to come to a fair decision regarding its ownership, but Alliance Master was unwilling to do so. And if Alliance Master were still in the Red Scarves Alliance, then it would be fine to leave it in your hands since it would benefit the Alliance. However, now that you're leaving, the Mystic-Ine mirror naturally has to stay, and we will draw straws to decide its ownership." Everyone intended to keep quiet at first. After all, Miao Yi was the one who single-handedly created the Red Scarves Alliance, and he was the Alliance Master himself. However, he ended up making a powerful enemy, and everyone didn't want him to drag them into the scuffle. They would be lying if they said they didn't feel the slightest bit guilty for doing this. Not to mention, from the looks of things, it was obvious that Zhao Lingtu intended to take over the Red Scarves Alliance. Earlier on, they all saw what he could do. It seemed like he was even more powerful than Miao Yi. It didn't matter who was the Alliance Master as long as everyone could stay alive, so they weren't particularly bothered about following behind Zhao Lingtu. They originally meant to keep their true feelings to themselves, which was why they had kept quiet the entire time. It was fine to let Zhao Lingtu play the villain by himself. However, his final sentence caught the attention of Dong Quan and the others, "Keep the Mystic-Ine mirror so that everyone can draw straws for it?" "Alliance Master, we won't stop you if you wish to leave. But please leave the Mystic-Ine mirror behind." Dong Quan voiced out his agreement. "Yes. We don't wish to part with you on such bad terms either." Yu Baixing and the rest echoed their sentiments as well. Zhao Lingtu was overjoyed to see those who had kept quiet were finally speaking up. The prospect of treasure was alluring indeed. Earlier, when he'd seen that everyone remained silent, he hadn't felt very confident. Miao Yi was still the Red Scarves Alliance Master after all. If he were to attack Miao Yi and the others were to retaliate against him, then he would be in deep trouble. With such a short distance between them, he wouldn't be able to handle most of them with the mountain-suppressing hammer, whereas the Spirit Illusion Greatsword was temporarily out of commission. He couldn't risk losing his life without even being able to obtain the transcendent artifact, so he had to play it safe. Now that all of them were standing on his side, everything was fine. There was a vicious glint in Sikong Wuwei's eyes as he glared at the crowd. However, he didn't dare to do anything rash because they currently had the upper hand. Miao Yi's gaze instantly turned cold as he slowly swept it across the crowd. With a flip of his hand, the Mystic-Ine mirror appeared in his grasp. He slowly asked, "What will you do if I won't hand it over?" Miao Yi's tone carried a sense of hostility, and with the emergence of the Mystic-Ine mirror, everyone's expressions drastically changed. Dong Quan and the others quickly retreated further away because they had seen the terrifying might of the Mystic-Ine mirror. All that was left were Lu Siping and his fellow disciples, who quickly fell into a defensive formation behind Zhao Lingtu. Other than Lu Siping, Zhao Lingtu and his other fellow disciples had never seen what the Mystic-Ine mirror could do. They only heard stories about it. When they saw how terrified everyone was, even they suddenly felt a sense of anxiety as an immense pressure fell upon them. Zhao Lingtu's mountain-suppressing hammer shone with a blue radiance and instantly expanded. Even though it wasn't as large as when he'd killed Ba Wenjing, it was enough to block his entire body. He placed the hammer before his body and readied the Spirit Illusion Greatsword with his other hand. Keeping a vigilant eye on Miao Yi, he said, "I know that you can contend against whole armies with the Mystic-Ine mirror. However, my mountain-suppressing hammer is enough to block the Yin aura from reaching me. As long as you miss the first strike, I will be able to pummel you into a bloody pulp. Not to mention, I have the Spirit Illusion Greatsword as well. You will definitely lose. Miao Yi, I suggest you obediently hand over the Mysticine Mirror. As a member of the Red Scarves Alliance, I'd rather not be forced to kill the Alliance Master. Miao Yi, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you leave the Mysticine Mirror behind, we definitely won't stop you from leaving. Even though he sounded confident, he was still a little fearful of Miao Yi's Mysticine Mirror at such a close distance. If he didn't absolutely have to, he wouldn't dare fight head-on against it. The giant hammer stood before his entire body like a wall, ready to block the Mysticine Mirror's aura at a moment's notice. As for the Spirit Illusion Greatsword, it was merely for the sake of intimidating Miao Yi. The current Spirit Illusion Greatsword was but an empty shell. Zhao Lingtu couldn't use it at all as he'd had no chance to replenish its energy. However, it was enough to pressure Miao Yi and deter him from acting rashly. After all, he had never touched the Spirit Illusion Greatsword and thus, didn't know that it was not in its optimal condition at the moment. Granted, even without the Spirit Illusion Greatsword, Miao Yi wouldn't dare act rashly either way. He knew his limits, he couldn't use the Mysticine Mirror for too long. His Transcendence energy reserves wouldn't be able to keep up once time passed. If he missed the first strike, that giant hammer would definitely crash onto him like a thunderbolt and pulverize him into a bloody pulp. Both sides were wary of the other. However, the tide was in Zhao Lingtu's favor. Zhao Fei and the others exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of silence, Miao Yi said, I can give you the Mysticine Mirror, but will you swear you will allow us to leave in peace? Seeing as the other party was willing to compromise, Zhao Lingtu was overjoyed, thinking that Miao Yi must really be afraid of him. All he wanted was the Mysticine Mirror, and even more so after he saw how afraid everyone was. It didn't matter to him whether or not to kill Miao Yi, so he had no problem letting him go. He immediately vowed, I swear upon the heavens, so long as you leave the Mysticine Mirror behind, we will let all of you leave in peace. If I go back on this promise, I will die a terrible death. All right. Miao Yi agreed to his terms. Zhao Lingtu was still worried and said, don't make any sudden movements. Toss the Mysticine Mirror over. Miao Yi looked at the Mysticine Mirror in his hands and smiled, truth be told, only ghost cultivators can wield this transcendent artifact. Anyone else won't be able to use it at all. It's useless to me even if I keep it. He tossed out the Mysticine Mirror as he said so. Zhao Lingtu caught the mirror artifact with one hand and finally felt relieved. He tucked the Spirit Illusion Greatsword away into his storage ring. Holding the mountain-suppressing hammer with one hand just in case, he flipped the Mysticine Mirror over with the other and couldn't help asking suspiciously, only ghost cultivators can wield it? Miao Yi nodded. Suddenly, as he held onto the Mysticine Mirror, Zhao Lingtu's eyes became hazy. With his mind in a daze, the mountain-suppressing hammer in his other hand abruptly shrunk back to its original size as well. Miao Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed as they shone with an almost undetectable, yet terrifying glint. Kill! He suddenly shouted, and charcoal shot out like an arrow, carrying Miao Yi along with him. A dragon's roar echoed forth from the inversed scale spear in his hand. Sikong Wuwei, Zhao Fei, and Wang Wutian quickly followed his charge whereas Qi Xiuhong turned her dragon steed around and swiftly departed. Lu Siping and the rest were astonished, the change had happened so suddenly. They thought, how can Brother Zhao be so careless that he'd deactivate the mountain-suppressing hammer and lower his defenses at such a crucial moment? When their gazes fell upon Zhao Lingtu, they discovered that he was completely frozen, his whole body instantly encased in a layer of white frost. Each of his hands held onto a transcendent artifact and were utterly still. With such a short distance between both sides, Miao Yi's spear struck out like a shooting star and viciously pierced the area between Zhao Lingtu's throat and chest. There wasn't a single trace of blood. It was like stabbing into a dead piece of wood. He was truly frozen still. Having failed to react in time, Lu Siping and the others frantically attacked. Then Sikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei swooped in from both sides and quickly assisted Miao Yi. Together with Wang Yuetian, they withstood the attacks of Lu Siping and the others. The three Blue Lotus ninth grade experts didn't have a problem keeping these people at bay. Zhao Lingtu had already fallen. Lu Siping was the only remaining Blue Lotus ninth grade cultivator nearby, and Zhao Fei restrained him, while Sikong Wuwei and Wang Yuetian held the others back. As soon as Miao Yi landed his strike, he pulled back his spear. Then the reversed blade on the spear tip dragged Zhao Lingtu along as Miao Yi turned around and ran. At the back, Dong Quan and the others felt dumbfounded by the sudden change and even found it a little difficult to realize what just happened. How could Zhao Lingtu, with all his transcendent artifacts, die to Miao Yi in just a single confrontation? This was a little too sudden, so much so that everyone couldn't possibly react in time. When Dong Quan and the rest saw Miao Yi carrying Zhao Lingtu's corpse and the transcendent artifacts away, they finally realized what had happened and rushed forward to help Lu Siping and the rest to retake those transcendent artifacts. Kill! Several Blue Lotus ninth grade experts immediately charged along with a great number of troops. Harumph! Charcoal came to a stop a short distance away from the battlefield. Holding his spear at an angle, Miao Yi turned Charcoal around and shouted, "Don't engage! Run! I will stop the pursuers myself." Zhao Fei and the other two knew they couldn't stop such a large force either. It would be disastrous if they were held at bay by the enemy. They immediately launched an all-out attack to create an opening to escape, then turned around and ran. When they turned around, they saw Miao Yi holding his spear with one hand, and the Mysticine mirror with the other. When the three of them passed him by, they could hear the swishing sound of rushing wind from behind. Sikong Wuwei gulped out of reflex when he heard this sound, as an unforgettable memory etched deep into his mind suddenly resurfaced. The three of them quickly turned their steeds around and saw the colding aura gushing out of the Mysticine mirror in Miao Yi's hand. The piercing chill of the Yin aura instantly spread out and blasted towards Lu Siping and the rest who were charging towards Miao Yi. Lu Siping and the others were dismayed when they saw the Yin aura coming at them, as though wanting to say, "Didn't you say that only ghost cultivators can wield the Mysticine mirror?" They had only dared to give chase because they saw Zhao Lingtu falling under the Mysticine mirror's trap and thus believed what Miao Yi said. Not to mention, Miao Yi had only just managed to obtain the other two transcendent artifacts and hadn't figured out how to operate them yet. Obviously, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him as soon as possible and retake those transcendent artifacts. As though they were experiencing a rush of adrenaline, Dong Quan and the others who charged forth with their forces had the same idea as well. While Miao Yi was still unable to use those transcendent artifacts, now would be the best time to take them back. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? However, the sight before them reminded them of the Mysticine mirror's terrifying might once more. The frosty Yin aura quickly retracted back into the Mysticine mirror. Lu Siping and the rest were completely frozen, and they all fell to the ground from the sudden drop in momentum. Encased in a layer of frost, they lay completely still and stuck in whatever movements they were performing before they fell. If you dare take another step, don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship and showing you no mercy. Miao Yi waved the Mysticine mirror in his hand and shouted at the forces chasing after him. The galloping hastily came to a stop. Dong Quan and the others stared wide-eyed at Miao Yi, then towards Lu Siping and the others on the ground. Against Miao Yi with the Mysticine mirror in his hands, no one dared to make any sudden movements and stood in place, completely terrified. After running off to a safe distance, Shi Xiuhong waited for the others to catch up. When she saw that the battle was over on the other end, she felt a heavy sense of relief. She bit her lips when she gazed upon the sight of Miao Yi intimidating an army numbering almost 1,000 strong on his own. Seeing as the crowd no longer dared to make any sudden movements, Miao Yi immediately flipped Zhao Lingtu's corpse over from Charcoal's back. He would be punished by heaven if he still acted courteously now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Break Off All Ties. Chapter 354, Break Off All Ties. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit.
Zhao Lingtu's armor artifact was forcefully removed and all his valuables which could be stored inside a storage ring were subsequently kept away by Miao Yi. As for his storage rings and the like, Miao Yi wore them on his own hand. He didn't have time to sort them out now and planned to do that later on. Everyone watched as Zhao Lingtu was stripped bare of all his treasures. Dong Quan and the rest almost drooled from the sight. Those were 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts, 3 of them. And all of them had fallen into Miao Yi's hands. Then, Miao Yi tossed Zhao Lingtu's corpse into the air. With one arm, Miao Yi raised his spear and slashed down, and the corpse which had yet to drip a single drop of blood after being frozen soon fell to the ground in 2 separate halves. Miao Yi then jumped off his dragon steed and walked towards Lu Siping and the rest, who were similarly still in a frozen state. Bang! Stabbing the inversed scale spear into the ground, Miao Yi gripped it as he stood staring at Lu Siping's frost-covered face. This person lying on the ground was the same person who had once submitted to him and said that he wished to share life and death for 9 years together. And yet just now, he had tried to kill him. This person lying on the ground was the same person who had fallen to the effects of the Mysticine mirror before but had been saved by him. And yet now, he had fallen once more to Miao Yi's Mysticine mirror. The path of cultivation was long and bloody, filled with death and betrayal. A person could be an ally in one moment, and an enemy the next. Miao Yi spread his fingers and slowly released the inversed scale spear lodged in the ground. Shing! He abruptly unsheathed the sword artifact by his waist, and it emitted a gray sheen. With an indifferent expression on his face, Miao Yi didn't hesitate and immediately chopped off Lu Siping's head with his sword. Then, he stripped Lu Siping bare of all his valuables. Afterward, he walked to the side and slashed down again, chopping off another head and taking away everything he deemed valuable. Then, he turned around and chopped off another head with his sword. After sweeping clean everything that Zhao Lingtu and his junior brothers had, he shook off the bloodstains on his sword artifact and sheathed it back into the empty scabbard by his waist. He jumped up and pulled the inversed scale spear off the ground, then spread his legs and landed on Charcoal's back. Miao Yi swept a cold gaze across the crowd and slowly turned Charcoal around. Seeing as he was about to leave, several people jumped out from the crowd on the opposite side and shouted, "Alliance Master! I will follow you." With someone taking the lead, soon more people jumped out as well. "Alliance Master, take us with you." Eventually, about 100 people jumped out shouting that they wanted to leave with Miao Yi. He recognized all of them. They were the ones he'd personally recruited back on the ship, those with no sect background whatsoever. They were the earliest to follow behind him, and yet were the same ones who wanted to cut all ties with him after seeing him in trouble. They were also the ones who supported the rest of the crowd in killing him earlier on. And now, they were saying that they wanted to follow him again. Miao Yi scoffed coldly at their actions, causing those who wished to follow him to stop dead in their tracks. He could hear the beating hooves of dragon steeds from afar. Miao Yi turned his head to look at where the sound was coming from. Are the forces of the 3 major sects already here? I am not a sentimental man. The only reason I'm not killing you all is out of regard for the time we spent together. From now on, we shall have nothing to do with each other. Take care, everyone. Miao Yi left them with a few cold words of parting. He couldn't stay here too long, so he turned Charcoal around and broke into a gallop. He passed by Sikong Wu Wei and the other 2 and simply spat out, "Let's go." The 3 of them glanced at the crowd on the other side, all of whom stared hollowly back at them. They were once fellow members of the same alliance, but now they would go their separate paths. The 3 turned their dragon steeds around and chased after Miao Yi. Miao Yi hadn't chosen to spare those disloyal bastards because he didn't want to kill them. Given his personality, even though he'd said it was out of regard for their past relationship, in truth it was simply because his strength was severely limited, and he couldn't use the Mysticine mirror for too long. Ergo, he wouldn't be able to kill all those unfaithful bastards either way. Instead, it could plunge him into even greater danger. As such, all he could do was say a bunch of pleasant-sounding words to lie to everyone. Miao Yi led the charge down the mountain and up another, reaching the peak of a different mountain where Qi Xiuhong had been waiting by herself. Miao Yi gave her a faint smile when he saw her. When he was facing off against Zhao Lingtu earlier on, he transmitted his voice over to Sikong Wuwei and the other two to have them cooperate with his sudden attack. As for Qi Xiuhong, he only told her to go on ahead as soon as they made their move. The reason was simple. Speed was of the essence for his sudden attack. If Qi Xiuhong were to charge with them, not only would she be unable to provide any assistance, there was a chance that she could hinder them instead. Even though Miao Yi wouldn't use the word hindrance when talking to Qi Xiuhong, it was an apt description. All he could do was order her to leave ahead of them. Not to mention, the sudden attack of his carried with it a great risk. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that he needed to fight with his life on the line. Miao Yi didn't want to put his life at risk either. He wanted to live, but when it was time for him to fight like his life depended on it, he would never hesitate. And it was all because he'd never believed that Zhao Lingtu would let him go once he handed over the Mysticine mirror. As such, if he were to fail, disaster would definitely fall upon Qi Xiuhong as well, since she had already chosen to stand by his side in front of everyone. He let her go ahead in case he failed, to give her one last chance to fight for survival, allowing her to run as far as she could and live as long as she could. The people in the Sea of Constellations now all had that same mentality of living through their days as long as they could. Even though Miao Yi had slept with Qi Xiuhong, he didn't have to drag her into the grave as well. However, Qi Xiuhong had only gone far, she didn't go away and had waited for him at this place this whole time. As a result, she received a heartfelt smile from Miao Yi. The cold and ruthless Great Alliance Master Miao had instantly softened up, like well-tempered steel turning into cotton. Qi Xiuhong heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Miao Yi had escaped in one piece. He called out to her with a nod, and she immediately rode her steed over and fell in line with the other three. Leading the charge down the mountain, Miao Yi ripped off the red cloth tied around his wrist and tossed it away. A self-mocking smile hung on his lips as he looked at it with disdain. The rest who were behind him also ripped theirs off. 4 pieces of red cloth fluttered in the wind as Miao Yi's group galloped away and slowly disappeared into the forest. At the mountaintop lake, many among Dong Quan and the rest heaved a sigh of relief when they could no longer see Miao Yi and the others. Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples had died, and Miao Yi had left. After spending several years in peace, the crowd suddenly felt a sense of loss. Their hearts were full of anxiety, as well as fear towards the uncertainty of their futures. After watching Miao Yi and the others depart, the crowd turned to face the other direction. Several dozen riders were already in their line of sight and were quickly advancing towards them. Everyone, get ready to open the floodgates. Dong Quan took up the responsibility of leading everyone of his own volition. He cupped his fists towards the crowd inside. Let's hope that Zhao Lingtu wasn't lying to us before he died. If the situation doesn't feel right, all we can do is fight with our lives. And if that doesn't work, we will have to run for it. Against the fear of uncertainty, the crowd didn't disobey the order and proceeded to make their preparations as Miao Yi had instructed them to in the past. The water of this still lake could be considered the final piece of protection that Miao Yi had given to the Red Scarves Alliance. At the foot of the mountain, 3 vicious beasts came to a stop. They had sharp fangs and claws, with robust statures covered in a hard crystal armor. Low snarls emitted from these beasts, their savagery in full display. Seated upon each beast were 2 young men and a young woman. These 3 youngsters all had a cold expression on their faces as they lifted their heads to look at the mountaintop. There were about 50 people behind them. Based on their attire, they were undoubtedly the forces of the 3 major sections. At the mountaintop, Dong Quan and the others all cast their gazes upon the troops at the foot of the mountain as well. Those 3 terrifying beasts should be the crystal-armored hurricane beasts that Zhao Lingtu had mentioned. Based on the attire of the 3 major sects, the handsome, yet cold-faced individual in the center should be Gu Sanjing of the Sword Deviate sect, the stern-looking youngster with the brawny physique on the left should be Tan Lao of the School of Imperial Beasts, and needless to say, the voluptuous and elegant woman on the right was definitely Yi Xian of the Jade Lady sect. From the looks of things, Zhao Lingtu was indeed telling the truth. A rainbow-colored bird descended from the sky and landed on Tan Lao's shoulder. Then, it chirped by his ear. It seemed like Tan Lao could understand what the bird was saying. He turned to the side and said, "There is a lake at the top of the mountain with signs of digging at its edges. It seems like they have plans to trigger a trap to flood us using the canals."
What a vicious plan.
The larger the force that attacks the mountain, the greater the number of casualties.
We mustn't be lured in by them.
Just attack at your own pace and advance while avoiding the places where the canals are situated.
Gazing towards the peak of the mountain, Yi Xian furrowed her brows and said, "Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, have you noticed their attire?
It seems like they're the forces of the fifth earthly branch."
Gu Sanjiang had noticed it a long time ago.
He remarked with interest, "Why are there so many of the fifth earthly branch's troops gathered here?"
At the mountaintop, Dong Quan invoked his arts and shouted, "Are the ones down below the disciples of the three major sects under the celestial nation's fifth earthly branch?"
"Senior brother Gu. They are indeed the fifth earthly branch's forces. I have seen quite a number of them before." Behind the three leaders, Su Jingdong suddenly stated. It was evidently a little strange for an old man to call a youngster senior brother. That said, this Su Jingdong was a rather fortunate man indeed. Ever since he'd escaped Miao Yi's hand, he had traveled alone to the disembarkation point for non-administration forces of the fifth earthly branch. There, he had actually managed to meet up with his fellow disciples in one piece. He was fortunate that the forces of the respective earthly branches had yet to spread out at the time.
Otherwise, he might not have been so lucky.
It was also fortunate that the school of imperial beasts had their seeker birds. As soon as the non-administration forces of the three major sects alighted, Tan Lao immediately sent out the seeker birds towards the disembarkation points of the administration forces to assemble their fellow disciples. However, it was evident that they hadn't managed to assemble all their fellow disciples. Most of them had died to Miao Yi in the Red Scarves Alliance's hands. Only a meager 20 to 30 survived out of the original 200. They'd barely managed to amass their current numbers of a little over 50 troops after adding on the non-administration forces.
Gu Sanjiang was even more curious after hearing what Su Jingdong said. "I can see there are around 700 to 800 troops up there." After the most tumultuous 3-year period, almost half of the fifth earthly branch's administration forces have actually managed to survive.
Furthermore, they are all gathered together.
What is going on?
Then, Su Jingdong widened his eyes and shouted, "Senior brother Gu. They are the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance. Look at the red cloth tied around their wrists. They are all troops of the Red Scarves Alliance. Some of them have surrounded the forces of our three major sects before.
I recognize them."
Indeed. They are all forces of the Red Scarves Alliance. I can't believe they are still alive and have been hiding here all this time. Behind him, there were others who affirmed his speculation. Senior sister. They were the ones who killed Senior Auntie. A Jade Lady sect disciple shouted, "Senior sister.
You have to avenge Senior Auntie." Yi Xian turned around and asked, "Didn't you say that there were only about 400 members in the Red Scarves Alliance?"
It was evident that this senior sister was much more sensible than a certain murdered Senior Auntie.
Su Jingdong replied, "The others probably joined afterward."
At the mountaintop, Dong Quan couldn't help feeling a little anxious when he saw that the people down below didn't respond.
He invoked his arts and repeated, "Are the ones down below the disciples of the fifth earthly branch's three major sects?" After hearing the remarks from the people behind him, Gu Sanjiang invoked his arts and replied, "Are the ones up the mountain the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance?"
"We are."
"Are you Gu Sanjiang of the Sword Deviate sect?"
The incident in the past was a misunderstanding.
"We have nothing to do with it," Dong Quan shouted in reply. Gu Sanjiang commanded, "Bring Miao Yi out to see me."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, A Liar? Chapter 355, A Liar? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi has run away. He just left. When he found out you were all coming, he simply left us behind. Dong Quan replied. Why are you wasting your breath on them? Don't you feel tired talking from so far away? Let's just head up there first. Tan Lao scoffed, then turned to the seeker bird by his shoulder and chirped to it. The bird immediately flew off in front of them, keeping at a low altitude to guide them up. Gu Sanjing and the others agreed with him and quickly followed behind the seeker bird, avoiding the entrance of the flood trap as they galloped up the mountain. When the people up the mountain saw this, they knew that they wouldn't be able to trigger their flood traps. It seemed that Zhao Lingtu had spoken the truth. Subsequently, this bolstered the confidence of Dong Quan and the rest that the three major sects would not easily harm the forces of the fifth earthly branch. At the mountaintop, the three crystal-armored hurricane beasts led the way and only came to a stop right in front of Dong Quan and the rest. Only now did the forces of the three major sects realize that there were almost 1,000 troops up here, and not just 700 to 800 people. It was truly apt to say that almost half of the administration forces of the Fifth Earthly Branch had gathered here. The forces of the Red Scarves Alliance tried not to display any signs of hostility or arrogance. Dong Quan cupped his fists and asked, Are the three of you Gu Sanjing of the Sword Deviate sect, Yi Xin of the Jade Lady sect, and Tan Lao of the School of Imperial Beasts? The three of them felt slightly taken by surprise and couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. Gu Sanjing furrowed his brows and asked, We don't seem to be acquainted. How do you know who we are? Brother Zhao Lingtu was the one who told us. The three suddenly came to a realization. Gu Sanjing nodded and said, So it was Brother Zhao. We've fought together for a time before. I still remember the awesome might of Brother Zhao's mountain-suppressing hammer as clearly as if I'd just seen it yesterday. Since Brother Zhao is around, why isn't he here to meet us? Dong Quan smiled bitterly. If you had arrived even half an hour earlier, you might have been able to see Brother Zhao for the last time. See him for the last time? The three were taken aback once more. Gu Sanjing's brows creased as he asked, Did something happen to Brother Zhao? Dong Quan turned around and waved his hand to gesture those behind him to make way. He extended his hand and said, Go and take a look for yourself. The large army instantly split into two and allowed the forces of the three major sects to pass through. The 50 troops passed through the middle of the 1,000-strong army of the Red Scarves Alliance. Gu Sanjing and the other two did not fret and were not the least bit afraid that the Red Scarves Alliance would suddenly make a move against them. The talented and skilled are bold indeed. On the other hand, Su Jingdong and the rest who managed to escape certain death during the disembarkation swept cold gazes across the people around them, searching for a certain someone. Those whom Miao Yi had instigated into acting against the three major sects were all feeling anxious from their stares, worried that the three major sects would seek revenge against them as Zhao Lingtu said. They were a little regretful that they didn't choose to follow Miao Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so restless now. Dong Quan brought the forces of the three major sects to where the corpses of Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples lay. The frost on their bodies was already crackling away under the sunlight. Gu Sanjing and the other two fell silent after seeing that Zhao Lingtu's body had been split into two halves. After all, they were acquaintances who had fought together against Yao cultivators for a time. The three of them never expected that he'd die here. Truth be told, back when the three major sects had teamed up with Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples to fight against the Yao cultivators, the three of them witnessed the powerful might of Zhao Lingtu's mountain-suppressing hammer and had invited him to accompany them on their journey across the Western Star Sea. This was simply because they had their orders to fulfill and would have a greater chance of accomplishing the mission handed down to them if they had another powerhouse supporting them. They'd never once thought of taking anything away from Zhao Lingtu. However, Zhao Lingtu was firm in his narrow-minded perception of them. When he saw the disparity in numbers between his own forces and that of the three major sects, he became worried that they would plot against him and insisted on leaving. Gu Sanjiang and the rest couldn't do anything about it. Tan Lao noticed that there wasn't a single drop of blood coming from the wounds on Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples. Perplexed, he asked, "There is something peculiar about the way they died. How exactly did this happen?" Dong Quan shook his head and sighed. "If you'd all arrived even half an hour earlier, you would have been able to see it. This is the doing of Miao Yi's Mysticine mirror. It is a ghost cultivator's transcendent artifact." He recounted the events that happened after the Red Scarves Alliance had obtained the Mysticine mirror, to Miao Yi recruiting Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples, as well as the incident that had just occurred. Naturally, he had certain details from them and didn't mention that it was because they coveted Miao Yi's transcendent artifact. After all, he couldn't admit that they were the ones at fault in front of outsiders. He only mentioned that Miao Yi had been afraid of the three major sects closing in on him and insisted on leaving. Seeing this, Zhao Lingtu wanted Miao Yi to leave the transcendent artifact behind for the members of the Red Scarves Alliance to protect themselves. However, Miao Yi was unwilling to do so and was determined to take the transcendent artifact away with him. Afterward, he clashed with Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples and employed sneaky tricks to kill them all. Everyone else couldn't even save them in time. I have long heard that this Miao Yi person is devious and despicable. Today, I can see that the rumors are true. We cannot let this little rascal roam free. Yi Xin scoffed disdainfully. On the other hand, Gu Sanjiang felt as if certain crucial parts were missing from Dong Quan's story. He narrowed his eyes at Dong Quan and asked, "If this Miao Yi is really that despicable, how are you all able to live with him for so many years? If he is truly such a heartless person, given that you all forced him to hand over the transcendent artifact which he insisted on taking away, why did he spare you all when the Mysticine mirror in his hands could kill Zhao Lingtu and the others so easily? Unless the Mysticine mirror is not as powerful as you described, or is there something you're not telling us?" Yi Xian felt that Gu Sanjiang had a point and furrowed her brows as she swept a cold gaze at Dong Quan, feeling as if he'd fooled her. "You lot, come over here." Tan Lao pointed towards several of Zhao Lingtu's surviving fellow disciples who were spread out among the crowd. It was easy to recognize them because they all wore the same uniform. Dong Quan's expression changed slightly. Those that Tan Lao called out didn't dare to disobey and stepped forward restlessly. "What happened exactly? Tell me the truth. If there is even a single lie, don't blame me for showing you no mercy." Tan Lao shouted coldly. Dong Quan hastily cupped his fists and interrupted, "I have told you nothing but the truth." "It is absolutely. We didn't ask you. Keep your mouth shut." He was abruptly cut off by Yi Xin. With a flip of her wrist, a black whip suddenly appeared within her grasp. It glowed with a blue radiance and instantly extended out. A strange and sharp rustling noise resounded as the black whip, covered in thorns, coiled around like a vicious snake. It grew longer and longer, and the sharp, thorny tip stopped short of Dong Quan's eyes, as though warning him, "Your life is mine the instant you say another word." Dong Quan froze completely in place. Yi Xian then turned back to the people who were called out and yelled, "Speak." Startled, those people answered Tan Lao's every question as best they could, afraid to keep anything secret from them. Soon, the truth of the matter was made known to Gu Sanjiang and the others. Dong Quan was so nervous that beads of sweat started to drip down his forehead. He had lied to Gu Sanjiang and the others, and he didn't know what they would do to him now that they'd found out the truth. If there were truly no other choice, then he would have to fight for his life. After realizing the truth, Gu Sanjiang and the other two fell silent and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Miao Yi was clearly the one who'd managed to steal that Mysticine mirror all by himself and had even rescued everyone. The Mysticine mirror should rightfully belong to him. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't hand it over either. However, these people before them repaid his kindness with treachery and plotted to steal his transcendent artifact multiple times. It just so happened that Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples drew the short end of the stick and fell into Miao Yi's trap, resulting in their deaths. If it weren't for Miao Yi's consideration for the time they spent together, Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples might not have been the only ones to die.
Furthermore, these people who managed to survive still intended to push the blame onto Miao Yi.
Where was the justice in that?
Alas, justice did not exist within the hearts of men. Truth and deceit were always decided solely by one's strength. Naturally, regardless of how the three of them felt, they wouldn't uphold justice on Miao Yi's behalf.
On the other hand, Su Jingdong and the others who were fortunate enough to escape Miao Yi's culling were secretly gloating. They didn't feel that Dong Quan and the others were despicable at all. Rather, they thought that Dong Quan and the others hadn't done enough and shouldn't have let Miao Yi escape. To be able to lead such a large force and hide in the Western Star Sea for so many years, taking advantage of the local terrain to fortify defenses, as well as ensuring the survivability of so many people, this Miao Yi is truly a capable man of both intellect and bravery. It's a pity we cannot walk the same path, Tan Lao said plainly. I have heard stories of him before as well. Despite being a White Lotus cultivator, he has accomplished great deeds while he was in the South Edict Manor. When he was still a cave master, he charged all the way from suppressing Second Hall to suppressing Third Hall and killed an opposing manor head. Afterward, he successfully made a full retreat. Furthermore, he even demoted all the troops of our three major sections.
How can a man like this not be capable? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become mountain chieftain while he was still a White Lotus cultivator, much less pull together so many people to create the Red Scarves Alliance here in the Sea of Constellations. And he did all that with just a White Lotus cultivation base. Not only was he able to command so many Blue Lotus cultivators, but he also managed to contend against strong foes and defeat numerous experts while taking their treasures away with him. It is not possible to accomplish all this simply out of luck. I must meet with him after this and see if he really is such a monster. There was a trace of admiration in Gu Sanjing's tone. Those who were proud possessed a certain fire within them. Having yet to be fully shaped by the giant mold that is the cultivation realm, it was easy for him to feel sympathy for Miao Yi. After he came to this still lake, witnessing with his own eyes and listening with his own ears about what happened, Gu Sanjing felt even more strongly about pulling Miao Yi into journey across the Sea of Constellations together.
But alas, Miao Yi bore a deep grievance with the three major sections.
While in the Sea of Constellations, Gu Sanjing made all the decisions for the Sword Deviate sect, so it would be a simple matter to let Miao Yi go.
However, not only did Miao Yi kill Yi Xan's senior auntie, but he also murdered the grandson of Elder Wu of the School of Imperial Beasts. As far as he knew, all the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts had received clear instructions from Elder Wu that Miao Yi was not to be pardoned and to ensure that he died in the Sea of Constellations. Earlier, Yi Xan had remarked that Miao Yi was a despicable man, so even if she now knew that he was not the one truly at fault, it was hard for her to correct herself. However, a thoughtful expression hung on her face as she retracted the rudi whip with a sweep of her hand. Heaving a sigh of relief, Dong Quan was a little puzzled as he cautiously asked, "Brother Gu, just now you mentioned that Miao Yi only possesses a White Lotus cultivation?"
Gu Sanjing replied with his own question, "Was I mistaken then?
You have lived together for several years. Wouldn't you know better than I do?"
Dong Quan was speechless. Before this, no one had ever seen Miao Yi's level of cultivation. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "That's impossible." His other feats aside, I saw for myself how he single-handedly battled against a large number of troops from your three major sects back when we just disembarked. He couldn't possibly have faked that level of skill. Behind the crowd, Su Jingdong was immediately outraged when he heard this, as though someone had revealed an embarrassing scar of his. He shouted, "Bullshit! You truly think that little rascal is some mighty champion with a high cultivation who can contend against powerful warriors on his own? That little rascal tampered with our dragon steeds while we were on the ship and weakened them terribly, thus they easily collapsed from just the slightest pressure. As a result, we were helpless against him and handed him a large opening to strike us down. Otherwise, we would have definitely ripped that little rascal to pieces."
Ah!
Not only Dong Quan but even the others were left wide-eyed with their mouths agape. The Alliance Master who commanded the respect of almost 1,000 Blue Lotus cultivators all this while was actually a liar whose strength was only skin-deep, but
Is this true? He has really been lying to us these past 3 years? The crowd still found it difficult to believe, since they had borne witness to what Miao Yi was capable of several times already. Dong Quan shook his head in disbelief. This can't be possible, can it? Even if he faked the incident during the disembarkation, on our end, we all bore witness to how he single-handedly defeated strong foes several times now. We have also seen for ourselves how he killed Blue Lotus cultivators. That cannot possibly be a ruse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, New Alliance Master. Chapter 356, New Alliance Master. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. When he said this, Gu Sanjiang and the other two exchanged glances. Even though they didn't say anything, they were sighing inwardly, feeling even more impressed by Miao Yi deep down. He was truly a man who was as cunning as he was brave. He must be full of boldness to dare to attempt such trickery in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Gu Sanjiang and the other two didn't think he was despicable at all. The disciples of the three major sects had not suffered losses against such a man without reason, and it was the same case for all the people he had fooled. When Su Jingdong saw that they still didn't believe him, it made it seem like he was making up stories to cover up his embarrassment after Miao Yi defeated him. He ground his teeth with frustration and said, "Have any of you seen him fight with just his cultivation alone?" Dong Quan thought, "Didn't he use his cultivation when he fought against you?" However, since the other party said that Miao Yi tampered with their mounts beforehand, he put the matter aside for the time being. After giving it some thought, Dong Quan found it rather suspicious as well that he'd truly never seen Miao Yi fight against his opponents simply by using his own cultivation and without relying on external support. He had triumphed against his foes simply through sheer courage and wit. Don't tell me he's really been lying to us all this time? Dong Quan gulped as he tried to come to terms with the situation. Soon, his suspicions piled up, and he abruptly smacked his thigh and shrieked, "Oh no! We've all been tricked by him. No wonder he didn't make a move on us after killing Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples." In truth, given his cultivation, his transcendence energy was already depleted after using a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact. He'd become a hollow shell, and we allowed him to steal 3 transcendent artifacts just like that. Dong Quan was so furious he almost spat out blood. Those were 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts. How could he have let them slip away from his fingertips so easily? He was not the only one feeling pained from the loss after realizing the situation. Yu Baixing and the others were grinding their teeth in hatred as well. Gu Sanjiang and the other two scoffed inwardly. Tricked? Go and try it if you all think you can even attempt such trickery. Some things are easy to understand but difficult to do. Accomplishing them without extraordinary courage and intellect is impossible. Those who lack even slightly in both departments would never dare to attempt this sort of trickery. He's fooled you good. This is the consequence of following behind such a cunning rascal and committing evil. Su Jingdong mocked coldly. He cupped his fists towards Gu Sanjiang, "Senior brother Gu. Many among them participated in the culling of disciples of our 3 major sects back when the administration forces of the 5th Earthly Branch first disembarked. Please avenge the deaths of our fellow disciples." Many of the Red Scarves Alliance members felt nervous when they heard him. To make matters worse, the survivors from the Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts were shouting in agreement for Yi Xian and Tan Lao to avenge their dead disciples. Tan Lao and Yi Xian looked towards Gu Sanjiang. He lowered his gaze and said, "It is easier to bury one's enemies than to forgive them. We are in trying times and should unite together as members of the 5th Earthly Branch. Just forget about what happened in the past." The eyes of those feeling anxious suddenly brightened as they caught a glimpse of hope. Su Jingdong widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Senior brother, don't tell me you'll let our sword deviate sect brothers die in vain?" Obviously they won't have died in vain. Miao Yi has fooled all these people. We shall only pursue the mastermind behind these foul deeds. We can offer the rest a chance to redeem themselves, Gu Sanjing said plainly. Dong Quan and the others immediately cupped their fists and praised, Brother Gu is a virtuous man indeed. In truth, Gu Sanjing was secretly transmitting his voice over to Su Jinggong. Do you think I don't wish to avenge the deaths of our fellow disciples? But the Overlord has given strict orders to our Sword Deviate sect. If we kill this many of the Fifth Earthly Branch's administration forces, then if we fail to place within the top 100 at the end of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, the Overlord will blame us all. How then will our Sword Deviate sect continue to exist within the Fifth Earthly Branch? These people must die. However, they cannot die by our hands. Not openly, at least. There are so many troops gathered here. Since they will die either way, why not use forgiveness as a pretense to pull them under our banner and have them fight for us? Don't you think it's a good idea to have them fight at the front lines so that our Sword Deviate sect will have fewer casualties and our disciples can then live longer, even if only by a few more years? How can we let such an opportunity slip by? Reason finally dawned upon Su Jinggong, and he transmitted his reply, Senior brother is truly wise, but I'm no virtuous man. Gu Sanjing turned back to Dong Quan and the rest and said, it's just that I'd rather not kill among ourselves. However, let me make things clear. We cannot let that evil mastermind roam free. Will everyone assist our three major sects in our crusade to take him down? Everyone from the Red Scarves Alliance exchanged glances with one another. Is he intending on having us work together with the three major sects to kill our own alliance master? Gu Sanjing added plainly, I'll leave it to you to decide who your friends and foes are. However, we don't have that much patience. When he said he would rather not kill among themselves, he was referring to how he didn't wish for the three major sects to suffer casualties. This same sentiment did not apply to the enemy. It was a blatant threat. That said, the members of the Red Scarves Alliance were no longer confident that they could continue to hide out here. There was nothing wrong with following behind a powerhouse anyway. Thus, the members of the Red Scarves Alliance quickly came to a consensus. They all cupped their fists and said, we are willing to follow the lead of the three major sects. Dong Quan turned to the crowd and shouted, from this day forth, the Red Scarves Alliance is no more. That isn't necessary. Gu Sanjing stopped him and said, this Red Scarves Alliance is not a bad name. Not to mention, all of us do need a title now that we're together. That said, we cannot operate without a proper leader. May I know who should be the next Red Scarves Alliance master? Who else could do it outside of these three? Tan Lao rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to become some alliance master. Gu Sanjing, you do it. Yi Xian didn't want to spend so much effort as well. Tilting her head to the side, she said, I'm not interested, either. The result was obvious. Everyone voted for Gu Sanjing to be the new alliance master, and the Red Scarves Alliance began receiving his orders. As soon as Gu Sanjing became alliance master, he immediately got to the task at hand and handed down his first official decree. He simply said a single sentence, anyone who disobeys orders will be punished with death. He commanded total authority over the Red Scarves Alliance. There was no need for him to be courteous because he had the strength to uphold his authority. He couldn't be bothered to spend so much effort as Miao Yi did. Then he asked, which way did Miao Yi run off to? He was heading towards the south. There are wooden rafts hidden between the reefs by the sea there. He should be planning on crossing the sea that way, Dong Quan said as he pointed out the path for Gu Sanjing. Since this Miao Yi is still alive, I think it's time for us to meet up with him. Gu Sanjing looked at the two beside him and inquired their opinions. He might be able to bark out commands at the original members of the Red Scarves Alliance, but he couldn't treat the Jade Lady sect and the School of Imperial Beasts in the same fashion. They still needed to discuss certain matters and come to a consensus. Tan Lao chirped, and the seeker bird immediately soared to the sky and flew off towards the south. With this, he displayed his stance on the matter. Yi Xian nodded as well. we can't let Miao Yi escape. Let's go. Gu Sanjian waved his hand, and the crystal-armored hurricane beast beneath him immediately charged out, followed by the disciples of the three major sections. Now under a new leader, the members of the Red Scarves Alliance quickly followed suit as well and gave chase to take down their previous alliance master. Gratitude and resentment would always be a subject of mystery. The crystal-armored hurricane beast was true to its name. It was much faster than the average dragon steed and was capable of crossing mountains and treading through forests with greater flexibility and speed. There was a good reason why it had the word hurricane in its name. With its sharp claws, it could even climb up trees and scale mountains as if it were flat ground. Racing at full speed, Gu Sanjian and the other two quickly pulled away from the forces behind them. The three of them charged at full speed, intent on catching up to Miao Yi and killing him. From a different point of view, the three of them were indeed impressed by Miao Yi's feats in the Sea of Constellation Subjugation Crusade despite being a White Lotus cultivator. However, it was precisely because of how impressed they were that they felt even more strongly about eliminating him. The three arrogant youngsters wished to see if Miao Yi was as impressive as they imagined, and whether or not he could escape their grasp. They wanted to meet the bastard that had caused their three major sects to suffer losses on numerous occasions. How could they let him make light of their three major sects as though none of them could do anything against him? Meanwhile, as soon as Miao Yi reached the shore and found the hidden rafts, he immediately ordered Zhao Fei and the others to destroy all the other wooden rafts but one. The five of them swiftly got on the remaining raft and invoked their arts to cross the ocean. Once they were far away from shore, Miao Yi and the others heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that no one was chasing after them yet. They changed the direction of their raft and didn't continue heading southwards. Then Wang Yuetian inquired, Alliance Master. There is something I don't understand. I cannot fully comprehend what happened when you killed Zhao Lingtu. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei cast their gazes over as well. Both of them had the same question in their minds. Back then, they were taken aback when Miao Yi had transmitted his voiceover asking for them to cooperate. That giant hammer was not something to be trifled with so easily. They could only grit their teeth and did as he'd said because of the respect and awe they had for him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingtu had frozen still and subsequently killed by Miao Yi with a single strike. I am no longer the Red Scarves Alliance Master, so stop calling me that from now on. Now that we will be sharing life and death, we shall address one another as brothers. As for your question, allow me this secret for now. When the chance comes in the future, I shall tell you all. At the moment, they were all stuck on the boundless ocean, and Charcoal wouldn't be able to utilize his speed at all. Against three Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators, it would be hard for Miao Yi to escape if anything were to happen. Thus, he had no choice but to take extra precautions. He was relying on the fact that the three of them didn't know about the true extent of his cultivation as well as the terrible feedback from the Mysticine Mirror. If he revealed all his cards, Miao Yi couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't have any ulterior motives. In truth, Zhao Lingtu had only fallen into his trap because of the Mysticine Mirror. When Miao Yi had obtained the Mysticine Mirror, he realized that it was unusable by any other cultivator besides a ghost cultivator. After invoking his arts to examine the Mysticine Mirror, he'd suffered the nasty backlash from the vast amounts of Yin aura stored within, which froze him completely in place. He was only able to wield it because the cultivation arts he practiced were able to negate the effects of the Yin aura. When he tossed the Mysticine Mirror over to Zhao Lingtu, he intentionally told him that it was only usable by ghost cultivators. He knew that by saying this, Zhao Lingtu definitely wouldn't store it away immediately. Anyone would want to examine it and see what was wrong with it. As he expected, as soon as Zhao Lingtu invoked his arts to examine the Mysticine Mirror, he immediately suffered the backlash of the Yin aura. As a result, he'd easily eliminated Zhao Lingtu. Otherwise, Miao Yi wouldn't have handed over the Mysticine Mirror to Zhao Lingtu even if his life depended on it. Since he had no other options, and he didn't believe that Zhao Lingtu would let him go, he decided he might as well take a gamble with the Mysticine Mirror. Seeing as Miao Yi didn't wish to share this information with them now, Zhao Fei and the other two didn't ask further. How many people in the world could share in the moment of the sun setting upon the ocean? The sky soon darkened, and the bright moon hung between the clouds as a blanket of stars draped the night sky. The waves ebbed and flowed as a lonely raft drifted upon the ocean's surface. By afternoon the next day, the group finally arrived on an unfamiliar island. It wasn't particularly large in size. Everyone cautiously rode on their dragon steeds as they circled around the island a few times. They didn't discover anyone else but instead found an empty fort in a cavern along the mountain. Recently, this was a common occurrence in the Western Star Sea. Those Yao cultivators who were not participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade would be forced to move away temporarily and were only allowed to come back once it was over. As such, there were many similar-looking caves in the Western Star Sea. The conditions on the island were not bad. There were mighty waterfalls and verdant forests, as well as a peaceful serenity to the mountain range. Miao Yi and the others were fortunate enough to stumble upon a fort with such a fine environment to rest and recuperate. However, they didn't know how long they could stay here. It was no longer possible to think about hiding until the end of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. They couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be another jade archive dropping from the sky one day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, No Rest for the Weary. Chapter 357, No Rest for the Weary. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The 1,000 troops cooped up in that island have finally decided to leave. In the Western Constellations Palace, Ji Nini chuckled as she stared at the astrolabe. Everyone cast their gazes over and noticed that the cluster of white lights had indeed left the island they had stayed on for the past 3 years. Yun Guang clicked his tongue and said, I wonder if they were forced to leave or if they're planning to display their might to the competition by relying on their large numbers. Display their might? He Yun laughed maniacally. I think courting death is more like it. Everyone had only casually paid attention to the matter. Most of their focus was still on the 6 bright red dots on the astrolabe. Only Zhuan Nanshan and Fairy Hongchen had kept a close eye on that island's large number of troops the entire time. The major movements on the Western Star Sea were in full display before them. From what they could see on the astrolabe, the 180,000 participating cultivators were now reduced to less than 50,000. It was less likely for the various groups to bump into each other now, but it also signified that the remaining participants were much stronger than those that had perished. It would undoubtedly be a heated battle once these participants crossed paths. The islands in the Western Star Sea were as numerous as the stars in the sky. It was impossible for the participants to scour every single island. It was even more dangerous for the forces of the Fifth Earthly Branch now that they'd started to run around. A trace of worry involuntarily flashed through Fairy Hongchen's eyes. She had always wondered whether that Miao Yi was the same young man she had chanced upon in the ancient city back when the boundless secular world had opened. Her junior sister Yu Yao had once told her that she and her 2 brothers had hidden under an old willow tree by the city walls and had managed to see Hongchen up close. Remembering this incident, Fairy Hongchen seemed to recall something similar. At the time, when she'd stood upon the walls of the ancient city, she did remember seeing 3 people hiding under a willow tree. She just never paid much attention as it had merely been a passing glimpse. If that Miao Yi of the Fifth Earthly Branch really was her junior sister's big brother, she wouldn't know how to explain to her afterward if anything were to happen to him in the Sea of Constellations. She could see that her junior sister cared very much for the big brother separated from her for so many years. She had also heard her junior sister talk about her past and how her big brother had been the one who, despite not being much older than them, supported them throughout the toughest time of their lives, when they had no one else to rely on. From a young age, he'd taken up a butcher's knife to support his family. In the beginning, he couldn't kill a single pig and would always end up getting knocked over by a giant boar as it charged at him. He would have wounds all over his body, but that big brother of hers would always stand back up every time he stumbled. Contrary to what one would expect, a pig's bite was terribly painful. The two younger siblings had seen a giant boar frantically biting their big brother's arm and caused it to bleed profusely. The two younger siblings couldn't do anything to help. They were hungry and had to watch their big brother stand back up time after time as he fell, his arm dripping with blood no less. The two younger siblings cried as they waited outside the pigsty. That relentlessness in standing up every time he stumbled was the exact reason why that big brother of theirs eventually managed to support their family. To prevent his little brother and little sister from being sent to the Manor of Merciful Hope, that same big brother had even stabbed himself with the butcher's knife. Every time she listened to her junior sister talking about this story of her past, her junior sister would always end up bawling in front of her. Their family was poor at the time, so that big brother would use whatever resources they had on his little brother and little sister. He would always leave them with the delicious food and worked hard to give them an education so that they'd have a future ahead of them. However, in doing so, he'd forsaken his own opportunities, and could barely read a few words. He didn't just forsake his own education. The existence of his two younger siblings had similarly jeopardized the big brother's love life. No one would wish to have their daughter marrying a poor brat with two kids in tow. Her junior sister remembered how her big brother had been kicked out along with his dowry when he proposed to marry old Li's daughter from the tofu shop on the opposite side of the street. After that, many would point fingers at her big brother and mock him every time they passed by the butcher's stall. The two younger siblings had heard plenty of baseless remarks against their big brother. Because of this, the second brother would always pick fights with other people. He even tossed stones at the tile roofs of someone else's house in the middle of the night, causing it to leak. Meanwhile, standing behind the butcher's stall, their big brother would look as he normally did, setting up shop as though he wasn't concerned at all. He would ignore all the mocking comments and baseless rumors. At the time, the little sister would always comfort her big brother and tell him that none of the daughters from the other families were good people and that they didn't deserve her big brother. She would tell him not to worry, and that she would marry him once she grew older. The big brother would laugh in response and rub her head as he called her an idiot. Afterward, the little sister swore upon the heavens that she would become her big brother's wife once she grew older and asked her big brother to wait for the day to come. She would never agree to her big brother marrying anyone else. Her big brother would always just smile and shake his head as he said, "How can I let my little sister marry a butcher? Maybe anyone else would think it was simply a child's promise." However, Fairy Hongchen knew that her junior sister had always kept it in mind. Many years ago, she couldn't stand her junior sister's nagging and ended up accompanying her back to her home, both disguised as men. Afterward, her junior sister turned the entire city lord's manor upside down and almost killed the daughter of Old Li from the tofu shop who'd once rejected her big brother's proposal many years back. When they returned, her junior sister managed to calm herself down. She repeatedly mentioned how Old Li's daughter was not good enough for her big brother, and that she would be the one to marry him. All Fairy Hongchen could do was listen to her rant, and maybe offer a few comforting words. It was because she understood that women of their status and beauty could never marry a normal man. Their master Mu Fan Jian would never agree to them marrying an average cultivator, let alone an average mortal. Those lacking in status could never even dream of getting their master's approval. So many years had passed. According to her calculations, her junior sister's big brother should have passed away already. Unexpectedly, another Miao Yi popped out in this sea of constellations subjugation crusade. Didn't junior sister's big brother fail to obtain the opportunity for cultivation? She wasn't sure if this was the same Miao Yi as the one she knew. If they really were the same person, then it would be much better for him to die at someone else's hands. In case these two siblings couldn't recognize each other after so many years, and if her junior sister were to accidentally kill her own big brother, what should Hongchen do then? She hated not being able to leave the Western Constellations Palace to go to the Western Star Sea and find out the truth. However, to ensure fairness in the subjugation crusade, all those sent from the 6 nations to the Western Constellations Palace had been cut off from all communications with the outside world and were not allowed to leave as they pleased.
They would have to wait obediently until the subjugation crusade was over. On the island, after finding their own resting places within the fort, Miao Yi and the others gathered together once more.
We can finally relax. Sikong Wu looked at the empty fort and laughed, giving the impression as though it's my territory and I can do whatever I want with it. Zhao Fei said somberly, don't celebrate too soon. We should still keep up the basic precautions. Zhao Fei is right. Miao Yi nodded. He raised his hand and pointed to the tallest peak as he told them, from this day forth, aside from Qi Shouhong, we shall take turns keeping guard. Everyone nodded as it was something that needed doing.
Wang Yuetian smiled. I noticed the small lake at the bottom of the waterfall by the mountains has quite a good clarity to it.
Come. The three of us should go and take a bath together.
He pulled on Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu's wrists and dragged them along as he said this.
Hey, surnamed Wang. It's fine if you want to bathe, but why are you taking us with you? Sikong Wu yelled and insisted on not following.
Zhao Fei also didn't have the habit of bathing together with a couple of brawny men.
Wang Yuetian winked at him and said, Sikong, since we've just managed to escape danger, now is precisely the time to let loose. Let's not interrupt Brother Miao and Sister Qi and let them rest.
His tone was full of innuendo. Looking as if they'd suddenly realized something, Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei turned their attention to Miao Yi and Qi Shouhong. Even though Qi Shouhong had always tried to maintain her distance from Miao Yi while in public, but after living together for so long, everyone could see the nature of their relationship. They weren't fools after all. Qi Shouhong and Miao Yi's relationship had long been an open secret. Did Wang Yuetian notice that Miao Yi wanted to do it with Qi Shouhong? Then we really shouldn't be bothering them. Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. Let's go for a bath. Come, let's go. The two of them quickly followed behind Wang Yuetian. How could Miao Yi and Qi Shouhong not understand what they were implying? Qi Shouhong blushed in embarrassment, and Miao Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry as he thought, I don't have that kind of intention at all.
We've just found a place to rest. How can I be in the mood for that?
I'll have Qi Shouhong prepare us some wine and a few dishes and wait for the three of you to return from your bath.
Miao Yi shouted, trying to prove his innocence.
The three of them paid him no heed and headed straight to the mountain. Miao Yi looked helplessly at Qi Shouhong, who immediately turned around and left after leaving him with a single sentence, I'll go prepare the dishes. At the lake in the mountains, Sikong Wu and the other two had already taken off half their clothes and were soaking their bodies in the cool waters.
Refreshing and relaxing. Sikong Wu let out a deep breath and leaned by the edge of the lake. Wang Yuetian poured water over his shoulder as he chuckled. Brother Miao is the one most relaxed right now.
He still has the mood to have a woman serving by his side even when he's in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade.
We cannot contend against such nonchalance. Zhao Fei laughed.
This simply means that he doesn't feel threatened by the dangers of the Sea of Constellations.
If he can enjoy such leisure, doesn't that mean it's safer for us who follow him?
Given the situation they were in, the three of them couldn't help discussing their futures, especially now that they'd left the Red Scarves Alliance.
Wang Yuetian's eyes flashed with a sudden glint when he saw smoke rising from the fort. He turned to the other two and said, aren't we a little too relaxed? What if an enemy suddenly attacks?
You two can slowly enjoy your bath. I'll take up sentry duty on the mountain today. Waving his limbs about in the water, Sikong Wu nonchalantly replied, we've circled around the island just now and couldn't see any traces of people.
I think we should be fine for the moment. You don't need to be so nervous.
Better safe than sorry, said Wang Yuetian as he got up and invoked his arts to dry himself. Then, he picked his clothes up and started putting them on.
There's no harm in being a little more cautious.
Zhao Fei nodded, then continued, we'll take turns each day.
Tomorrow, I'll switch with you.
Since Zhao Fei was saying the same thing, Sikong Wu could only resign himself and replied, then I'll take the day after tomorrow. After getting dressed, Wang Yuetian nodded to them and rushed off, disappearing into the forest. However, he didn't show up at the highest peak of the island where they were able to get a bird's-eye view of their surroundings. Instead, he rushed through the forest and back to the fort. Seeing Qi Xiuhong busily working in the kitchen, Wang Yuetian didn't interrupt her. Instead, he headed straight for Miao Yi's cave. Standing outside, he asked, "Brother Miao, are you free?" Miao Yi was in the midst of sorting out the loot he'd obtained from Zhao Lingtu and his fellow disciples. When he heard Wang Yuetian calling to him, he kept the items away for the moment and replied, "Come on in." Wang Yuetian came in with a flask of wine, placing it on the table as he took a seat opposite Miao Yi. Confused, Miao Yi asked, "Didn't you all go to take a bath?" Ai. Zhao Fei was being overly cautious and said that we shouldn't be too careless, so he went to patrol the island one more time. And that bastard Sikong said that it was pointless taking a bath with a man, so he followed Zhao Fei. In the end, I was the only one. Then, I saw smoke rising from the fort and figured we must have misunderstood something earlier on. That's why I just washed myself quickly and came back. Wang Yuetian smacked the flask of wine on the table and said, "I heard you say that Sister Qi will be preparing some food and wine." Then I remembered I just so happened to have a flask of fine wine in my hands, so I quickly brought it out to share with you, Brother Miao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Never Betray Those Who Place Their Faith in Me. Chapter 358, Never Betray Those Who Place Their Faith in Me. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Wang Yuetian took out several wine cups as he spoke, and was about to open the flask of wine. Miao Yi raised his hand and stopped him. "Since it's fine wine, how can we just share it between ourselves? Why not wait for Zhao Fei and Sikong to come back and try it together? They just left, and I don't know when they'll return. You and I can start drinking first." "Don't worry about it, I've prepared more just for them." Wang Yuetian opened the seal and lifted the flask over 2 jade cups, pouring a transparent liquid into them as an inviting aroma spread through the air. Miao Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently stared at the clear liquid in the cup. Placing the wine flask aside, Wang Yuetian extended his hand and said, "Go on, have a taste." Then he raised his cup, lifted his head and drank it all up. He wiped his mouth with his sleeves and placed his cup down when he saw Miao Yi had yet to drink. He asked curiously, "Does Brother Miao think my wine isn't good enough? How would I know whether it's good or not if I haven't even drunk it yet?" Miao Yi smiled and raised his cup. His hand briefly came to a stop before his lips, but he eventually gulped it all down. He placed the cup down and wiped his lips, nodding as he praised, "What a great wine indeed." His words were not completely true. Even though this wine wasn't bad, it couldn't compare to the pile of bejeweled nectar he'd sold to the Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce. "Then drink some more. We shall drink while we wait for the other two to return." Wang Yuetian was smiling brightly. This time, he didn't pour the wine. Instead, he invoked his arts and made 2 crystalline rivers of wine flow out from the flask and into the jade cups. Then he raised his cup and finished it all in a single gulp again. On the other hand, Miao Yi was in no rush to drink. He smiled and asked, "Brother Wang, I don't think you're here just to share some wine with me. Do you have something you wish to say, ? AI. Wang Yuetian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm just trying to drown my sorrows with alcohol. I don't know if any of us will be able to make it out of the sea of constellations in one piece." He refilled his cup and raised it to Miao Yi as he said, "Let's not talk about such depressing matters and get drunk while we still can. Cheers." Miao Yi raised his cup and bumped it with Wang Yuetian's before taking another sip. He placed the jade cup down and said, "Brother Wang, you don't have to be so pessimistic. At the moment, we have 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts in our hands. We might just be able to make it out of the sea of constellations alive. In truth, we all know deep down that our hopes are slim. Out of 180,000 cultivators, only 100 can make it back alive. Will we be so fortunate? As long as we stick together, there is still a chance. Let's hope so. Forget it. Drink up. Wan Yuetian seemed depressed as he refilled both jade cups to the brim once more. Miao Yi lifted his cup and was about to knock their cups together when his hand suddenly trembled, spilling the alcohol inside. He shook his head and widened his eyes at the empty jade cup in his hand. Wan Yuetian gasped, "Brother Miao. What's wrong?" Smack! Miao Yi slammed the jade cup onto the table and shook his head vigorously. He could feel extreme pain from his stomach, like thousands of knives were stabbing it. The pain was so intense that large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead, and his mind felt unbearably dizzy. This wine! Miao Yi supported himself with both hands on the table and barely managed to get to his feet. His breathing was ragged as he glared at Wan Yuetian and said weakly, "You've poisoned it." Wan Yuetian looked at him in surprise. After confirming the symptoms were as he had imagined, the shock on his face slowly receded as he sighed in relief. He placed the jade cup in his hand on the table, then pointed at Miao Yi and said, "Fall." It was him indeed. With both hands on the table, Miao Yi suddenly lost strength in his body and fell to the ground. His body twisted as he stared at Wan Yuetian slowly standing up and groaned, "Why did you do this?" Wan Yuetian revealed a vicious expression and replied, "I had no other choice. You are simply too powerful, capable of killing cultivators of the same level as easily as slicing up vegetables. I'll admit that I'm not your match. Not to mention, you possess 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts. If I had to take you down, I needed to use some drastic measures. Before I came to the Sea of Constellations, while everyone else equipped themselves with various transcendent artifacts, I prepared an odorless and colorless poison called the Fallen Immortal. I never thought I would actually get to use it." Miao Yi's voice quaked as he asked, "You, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei are working together, Why would I work together with them? Isn't it better to have 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts all to myself? We will be able to survive the Sea of Constellations as long as we stick together? You'll have much better luck fooling a child. The greatest chance anyone has of surviving the Sea of Constellations is by possessing 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts. That's the greatest chance any one of us can get to be part of the top 100. Otherwise, what chance would any of us have? Why did you think I left the crowd to follow after you? It's because my chance to strike will only come if I stayed beside you and earned your trust. While I'm on the subject, those 3 transcendent artifacts were destined to be mine from the start. Before this, I had only intended to take away that mystic Yin mirror. Little did I expect that you'd kill Zhao Lingtu and take both the mountain-suppressing hammer and spirit illusion greatsword as well. This must be fate. Even the heavens are helping me." Having revealed his true intentions, Wan Yuetian waved his fists and inched closer to Miao Yi. He said, "Miao Yi, this is a dog-eat-dog world. You can't blame me. Just blame your own ignorance for being too young and trusting." With great effort, Miao Yi turned to lie on his stomach and crawled forward. He was apparently trying to escape, although his speed was much too slow. Wan Yuetian walked towards him and stepped on his back. He didn't need to exert much force, and with a single shove, he stopped Miao Yi dead in his tracks. He flipped Miao Yi over with his leg and bent down to remove his storage bangle and storage ring. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rushing wind from behind. Wan Yuetian quickly turned his head to find a creepy mantis the size of a crab zooming in on him. Wan Yuetian felt taken aback. He didn't know where it had popped out from and was about to flick it away. Suddenly, Miao Yi, who he'd just flipped over, took advantage of the moment Wan Yuetian turned his head and brandished a sword artifact from his storage bangle, then swung a cold arc across with his sword. Splurt! Blood gushed forth as the blade cut Wan Yuetian in half across the waist, his upper body flying off and crashing onto the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his lower half fall to the ground. Then he witnessed Miao Yi standing back up like a zombie. He cast an icy gaze towards Wang Yuetian, standing with both hands gripping tightly onto the hilt of the sword as he leaned his stomach against it, the blade stabbing firmly into the ground. A cluster of mantises the size of crabs landed on Miao Yi's shoulder, crawling down both his arms and into his storage ring. It was a very peculiar sight. Propping his upper body up with both arms, Wang Yuetian saw his guts spilling onto the floor and the pool of blood underneath. His face was as white as a ghost as he lifted his head to look at Miao Yi, who was visibly sweating. Wang Yuetian's voice trembled as he said, "You weren't poisoned." "I was." It was a terrible experience, suffering the effects of the fallen immortal. How could I deceive you if I hadn't fallen for it? At least now I know what it's like to suffer from the fallen immortal. In the future, I won't have to endure this pain in order to put up a good act. Wang Yuetian gasped, "You knew all along that I poisoned the wine?" "I couldn't confirm it. But how could I not take extra precautions given the dangerous situation we're in? I only felt it was a little suspicious." "Alas, you can't really expect to take me down simply by using poisoned wine. If that were possible, then I wouldn't have been able to live for as long as I have either." "You still drank it even though you knew it was suspicious?" Miao Yi replied indifferently, "Because I wanted to find out if the other two were working together with you. That's why I drank your poisoned wine. Naturally, I had hoped that I was simply overthinking it. However, the fact remains that you were indeed trying to kill me. I trust you won't blame me for killing you in return then." "Blame you?" Wang Yuetian revealed a smile on his pale face. "I'd like to know, if I'd never made a move against you, can you guarantee that you would have never acted against us until the end of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade?" Miao Yi responded with his own question, "There are 100 open spots. Did you think there wouldn't be enough space for the 5 of us?" Wang Yuetian felt incredibly irritated when he heard Miao Yi's response. He screamed, "You're lying. You're lying." Slowly regaining the color on his face, Miao Yi maintained a cold expression as he resolutely replied, "After being surrounded by countless betrayals and deceit, how many could remain as honest men? I will not blame another for lying, nor am I afraid of the consequences. However, as a person, one must always have a line that they shouldn't cross. Kindness must be repaid with kindness, and vengeance must similarly be repaid in kind. I will never betray those who have placed their faith in me." "I don't believe you. I don't believe you." Wang Yuetian's expression contorted from the pain, as he shouted hoarsely, "I don't want to listen to your lies. Finish me. Finish me." Miao Yi plainly replied, "As long as there are people who believe in me, I will not disappoint them. The pain I endured just now, I will naturally return them all to you. I am not a forgiving man, nor am I able to repay treachery with kindness. I will watch you die slowly." Wang Yuetian wouldn't let Miao Yi have his way. He dispersed the final vestiges of his transcendence energy guarding his heart and instantly started bleeding out as he slowly breathed his last. He then heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the cave. Shi Shohong called out, "The food is ready. Come in." Miao Yi replied coldly. Shi Shohong was carrying a tray full of delicious food and wine when she caught the deep stench of blood the moment she stepped into the cave. She saw Miao Yi covered in dirt as he leaned on a blood-stained sword artifact. Then, she saw Wang Yuetian's miserable state as he lay in a pool of blood. She was instantly bewildered. Crash! The tray dropped to the ground, spilling the food and wine all over the place. Shi Shohong could feel that Miao Yi's murderous aura had yet to dissipate, and her voice trembled as she asked, "What happened?" With a cold expression on his face, Miao Yi replied, "Go and see if Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei are still bathing in the lake by the mountains. If they are, call them over. He wants me to see if a couple of men are still in the middle of their baths." Shi Shohong froze, but when she saw the sight before her, she simply bit her lip and departed.
She wondered if Miao Yi intended to kill Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu as well, and if he would kill even her in the end. She departed the fort in a daze. When she saw the two half-naked men in the lake by the mountains, Shi Xiuhong quickly turned her back towards them. Tilting her head slightly, she shouted, "Big brother Zhao, big brother Sikong, please come back." After she said this, Shi Xiuhong nervously walked back to the blood-stained room and reported back to Miao Yi. Miao Yi could do nothing but wait. Soon, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu returned. "Why is there a stench of blood coming from inside?" Sikong Wu asked curiously. Both Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei were startled when they saw the situation inside the cave. They stared at Wang Yuetian lying lifelessly in a pool of blood, then turned to Miao Yi, who wielded a blood-stained sword in his hands. It was obvious who had killed Wang Yuetian. The two immediately felt their hair standing on end. Since Miao Yi could kill Wang Yuetian, it meant that he could kill them too. The both of them instantly went on full alert. "Why did you kill him?" Zhao Fei asked, creasing his brows. Miao Yi waved his sword and pointed to the wine on the stone table. He said, "He brought a flask of wine just now and invited me for a drink. The taste isn't bad. If the two of you are interested, feel free to take a sip. Then you will naturally find out why I killed him." The two of them felt suspicious of the wine and exchanged glances. Sikong Wu cautiously asked, "Is there something in the wine? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 359, Sharing the Artifacts. Chapter 359, Sharing the Artifacts. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. He called it the Fallen Immortal. Miao shook off the bloodstains and sheathed his sword artifact, then briefly recounted the incident that had just happened. When he heard the story, Sikong Wu immediately lashed out, "Son of a bitch. I was wondering why this bastard suddenly dragged us along to take a bath. And while we were bathing, he suddenly said we should be careful, then ran off to take up sentry duty. So he was trying to draw the two of us away." Zhao Fei walked to the table and picked up a cup. He took a whiff and couldn't find anything wrong with it. If it were so easily detectable, then it wouldn't be called the Fallen Immortal. Then he turned around and walked off, leaving everyone else wondering what he was trying to do. Soon, he brought back a mouse. And only then did they understand his intentions. He invoked his arts to draw out a small globule of wine and forced it down the mouse's throat. Zhao Fei was a man who could think for himself. He was not like the ignorant masses who believed everything they heard. Simply put, he was not someone who would believe whatever Miao Yi told him. He only believed in himself. However, he was being too obvious about it. Sikong Wu snuck a glance to see Miao Yi's reaction. Miao Yi didn't react at all and kept his face carefully blank. He allowed Zhao Fei to experiment as he pleased. Soon, the mouse began trembling heavily on Zhao Fei's palm. It quickly started bleeding out from all its orifices and eventually died. How could a mere rat withstand something not even a cultivator could? Zhao Fei casually tossed the mouse's corpse aside. His brows creased as he asked, "I have two questions. Since you suspected there was something wrong with the wine, why did you still drink it? Secondly, why are you still fine after drinking it?" "I only drank it down because I wanted to confirm if the two of you had anything to do with this incident." Miao Yi didn't hide anything and replied truthfully. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu immediately exchanged glances. "As for why I'm still fine after drinking it, I cannot divulge that to you." Miao Yi brandished the Mysticine mirror as he said this. His actions caused Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei to jump in fright, especially Sikong Wu, who had experienced the terrible effects of the Mysticine mirror. Unexpectedly, Miao Yi tossed the Mysticine mirror over to him. Catching the Mysticine mirror with his hands, Sikong Wu felt puzzled, as did Zhao Fei. They didn't know what Miao Yi's intentions were. Miao Yi pointed at the Mystic-ine mirror and told Sikong Wu, "Why don't you take a look at this Mystic-ine mirror and see what profound secrets it possesses?" Even if he didn't say so, Sikong Wu was curious to find out as well. He immediately imbued his arts into the mirror artifact to examine it. As a result, he stood dazed in place. Zhao Fei looked at him in astonishment. He could feel a deep chill coming from Sikong Wu's body. What was even more astonishing was that Sikong Wu became encased in a layer of ice in the blink of an eye, and was completely frozen still. "You?" Zhao Fei abruptly turned to Miao Yi with his square sky-decorated halberd in his hand. He looked cautiously at Miao Yi, thinking that he was trying to make a move against both of them. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm." Miao Yi walked over and took back the Mystic-ine mirror. He placed a hand on Sikong Wu's shoulder, and the white frost surrounding his body instantly melted away. Soon, Sikong Wu groaned, "Ugh," as he slowly came to. He spat out a breath of cold air as he shivered. Then, he stared at the Mystic-ine mirror in Miao Yi's hands, a lingering fear within him, as he said, "There's such a dense amount of yin aura within this damned item." No wonder. His gaze shifted to Zhao Fei, and he couldn't help jumping up in surprise as he asked, "Zhao Fei, why are you wielding your weapon?" Zhao Fei heaved a sigh of relief and tucked his square sky-decorated halberd away when he saw that Sikong Wu was alright. Suddenly, Miao Yi handed him the Mystic-ine mirror and said, "You give it a try, too." This. Zhao Fei was speechless. On the other hand, Sikong Wu's eyes brightened, and he took up the Mystic-ine mirror and shoved it into Zhao Fei's hands as he urged, "Try it. Invoke your arts and try it." Zhao Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did the artifact that everyone coveted seem so difficult to accept now? However, after he received the Mystic-ine mirror and briefly looked it over, he eventually gritted his teeth and imbued his arts into the mirror to examine it. He also wanted to figure out the mysteries of this Mystic-ine mirror. The result was obvious. Zhao Fei turned frozen, just like Sikong Wu had. He. Sikong Wu instantly sniggered at Zhao Fei's misery. Miao Yi hadn't planned on playing a prank on Zhao Fei either. However, it was much easier to convince someone of certain matters through demonstration rather than explanation. He then quickly helped Zhao Fei recover. Afterward, Miao Yi said, "Weren't you too curious about how I killed Zhao Lingtu so easily? I believe you should understand the reason now." Both of them nodded. They looked at the Mystic-ine mirror in Miao Yi's hands and didn't know whether to love it or hate it. Zhao Fei sighed, "Indeed, it seems like only ghost cultivators can wield this Mystic-ine mirror." "No, wait." He turned to Miao Yi and continued, "How are you able to wield it then?" Miao Yi replied, "Didn't my dispelling of the yin aura within your bodies earlier serve as an explanation as to why I can wield it?" The two pondered for a moment, then nodded. Since Miao Yi was unwilling to reveal it, it wouldn't be wise for them to pry into his personal information. Miao Yi tucked the Mystic-ine mirror away. Then with a flip of his hands, the Spirit Illusion Greatsword appeared in one hand, while the mountain-suppressing hammer appeared in the other. He tossed the former over to Zhao Fei, and the latter over to Sikong Wu. Each of them received an artifact. They exchanged glances, confused as to what Miao Yi planned to do next. Did he want them both to give these a try as well? Even though it's better to have an extra artifact on hand, the Mystic-ine mirror is unsuitable for the both of you. As for the other two, the both of you should be able to use them. There are 3 transcendent artifacts, so it will be fairer if we take one each, Miao Yi said. The two were completely surprised by his words. Even Qi Xiuhong looked shocked. So many had died just to steal these transcendent artifacts. Zhao Lingtu and Lu Siping, as well as their fellow disciples. Even Wang Yuetian had perished because of them. And now Miao Yi was willingly giving them away. One could imagine how shocked the 3 of them were. Sikong Wu asked cautiously, "Are you really giving them to us?" Miao Yi nodded in confirmation. Zhao Fei asked curiously, "Why are you giving them to us?" Have I not been clear in highlighting the problem? Miao Yi raised his hand to point at Wang Yuetian's corpse and said somberly, "It's because I don't wish to see something like this happening ever again. At the same time, it's for my own protection. Even if one of you obtain the Mystic-Ine mirror, you won't be able to use it. Even if you somehow manage to steal it, it's nothing but a piece of scrap metal to you two in this western star sea. You will only be able to trade it off once you leave the Sea of Constellations alive. I don't wish to see internal discord between us anymore. If this keeps up, none of us will be able to survive the Sea of Constellations. Should either of you feel that one transcendent artifact isn't enough, and since you can't use my Mystic-Ine mirror anyway, there's no need for the two of you to fight me to the death for it. You might even lose your own life in the process. After all, I'm no pushover either. As such, you can just fight among yourselves. I'll have nothing to do with it. Since I gave you those transcendent artifacts, I will not interfere if either of you decides to steal from one another. You need not be on your guard against me." Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei both broke out in a cold sweat when they heard him. "You're simply passing your problems on to us. You'll be fine after this, but the two of us will constantly be wary of each other now." "Zhao Fei, you wouldn't really think of stealing my transcendent artifact, would you?" Sikong Wuwei shouted, his eyes wide. Zhao Fei anxiously waved a hand and replied, "Even though it's a good artifact, it's not as important as my own life. To me, staying alive is my top priority. Nothing is more important than making it out of the Sea of Constellations in one piece. Don't worry. I definitely won't think about stealing your mountain-suppressing hammer." "Are you telling the truth? One should never judge a book by its cover. Didn't he seem like he was getting along with us earlier on as well?" Sikong Wuwei pursed his lips towards Wang Yuetian. Then, he barked, "Why should I trust you? Let me warn you, if you have any vile thoughts towards me, I will flatten you to a bloody pancake with my hammer. You've seen the might of my mountain-suppressing hammer. It can suppress your spirit illusion greatsword." If Zhao Lingtu were alive right now, he would definitely tell Sikong Wuwei, "You're overthinking it. The mountain-suppressing hammer can't suppress the spirit illusion greatsword at all. I was simply lucky back then. Why would I have any vile thoughts towards a brawny man like you? Even if I did have vile thoughts, it would be for the transcendent artifact in your hands. You can't even phrase your words properly." Zhao Fei rolled his eyes, waving his hand as he explained, "Sikong, listen to me. Anyone would love to have 3 transcendent artifacts in their possession, but it's impossible for one person to unleash the full potential of all 3 artifacts. At the same time, it isn't sustainable for one person to wield 3 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts simultaneously with their limited transcendence energy reserves. Furthermore, both of us are unable to operate the Mystic-Ine mirror. Brother Miao has clearly shown this to us. If we each wield a transcendent artifact, thereby making up for each other's weaknesses, only then can we truly unleash the full potential of all 3. We have the greatest chance of making it out of the Sea of Constellations alive only if the 3 of us work together. If we can't survive even with the combined might of 3 transcendent artifacts, what use will there be even if one of us takes all 3 for himself? In the end, that person would just lose it to someone else. That's why we can never fight among ourselves ever again, nor shall we sabotage each other's strength. To put it simply, even if we were to fight among ourselves, now is definitely not the time. We need to do as Brother Miao said. We will share life and death for 9 years, then turn on each other in the last year. Is that fine with you? It's good that you understand." Sikong Wuwei huffed, but his expression quickly turned to that of joy. He turned around and rushed off after throwing back a single sentence, "I'll go test the might of the mountain-suppressing hammer." Zhao Fei looked at the spirit illusion greatsword in his hands and felt a little curious as well, so he followed behind Sikong Wuwei. Watching by the side the entire time, Shi Shouhong looked at Miao Yi strangely. She'd seen a different side to him. Those were 2 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts, and Miao Yi had gifted them away just like that. How decisive he must be. Miao Yi slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Anyone would love to possess a transcendent artifact. However, sometimes it was necessary to be willing to part with them for the greater good. His own strength was severely limited, so he needed people he could rely on by his side. With his cultivation, even if he had all three transcendent artifacts, it would be a dead end either way. In that case, there was no need for him to hold on to them so tightly. He should be decisive and part with them now since they were unnecessary. Otherwise, there would be no end to his distress in the future. He turned to look at Wang Yuetian's corpse and couldn't help lamenting over it. He was starting to miss Lao Bai a little now. The cultivation art that Lao Bai taught him had proved to be of great assistance several times already. There were numerous occasions where he'd only been able to escape certain death because of this cultivation art. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already, and wouldn't have been able to survive for as long as he had. When he remembered that exceptionally graceful and aloof man, unperturbed by anything, Miao Yi couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. A mortal's lifespan was limited, after all. Lao Bai should have already passed away a long time ago. It was a pity that he couldn't see him one last time. Boom! A loud earth-shaking sound came from outside and pulled Miao Yi back from his thoughts. He walked over to Wang Yuetian's corpse and removed his storage ring and other valuables. Then, he turned to Qi Xiuhong and said, "I'll be changing to a different room." Qi Xiuhong nodded in acknowledgement. The two walked outside the cave and caught sight of Sikong Wuwei repeatedly hurling away, then recalling the mighty hammer in his hands. It carried an overwhelming amount of force, smashing entire mountains into rubble. Its might was astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, Tiny Mantids vs. Seeker Birds. Chapter 360, Tiny Mantids vs. Seeker Birds. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. There were also tens of thousands of spirit illusion greatsword projections circling around in the sky. It was an equally astonishing sight. When they saw Miao Yi coming out, both Sikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei recalled their transcendent artifacts and happily walked over. They were clearly pleased with the results. Sikong Wuwei waved the shrunken hammer in his hands, acting humble as he said, "It's not bad, but it lacks flexibility. It's not possible to wield it like a normal weapon once you enlarge it since it'll be too heavy. Otherwise, it's going to be so awesome carrying this giant hammer around as I ride on my steed and duke it out with the enemy. Sadly, I can only hurl it around. Well, I suppose it's good enough for the moment. Then just make do with it for now." Miao Yi gave a cursory reply, then changed the subject. "At the moment, we are the only ones on the island. First, we need to prepare ourselves in case anything happens." Zhao Fei's expression immediately turned serious now that they were discussing official matters. He tucked the spirit illusion greatsword away and asked, "What sort of preparations?" Miao Yi pointed to his surroundings. "Our numbers are few. If a strong enemy attacks us, and we are unable to triumph, we must retreat. I wish to prepare a few wooden rafts around the island so that we can run away in any direction at a moment's notice." "What's there to fear?" Sikong Wuwei waved the hammer in his hands and laughed aloud. "Whether it's one enemy or two, or even an entire group, I'll pulverize anybody and everybody who comes my way." Zhao Fei sighed. "Sikong, stop fooling around. Miao Yi is right. There is nothing wrong with being prepared. In the event that our transcendent artifacts can't contend against the enemy, at least we won't have to panic." Sikong Wuwei waved his hand and replied, "Fine, fine." As soon as the group came to an agreement, they began acting on their plan and went off on their dragon steeds to prepare wooden rafts all along the shores of the island. It was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone worked throughout the afternoon and hid wooden rafts across 50 different locations along the island's shore. They only managed to finish the task by nightfall.
As soon as they returned to the fort, Zhao Fei pointed to a steep mountain in the distance, the tallest one on the island, and said, "I'll take up sentry duty today. Around this time tomorrow, one of you come and switch with me." "All right. Everyone will take turns keeping guard." Miao Yi nodded in confirmation. Zhao Fei then departed. They were all covered in dirt after trudging in and out of the forest the whole afternoon, so Sikong Wuwei pulled Miao Yi along to the lake by the mountains to bathe. It was inappropriate for a woman to follow them, so Qi Xiuhong went to the kitchen on her own. After she barricaded all the gaps and openings, she boiled water and cleaned herself. There was a channel dug out that drew spring water from the mountains into the kitchen, so there was no need to go outside and collect water. It was an interesting experience to drink wine while bathing in an open spring under the moonlight. The two men reeked of alcohol when they returned. When he saw Qi Xiuhong come out of the kitchen, fresh from her bath, Miao Yi's eyes brightened. He rushed over and immediately lifted her off her feet and into his embrace. Her body was soft to the touch, surrounded by a soothing fragrance. The temptation grew stronger the longer he held her. Qi Xiuhong was startled. Someone else was still present. Her face grew flushed as she tried to push Miao Yi away, requesting him to let her down. Miao Yi paid her no heed. It wasn't as if the others didn't know about their relationship already. Taking large strides, he carried her away and proceeded into the cave. Sikong Wuwei felt dazed. He clicked his tongue and retreated back into his own cave. Meanwhile, in Miao Yi's cave, an erotic atmosphere filled the air as Qi Xiuhong's stifled moans resounded, her luscious body caving to the throes of passion. The next day, the man and woman were still sleeping in each other's embrace when suddenly the sound of a galloping dragon steed could be heard. The naked Qi Xiuhong jumped up, startled, and quickly shoved at Miao Yi, whose arms were still around her. She covered her large bosom with one hand, then hastily picked up her clothes and put them on. None of the caves in the entire mountain fort had doors. It would be terrible if someone were to walk in and see her. As expected, someone rushed towards this particular cave, causing Qi Xiuhong to jump up in fright. Fortunately, outside the cave, Sikong Wuwei called for the other person to stop in time. "Zhao Fei, don't go inside. Miao Yi and a certain someone are still sleeping." He'd revealed the situation inside the cave so casually, causing Qi Xiuhong to feel utterly embarrassed. As he was getting dressed, Miao Yi saw how frantic she looked and couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you still need to keep up appearances? It's not like they don't know about our relationship." Qi Xiuhong bit her lip and lowered her head silently as she arranged her clothes. She had already done what she shouldn't have. As soon as she got off the bed and put on her clothes, she maintained her distance from Miao Yi. No one knew what she was thinking. Even after they went outside the cave, Qi Xiuhong still distanced herself from Miao Yi. When Miao Yi saw the two people outside, he asked, "Zhao Fei, what's wrong?" Zhao Fei swept his gaze across the two. He was in no mood to concern himself with their personal affairs. He was not some child after all. Sex was a common occurrence among adults. What was there to be so excited about? Not to mention, there were more pressing matters to attend to at the moment, so one would naturally place the topic of sex aside. He raised his hand to point at the sky and said, "Take a look." Miao Yi lifted his head to see two black dots circling high above them. When he opened his transcendence vision, he saw two large rainbow-colored birds circling around the sky like eagles. It was not his first time seeing these birds. Immediately, he exclaimed, "The seeker birds of the school of imperial beasts? The three major sects have found us already?" Zhao Fei said somberly, "There were three of them before this. They were randomly flying around this island when they discovered me. Sadly, they are unbelievably agile and quickly flew off before I could attack them. And now one of them has left. I fear it has gone to report to its master. We'd best prepare ourselves soon. It's not a good thing to be targeted by these feathered beasts. Even if we leave now, they will continue to keep an eye on us from the sky, Miao Yi said with frustration, staring at the sky.
Damn it! Why did they have to fly so high?
Otherwise, I could just smash them down with my hammer.
Sikong Wu Wei cursed.
They had barely gotten to rest, and now they were starting to feel uneasy again. At his words, Miao Yi seemed to have thought of something. His eyes brightened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he shouted, "Go!"
35 tiny mantids then shot up to the sky. Sikong Wu Wei gasped, "What are these crab-sized things? Are they mantises?
They're so damn fast."
The tiny mantids were fast indeed.
When they had just hatched, their speed allowed them to easily catch up to a sparrow and kill it. Now that they had grown up a bit, they were naturally much faster.
Can those mantises win against the seeker birds? Zhao Fei couldn't help feeling a little worried.
Birds were the natural predators of insects like mantises.
Miao Yi was a little worried as well.
After all, a seeker bird was not a regular bird, but a spiritual beast bred by the school of imperial beasts. He was afraid of losing the tiny mantids. After all, they were still quite fragile.
Even a white lotus cultivator could easily kill them.
They were still a long ways away from being a terrifying hell mantis from the boundless secular world, impenetrable by all manners of weaponry. Usually, he couldn't even bear to use them. Now that Lao Bai had probably passed away already, there were no other means for him to obtain them anymore. He would permanently lose them if they died.
However, these seeker birds were truly hateful. There would be no way to hide once they targeted someone. Miao Yi had to eliminate them.
Alas, in the end, he was worried for nothing. Everyone watched with their transcendence vision and soon discovered that the tiny mantids were much faster than the seeker birds. As soon as they saw the tiny mantids, the two seeker birds screeched in fright and quickly flew away.
The 35 tiny mantids were absolutely vicious.
They split into two groups and swiftly chased after the two seeker birds. Soon, the tiny mantids caught up to them and stabbed them with their sickles. Their attacks were extremely precise, and in the blink of an eye, they eliminated the two seeker birds, frozen still as they fell from the sky.
However, the tiny mantids didn't let the matter end there.
They swooped down, surrounded the two seeker birds, and instantly tore them apart in midair as rainbow-colored feathers scattered about.
Are those mantises spiritual beasts? Sikong Wu Wei asked in astonishment.
Zhao Fei and Qi Shouhong were also taken aback by the sight. Miao Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them eliminate the two seeker birds. He didn't intend to show off the tiny mantids and quickly called all 35 of them back.
As he extended his arm, the 35 tiny fellows quickly flew into his storage ring and disappeared without a trace.
Everyone else cast their gazes at Miao Yi's storage ring.
Zhao Fei gasped, "These mantises can live inside a storage ring?"
The storage ring was a vacuum. Any living creature that stayed inside for too long would definitely perish.
Miao Yi wasn't willing to talk about the matter.
With a wave of his hand, he said, "Time is of the essence. We have already gotten rid of the two seeker birds. We mustn't stay here any longer.
We should retreat now." "Don't!" Sikong Wu Wei lifted his hand and interrupted, "Aren't they just the three major sects? Now that we each possess a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact, we need not be afraid of them. I can pummel them into the ground with my hammer. Not to mention, we can't keep running away like this. We will need to face them eventually. This is not a permanent solution." Miao Yi was speechless.
He knew that this idiot simply wished to use the mountain-suppressing hammer. If he had known this would be the case earlier, he wouldn't have given it to him so soon.
Unexpectedly, Zhao Fei echoed his sentiment, "Miao Yi, Sikong has a point. We can't keep hiding from our enemies.
We will eventually need to conclude this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade." Miao Yi furrowed his brows and said, "There is surely a reason why the three major sects are ranked so highly among all the schools of the fifth earthly branch.
I fear we might not be able to handle them." Zhao Fei remarked, "We can first give it a try and see how strong our opponents are. If it looks like we can win, we'll fight. If not, we'll run. There's no need to force ourselves against a strong enemy." Miao Yi mulled over the idea, then gently nodded. He took out the map of the Western Star Sea and looked it over, then called for Qi Shouhong. Pointing to an island on the map, he said, "Shouhong, once we determine where our enemies are coming from, I want you to leave in the opposite direction immediately. Head to this island and wait for us." Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei both nodded. They agreed with this idea as well. With Qi Shouhong's strength, if anything were to happen, she would only end up being a burden and would jeopardize their chances of escape. Qi Shouhong knew her faults as well and understood that this was for her own good. She didn't want to drag everyone else down, so she quietly nodded in acknowledgement. After everyone donned their battle armor, they rode on their dragon steeds to the tallest peak on the island and scanned their surroundings. About 4 hours later, they could vaguely see a black shadow upon the blue ocean, swiftly approaching them. "They're here," Zhao Fei remarked with a solemn expression. Miao Yi immediately turned to Qi Shouhong and said, "Go now. Be careful, everyone." "I will wait for you," said Qi Shouhong. Then she swiftly turned her dragon steed around and charged down the mountain. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored seeker bird flew towards them from the enemy side. It seemed like they realized that someone had left. The seeker bird flew off in the same direction that Qi Shouhong left in. Miao Yi raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of his hand, he sent out 2 tiny mantids. He had already seen how strong the tiny mantids were when compared to the seeker birds. It would be overkill to send out a large group again. As expected, even against 2 tiny mantids, that seeker bird became so frightened that it lost its way, screeching as it randomly flew about the sky. It seemed like it was absolutely terrified of the tiny mantids. In the blink of an eye, the 2 tiny mantids caught up to the seeker bird. After they latched themselves onto the seeker bird, they swiftly eliminated it with great ease. The seeker bird then fell from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Completely Impressed. Chapter 361, Completely Impressed. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. After dismounting from her steed, Qi Shouhong dug up a wooden raft hidden by the beach and tossed it into the sea. Then, not far away, a rainbow-feathered bird dropped to the ground, its body almost beyond recognition. Qi Shouhong recognized it as the seeker bird and couldn't help lifting her gaze. She saw 2 tiny mantids swiftly flying back to the tallest peak on the island. She gazed longingly at the peak for a moment. Then, she cast aside all her doubts and quickly brought her dragon steed up to the wooden raft. Invoking her arts, she pushed it forwards and swiftly drifted towards the open sea. Meanwhile, at the peak of the mountain, Miao Yi and the other 2 exchanged glances, then nodded to one another and charged down the mountain together. They headed towards the direction the enemy was coming from. After swiftly charging past the mountains and forests, they finally came to a stop on a leveled hill. There, they gazed towards the army approaching from the ocean. When the 3 could finally clearly make out the crowd, they were shocked. They weren't surprised to see that the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance were among them as well, but rather, none of them were riding on dragon steeds, nor were they on wooden rafts. Instead, they were all leaping across the waves, approaching Miao Yi and the others with great speed. The only benefit of doing this was that it was an incredibly rapid form of travel. Regardless of how fast one pushed a wooden raft with their transcendence energy, it would not be faster than directly stepping on the ocean surface and leaping across the waves. Why did the enemy do such a thing? It wasn't hard to guess. After realizing the direction Miao Yi and the others had run off to, they obviously wanted to avoid letting them escape again and came over as soon as they could. Miao Yi and the other 2 thought that the enemy had abandoned their mounts. With that, even if something were to go wrong, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape.
However, they were soon caught by surprise as dragon steeds began appearing out of thin air the moment the enemy came ashore. There were also 3 vicious-looking crystal-armored hurricane beasts. The army quickly mounted their dragon steeds and brandished their weapons as they scanned their surroundings. The 3 quickly came to understand what just happened. These people had used the beast sacks of the School of Imperial Beasts to store all their mounts.
Damn it!
Why didn't we pick up some beast sacks for ourselves when we killed those School of Imperial Beasts disciples back then?
Sikong Wu Wei cursed.
Zhao Fei somberly said, the reason we didn't take them at the time was because they were full of peculiar insects and beasts inside.
We can't control them at all.
It would only cause problems for us if we released them. Back then, there were also still plenty of troops keeping a watchful eye on us.
Who would have the patience to slowly sort those things out then? Miao Yi eyed the 3 people at the fore.
They were 2 men and 1 woman, each riding a beast covered in crystalline armor. Even the surrounding dragon steeds had backed away, obviously fearful of these 3 beasts. Needless to say, Miao Yi guessed that these 3 were probably the number 1 disciples sent over by the 3 major sects. The army noticed the 3 figures quietly standing atop the hill as well. The original members of the Red Scarves Alliance had mixed feelings when they saw Miao Yi and the others.
It had only been a few days.
The head of the Red Scarves Alliance had now become the target they needed to eliminate. Even though Gu Sanjiang and the other 2 never met Miao Yi before, they could tell that the person seated on the dragon steed in the center was their primary target upon first glance. It was because Miao Yi seemed to be the youngest out of the 3, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei clearly looked much older. Not to mention, Miao Yi's mount was the only one known to be equipped with battle armor. Gu Sanjiang and the other 2 had heard their fellow disciples describing him before, so it was easy for them to recognize him. However, just to be safe, Gu Sanjiang tilted his head slightly and asked, Su Jingnong.
Is Miao Yi the man in the center?
Su Jingnong ground his teeth in hatred and shouted, it's definitely that little rascal.
A valiant and heroic bearing. He truly commands an extraordinary presence. Gu Sanjiang simply remarked.
Peering about his surroundings, Tan Lao glumly said, he is quite exceptional indeed.
Be careful, everyone. I've lost the psychic connection with all 3 of the seeker birds I brought with me. I believe they have been eliminated. I wonder how these people managed to do it. Gu Sanjiang and Yi Xian threw him a look, feeling a little puzzled as well.
The seeker bird was a very agile and sensitive creature, possessing an incredible flight speed.
If it sensed anything wrong, it would immediately ascend high into the sky. Not even Gu Sanjiang and Yi Xian could do anything to it at those heights.
Yet now all 3 of them had been eliminated? Even though there were only 3 tiny seeker birds, they were exceptionally useful in the sea of constellations. With the seeker birds being their eyes and ears, the 3 major sects would know immediately whether there were enemies or ambushes on the road ahead. Now that the 3 seeker birds were gone, their eyes in the sky were obviously destroyed. This would likely cause quite a bit of trouble for them on the road ahead in the sea of constellations. Even Gu Sanjiang and Yi Xian felt a pang in their hearts, let alone Tan Lao with his already darkened expression. The last few days had been rough for those seeker birds. When Miao Yi and the others escaped from the island where they had hidden themselves for the past few years, they suddenly changed their route just to be safe, causing their pursuers to continue southwards on a wild goose chase. In the end, not only did they fail to catch up to Miao Yi and his group, they bumped into a group of Yao cultivators on one island, and a group of monks on another, resulting in a vicious clash on both occasions. As they proceeded southwards without catching sight of Miao Yi and his group even once, Gu Sanjiang and the rest guessed that they had probably gone off in the wrong direction. Otherwise, they should have caught up with them a long time ago, given that Miao Yi and his party couldn't possibly travel faster than the seeker birds on the ocean. As a result, the seeker birds were then ordered to return and search every single island in the immediate vicinity. The seeker birds had searched tirelessly for days on end, and when they finally discovered Miao Yi and his group, they immediately died to his tiny mantids. It was truly pitiful. Both parties maintained a distance of about 1,000 meters away from one another, with each side keeping a close eye on the other with their transcendence vision. Neither group made any sudden movements and continued to keep each other a safe distance away. Miao Yi and the other two were unsure of how powerful Gu Sanjiang and his group were, whereas the latter had heard of the might of the Mysticine Mirror belonging to the former. Gu Sanjiang and his group knew that the Mysticine Mirror was immensely powerful against large groups. Once they entered its attack range, their transcendence artifacts might not be able to contend against it. Not to mention, the seeker birds had perished for reasons unknown to them, so they were a little apprehensive. Eventually, Sikong Wu couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed his long axe to the enemy and said with a hoarse bellow, "You aren't coming to fight, and you aren't retreating away. What is it you all are trying to do?" On the other end, Gu Sanjiang completely ignored him. He gave a reply, albeit directed at Miao Yi instead. "Miao Yi, have you ever thought this day would come when you killed the disciples of my three major sects?" As though in response to how Gu Sanjiang had ignored Sikong Wu, Miao Yi directed his reply towards Dong Quan and the rest. "Dong Quan, I had spared all of you out of consideration for the time we spent together. How dare you all follow behind these bastards now? Do you really think I won't dare to take your heads?" Sikong Wu couldn't help glancing at Miao Yi as he praised inwardly, "You're really a good brother." Dong Quan guffawed, "Miao Yi, you fraud. You're just a mere mountain chieftain with a white lotus cultivation. You really fooled us all back then, calling yourself a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator and stealing the 3 transcendent artifacts belonging to our Red Scarves Alliance. We haven't even settled our score with you yet. How dare you act so impudent? Zhao Fei. Sikong Wu. I suggest the both of you don't fall for his lies anymore. As long as the two of you dismount and surrender, out of consideration for our past relationship as fellow Alliance members, I can plead to Alliance Master Gu for the two of you to be spared. Stop refusing to realize your own mistakes." Su Jingdong showed himself from behind Gu Sanjiang, and pointed to Miao Yi, shouting, "Miao Yi, you little rascal! How dare you tamper with our mounts back on the ship? Today is the day of your reckoning." Miao Yi was speechless. He laughed bitterly to himself. He never expected this bastard to be here too. No wonder his secret was exposed. Looking to his side, he saw that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu were looking at him, utterly confused. Sikong Wu cautiously asked, "Miao Yi, your cultivation is only at the White Lotus realm?" It seemed like he found it a little hard to believe as well, thinking that the enemy was intentionally trying to sow discord between them. Miao Yi nodded, no longer hiding his secret from them. He couldn't keep it secret anyway at this point. Sikong Wu was speechless. Zhao Fei gave a dry cough and asked, "Didn't you say you were a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator? And the manor head of Changfeng Manor?" "I don't know whether a Changfeng Manor actually exists or not, but I do know where Changfeng City is." Miao Yi raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, invoking his arts to wipe off the soul-concealing paste hiding the mark of his cultivation. A White Lotus 7th grade mark shone between his brows. "You?" Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei were rendered completely speechless. This guy was almost at the same level as Qi Shouhong, but compared to Qi Shouhong, he was much too bold. He was playing this game with no regard for his own life at all. A White Lotus 7th grade cultivator actually dared to surround himself with so many Blue Lotus experts, even managing to act like it was the most natural thing in the world and made everyone to feel completely terrified of him. Damn! You really had us all fooled. Sikong Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Curious, Zhao Fei asked, "What is a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator like yourself doing in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? Logically speaking, your cultivation wouldn't be able to threaten the manor head's position anyway. You didn't somehow offend the manor head just like Qi Shouhong did you?" Miao Yi replied coolly, "Is offending the manor head such a big deal? The one I offended was the hall master. He overruled the manor head and drafted me personally. I had no choice but to come.
The two stared at Miao Yi wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking that he was truly an amazing man indeed to even dare offend a hall master, a being at the Red Lotus cultivation realm. That can't be. If you're just a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator, why did Traversing Moon Palace choose you to be the steward of the ships then? Cried Zhao Fei, looking like he was still in disbelief. As before, Miao Yi frankly replied, perhaps you two had failed to notice when we were boarding, but the place we boarded the ships from was precisely my territory. In truth, I am the mountain chieftain of Mount Coming-sea. My Mount Coming-sea was exactly the one in charge of all the preparations. Since the authority was in the palm of my hands, how hard could it be to give myself a mere steward's position? I could have easily set all 10 ships ablaze at the time if I weren't pleased. The other two exchanged glances, utterly lost for words once more. They had really been completely duped. Many among the forces on the other side gloated when they saw Miao Yi and his group conversing. They were ready to see them break apart. How could two Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators continue to follow behind a mere White Lotus cultivator? Both of you, I have now told you the truth. It is not too late for regrets. If you two wish to submit to the other side, I will not blame you. However, I think you two will have to cooperate with me on one thing at least, said Miao Yi, completely unperturbed. Sikong Wu asked, cooperate with you on what? Miao Yi calmly explained, if you two surrender, I would no longer need to fight since I will be alone. Obviously then, I would choose to run. And you two will definitely need to cooperate with me so that I can escape. Curious, the two asked simultaneously, why? Miao Yi faintly smiled, they surely believe that all 3 transcendent artifacts are still in my possession. If I die here and they fail to locate the transcendent artifacts on my body, they will definitely turn their suspicions towards you two afterwards. Let me ask you two this, do you still think you are able to keep those 2 transcendent artifacts then? Only by helping me escape will you two be able to push all the blame onto me and say that the transcendent artifacts are all in my possession. Everybody wins. So why not rejoice? The other two exchanged glances again. Zhao Fei eyed Miao Yi up and down. Suddenly, he raised his thumb and offered his heartfelt praise, Miao Yi, oh, Miao Yi. You have me completely impressed. It was not without reason indeed that we were so completely fooled by you. If someone were to tell me a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator like you could make it out of the sea of constellations alive, I would no longer doubt it in the least. Sikong Wu rolled his eyes, damn it, you win. I swear, someday I will die because of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Might of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. Chapter 362, Might of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The both of them finally understood why this guy had given them the 2 transcendent artifacts so easily. The Blue Mountains never change, and the Jade Waters flow on forever. Take care, you two. If an opportunity presents itself in the future, the 3 of us can reminisce about old times once more. I will be going on ahead now. Miao Yi was not nervous at all. He bid his farewells and was about to turn around and leave. He really had no way of fighting this battle on his own. He had no choice but to escape. Suddenly, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu exchanged glances, then called for Miao Yi to stop simultaneously. We're not done here. Where do you think you're going? This was contrary to Miao Yi's expectations. Puzzled, he couldn't help replying, I say, you two, you're not thinking of trying to hand me over to them to redeem yourselves, are you? Aren't you familiar with how those people are already? They're all scoundrels who are even willing to throw their lives away upon seeing a transcendent artifact. Not to mention, I'm not a pushover either. Will you believe that? If I wish to escape, you two might not be able to catch me either. And besides, even if you two could catch me, they definitely won't allow you two to keep those transcendent artifacts either. Do you two really want to spit out the treasures that you've only just received? You're not sick in the head, are you? He wasn't lying. Given the current situation, if he really wanted to escape, the other two might not even catch him. The reason behind that was simple. He already had two tiny mantids awaiting orders next to their mounts' bellies. Right behind Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei's calves, next to their mounts' bellies, the two tiny mantids raised their sickles, ready to stab into their calves at any time. If they let him go, then Miao Yi wouldn't make his move. Since these two would wish to protect their own transcendent artifacts, there was a high chance that Miao could use them to his advantage. If they were both in the enemy camp, then if the Red Scarves Alliance were to catch up to Miao Yi, he could have those two continue to help him escape. That was why he'd given away the two transcendent artifacts so willingly. It was necessary to part with certain things when he needed to. If the two of them wouldn't let him go, or if they even tried to attack him, then Miao Yi wouldn't be courteous either. He didn't mind using the tiny mantids to kill them both where they stood, take back the treasures, and immediately make his escape. In short, whether they chose to be his friends or foes, and whether it would end in life or death, it all depended on the both of them. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei didn't know that Miao Yi still had a backup plan. Seeing this guy act so calmly even at such a crucial moment, and without even an ounce of nervousness, they inwardly praised him. This guy is completely unshaken. Sikong Wuwei chuckled. If we let you go so easily, then we really are sick in the head. Miao Yi's eyes slowly narrowed, ready to make his move. Suddenly, Zhao Fei sighed. I'll have to agree with one point of yours. There are enough open spots for the few of us to join the top 100 survivors in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Naturally, we'll have to work together to take them. Sikong, do you think everyone on the other side can place within the top 100? Sikong Wuwei chuckled. Of course not. There are over 1,000 of them on the other side. Zhao Fei then asked, Sikong, our cultivation can be considered to be at the highest level out of all the participants in the Sea of Constellations. Even if we can place within the top 100 in the end, do you think the three major sects would be willing to see us there once we submit to them? Sikong Wuwei shook his head. They won't. The three major sects will definitely surround us and eliminate us first in order to raise the chances for their own disciples to place within the top 100. Miao Yi revealed a faint smile on his face as he listened to the both of them. He said, but I am only a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator. Your chances of success will be lower if you work with me. Zhao Fei replied, didn't you, a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator, kill plenty of Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators already? Can a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator that's capable of killing a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator still be measured by normal definitions? Sikong Wuwei nodded and said, a White Lotus 7th grade cultivator that even dares to offend the Hallmaster is pretty badass. Zhao Fei added, our enemies have been so relentless in their pursuit. They clearly intend to avenge the deaths of the fallen disciples of the three major sections. Maybe they will pardon the others who only participated in the culling of the three major sects' disciples, but I fear those who led the charge like us will likely suffer quite a bit. Even if they are willing to let us go, our fates will definitely be that of servitude to them. Sikong Wuwei said, in that case, why don't we fight for our own fates instead? Zhao Fei replied, that's right. In the past, we didn't have anything that could contend with them. But now that we each carry a mighty artifact, do we still need to fear them? They are being so cautious about making the first move and are trying to sow discord between us instead. Clearly, they are a little afraid of us as well. Sikong, for what reason did we choose to stay and face them earlier on? To beat the shit out of them. Sikong Wuwei chortled, suddenly brandishing a black hammer in his hands. It instantly shone with a blue light and expanded to gargantuan proportions. With a swing of his arms, he immediately hurled it out towards the enemy 1,000 meters away. A loud boom suddenly resounded, causing the crowd on the other side to jump up in fright. They had been waiting to see Miao Yi and his group fall out with one another. They'd never thought that it wouldn't happen, much less that Miao Yi and his group would retaliate so suddenly. Dong Quan and the rest were shocked to see Sikong Wu wielding the mountain-suppressing hammer. If one were to say that Miao Yi would fail to demonstrate such a might if he was the one wielding it, then this issue obviously became non-existent when Sikong Wu was the one brandishing it. Gu Sanjiang waved his hand, and a long black box instantly appeared on his back. Resembling a box that was used to store a qin, it lay tilted towards one shoulder and was inscribed with various holy scriptures. Countless sword hilts were protruding from the end of the box closest to Gu Sanjiang's shoulder, all shining with a resplendent silver sheen. It was none other than the thunderclap sword furnace that Zhao Lingtu had mentioned before. Pointing once with his finger, the thunderclap sword furnace on Gu Sanjiang's back started to shine with a blue light. Shing 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 shing. A series of crisp, ringing sounds echoed forth as the flying swords shot out of their scabbard in rapid succession like a thunderclap. Their might was astonishing. One after the other, 101 silver flying swords shot towards the oncoming massive hammer. Each of them carried an amber-like hue and seemed almost transparent to everyone else. He actually refined this second-grade transcendent artifact using crystalline silver? Miao Yi gasped. Zhao Fei quickly remarked, "This is no ordinary crystalline silver. It is a high-density crystalline silver, free from any impurities. Only then is it possible to see such an amber hue. It is extremely difficult to purify to such a state. A transcendent artifact refined using such a material will not be any weaker than one refined using normal crystalline obsidian. However, its conductivity of transcendence energy will be much higher than the latter. It is a great material for refining transcendence artifacts." Miao Yi instantly thought about the tiny mantids. Yao Ruoxian seemed to have mentioned that the tiny mantids could excrete high-density crystalline silvers which were free of any impurities. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions quickly resounded. Gu Sanjiang's thunderclap flying swords had already started clashing with Sikong Wu's mountain-suppressing hammer. Noticing that the situation wasn't good, Zhao Fei brandished the Spirit Illusion Greatsword with a flip of his hands and tossed it skyward. The Spirit Illusion Greatsword instantly multiplied to 10, to 100, 1,000, and finally to 10,000 duplicates. In the blink of an eye, the sky was instantly shrouded by flying greatswords, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Miao Yi and his group didn't understand the capabilities of Gu Sanjiang's thunderclap flying swords at all, whereas Gu Sanjiang and his group understood the mountain-suppressing hammer very well. Gu Sanjiang was aware of the impressive might of the mountain-suppressing hammer. Even with his thunderclap flying swords, he didn't dare clash against it head-on. The first thunderclap flying sword left its scabbard and shot towards the mountain-suppressing hammer. It didn't try to block it from the front, but viciously struck the side of the mountain-suppressing hammer instead. However, the raw power of the mountain-suppressing hammer was immense indeed. The vicious onslaught of a single thunderclap flying sword had actually done nothing to change its speed or trajectory. When they saw this, the expressions on the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance twisted in fear. Would they be able to survive at all if that mountain-suppressing hammer really were to descend over their heads? As the controller of the mountain-suppressing hammer, Sikong Wu laughed maniacally, feeling rather good about himself. Gu Sanjiang's expression turned serious. He extended two fingers on both hands, forming sword-like gestures as he hastily waved his arms towards the sky. Then, the thunderclap flying swords all swooped in, one after another, and viciously struck the side of the mountain-suppressing hammer. The 101 thunderclap flying swords quickly circled about the air like a silver halo, constantly attacking the mountain-suppressing hammer with an unbelievable speed. The scene it created was nothing short of beautiful. In an instant, the halo of swords had circled around the air countless times and struck against the mountain-suppressing hammer countless more. Finally, they were able to send the mountain-suppressing hammer flying off to the side. Sikong Wu felt dazed by the sight. Yi Xian's black thorny whip suddenly lashed out. Shining with a blue radiance, it extended through the air like a snake. The originally several meter-long whip grew to 100 meters in length as it flew out, instantly wrapping around the shaft of the mountain-suppressing hammer, and was about to pull it over.
Sikong Wuwei lost all semblance of a smile and quickly invoked his arts to call back the mountain-suppressing hammer. How could he possibly allow the treasure he'd just received to fall into the enemy's hands on its first battle? Fortunately, Zhao Fei realized something was amiss beforehand and countered with his spirit illusion greatsword. The rain of greatswords in the sky viciously bombarded the enemy. When Yi Xian saw this, she immediately loosened the whip's grip on the mountain-suppressing hammer and called it back. Yi Xian twirled the whip around her like a dragon, creating a nigh-impenetrable barrier as she hastily protected herself and her mount. Boom! The mountain-suppressing hammer crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. Then, it swiftly spun back to its wielder. Gu Sanjiang clapped his palms and called back the 101 thunderclap flying swords. The swords flew around him, creating a barrier. Tan Lao raised his arms, then the battle armor on his chest and back immediately split into 16 individual plates of armor. They shone with a blue radiance and quickly expanded, transforming into 16 mighty shields with sharp spikes around their edges. The 16 shields whirled around Tan Lao to protect him. The large army behind these three felt utterly dismayed. Even though they knew most of the flying greatswords were illusions, they were unable to discern whether they were real or not. These people frantically waved their weapons to block the spirit illusion greatswords raining down on them. However, they were wasting their strength as they mostly struck the illusions instead. But even if it was a waste of strength, none of them dared to stop as they could hear screams of agony around them from time to time. There were people already being struck down by the spirit illusion greatsword. In mere moments, dozens had already fallen to the spirit illusion greatsword. The screams continued to echo about, causing the survivors to feel anxious and afraid. A single spirit illusion greatsword had not only forced the three number one disciples of the three major sects to be on their toes, but it had also struck terror in the hearts of the 1,000-strong army. Its might was extraordinary. The illusions cast by the spirit illusion greatsword were simply too real. It not only projected the form of the original, it fully emulated all its aspects, including sound and smell. It was indiscernible from the real one even with transcendence vision. It was a mystery how such an artifact had possibly been refined. If someone were to see a greatsword flying towards them, even if they knew it was most likely a fake, they would still be afraid to lower their defenses. What if it was the real one? A series of clanging noises would constantly echo forth from the thunderclap flying swords circling around Gu Sanjiang, the whip dancing about Yi Xian, and the 16 shields flying about Tan Lao. They were clearly under attack by the enigmatic spirit illusion greatsword. The screams of agony behind those three were also a testament to the terrifying strength of the spirit illusion greatsword. It was not without reason that Bao Wenjing had been so confident in sweeping the competition in the Western Star Sea with just a single spirit illusion greatsword. The artifact was indeed deserving of such arrogance. Sadly, his luck had not been so good, resulting in him suffering such a crushing defeat under Zhao Lingtu's hammer. One could never be too careful in this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. What a powerful transcendent artifact! How could that crude mountain-suppressing hammer suppress such a mystifying transcendent artifact? I fear not even the Mysticine mirror is a match for this spirit illusion greatsword. Yi Xian exclaimed. She was a little perplexed as to how the spirit illusion greatsword could have lost to the mountain-suppressing hammer. To think this Miao Yi would willingly give away two mighty artifacts to another. Time and again, Gu Sanjiang was kept feeling bewildered by this sequence of events. Suddenly, he shouted, "Tan Lao, assist me." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Charcoal on a Rampage. Chapter 363, Charcoal on a Rampage. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. With a malicious smile on his face, Sikong Wuwei swung his arms and hurled his hammer out again. That was the reason Gu Sanjiang had called for help so anxiously. Miao Yi was just watching the show from the sidelines. Even though he wanted to join in the fray as well, The enemy had long been wary of his Mysticine mirror and kept themselves at a safe distance.
The Yin aura from the Mysticine mirror could only extend up to a few hundred meters.
A distance just barely short of 1,000 meters was completely out of its range.
As such, Miao Yi couldn't do anything to help.
He wasn't bold enough to charge over there either. All 101 thunderclap flying swords swiftly shot out and struck the mountain suppressing hammer in the same way it did before.
Meanwhile, out of the 16 shields protecting Tan Lao, 8 separated from the group and quickly flew over to Gu Sanjing to protect him.
"We can't keep dragging it out like this," said Yi Xin.
Gu Sanjing commanded, "Dong Quan. I will throw them off balance in a single stroke.
Take 800 of our forces, charge over there, and surround them from both sides.
Don't let them escape."
Ah! Shrieked Dong Quan, as he frantically swung his spear against the projections of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. He added, "Alliance Master, we can't get close to them at all.
Miao Yi has the Mysticine mirror."
Yi Xin turned to him and yelled, "You dare disobey a direct order?"
Dong Quan fell silent.
All he could do was grit his teeth and charge out with around 400 troops in tow to strike at the enemy from the sides. It was the same for Yu Baixing and the others as well.
This is bad.
Miao Yi could tell the situation was dangerous the moment he saw the enemy forces splitting off to the sides. Having been knocked to the side again, the mountain suppressing hammer quickly flew back.
As soon as it did, the 101 thunderclap flying swords flew off as well, hot on its tail.
Zhao Fei immediately invoked his arts, causing the 10,000 greatsword projections to focus their assault on Gu Sanjing alone. Gu Sanjing hastily called back his thunderclap flying swords, forming a web of swords around him to protect himself. At the same time, he had to split off a portion of the thunderclap flying swords to deal with the constant attacks of the mountain suppressing hammer. Both sides were exhausting each other's strength.
"Tan Lao, cover me!" Yi Xin shouted.
The 8 shields flying around Gu Sanjing swiftly shot over to Yi Xin.
Yi Xin retracted her thorny whip, which then immediately dived underground like a snake. A crack appeared on the surface of the earth and quickly extended towards Miao Yi and the others.
Our transcendent artifacts are only capable of offense and not defense.
All we can do is hold them back temporarily.
Once they become accustomed to our attacks and manage to find an opportunity to strike back, we won't be able to withstand it.
"We need to retreat now," shouted Zhao Fei, glancing at the forces approaching them from the sides. "Retreat!" Miao Yi commanded decisively.
However, right when they turned their dragon steeds around, the ground beneath them suddenly erupted. Then, a black shadow shot over and viciously swept under the bellies of all 3 dragon steeds.
Harumph!
Both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei's dragon steeds neighed in agony and crashed to the ground, their intestines spilling out into the open.
Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were both startled by this sudden turn of events.
On the other hand, Charcoal was fine because he was wearing armor. However, the thorny, snake-like object had caught one of his legs. He tried hard to leap up, but he was unable to move even a single inch forward.
Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were feeling anxious from their predicament, but they didn't dare to slow down their attacks.
Sikong Wuwei had no choice but to continue hurling his hammer out. Otherwise, if those terrifying thunderclap flying swords were to obtain the chance to strike back, none of them would be able to defend against it. Zhao Fei was also in a similar situation. He needed to use the Spirit Illusion Greatsword to put a damper on the enemy's assault.
Once he stopped, the enemy's counterattack would immediately rain upon them like a violent storm. That was not something they could withstand at all. It was because their transcendent artifacts were not as flexible as their enemies.
Unfortunately for them, all their artifacts were only capable of attacking. To make matters worse, Miao Yi couldn't use his Mysticine mirror at all at the moment. All he could do was use it to intimidate the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance and deter them from coming too close. Yi Xin flicked her whip and immediately wrapped it around the body of the crystal-armored hurricane beast below her. Then, she urged her mount to turn around. Gra! The crystal-armored hurricane beast ferociously bellowed, charging forward on its four-clawed hooves as it pulled Yi Xian's whip along with it. On the other end of the whip, Charcoal was constantly rearing back and had almost fallen over several times from being dragged by the crystal-armored hurricane beast. His eyes widened as he exerted more force on his legs. It seemed even he was highly anxious as well. Miao Yi immediately struck his spear at the whip coiled around Charcoal's leg. However, it was useless. He couldn't break it apart at all. Charcoal! You useless buffoon! If we don't leave sometime soon, all of us are going to die here. Miao Yi bellowed. Harumph! Feeling Miao Yi's intense rage, Charcoal suddenly lifted his head and neighed. It was as though he was venting out all his frustration. Then, his eyes widened and started glowing in a demonic crimson color. The whip had almost completely pulled back his leg, but like a wrathful demon, Charcoal's eyes turned blood red, and his leg muscles abruptly expanded, before shrinking back just as quickly. Bang! The ground beneath Charcoal erupted, and a mighty crevice appeared across the battlefield, suddenly forcing the whip hiding underground to burst up to the surface along with the rubble. A whip almost 1,000 meters long had suddenly burst out of the ground. One end was coiled around Charcoal's hind leg, while the other had wrapped itself around the body of the crystal-armored hurricane beast. The whip was completely stretched taut from being pulled by the two spiritual beasts. Miao Yi was ecstatic as he could feel the unrelenting force of will within Charcoal's eyes. His body was bursting with a sudden onset of power. Get up here! Miao Yi turned over to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei and shouted. Can he handle all three of us? Sikong Wuwei anxiously asked, then added, his leg is trapped. Will he be able to run? Stop wasting your breath. If I say he can, he can. If you two aren't going to come along anytime soon, I'll leave you behind. Miao Yi shouted. Right now, they could only try whatever was possible. Zhao Fei leaped and sat backward on Charcoal, while Sikong Wuwei stood between him and Miao Yi. Sikong Wuwei had no choice. Neither he nor Zhao Fei could afford to cease their attacks. In addition, he couldn't wield the giant hammer of his unless he was standing up. Otherwise, he would end up smashing the heads of the two beside him. This is bad. They're trying to escape. Gu Sanjing turned to Yi Xian and shouted, Yi Xian, hold them back. They can't keep this up much longer. Yi Xian kept kicking the sides of her crystal-armored hurricane beast, urging it to push the enemy over. She didn't believe that the crystal-armored hurricane beast, which was better than a dragon steed in all aspects, could ever lose to Charcoal. Charcoal! What are you waiting for? Let's move! Miao Yi was also urging Charcoal on as if his life depended on it. Charcoal slowly moved forward, one step at a time. Behind him, the thorny whip started emitting cracking sounds, causing others to wonder if it would suddenly just snap. Every time Charcoal stepped forward, the crystal-armored hurricane beast on the other end would fall a step backward. Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian were completely dumbstruck as they watched the dragon steed slowly drag the crystal-armored hurricane beast backward. How was this possible? How could a crystal-armored hurricane beast lose to a dragon steed in terms of strength? As the crystal-armored hurricane beast began to lose its footing, Charcoal finally found a point to force his way through. He suddenly exerted force into his legs, which were embedded deeply into the ground, and jumped up in a single stroke. Then, he started kicking his hooves in full force. Good boy! Sikong Wuwei was bursting with joy by the sudden turn of events and praised Charcoal. Zhao Fei was similarly taken aback by what just happened. Their enemies immediately lost their bearings as the crystal-armored hurricane beast crashed to the ground. Charcoal dragged the beast along as he galloped away, kicking up clouds of dust in the process. Fortunately, Yi Xian responded in time and jumped off her mount. Otherwise, Charcoal would have dragged her along as well. Then, charcoal started picking up speed, and the crystal-armored hurricane beast began to crash into one rock after another as it struggled. Evidently frantic, it growled incessantly. However, it couldn't regain its footing at all. Every time it almost managed to stand up, it ended up being dragged to the ground. In such a situation, how could it ever find the opportunity to regain its footing again? It was an unbearable sight. The crystal-armored hurricane beast, which was supposed to be on an entirely different level compared to a dragon steed, was now suffering immense torment at the hands of a dragon steed. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. She felt like she had gone for wool but had come home shorn instead. Not only did she fail to stop the enemy's mount, but her own mount was also being dragged away by the enemy. Tan Lao shouted, "Yi Xian, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and retract your Rui whip. Do you want it to end up dragged to death?" Snapping to her senses, Yi Xian hastily invoked her arts and loosened the whip's grip on Charcoal's leg. After being dragged all over the place, the crystal-armored hurricane beast finally managed to stand back up, albeit pitifully. It howled towards the sky, as though it had suffered a terrible humiliation. The distance between both sides had widened. Given their cultivations, neither side was able to attack the other as they were both out of each other's range. When he saw how miserable that crystal-armored hurricane beast looked, Sikong Wuwei lightly stomped on Charcoal in approval and laughed aloud. How amusing! Even a crystal-armored hurricane beast is barely a match, but... Stop them! Gu Sanjing bellowed, then charged on his crystal-armored hurricane beast along with Tan Lao to chase after the enemy. Yi Xian rode with Gu Sanjing for a short distance, then leaped off and quickly tucked away her Rudi whip. She couldn't be bothered by how dirty her own mount was at the moment. She simply jumped onto its back and quickly gave chase. As a beautiful woman, to be so humiliated in front of so many people, Yi Xian was unbelievably furious. She wanted to catch Miao Yi and that mount of his right away and skin them alive. Fortunately, crystal-armored hurricane beasts were born with an incredibly tough carapace. Otherwise, it would have either suffered heavy injuries or ended up dead after being tossed around like that. "Those who stop me shall die," shouted Miao Yi, with one hand wielding the inversed scale spear, and the other holding the Mysticine mirror. However, he didn't need to move at all. Zhao Fei randomly bombarded the enemy with thousands of greatsword projections cast by the Spirit Illusion Greatsword, while Sikong Wuwei incessantly hurled out his giant hammer. Screams of agony resounded throughout the battlefield from their massacre. Who would dare to stop these three? The three of them rode on a single mount and carved a path of blood out of the enemy encirclement. In mere moments, they broke past the enemy's formation and escaped. It was unfortunate that they didn't have the time to gather their spoils. Gu Sanjing and Tan Lao's crystal-armored hurricane beasts were not for show after all. They quickly pulled away from the fellow disciples behind them. Even Yi Xian, who was the last to get on her mount, was quickly overtaking her fellow disciples on her crystal-armored hurricane beast. "You useless idiots!" Gu Sanjing barked at the Red Scarves Alliance members as he swiftly passed by the opening that Miao Yi and the others had broken past from. When he saw the enemy was catching up to them, Zhao Fei turned to Sikong Wuwei, who was laughing cheekily as he held the giant hammer over his shoulder, and shouted, "Your giant hammer is affecting our speed. Hurry up and tuck it away." Sikong Wuwei coughed. It wouldn't be wise to continue showing off. He hastily shrunk the hammer down in his hand, then sat himself down between the other two. It wasn't because the hammer was so heavy that it was difficult for Charcoal to endure the weight. No such thing at all, as Sikong Wuwei had already taken up its entire bulk when he invoked his arts to wield the hammer. Therefore, the weight wouldn't fall onto Charcoal's body at all. However, it was easy to imagine the degree of wind resistance with such a massive hammer sitting atop Charcoal like a mountain. Even Sikong Wuwei could feel that the wind resistance was immense, so naturally, it affected Charcoal's speed as well. As soon as Sikong Wuwei stored the hammer away, Charcoal's speed immediately increased by leaps and bounds. With the sound of rushing wind by his ears, Sikong Wuwei clicked his tongue and said, "Miao Yi.
Who exactly refined your mount's transcendent artifact? This acceleration effect is really incredible. He believed that Charcoal was only able to run this fast because his armor artifact had an acceleration effect. Can you still afford to be concerned about this issue right now? Miao Yi changed the subject and avoided the question. It wouldn't be wise for him to answer it either way. Chasing after them from behind, Gu Sanjiang and the rest grew more astonished by the second as they continued their pursuit. The dragon steed before them was actually able to contend on equal grounds with their crystal-armored hurricane beasts, which were known for their speed. Nay, it was a little inappropriate to say they were contending on equal grounds. Because that dragon steed was carrying 3 people on its back, while their crystal-armored hurricane beasts were only carrying 1 person each. Yet they were still unable to catch up? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Encountering Heart-Devouring Bats Again. Chapter 364, Encountering Heart-Devouring Bats Again. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao were in close pursuit, while Yi Xian was hot on their trail from behind, her lips pursed all the while. The 3 of them had already shaken off the troops behind them in the distance. The speed of those dragon steeds could never compare to theirs. No wonder that bastard equipped his steed with a set of battle armor. It looks like there's something odd about it. Gu Sanjiang tilted his head to look at Tan Lao. Tan Lao nodded in reply. The steed's armor is a worthy treasure. They were giving the armor all the credit for Charcoal's speed. The island wasn't massive to begin with, and it could never accommodate the spiritual beasts from their rampage. As Charcoal rushed to the coast, he suddenly soared about a couple of 100 meters high up into the air. In midair, Miao Yi and the others rose up from Charcoal's back. The armor on Charcoal's body transformed into a black mist as it seeped into Miao Yi's storage bracelet. With a splash, they stirred up the surface of the water. Crashing into the sea, Charcoal dove ferociously to the bottom of its depths and swam off. Miao Yi and the other 2 landed on top of the water, and they quickly made their move by treading on the waves. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei each grabbed Miao Yi's arms as they ran across the waves, lugging Miao Yi with them as fast as they could to make their escape. They were out of options. If they used a wooden raft, then they'd travel at a speed slower than this. On top of that, Charcoal's swimming was not as fast as treading the waves. The reason why they were lugging Miao Yi with them was because Miao Yi's cultivation base was too low. Miao Yi wouldn't be able to run far if he insisted on struggling with his cultivation like this. This time around, Miao Yi had finally separated himself from Charcoal. They wouldn't be able to travel as swiftly if they brought Charcoal along. If they did, then they might even implicate Charcoal instead, since the 3 great sects were targeting the 3 of them after all, and not a mere mount. Letting the enemy's forces focus on them would be a good thing for Charcoal, who'd run off on his own. Storing away Charcoal's armor would make it more convenient for Charcoal to move about in the sea. So long as both parties were safe, Miao Yi was not afraid that Charcoal wouldn't be able to locate him. It goes without saying that a spiritual beast like the dragon steed had the ability to sense where their masters were. Upon charging to the coast, the crystal-armored hurricane beasts similarly leaped into the sky. While still in the air, looking as though they were about to fall, Gu Sanjiang and the others opened up their beast sacks, instantly putting away the crystal-armored hurricane beasts. In a flash, they landed on the surface of the sea, hot in pursuit as they too rode the waves. Judging by their actions, it was obvious that they didn't want to let Miao Yi and the others escape. The trio in front pressed on urgently as they tried to escape, while the other 3 tenaciously gave chase from behind. Further back, a large troop of forces was falling behind a great deal, struggling to keep up due to the difference in cultivation. Thousands of men were tied up in close pursuit on the sea's surface. It was a magnificent sight. At the very back, once the crew passed him by, Charcoal poked his head from the depths of the sea and surveyed his surroundings. Upon discovering that he was far from danger, he flicked his tail above the sea,
seemingly pleased with himself. Soon after, he dived once again into the waves and swam off. Among the 6 people running at the very front, they all had a cultivation base of a Blue Lotus 9th grade, with the exception of Miao Yi. However, even if their cultivation was at the same grade, there was a difference in their strength as well. Based on this alone, Zhao Fei's and Xikong Wuwei's strengths were no less inferior to that of Gu Sanjing and the others, so when the 2 of them joined forces to escape with Miao Yi, they did not fear that the others would catch up to them. Both parties maintained the distance separating them. They could neither pull further away, nor could they shorten the distance between them. Now we're in deep shit. We can't beat them, regardless of what we do, and we also lost our mount. Surely we can't keep running on the sea forever. We will be at a severe disadvantage once we reach the shore. Xikong Wuwei swore angrily while he kept stealing glances behind them. This is all your rotten idea. When we killed the seeker birds, I already said we should go, but you insisted on trying out your giant hammer. Now the deed is done. It's difficult for us to escape anymore, Miao Yi retorted. Xikong Wuwei instantly tried to pass his responsibility in the matter. You can't blame me alone. Zhao Fei played a part in this as well. He also agreed to test the enemy's strength. Zhao Fei remarked in a low voice, "What's the purpose of pointing fingers now? If you gave me the choice again, I would still choose to fight them. It's something we'll have to face sooner or later. Since we each had a good transcendent artifact at hand, it was a given that we test their strength." Okay, then let's not go there. Xikong Wuwei tilted his head to look at Miao Yi. He chuckled, "I didn't know that little brother could be such an affectionate man. The reason you didn't want to leave in Qi Xiuhong's direction was because you were afraid of implicating her, right? Little brother, you might not want to hear this, but even if you could bring her along and survive the Sea of Constellations together, she might not even want to go with you. If she went back, no matter how low her cultivation, she will still be a manor head. She will never remain at your side, warming your bed. Can't you tell that she was purposely keeping her distance from you?" Zhao Fei shook his head in reply. That might not even be true. She can choose to take up the manor head post in a region adjacent to Miao Yi's. If something bad were to happen, she could get help from him, given the level of her cultivation. Xikong Wuwei clicked his tongue and said, "Then wouldn't that make manor head Miao someone who sleeps with his neighboring manor head? How could the neighboring manor head's subordinates put up with this?" Zhao Fei rolled his eyes. He realized that everything that came out of this man's mouth was always so vulgar. As expected, Miao Yi shouted angrily. "I can sleep with whoever I want. What does this have anything to do with you two? Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. I said it out of goodwill, and you aren't even grateful." Strangely, Xikong Wuwei only spat in disdain. Zhao Fei gave a dry cough and replied, "Worst comes to worst, we'll have to keep running on the sea. I don't believe that they can keep up with us on it. Once it's dark, we'll dive into the sea and randomly choose a direction to escape. They won't be able to find us." Xikong Wuwei also took the chance to change the subject. "Although it's a dumb idea, it's still a plan. I just fear that we'll bump into some kind of sea monster. The Sea of Constellations is never calm. If they hadn't already driven out most of the demons in the Western Star Sea for the sake of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, I would never have dared to run on top of it like this." Zhao Fei berated, "Your F*** ing mouth. Can't you say something nice for a change? I'm an honest man. And I'm only telling it like it is." Xikong Wuwei laughed dryly. Those hot on their trail weren't able to close in on the trio regardless of what they did. It was a difficult feat to attack from afar. Gu Sanjing turned around to utter, "Tan Lao, we won't be able to achieve anything if we continue to chase them in this manner. If they keep running on the sea, they'll have reached the boundless sea by the time the sky turns dark. We won't be able to find them. So don't hide the monsters inside your beast sack anymore."
Release them. Tan Lao shook his head in rejection. If I could release them earlier, I would have done it already. Miao Yi has the Mystic-Yin mirror with him, which will prevent my beasts from getting close. It will be a loss if I let them out. Gu Sanjing frowned and asked, "You are still worried about that now?" With Miao Yi's cultivation base, he will definitely struggle if he tries to use a transcendent artifact like the Mystic-Yin mirror. Having exhausted his transcendence energy, Miao Yi will drag the others down, slowing their speed in the process. Even if the other two use the Mystic-Yin mirror, that could also exhaust their transcendence energy too. Sacrificing some things to hold them up is a necessity. Otherwise, if we wait until dark, and they make their escape by diving deep into the sea, it will be hard for us to find them again in the vast Western Star Sea, especially since we don't have the seeker birds anymore. How are you going to report this to Elder Wu once you return? They still believed that Miao Yi had lied with his bullshit about how ghost cultivators are the only one who can wield the Mystic-Yin mirror. After all, Miao Yi had already used it before. His lips pursed. Tan Lao finally made his decision since Gu Sanjing's words had some truth to them. They had to kill Miao Yi no matter what, otherwise even if they could leave the Sea of Constellations alive, they wouldn't be able to survive past Elder Wu. Lifting his hand, he smacked the beast sack hanging around his waist. Following the sounds of flapping, thousands of strange black bats with sharp claws and teeth, each with a pointy horn on their heads, charged out into the sky. They released a foul stench as they spiraled upwards with a loud piercing screech. Tan Lao placed a finger on his lips and shushed them. The thousands of strange bats instantly surged towards the trio on the run before them. Miao Yi and the others turned to look, their expressions changing immediately. Never underestimate the school of imperial beasts. Those strange and queer beings looked quite frightening, to say the least. When Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were engaged in battle with them earlier, they noticed that the school of imperial beasts hadn't released any beasts. By then, they had vaguely figured out that they were fearful of Miao Yi's Mystic-Yin mirror. They didn't expect that their enemy would eventually set them free. "What's up with those bats?" Sikong Wuwei asked as he turned to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei shook his head in reply. Although their cultivation level was high, they had never seen these bats before in their life. Those are the heart-devouring bats. On the contrary, Miao Yi was a person who had met them before. He quickly explained to the two, they are exceptionally fast. And their ability to pierce through things is astonishing. The horns on their heads can even pierce through a defensive shield. Anyone with a cultivation base of Red Lotus and below won't be able to withstand it. They can impale a person's body in one go and devour your heart. Not only that, they are incredibly poisonous as well. They're savage beasts. However, it's not possible for them to break through our armor. They can only aim at places which aren't covered by our protective armor, so they're not that much of a menace to us yet. What's there to be afraid of? Sikong Wuwei chuckled. It's the appropriate time for you to use your Mystic-Yin mirror against these bastards. As though they were reacting to his words, the bats which were hot on their trail instantly dispersed, trying to avoid becoming a target in one go. Zhao Fei's face sunk. Not good. You can't use your Mystic-Yin mirror for too long. They also don't give a damn about the heart-devouring bats. They only want to force us to make a move and use the bats to slow us down. Sikong Wuwei also noticed this and exclaimed with hatred in his voice, "Let's dive into the sea. We can't run fast in the water. They'll quickly catch up to us from above. If not, let's fight them head-on." Using what exactly? Zhao Fei asked hoarsely. The resistance in the water is too strong. Your hammer will not be able to exhibit its strength in the sea. Previously, it was already difficult for the two of us to hold back their attacks. If we're in the sea, my spirit illusion greatsword won't be able to hold them off on its own. It's suicidal. Go! Miao Yi suddenly cried out. 35 small mantids flitted their wings, flying out in a hurry. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei watched as the mantids scuttled out in a frenzy. Their eyes flickered as they asked in unison, "Your mantids can deal with the heart-devouring bats?" "I don't know." Miao Yi smiled bitterly. But what other choice did he have now? Normally, it was rare for him to use the tiny mantids. Even if he did, he only used them sneakily. It was a fair contrast to now, when he'd released them to fight to their deaths in broad daylight. The large blanket of heart-devouring bats pounced on them. Although only 35 mantids were rising up into the air, they were fearless against the thousands of bats. The mantids brazenly collided with the heart-devouring bats, and the terrible battle instantly reached a climax. The heart-devouring bats were fast, but the tiny mantids were faster. It was obvious that they were twice as fast as the bats. No wonder they were the direct descendants of the hell mantids from the boundless secular world. Letting out a screeching sound, the heart-devouring bats bared their fangs at the tiny charging mantids and began to bite them upon collision, scratching them with their claws or attempting to stab them with their horns. The tiny mantids were not weak. Under Miao Yi's desperate orders, these little ones who usually seemed cute gave off an intense savage aura, finally revealing their sinister side. When faced with the enemy, their eyes slowly revealed a green light, their incisors beginning to chew non-stop. They quickly avoided the bats, and akin to the Grim Reaper wielding two scythes, they brandished their way through the cloud of bats, each pair of winding sharp scythes slashing down and retracting like a bolt of lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, Monsters at Sea. Chapter 365, Monsters at Sea. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. A single claw viciously descended as a single sickle hacked away like lightning. Like a knife through butter, the sickle instantly cut through the claw. The claw was completely unable to contend against the sickle, whether it was in terms of sharpness or toughness. After the clash, the heart-devouring bat and the tiny mantid quickly passed each other by. However, the heart-devouring bat continued falling forwards as its body gradually stiffened, a layer of frost enveloping it as it fell into the ocean. In this battle, with over 1,000 heart-devouring bats fighting against 35 tiny mantids, this was the initial moment of contact between the members of both sides. And in that one moment, victory was decided with a single stroke. As soon as the first tiny mantid launched its attack and triumphed, it instantly locked its eyes onto its second target. Once again, its sickle struck like lightning, severing a bat wing like a knife through butter. The second bat then fell lopsided. At the same time, all 35 tiny mantids had already dived into the cluster of bats and started their massacre. The tiny mantids were around the size of a crab and were almost as big as the heart-devouring bats. However, their front limbs had a longer reach than their opponents. At the same time, they had more limbs which they could use to attack, and which were much sharper than their opponents. The first tiny mantid to battle had already killed dozens of heart-devouring bats in mere moments. A heart-devouring bat charged over and attacked with the sharp horn on its head. The tiny mantid responded with its sickle and immediately hacked the horn away. It was evident which side had the sharper tools. Another heart-devouring bat charged over and attacked with its sharp horn. The sickle shot out once more and stabbed into the eyes of the heart-devouring bat, cutting away half its face and reaching down to its abdomen. However, another heart-devouring bat quickly swooped in and grabbed onto the tiny mantid with its wings as it bit down with its sharp teeth. Both the tiny mantid and heart-devouring bat fell. The tiny mantid's sickles were stuck in the heart-devouring bat's mouth. However, the heart-devouring bat couldn't leave a single mark on the sickles no matter how much it gnawed on them. At the same time, screeching noises resounded as it scratched on the tiny mantid's abdomen with its claws. Using 4 of its sharp legs, the tiny mantid stabbed the heart-devouring bat, holding it down. A layer of white frost soon enveloped the heart-devouring bat. Splurt! The tiny mantid simply ripped apart the heart-devouring bat, immobilizing it. Spreading its wings, it flew back up and rejoined the fight against the army of heart-devouring bats.
Even though the heart-devouring bats had the superior numbers, they were no match for the tiny mantids. The tiny mantids were not afraid in the slightest of the venomous toxin covering the heart-devouring bats' bodies, nor were they fearful of the overwhelming number of opponents. In the blink of an eye, the tiny mantids that dived into the cloud of bats had already killed over 200 heart-devouring bats. One after another, the heart-devouring bats fell, their bodies covered in white frost. They were dropping like flies.
What are those? Gu Sanjing turned to Tan Lao in astonishment and asked, "Are those mantids? What kind of mantids are those? I've never seen these kinds of mantids before either." Tan Lao's expression contorted in frustration upon seeing his heart-devouring bats slaughtered before his eyes. "I never expected Miao Yi to be a fellow practitioner. To think he knew how to tame beasts as well. It seems like these mantids were the ones that killed the seeker birds." He immediately pursed his lips and made a sharp whistle. The tiny mantids had completely blindsided the cloud of bats when they charged in, but the bats immediately flew around the tiny mantids to avoid engaging with them. Their objective was to hold back Miao Yi and the others. Such was the purpose of their sacrifice. Occasionally looking back, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei were in astonishment. The latter clicked his tongue and praised, "Awesome. Where did you get these tiny fellows from?" Miao Yi was equally astonished, but he couldn't be bothered to make small talk. He realized that he had underestimated the tiny mantid's strength. Feeling a sense of relief, he conveyed his thoughts to order the tiny mantids to come back and help them kill the crowd of bats on their tail. At the moment, the tiny mantids were still not strong enough to fight against cultivators. If they didn't return, and then ended up engaging against Gu Sanjing and his group, then that would be the end for them. The tiny mantids quickly returned and resumed their massacre from within the cloud of bats. A tiny mantid latched itself onto the back of a heart-devouring bat, stabbing its sickle into the back of the bat's head before immediately shooting over to its next target. Miao Yi and his group were running for their lives in front, while the cloud of bats was quickly approaching from the back. Meanwhile, the tiny mantids were slaughtering the cloud of bats, killing their way to the front of the pack and preventing the bats from approaching Miao Yi and his group. Throughout the chase, the bats kept falling, one after another. By the time they managed to get close enough to attack Miao Yi and the others, the 1,000-strong army of heart-devouring bats had shrunk down to a mere dozen. The tiny mantids had speedily killed them all. A heart-devouring bat swooped in on Miao Yi's face, but a tiny mantid killed it before it was able to succeed. Just a dozen meters away from Miao Yi, the head of the heart-devouring bat was immediately hacked off with a sickle. In just a short 2,000-meter-long chase, the tiny mantids had completely decimated the 1,000-strong army. Not a single one of the 35 tiny mantids had fallen. They all descended upon Miao Yi's shoulder and awaited his inspection. Miao Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that all of them were intact. He would lose each one permanently if they died after all. He could clearly feel that the tiny mantids had become much stronger after growing up. Ha ha! These things are awesome. Sikong Wu Wei couldn't help praising the mantids when he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and shouted, "Even the school of imperial beasts isn't much of a fight." Tan Lao had opened his transcendence vision and watched the complete annihilation of his army of heart-devouring bats. He was already feeling a terrible pain in his heart, and when he heard what Sikong Wu Wei said, he fumed with rage from the humiliation. However, there was nothing he could do. He still had some creatures he could use inside his beast sack. However, they were either too slow or would have little effect at sea. He could give them a shot if they were on land, however. Otherwise, he would be a fool if he still decided to send them to their deaths while knowing that he wouldn't get much in return. He cursed, "Cowardly scoundrel that only knows how to shoot his mouth off. If you've got the guts, stop running and fight me to the death. Kiss my ass. Why don't you catch up to me first if you've got the balls?" Sikong Wu Wei chortled in his hoarse voice. Tan Lao almost spat out blood from rage. He bellowed, "F*************. F*********. Sikong Wu Wei returned the gesture. You won't be able to keep on running forever. Tan Lao roared. Then, Sikong Wu Wei barked back, F********. As they pulled him along, Miao Yi rolled his eyes and said, can't you save your energy instead? Sikong Wu Wei chuckled. Those mantids of yours are quite impressive. Let them have a go at those three and shut them up. Miao Yi was at a loss for words. It was possible to have the tiny mantids fight against the heart-devouring bats. Even setting up ambushes were fine. But to have them fight against Gu Sanjiang and his group head-on was nothing short of courting death. Miao Yi immediately waved his hand and said, just continue cursing to your heart's content, The chase continued upon the mighty ocean from midday till the afternoon, then until evening. Even as they saw the sun setting in the west, Sikong Wu Wei and Tan Lao were still at each other's throats. At this moment, they noticed a distant stretch of land before them. Sikong Wu Wei finally stopped cursing and asked, are we going to continue running on the ocean or go ashore? Zhao Fei replied, we'll circle around the island. It'll be hard for them to find us once it's dark. Then, we'll dive underwater and escape. Miao Yi nodded in agreement as well when suddenly, a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the ocean. The three of them had yet to understand what was happening. Splash! A giant pillar-like object erupted from the surface of the ocean, dragging along a massive indigo-blue pincer. The whole thing was dozens of meters long. The seawater cascaded off of it as it smashed down on the trio's heads. Its might was astonishing. Sikong Wu Wei let go of Miao Yi and brandished a small hammer with a wave of his hand. It shone with a blue radiance, and the mighty hammer was immediately tossed out. Sikong Wu Wei had reacted very quickly. Boom! It instantly smashed the hard-shelled, tail-like object to pieces, causing bits of its shell and flesh to fly about. The hammer then flew back into Sikong Wu Wei's hands. A low, pained growl could be vaguely heard coming from under the sea. Then, mighty waves stirred as several more tails, each as peculiar as the last, appeared above the ocean before Miao Yi's group. It was unknown what manner of creature they were. Sikong Wu Wei wanted to continue attacking, but Miao Yi, after turning around to look at their pursuers, suddenly brandished the Mysticine mirror with a flip of his hands and shouted, don't stop. Just press onwards and head to shore. Leave these monsters for the people behind us to deal with. Zhao Fei quickly surveyed his surroundings and realized there wasn't anything stopping them from running ashore to the island in front. He said solemnly, why does it feel like these monsters are intentionally stopping us from circling around the island and instead are forcing us to go ashore? We don't have time to be thinking about all this right now, Miao Yi noted. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei quickly dashed towards the island with Miao Yi in tow. Boom boom boom. Mighty waves rose and fell as the giant tails came crashing down, splashing water everywhere. It was unknown what kind of monsters were hiding at the bottom of the sea. A giant tail descended upon Miao Yi's group, but Sikong Wu Wei once again blasted it to bits with his hammer. The mountain-suppressing hammer had an overwhelming advantage during head-on collisions like this. Miao Yi and his group ran across the surface of the ocean and managed to escape the towering pillars protruding from the depths of the sea. They swiftly leaped across the water and landed on the shore. Then, they turned their heads to see Gu Sanjiang and the rest still hot on their tails. They hastily dived into the forest in front. As they continued to chase after Miao Yi's group, Gu Sanjiang and the other two quickly came to a stop and eyed the strange towering tails sticking out of the ocean. They could also quickly pass by these monsters like Miao Yi's group had done. However, things were not as easy for them. Although they could escape from these monsters unscathed, they still had plenty of fellow disciples following behind them. Even though the three of them could easily pass through these monsters, the people behind them might not find it so simple. Unsheath! Gu Sanjiang shouted. Then, ringing sounds immediately echoed forth from the thunderclap sword furnace on his back, and the 101 thunderclap flying swords shot out like dragons. Clanging noises reverberated across the ocean as the sluggishly giant tails were all chopped off in the blink of an eye. The might of the thunderclap flying swords was extraordinary indeed. Immediately, from the bottom of the ocean, roars could be heard. It was like an earthquake had happened in the depths of the sea. With their feet on the rumbling waves, Tan Lao and Yi Xian quickly scanned their surroundings. Gu Sanjiang raised his arms and dived into the ocean depths. He opened his transcendence vision and caught sight of numerous massive creatures, partly resembling lobsters and partly resembling scorpions. It was a terrifying sight. They waved their mighty pincers about as they rose to the surface. Gu Sanjiang rose to the surface as well. When he saw their shelled exteriors floating over the ocean surface, he quickly performed his sword arts with both hands, and the thunderclap flying swords that were circling in midair immediately rained down. After a bout of slashing and cleaving, they soon dyed the ocean red with blood. The thunderclap flying swords then returned to the sword furnace on Gu Sanjiang's back, a vibrant ringing noise resounding as they did. In mere moments, he had completely annihilated the monsters that had just surfaced. Realizing the carcasses of the monsters were about to sink back down, Yi Xian's whip lashed out and pulled one of them over, which she then flipped around to examine. This is strange. For a creature to grow so big, even if they couldn't become demons, they would still have some self-awareness. How could they be killed so easily? Tan Lao mused. His gaze then fell upon an old wound on the creature's stomach. Gu Sanjiang's flying swords obviously hadn't caused that wound. He broke off a plate of armor from his chest and tossed it out. It shone with a blue radiance and immediately transformed into a spiked shield. Then, he used it to cut open the wound on the creature's stomach. He jumped onto the creature's stomach and examined it. As he called back his shield, he shook his head and sighed. He lifted his head towards the other two and said, "I don't know who could have done this. What impressive skill. Someone had actually extracted the Yao core within these creatures while they were still alive. No wonder they barely put up a fight." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Meeting Pai Junzi Again. Chapter 366, Meeting Pai Junzi Again. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. Finally, Dong Quan and the rest of the Red Scarves Alliance had arrived as well. Yi Xian turned to the island and said, "This is quite suspicious. Could there be something strange happening on that island? We don't have time to think about this right now. We need to catch up to them first. We can't let Miao Yi escape." Gu Sanjiang signaled with his hand, ordering everyone to charge towards the island. As soon as they reached shore, Gu Sanjiang and the other two immediately summoned their crystal-armored hurricane beasts, as did the rest with their dragon steeds once they were ashore. Meanwhile, having arrived much earlier than Gu Sanjiang's group and presently deep within the mountains, Zhao Fei suddenly raised his hand to stop the other two beside him before whispering, "There's demonic energy." Miao Yi and Sikong Wuwei immediately opened their transcendence vision and saw, amidst the afterglow of twilight, a blurry gray fog before them. It was undoubtedly demonic energy. If they hadn't opened their transcendence vision, they wouldn't have noticed. Damn! This demonic energy has already coalesced into fog. How many demons must be hiding within the mountains ahead? Sikong Wuwei cursed. We don't even know how strong they are. Can we charge past them? It would be better to circle around. Now's not the time to be making more enemies if we can help it. Miao Yi said. Zhao Fei nodded in agreement and said, "We don't have a clear enough understanding of the enemy forces in front, and from behind, our pursuers are closing in. It would be terrible if we were to suffer a pincer attack. It's best not to engage." The trio scanned their surroundings, then headed towards the canyon on their right. Right after they entered the canyon, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei suddenly shared a look. Sikong Wuwei's hammer abruptly enlarged, and he quickly hurled it out. A sonic boom blasted out as it swung towards a giant boulder on the mountain. Miao Yi didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, someone jumped out from behind the boulder,
sounding terribly frightened as he shouted, "Great Celestial Niao, spare me please." Miao Yi was astonished when he saw who it was, and shouted, "Stop!" Sikong Wu Wei had no way to stop such a big hammer that was already set on its course. Its speed and might were simply too overwhelming to be controlled once it left its wielder's hands. It could only be summoned back using the force of the rebound. This was also why the mountain-suppressing hammer could only travel back and forth between its target and its wielder's hands. However, he was not completely out of options. Sikong Wu Wei quickly invoked his arts, and the mountain-suppressing hammer swiftly shrunk back to its original size. However, it still carried the residual force from when it was enlarged and smashed into the giant boulder with a loud boom, pulverizing it into rubble. The person begging for his life was scared out of his wits and dived to the ground, hugging his head as his whole body trembled in fright. Calling back the hammer to his hand, Sikong Wu Wei looked to Miao Yi and asked curiously, "What's going on? Great Celestial Niao?" Zhao Fei was also looking at him in a puzzled manner. "Let's go have a look at him first." Miao Yi led the other two over to the groveling man. The thin man groveling on the ground slowly lifted his head, his two long whiskers were disheveled like unkempt grass, his eyes shifty and cunning. He looked completely miserable. Miao Yi was happy when he found out it was really who he thought it was. It was none other than the rat spirit Pai Junzi, the second demonic spirit he met back when he had arrogantly come over to the Sea of Constellations to hunt for treasure. "Great Celestial Niao, we meet again. This humble one has missed you terribly." After barely escaping with his life from the mountain-suppressing hammer, Pai Junzi scrambled up to his feet. He forced a smile and acted incredibly subservient. He cast a furtive glance towards the mountain-suppressing hammer in Sikong Wu Wei's hands, a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't been acquainted with the man before him, he would probably be a flattened clump of blood and flesh by now. Miao Yi asked curiously, "Pai Junzi, what are you doing here?" Pai Junzi sheepishly replied, "This humble one is here to patrol the mountain." "Patrol the mountain?" Miao Yi was shocked. His memory wasn't that bad. He was positive this wasn't Pai Junzi's original territory. There was a fair amount of distance between them. His gaze fell upon the golden bangle on Pai Junzi's wrist, and he immediately understood everything. It seemed like this unlucky fool was also a participant for the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. At this moment, the sounds of battle coming from the ocean behind them had quieted down. Miao Yi didn't have time to ask too many questions and simply said, "Since you're patrolling the mountain here, you should be familiar with the area. Take us to a safe place to hide." Pai Junzi was no fool either. He could guess that the trio were probably under pursuit from a strong opponent. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Then please follow this humble one." He quickly led the trio deep into the canyon. They eventually came into a dangerously precipitous canyon. Pai Junzi pushed away a large boulder along the side of the canyon, revealing a dark cave behind. He extended his arm and invited the other three inside. The trio exchanged glances and were immediately on alert. Miao Yi leveled his spear at Pai Junzi and warned, "You had better not be playing any tricks. Otherwise, I can assure you that you will die a horrible death." Pai Junzi had experienced Miao Yi's ruthlessness before. He waved his hand anxiously and said, "No tricks. No tricks at all. This is a cave that this humble one dug out himself. However, I will have to ask everyone to suppress their human auras." They were running against time. They could already make out the sound of hoofbeats coming from the distance. They had no choice but to go inside. Once they were in the cave, Pai Junzi placed the giant boulder outside back in its original place to hide the entrance. Although the entrance was not big, the inside of the cave was quite spacious. There was no end in sight, with stone steps descending downwards. The path itself was pitch black, but with their transcendence vision, they were not afraid of losing sight of the path. When he saw this, Miao Yi immediately felt something amiss. The passage within the cave was quite wide, and the steps were in such good conditions. It didn't seem like a place to stay alone. Furthermore, there was a mix of different demonic auras in the air, which couldn't possibly belong to just Pai Junzi alone. He suddenly brandished the inversed scale spear, fixing the hook of the spearhead around Pai Junzi's neck and grimly said, "Pai Junzi, you'd better not tell me you are temporarily staying here all by yourself." Pai Junzi immediately shook his hands and carefully replied, "Lord Niu. This humble one wasn't lying. This humble one was the one who dug out all the underground caves on this island for the past few years. Please lower your voice. Most of the Yao cultivators on the island are staying here. That is why I asked you all to suppress your human auras. It will be better if you can release some of the demonic aura on your Yao cores to camouflage yourselves. I trust you have experience in this?" "He has experience?" Both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei looked at Miao Yi. However, Miao Yi was enraged and said, "How dare you bring us into a demon's nest? You're afraid of a demon's nest? It's not like you've never infiltrated one before. You even killed Commander Yuan." Pai Junzi thought mockingly to himself. He anxiously shook his hands once again and said, "This humble one is honestly doing it for your sake. There are many tree demons on the island. If I didn't bring all of you here, we will surely be discovered if we travel outside. I am the one who dug out all these underground passages, so I am most familiar with them. I wouldn't dare bring Lord Niu here if I was not confident." After hearing what he said, Sikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei were confident that this man was definitely a demonic spirit from the Sea of Constellations. But why would Miao Yi be acquainted with a Yao cultivator from the Sea of Constellations? And why did he call Miao Yi the Great Celestial Niu, or Lord Niu? In the end, the trio followed Pai Junzi's instructions and suppressed their human auras, then used the demonic aura from the Yao cores to camouflage themselves. Afterwards, Pai Junzi instructed them to take off their battle armor and undo their hair buns. They did as instructed, spreading their hair to cover half their faces, then proceeded down the depths of the underground passage. Miao Yi remained vigilant. He placed several of the tiny mantids on Pai Junzi, and the group proceeded with Pai Junzi in the center. After walking a short distance, Sikong Wuwei could feel his heart beating hard. It was his first time infiltrating a demon's nest. This was a little too exciting. He couldn't help transmitting his voice over to Miao Yi and asking, "Miao Yi, what is going on here? It looks to me like this Yao cultivator is very afraid of you." Zhao Fei was also feeling nervous. Never in his whole life had he played such a risky game before. It's a long story. The point is, he's a rat spirit who suffered defeat at my hands. I'll explain in detail if we get the chance later on. Miao Yi replied telepathically. The forces of the Red Scarves Alliance were finally all ashore. They mounted their dragon steeds and charged into the forest ahead. There's demonic energy ahead. After passing by a mountain, Gu Sanjing suddenly raised his hand and gave a shout. The rest of the troops came to an abrupt halt. Everyone else opened their transcendence vision and noticed the demonic energy as well. It seemed like the island was infested with demons. However, because of this, Yi Xian furrowed her brows and remarked, "Since there are so many demons on this island, it isn't likely Miao Yi and his group were able to travel freely. Why isn't there any commotion at all? We can't be sure how many Yao cultivators are on the island. It won't be wise to spread out and search." Gu Sanjing turned to Tan Lao, "You're up." Tan Lao nodded. "As long as they are still on the island, they won't be able to escape." With a flip of his hand, Tan Lao took out a red-nosed black fox from his beast sack and held it before him. He made some squeaking noises at it, then placed it on the ground. The black fox stuck its nose to the ground and sniffed around. After a while, it seemed like it caught the scent of something peculiar. It raised its head towards the canyon that Miao Yi and the others had previously escaped into and took a whiff. Then, it turned to Tan Lao and squeaked, before turning back and darting out towards the canyon. It found them. They fled that way, said Tan Lao, pointing in the direction the black fox had run off to.
The troops immediately followed after the black fox. Soon, they reached the same rocky canyon where Miao Yi and the others had been. Almost effortlessly, the red-nosed black fox found the place where Miao Yi and the others had entered from. It clawed around the gap between the large boulder and the face of the canyon. Meanwhile, Miao Yi and the others had safely passed through the labyrinthine underground maze with Pai Junzi's guidance. If it weren't for him leading the way, they would definitely have lost their way in this underground complex. They came straight to Pai Junzi's personal quarters. Just to be on the safe side, as Pai Junzi feared something would happen to him, he had dug out even more secret passageways in his own cave. He continued to lead the others through these secret tunnels. As soon as they entered Pai Junzi's secret room, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Niu, we can talk in peace now." The others looked at the narrow space inside. Zhao Fei furrowed his brows and said, "There's only one entrance. If someone were to barricade it from the outside, given how deep underground this place is, wouldn't we be buried alive?" Pai Junzi cupped his hands and said, "My lord does not need to worry." He pointed to a corner of the cave that was no different from the rest, and said, "I have prepared an escape route over there which goes straight into the ocean depths. Lord Niu, if you all wish to leave, I can escort you right away." It was not Pai Junzi's first time dealing with Miao Yi. Even though Miao Yi was ruthless, as long as he complied obediently, he should be alright. When they first met, Miao Yi had honored his end of the bargain and spared Pai Junzi. Otherwise, Miao Yi could have easily killed him while he was unconscious. That was why Pai Junzi couldn't wait to send these 3 disaster-attracting demons away, then he wouldn't have to be so anxious. This was why he didn't play any tricks at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, So it had been a major incident. Chapter 367, So it had been a major incident. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Pai Junzi was really doing it for Miao Yi's sake. However, Miao Yi didn't appreciate his goodwill and was suspicious of his intentions. Miao Yi couldn't simply go along with his plan just like that. First, he had to make certain of several things. Otherwise, he might end up failing when he was all but confident of success. He asked, "Pai Junzi, why are you digging out caves all the way here?" Pai Junzi smiled bitterly and replied, "Lord Niu, forgive me for being rude. But the reason I am digging out caves here is because of you." "Because of me?" Miao Yi was confused. Pai Junzi nodded. With a pained expression, he recounted the tragic events that led to his current situation. Pai Junzi already possessed a cultivation equal to a White Lotus 9th grade cultivator all those years ago and was slightly short of breaking through to the Blue Lotus realm. However, ever since his loss to Miao Yi, many years passed, and he had only just broken through to Blue Lotus 1st grade several years before. However, throughout all those years, he had never once escaped the consequences of Miao Yi's actions. First, Niu Yi killed his master, Madame Wu Hua, then took her Jade Stream Manor plaque to infiltrate the Bejeweled Nectar Conclave. After that, he killed all 72 fort masters present and even Commander Yuan Kaishan himself. Afterwards, Miao Yi had returned to South Edict Manor, so he didn't know how big of a mess it was at the time. That said, it was normal that he wouldn't know, given the information network at the shabby old place he'd been in. It was easy to speculate how the Sea of Constellations reacted at the time if he considered how the Celestial Nation would react if a Yao cultivator somehow traveled into its borders, and killed not only suppressing Second Hall Master Hua Lingxiao but all his manor head subordinates as well. The death of Yuan Kaishan and his 72 fort masters shook the entire Sea of Constellations. It was understandable if it was a result of internal conflict. However, it was an act done by a foreigner. This was an act of arrogance that blatantly disregarded the authority of the Sea of Constellations. As a result, the Yao generals themselves came to investigate. Soon, even the Supreme Yao Lord had joined in. In the end, it had even caught the eye of Constellation's Master Fu Qing, who personally came over to conduct an investigation. the investigation explored all known aspects of the case. First, the Yao cultivators of Brasgong Fort all confirmed that the criminal was a man riding a fat dragon steed called Niuyud. However, it was beyond difficult to find Niuyud because he had long since escaped. Then, the investigation looked into the Jade Stream Manor plaque that Niuyud had used to infiltrate the Bejeweled Nectar Conclave. Initially, no one had dared to probe the master of the Jade Stream Manor, Bai Yupo. It was because Bai Yupo had a powerful background. However, even Fu Qing himself had personally stepped out. As one of the 4 constellation masters of the Sea of Constellations, Fu Qing's authority completely outranked Bai Yupo's background. To avoid inciting Fu Qing's wrath, Bai Yupo obediently responded to his summons and underwent the interrogation. At first, Bai Yupo didn't know that his concubine Madame Wu Hua had died. When he confirmed that the plaque really did belong to Madame Wu Hua, Bai Yupo was enraged. How dare that vile woman cause harm to his sworn brother? He then ordered all the water tribes to search for her. In the end, they managed to find Madame Wu Hua's broken corpse in the ocean. Only then did Bai Yupo realize that someone had first killed his concubine, took her plaque, and then used it to kill his sworn brother. He was completely humiliated. This murderer had gone too far. In his rage, Bai Yupo declared, "He'd better hope that I don't find him. Even if the 6 sages themselves are responsible, I demand an explanation." Pai Junzi obviously couldn't escape from the investigation as well. As soon as they figured out that Madame Wu Hua was involved, he was the first one brought over for interrogation. However, given how serious the matter was, how could Pai Junzi dare to speak the truth? If he really confessed that he was Niuyud's accomplice, even though he had been forced to comply, he would definitely die horribly. That was why, regardless of how painful the punishment he suffered, he didn't dare to speak the truth. He simply denied having any knowledge from start to finish. After that, Pai Junzi became hated by everyone. The water tribes treated him as someone from the land, and the people on land treated him as a member of Jade Stream Manor. No one bothered with him as both sides had completely cut him off and he ended up completely stripped of his wages. At first, Pai Junzi thought he would at least be free this way. However, when it came time for the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, both sides drafted him in to make up for the numbers. With both the Brasgong Fort and Jade Stream Manor enlisting him, he had no choice but to come. His luck was incredibly terrible. Given how dangerous the subjugation crusade was, as a land-dwelling Yao cultivator, he obviously had to find allies. However, everyone rejected him because his cultivation was too low. As such, Pai Junzi turned to Jade Stream Manor once more. Fortunately, Jade Stream Manor was in need of help on land. After all, clashes were more likely to happen on land than in water during the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Not to mention, Pai Junzi had a talent for digging caves. That was how he was able to meet with Miao Yi again. When Pai Junzi was patrolling the mountain, he had hidden himself well. However, when he saw Miao Yi, he jumped up in shock and caught the attention of Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. As a result, Sikong Wuwei's hammer had almost smashed him to death. Miao Yi was at a loss for words at Pai Junzi's story. He'd never thought that the incident would escalate to such an extent and that even Yuan Kaishan's death was attributed to him as well. Yao Ruoxian was clearly the one behind it. However, it was understandable. At the time, even Yuan Kaishan had thought that Yao Ruoxian was Niuyud. Thus, it was obvious that Niuyud would take all the blame. He finally understood why Yao Ruoxian would always think about coming to the Sea of Constellations to hunt, but no longer dared to come here secretly as he did before. He probably figured out that the situation had escalated, and didn't dare risk stepping foot in the Sea of Constellations so easily. There was something that neither Pai Junzi nor Miao Yi knew about. At the time, Western Constellations Master Fu Qing had even sent a notice to the 6 sages requesting them to hand over a man. Who? A man called Niuyud. In response, the 6 sages gave face to Fu Qing and investigated all the names of the cultivators within the administration.
After their investigation, they told him that there was no such person. Even if there were, they wouldn't admit it either. Who would be willing to deal with such a troublesome matter? What's more, this person truly didn't exist anyway. Then, Fu Qing declared, "If I ever find out which of the 6 nations did this, don't blame me for killing my way into your territory to personally apprehend the culprit." After listening to Pai Junzi's story, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were wide-eyed in disbelief, and they stared at Miao Yi like he was some kind of monster. Even though they had seen many courageous men, they had never seen one so fearless. A White Lotus cultivator actually dared to come to the Sea of Constellations to hunt for treasure, and even killed 72 fort masters as well as a commander, causing such a major incident as a result. This was beyond fearless. The both of them were not completely ignorant. The administration system here in the Sea of Constellations was slightly different from that of the 6 nations. A fort master here would be around the same level as a manor head, and a commander would be equivalent to a hall master. This bastard actually killed 72 manor heads and a hall master. How did he do it? Both of them had initially doubted Miao Yi when he said he'd only been sent to participate in the Sea of Constellations because he had offended the hall master. How could a White Lotus cultivator dare to upset a hall master at the Red Lotus realm? However, they completely believed him now. Damn! This bastard even dares to kill someone at the hall master level. What else could he possibly be afraid of? Miao Yi felt uncomfortable from their stares. He rubbed his nose and coughed. "Why are you two looking at me like that?" Sikong Wuwei clicked his tongue and said, "So I guess it's not your first time coming to the Sea of Constellations." "I was lost. I lost my way and stumbled into this place. I wasn't the one who did those things either. I'm merely a scapegoat," Miao Yi gave a cursory reply. Then, he turned to Pai Junzi and asked, "Then the one overseeing this island right now is from the Jade Stream Manor, but?" Pai Junzi replied truthfully, "Yes, his name is He Langjun. He's a Blue Lotus 9th grade sea serpent demon, and a subordinate of Bai Yupo. He wields the mighty artifact, the Seamless Net, bestowed upon him by Bai Yupo." What sort of transcendent artifact is the Seamless Net? It's a transcendent artifact resembling a fisherman's net. It's very difficult for a person to escape once caught inside. Miao Yi nodded. He furrowed his brows and asked, "I can see that there is an abundance of demonic aura on this island. There should be quite a number of Yao cultivators, correct?" "Not many. There are about 300 Yao cultivators in total. They were all recruited from various locations by He Langjun, and everyone heeds his command. Ever since the subjugation crusade started, we have been hiding on this island, awaiting the arrival of cultivators from the other nations." Pai Junzi told them everything he knew. He only wished for Miao Yi to be out of his hair as soon as possible. Suddenly, Pai Junzi's expression drastically changed. He quickly lied down and placed his ears to the ground. The others didn't know what he was doing. Then, Pai Junzi suddenly jumped up and said, "This is bad. Someone has discovered the cave that we came in from. They've destroyed the giant boulder I used to seal the cave. I can hear the sounds of many mounts. Are these the people coming after you?" Miao Yi didn't hear anything at all. He turned to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. They both shook their heads to indicate that they didn't hear anything either. "Pai Junzi, you're not trying to scare us on purpose, are you?" Miao Yi asked coldly. Pai Junzi smiled bitterly, "Lord Niu, this humble one is not capable of many things, but my sense of hearing is a talent I was born with. As long as this humble one places his ears on the ground and listens, nothing within a 10-mile radius can escape my hearing. I can even hear the sound of a rabbit hopping, let alone something that's causing such a huge commotion." The trio exchanged glances. They never thought this rat demon would have such a unique talent. Pai Junzi added, "If they've entered the cave, He Langjun will surely wish to gather the troops to fight them. This humble one will have to answer the summons as well. I suggest you all take this opportunity and quickly leave through the secret passage."
However, Miao Yi said somberly, "This is strange. How did Gu Sanzheng manage to find the entrance to the cave?" He turned to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei and continued, "They surely have some kind of method to track us. If we can't be sure of what that method is, I fear we might not be able to escape." Within the rocky canyon, the red-nosed black fox jumped onto Tan Lao's shoulder. The boulder blocking the entrance was then ground to dust by Yi Xian's whip, revealing a pitch-black entrance to a cave behind it. Gu Sanzheng swept his sleeves and blew away all the dust in the air. He furrowed his brows and said, "This place is indeed quite suspicious. But how did Miao Yi and his group become so familiar with this area that they managed to hide inside without anyone noticing?" Tan Lao said glumly, "We don't have the slightest clue what's inside this cave. If we enter rashly, I fear we will be at a disadvantage." Yi Xian gritted her teeth and asked, "Are we just going to let them escape like this?" She was gnashing her teeth with hatred as she thought about how Miao Yi had almost dragged her along the ground earlier on. It seems like only a few people can enter this cave as well. Yi Xian, take command and stand watch outside. Tan Lao and I will go in. Gu Sanjing turned around and commanded, "Dong Quan, Hu Ziyuan, Fei Din, the three of you will go in front of us and scout the path ahead. Yu Baixing, Jia Zifeng, the two of you will follow behind us both." He listed 5 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators and 1 go to accompany him. Ah! The faces of Dong Quan and the others twisted in dismay. Dong Quan cupped his fists and said, "Alliance Master. The situation inside is unclear. Shouldn't we first confirm what is going on inside before we do anything?" Gu Sanjing swept him a cold glance. "You wish to disobey my orders? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 368, Push the Blame. Chapter 368, Push the Blame. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. He wasn't trying to disobey orders. It was simply too dangerous to blindly enter an underground cave. However, Dong Quan and the others had no choice but to accept their commands. It was different from when Miao Yi was Alliance Master, who at least made room for negotiation. Gu Sanjing didn't give them any room to negotiate at all. They could only bite the bullet and obey. They jumped off their dragon steeds and proceeded into the cave. Even though the passageway wasn't narrow, it was not wide enough for a dragon steed to gallop. Instead, it would be rather inconvenient to bring a dragon steed through the serpentine passageways. The black fox on Tan Lao's shoulder jumped down and led the way as it sniffed around the path ahead. Dong Quan and the other two followed after the fox, with Gu Sanjing and Tan Lao behind them. Protecting their backs at the end were Yu Baixing and Jia Zifeng. The 16 miniaturized spiked shields continued to circle around Tan Lao quietly. The faint demonic aura hovering around the cave greatly unnerved Dong Quan and the others. This was the price of relying on a strong force. Even though by relying on the strength of others, they would be able to live longer. However, they had to be obedient. Gu Sanjiang was also a little on edge when he felt the demonic aura within the cave. He couldn't understand why Miao Yi and the others would choose to hide within such a place. Even he himself was a little dubious and wondered if Tan Lao's fox had mistaken the location. Now with disheveled hair, both Sikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei were also feeling on edge. They followed behind Miao Yi, with Miao Yi behind Pai Junzi. Their group proceeded down one of the underground passageways. They would sometimes bump into Yao cultivators rushing to and fro along the way. Because the Red Scarves Alliance had suddenly barged into their base camp, the Alliance Master He Langjun was already calling all Yao cultivators to arms. "Pai Junzi, who are these three? Why have I never seen them before?" A Yao cultivator suddenly stopped to ask Pai Junzi as he passed by. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were completely on edge. They had never played such a thrilling game before. The two of them originally intended to follow Pai Junzi's secret passageway and leave, but Miao Yi had a point.
They weren't sure whether the three major sects still had some unknown tricks up their sleeve that could track down their group. Even though the three of them had secretly entered the demon's nest, Gu Sanjiang was still able to find them. They didn't know when they would be able to stop running if it were to keep up like this. They weren't even sure whether or not they could escape. That was why they needed to think of a way to render it impossible for the three major sects to follow after them. As such, Miao Yi forced Pai Junzi to go to Heilangjun to report on a certain development. It would be fine for Pai Junzi to make the report on his own. However, Miao Yi was afraid that Pai Junzi would play some tricks behind his back, and so he insisted on following him. The feeling of prancing around a demon's nest and occasionally coming face to face with demons was a first for Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. Even though they were not afraid, they couldn't help feeling quite restless. They're new recruits. They're also good at digging out caves, so the Alliance Master has ordered them to follow behind this humble one. Pai Junzi bowed as he replied. Miao Yi immediately followed suit and bowed. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were completely at a loss for words. They could do nothing but bow as well. When that person heard it was the Alliance Master's orders, he didn't suspect anything else. He simply gave a curt response and left. It was because Pai Junzi had always been cowardly and would never use the Alliance Master's name to lie. Unless he was tired of living, that is. As soon as that person left, Pai Junzi couldn't help wiping his forehead, afraid that he'd start sweating and raise suspicion. Every time he saw Miao Yi, he truly felt afraid. It was because Miao Yi always did something to bring him anxiety every time they met. They continued forward, and from the back, Sikong Wuwei couldn't help transmitting his voice, "Brother. This is a very risky game we're playing. That Heilangjun has never even seen us before. You don't have to worry about him finding out about us. If that Heilangjun realizes our scheme, I will freeze him immediately with the Mystic Yin Mirror. Simply put, with the combined might of our three transcendent artifacts, he will surely die. We might even get to take that seamless net for ourselves," Miao Yi replied boldly. Sikong Wuwei was speechless. He wondered why this guy's train of thought was so different from his own. However, when he heard Miao Yi's plan, he thought, he's right. With all our transcendent artifacts, is there a need to fear that demon? He suddenly felt a spark of confidence, although he still thought that this was a rather risky plan. They continued down the serpentine passageway, but before they had even reached Heilangjuan's residence, Pai Junzi suddenly turned around and transmitted his voice to the other three. "Heilangjun is here." Pai Junzi then turned his body to stand beside the wall. The other three immediately followed suit, repressing their human auras as best they could while invoking the Yao Core in their clothes to emit demonic auras to camouflage themselves. They snuck a glance through the small gaps in between their messy hair and saw a slender man garbed in black robes quickly drawing close with two voluptuous women following behind him. Miao Yi and the other two followed after Pai Junzi and bowed. Heilangjun stopped when he saw the four of them and said solemnly, "Why haven't you prepared for battle yet? Are you disregarding my orders?" Pai Junzi hurriedly stepped forward and answered, reporting to the Alliance Master. "This humble one has something to tell you." Heilangjun was examining Miao Yi and the others, who had their hair covering their faces, and asked, "What is it?" Pai Junzi was afraid he would notice something amiss, so he quickly cut to the chase and said, "It has to do with Madame Wu Hua." "Madame Wu Hua?" Heilangjun was surprised. His gaze quickly shifted back from Miao Yi and the others back to Pai Junzi. He asked, "Madame Wu Hua has been dead for so many years, why are you bringing her up?" Pai Junzi replied weakly, "When this humble one was patrolling the mountain just now, I think I saw the one that killed Madame Wu Hua all those years ago. I think I saw Nyo Yud. Is this true?" Heilangjun's eyes instantly widened. As Bai Yupo's subordinate, how could he not know the significance Nyo Yud carried for Bai Yupo? He immediately shouted, "Pai Junzi, you really saw that Nyo Yud?" Pai Junzi's heart was beating wildly, but he still gritted his teeth and replied, "Alliance Master, you should know that I saw many of the madam's things when I was serving her all those years ago."
Why don't you guess what I saw just now on the red cloth tied around the wrists of the people outside? Stop beating around the bush. He Langjun barked, tell it to me straight. If I'm not mistaken, the cloth wrapped around their wrists should be the same fabric that Madame Wu Hua loved the most all those years ago. When they heard this, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei immediately looked at Miao Yi secretly, realizing that he intended to kill with a borrowed knife. However, would this plan work? The both of them were a little doubtful whether this He Langjun and the demons on this island would be able to contend against Gu Sanjiang and his forces. Based on this alone? You are sure that Niao Yi is among them with just this? He Langjun furrowed his brows and asked. Pai Junzi cupped his fists and said, your subordinate is naturally not so quick to jump to conclusions. Just now, your subordinate saw the man leading the enemy. He was carrying a long box embedded with swords on his back. He was the same one who appeared around the area where Madame Wu Hua died that year. At the time, he was riding on a fat dragon steed. If I add this to the red cloth they have around their wrists, then I have very good reason to believe that that person is Niao Yi. However, However what? He Langjun shouted, speak. Pai Junzi immediately trembled as he replied, however, just now I overheard the people beside him calling him Gu Sanjiang. That is why I couldn't be sure. Gu Sanjiang? He Langjun was briefly surprised. Suddenly, he pushed Pai Junzi against the wall, then left while scolding, idiot. A name can be changed any time. As if he would dare to use his true name while he committed crimes in the Sea of Constellations back then. Someone. Send out my orders. There will be a great reward for capturing the one called Gu Sanjiang. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. The two beautiful women in revealing clothes behind He Langjun watched as Pai Junzi hit the wall and how he clumsily regained his balance. They then left snickering. After He Langjun and the two women were some distance away, Pai Junzi immediately placed his ear on the wall to listen for any commotion. He then heaved a sigh of relief, his forehead finally breaking out in a cold sweat. He folded his arms and bowed to Miao Yi as he whispered, Lord Niao. This humble one has already done what you asked. Please let me go. If you keep using me like this, you don't even have to kill me, this humble one will surely die from shock. Miao Yi patted his shoulder and smiled. You did well. Pai Junzi smiled bitterly. As if I had any other choice. Do you think I'm doing this willingly? Zhao Fei looked around, then furrowed his brows and whispered, brother. Why does it seem to me like your plan is full of holes? Even I found it hard to believe my ears. Not to mention, I don't think He Langjun and his troops will be able to triumph over Gu Sanjiang's forces. Miao Yi whispered, that's why we can't leave just yet. We need to give He Langjun a hand at the crucial moment. Sikong Wuwei shouted, you're kidding. You've already done what you need to do. Yet you still want to stay? Quiet down. Miao Yi said as he held a finger to his lips. He looked around, then whispered, if He Langjun is really no match for Gu Sanjiang and the others, we need to help him escape so that he can spread the word. The three major sects have been on our tail for so long. I want to let them experience the feeling of being chased down as well. It's also high time for those unrepentant traitors in the Red Scarves Alliance to suffer some payback. His eyes shone with a vicious glint when he said the last line. Pai Junzi felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Miao Yi's plan. If this piece of news were to leak out, worst comes to worst, a major portion of the Yao cultivators participating in the Sea of Constellations would come to hunt these people down. Why did these three major sects people have to offend this guy? I just knew this guy shouldn't be trifled with. Sikong Wuwei folded his hands and bowed to Miao Yi as he whispered, fine, I'll call you Lord, alright? We are no match for them at all. We've been running around trying to escape them all this time, and now you want to help He Langjun fight against them? Aren't we basically delivering ourselves over to Gu Sanjiang then? Are you tired of living? Miao Yi waved his hand and said, listen to me first.
We are only going to help Hei Langjun escape just in case he loses. We don't need to clash head-on against Gu Sanjing and his forces. If they really do have some special method to track us down, it makes no difference whether we escape now or later. They will still catch up with us eventually. Similarly, we still won't be a match for them. In the future, they will definitely continue to harass us to death. If they don't have any special methods, we can dive into the sea once the sky is dark and escape just as easily. Sikong Wu smiled bitterly. I fear it might not be so easy to make it to the ocean once we reveal ourselves. We will need to rely on Pai Junzi for this. Miao Yi turned and tapped Pai Junzi on the shoulder again, smiling as he said, "You've dug out all these underground tunnels. Surely, you left a few escape routes for yourself somewhere. Let me repeat myself. If you dare sabotage us and make it impossible for us to survive, then even if you manage to escape, I will let everyone know that you were an accomplice for the deaths of Yuan Kaishan and the others that year." Pai Junzi smiled bitterly. If Hei Langjun and his forces are defeated, I will have no one else to rely on. I fear I won't be able to survive till the end of the subjugation crusade. Miao Yi continued to tap on his shoulder and said, "We won't leave you behind. As long as you can help us escape successfully, you can just come along with us then. You can't let these skills of yours go to waste." Pai Junzi replied weakly, "You won't kill me when that happens, will you?" Miao Yi huffed and said, "Is there a need for me to kill you? You're a part of this as well. Feel free to spread the word if you're not afraid of death." Pai Junzi was speechless. He truly didn't dare to speak casually about this. Zhao Fei was frowning this whole time. He noted, "Have you ever thought about this? If Gu Sanjing and the rest were to truly end up falling into the Yao cultivator's hands, they'll definitely say that the red cloth tied around the wrists of the Red Scarves Alliance came from you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 369, The Overwhelming Thunderclap. Chapter 369, The Overwhelming Thunderclap. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi immediately asked, "If Gu Sanjing can deny that the red cloth came from him, then why should I admit it if he says it's mine?" Zhao Fei sighed, "You were the one who personally handed it out to everyone. With so many people testifying against you, do you think anyone will believe you?" Miao Yi replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether anyone believes me or not. I will simply say that Gu Sanjing was the one who handed it to me, then had me pass it down to everyone else." Zhao Fei was at a loss for words. He asked, "Aren't you worried at all, Dot? Is there anything that doesn't have its fair share of risk? Sometimes, you can't think too hard about certain things. Otherwise, nothing will ever get done." Miao Yi shook his head and added, "I only know that Gu Sanjing's forces are the biggest threat to us right now. If we can't even overcome this hurdle before us, and instead cower away from them out of fear for the future, don't you think that's a bit laughable? We should prioritize surviving our current predicament over everything else. We'll worry about the future when it comes." Boom! A loud crashing sound came from the other end of the passageway. The four of them turned to look, then exchanged glances with one another. They knew that both sides had already begun fighting. Deep within the underground passage, Gu Sanjing's group quickly turned around when they heard the commotion and watched as the path behind them caved in, kicking up clouds of dust. Boom! The path ahead suddenly collapsed as well, trapping the seven of them underground. "This is bad. We're trapped!" Dong Quan exclaimed. Tan Lao squeaked to the black fox leading the way for them. It swiftly returned back into the beast sack at Tan Lao's waist. Boom! The wall beside them suddenly exploded. Two giant pincers cut through the walls in front and behind them, then launched an attack towards the seven of them in the middle. In front, Dong Quan, Hu Ziyuan, and Fei Dian brandished their weapons and blocked one giant pincer, and at the back, Yu Baixing and Jia Zifeng blocked the other. Trapped in the middle, Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao quickly swept a cold glance at their surroundings. They were worthy of being the number one disciples of the three major sects indeed. Even in such a perilous situation, they were able to maintain their composure. The two of them had already prepared themselves before coming in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so rash to enter. Dong Quan and the others were astonished by the feeling in their hands when their blows connected. They had no idea what sort of monstrosity these pincers attacking them belonged to. Its shell was extraordinarily hard. Even with their second-grade transcendent artifacts, they couldn't break it at all. Furthermore, the monster had incredible strength. Even with 5 Blue Lotus 9th-grade cultivators working together, they were unable to stop the two pincers from closing in. The 3 in front and the 2 behind were gradually pushed towards the center where Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao were positioned. Boom! The wall in the center exploded, finally revealing the true appearance of the monster. It turned out to be a giant crab. Amidst the rubble and dust, its sharp mandibles viciously bit at Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao. The 16 miniature shields flying about Tan Lao shone with a blue radiance. 3 of them quickly enlarged and fused together at a single point, creating a shield in the form of a 3-diamond emblem. Tan Lao then gave it a push. Bang! A loud sound reverberated throughout the passage. The 3-diamond shield blocked the giant mouth biting down. The ground beneath Tan Lao's feet started to crumble, and he sank into the ground up to his knees. The pressure exerted by the monster above him was simply too heavy. Tan Lao quickly turned to Gu Sanjiang. However, that man with the sword case on his back seemed to be oblivious to what was happening around him. He continued to sweep a cold glance at his surroundings, clearly vigilant against another possible ambush. Tan Lao could do little but persevere as he continued to hold up the 3-diamond shield on his hand. His remaining 13 shields started glowing blue and expanded. They then began spinning rapidly, becoming 13 rotating blades that swiftly slashed at the giant crab.